Second sister-in-law, maybe you should go back to your parents' house for a few days. If you don't bring back any grain or money, my second brother will just beat you even worse. Outside a mud brick house at the western edge of Guizhai village, an 8 or 9-year-old girl was squatting by the wall, anxiously trying to persuade her older sister-in-law. Yellow cotton stuffing peeked out from the torn knee of her black trousers, which she quickly tucked back in. Her floral print jacket was patched with big and small patches, so worn that its original color was barely visible. A bulky cotton coat wrapped around her thin frame, making her look oddly mismatched like a plump ladybug with an oversized shell and a disproportionately small head. No, the young woman replied softly, sadness flickering in her eyes. Go back to her parents' home? How could she dare? Without bringing back food or money, wouldn't she still end up getting beaten? If her family had truly cared for her, how could they have sold her off to Zhang, Erhe notorious good for anything known throughout the 10-mile radius for just 80 yuan as a bride price? How much value a man placed on his wife depended largely on her status in her natal home. If her own family didn't care for her, what kind of standing could she possibly have here? Years ago, to raise enough money for her eldest brother's wedding, her parents had married off 2 daughters one after another to collect the bride prices. As long as the money is right, we don't care if he's crippled or blind. That was the standard her parents used when choosing husbands for their daughters. When she first saw Zhang come to pick her up on her wedding day, Lin Chunxing had secretly felt relieved. Though he had a bad reputation, at least he looked clean-cut and decent, better than the lame groom her eldest sister had been given. At the time, she had been full of hope, thinking that with patience and love, she could help him turn over a new leaf and build a happy life together. But she had clearly overestimated her influence and underestimated the depth of his depravity. Only 3 days after their marriage, Zhang revealed his true nature. Smoking, drinking, beating his wife, stealing, gambling, and idling away his days. Before the family split up, she could at least get a warm meal from her in-laws. But with rumors that land distribution would soon be implemented under the household responsibility system, her elderly parents insisted on dividing the family early before winter arrived. The reason was simple. Splitting into smaller households meant more land edges and corners, which could yield more crops. If a household of 8 people received 4 mu of dry farmland and 4 mu of irrigated farmland, there were only a few field borders. But if they divided into 3 separate households, those borders multiplied. 50 gene of flour, 100 gene of cornmeal, 30 gene of sweet potato chips for cabbages, and half a sack of shriveled potatoes. That was the ration assigned to them after the split. Of course, there were also some household items. 1 thatched roof mud brick house, 2 sets of chip bowls and chopsticks, a dull kitchen knife, several old hemp sacks, an iron pot left over from the commune era, and 2 tails of oil. That was all they owned. These past few days, the wheat flour had already been devoured by Zhang, and the sweet potato chips had been traded for cheap liquor. Early this morning, Zhang kicked her and their child out of the house, ordering her to go borrow some white flour from her parents' home. His excuse? He couldn't stomach coarse grains anymore. The cornmeal scraped his throat. If you can't borrow any grain, don't bother coming back. They'll break both your legs, you curse bringer. Thinking of his words from this morning made Lin Chunxing shudder. She knew he meant it. If she returned empty-handed, Zhang would surely give her a brutal beating. Mommy, I'm hungry, a soft, mewing voice interrupted her thoughts. As she watched her little daughter cautiously shuffle toward her, Lin felt tears welling up in her eyes. Shoo! She raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence to her niece, then cautiously pressed her ear against the window to listen. Hearing no noise inside, she finally exhaled in relief. Picking up her daughter and nodding to her niece, the 3 tiptoed a safe distance away before Lin whispered, "Be a good girl, Fan. Mommy will roast us some potatoes, okay?" They had gone to her parents' home earlier that morning to beg for grain, but her sister-in-law, seeing them arrive empty-handed, had mocked and chased them out. They hadn't eaten anything all day and were starving. Though there was still some cornmeal in the house, Lin dared not risk entering while Zhang might be awake. Thinking of the potatoes stored in the cellar, she went down and fetched 2, then lit a fire to roast them. Mommy's roasted potatoes are super delicious, Auntie. 2-year-old Fan sniffed eagerly, drooling despite the potatoes not being ready yet. You just eat. Annie will eat at home later. 9-year-old Zhang Xianxiu felt a lump in her throat. Even though her own stomach growled with hunger, the little girl was still thinking of others. Touched, she gently patted Fan's head. My head hurts. Damn bastard sold me fake wine. Rubbing his throbbing head from last night's hangover, Zhang sat up in bed, cursing the old Lu who sold him the cheap liquor. Ever since his severely disabled daughter passed away, Zhang had spent all his fortune, leaving only a small storefront to survive on. He himself had given up entirely drinking fine wines when he had money, and switching to cheap baijiu when he didn't. Still alive? Then keep drinking. With nothing left to live for, Zhang thought life was just a waste of rice. If 3 gin of liquor yesterday didn't kill him, he'd just drink more. Reaching out for the bottle beside his bed, he expected to find his usual stash. But the bottle wasn't there, not even the bedside table remained. This era has thieves who steal bedside tables now? What kind of lowlife is that? Zhang thought someone must have broken in. He pulled off the blanket and prepared to get up and fetch more from the cabinet. But as he opened his blurry eyes, he realized where he was had completely changed. Nails stuck randomly out of the cracked mud walls, strands of straw sticking out like his unshaven beard. The sorghum stalk ceiling was blackened from smoke, with holes where the cold wind whistled through the cracks in the window. In the corner stood 2 clay jars, one larger, patched with metal nails. On top of its lid lay a half-wilted cabbage. In the center of the room, a plastic barrel capable of holding 10 gin was open, emitting the strong stench of cheap liquor. The only relatively new item was the portrait of a great leader hanging on the central wall, gazing solemnly into the bleak room. Looking down at the bed beneath him, his memory foam mattress was gone. In its place was a traditional earthen calm. The silk quilt had vanished, replaced by a thick blue homespun cloth quilt, its holes leaking yellow cotton fluff. Am I dreaming? Zhang stared in disbelief at the unfamiliar, surroundings familiar, yet strange at the same time. Pinching his arm hard, a sharp pain shot through him, instantly sobering his drunken mind. Had he time-traveled? Reincarnated? Turning to the old calendar on the wall, the date read, December 29th, 1980 lunar November 23rd. Chapter 2. The Rebirth of Zhang Erhe. Reunion with wife and daughter. Disregarding the frigid cold that pervaded the room like a tomb, Zhang Erhe unveiled his quilt, revealing a sculpted physique adorned with 8 defined abdominal muscles. The protruding belly, a consequence of his excessive drinking and gluttony, had vanished. The excess flesh on his face had disappeared, and even the age spots on the back of his hands were no longer visible. At this moment, Zhang Erhe truly believed he had been reborn. In a fit of ecstatic realization, he suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned his gaze towards the calendar hanging on the wall. December 29th, 1980. How wonderful. Nothing had transpired yet, and there was still time to amend his past mistakes. The date on the calendar alleviated the heavy burden on Zhang Erhe's heart. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, on December 30th, 1980, he had sent his wife and child to her family's home early that morning in search of money and food. Upon her return empty-handed, he had brutally assaulted her and driven her and their child away, threatening her that if she could not procure the needed funds, she ought not to return, lest he harm her severely. A dazed Lin Chunxing, after enduring his brutal treatment, had wandered off with their child, inadvertently taking a detour to the county town. There, she encountered human traffickers. During a violent struggle for the child, Lin Chunxing was tragically killed, her body discarded in the moat. When he finally went to claim her body, it had already begun to decompose beyond recognition. Their daughter was lost as well. By the time he found her, 5 years had elapsed. Both of her legs and one arm had been severed, and she had lost sight in one eye. When Zhang Erhe found his daughter, Fan was on the streets of Guangqing, maneuvering a small cart and begging for alms. Despite his efforts to report her disappearance and rescue her, the 5 years of inhumane torment had left her mentally shattered. She would only utter one phrase upon seeing anyone: "Please have mercy, give me some money." He had contemplated tracking down the traffickers to exact vengeance, yet during that era, the streets of Guangqing were plastered with missing person posters. In the flower beds and murky ditches, human remains occasionally surfaced in comparison to those heinous crimes. The abduction of women and children was hardly regarded as a significant case. Moreover, the absence of surveillance cameras and the passage of 5 long years made solving such cases exceedingly difficult, leading to their eventual fading into obscurity. In his desperate endeavor to earn money for his daughter's medical treatment, Zhang Erhe had toiled on construction sites, worked as a chef, set up roadside stalls, and even operated a restaurant in the city. In essence, he had dabbled in nearly every occupation that promised financial gain. Yet, due to the immense trauma his daughter had endured, her condition showed little improvement. Ultimately, when she turned 40, she succumbed to her illness after a tragic fall down the stairs, bringing her sorrowful existence to a close. With his loved ones gone, Zhang Erhe donated all the savings he had accumulated over the years to a children's foundation and subsequently sank into a life devoid of purpose, yearning for death. Now, with it being December 29th, the horrific events had yet to unfold, and there was still an opportunity to salvage everything. How could he not be overwhelmed with joy? Wait. This calendar seemed to be the one he had torn down on the night of the 29th in his previous life. Yet now, through the thin paper of the window, daylight had already broken. Clearly, the 29th had passed. No. A dreadful thought began to take root in his mind. Did fate intend for him to endure once more the anguish of losing his wife and child as a punishment for his past transgressions? Please, 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 let nothing happen. Zhang rushed out, barely having time to don his cotton coat or shoes. Without a watch or clock to guide him, he was oblivious to the hour. He recalled that the last time he had forced his wife and child out, it was nearly noon, hoping fervently that time was still on his side. The sound of the door slamming against the wall startled Lin Chunxing and the others, causing them to tremble in fear as they were preparing baked potatoes. Upon seeing Zhang bloodshot eyes and flushed face, Lin Chunxing felt a chill shoot up her spine, and an overwhelming urge to urinate surged through her. If Zhang were to shout, she might very well lose control. Dad, I am going to borrow some grain now. Please, don't be angry. The fierce demeanor of her husband terrified her. It seemed inevitable that a beating awaited her. Fong clung to her mother's leg, her little head nearly retracting into her neck. At such a tender age, she was already aware of her father's terrifying nature, having experienced his wrath more than once. Seeing his wife and child safe at home filled Zhang with overwhelming relief. The dreadful event had been averted, allowing him the chance to amend the regrets of his past life. Observing the frightened expressions of his family and younger sister Zhang Xiangxiu, he realized their anxiety and, wishing to alleviate their fear, spoke as softly as possible. There's no need to go. Do not be afraid. I promise I will not hit you again. Despite his gentle tone, Lin Chunxing trembled uncontrollably, unable to comprehend his words. When he motioned for her to come closer, she nearly fled in terror, realizing that her physical strength would never match his, especially while needing to protect her daughter. Second brother, I have matters to attend to at the old house. I must take my leave. Noticing her brother's unusual demeanor, Zhang Xiangxiu hastily concocted an excuse to escape. Although she was the youngest of the 5 siblings, Zhang had never indulged her, having bullied her in their youth. He had never held back when angered. Fine, then come over for dinner tonight. Seeing his little sister afraid of him to such an extent, Zhang could only bitterly smile inwardly, reflecting on how much he must have been despised in the past. Okay, I'll come. Dinner at second brother's house? More like a punch-up. I'm only 9. I haven't had enough of life yet. Stammering her agreement, Zhang Xiangxiu dashed away. With hesitant steps, Lin Chunxing approached Zhang at a snail's pace, eager to hand him the baked potatoes she had prepared. Here, have a potato. We didn't steal it. Dad, please eat. I'm not hungry anymore. Fong, despite her reluctance, timidly extended the potato from behind her mother's legs. Daddy, if you eat the potato, will you promise not to hit Mommy? Mom's potatoes are really delicious. Will you eat them, please? As Zhang gazed at his wife, trembling as she offered him a roasted potato, his heart ached, nearly bringing him to tears. You both enjoy it. I'm not hungry. Do not be afraid. It was all my fault in the past. I assure you, I shall never bully you two again. The cautious demeanor of Lin Chunxing and their daughter filled him with even greater remorse. He vowed to work diligently from now on, striving to provide them with a better life. Lin Chunxing could hardly believe her ears. She had prepared the roasted potatoes without her husband's consent. Yet he did not scold her. Instead, he spoke to her with gentle reassurance. Was he in a daze, or had the sun risen in the west? Dad, we couldn't borrow any grain today. Please don't be angry. I will try again tomorrow. Chapter 3. Soothing wife and daughter with cooked beans. Despite Zhang altered demeanor, Lin Chunxing remained cautious, assuring him that she would, without fail, return to her family tomorrow to procure some grain. As for the present moment, Zhang improved attitude suggested that today's punishment might be averted. Chunxing, from now on, you need not concern yourself with the provisions. I will devise a solution. He understood that dispelling his wife's doubts in the short term was an impossible task, and thus resolved to demonstrate his commitment in time. Fortunately, the most dreadful scenarios had not materialized, and things would gradually improve. Chunxing, I apologize. I was utterly reckless in the past, causing you and our daughter much suffering. Rest assured, I shall amend my ways and ensure that you both are no longer burdened by worry and fear. I understand. Lin Chunxing gazed at Zhang who sincerely offered his apologies, though she found it hard to trust his words. Nonetheless, today they had managed to evade disaster. Daddy, as long as you promise not to hit Mommy anymore, I will reconcile with you. The innocence of a child is profoundly perceptive. She could distinctly sense the change in her father. The terrifying aura that once surrounded him had dissipated, allowing her youthful spirit to flourish once more. All right. Daddy will never hurt anyone again and will strive to be a good father, treating Fan Fan to delicious food. Okay? Zhang felt a surge of joy at his daughter's swift forgiveness. He vowed to ensure her healthy and joyful upbringing, pledging to protect both mother and daughter. Yay. Mommy. Daddy promised me. He will never hit anyone again. Observing Zhang beaming agreement, little Fan Fan eagerly tugged at her mother's warm trousers in delight. Daddy. Let us make a pinky promise. She seemed anxious that her father might renege, extending her finger to seal the pact. Seeing his daughter's radiant expression brought tears to Zhang's eyes. What an innocent and lovely child she was. He reflected on the misdeeds of his past life with a heavy heart. He extended his finger to her, grinning, pinky swear, 100 years without change. Yay, yay. The bad daddy has transformed into a good daddy. Mommy, are you happy? Zhang's assurances filled Fan Fan with such exuberance that she seemed ready to float away. Chunxing. Hurry inside. It's far too cold out here. We mustn't let Fan Fan fall ill. After the ecstatic moment subsided, Zhang finally felt the chill gnawing at him. It dawned on him that he was clad only in a thin fleece, while his warm coat remained indoors. Noticing his wife and daughter with lips tinged blue from the cold, he hastily ushered them inside. Although the interior offered little warmth, it was at least free from the biting wind. Fan Fan, don't eat that potato just yet. It's gone cold. Daddy will prepare some warm cooked beans for you. Observing that the heat had long dissipated from his daughter's roasted potato, he halted her eager attempt to eat it. Eating a cold potato in such frigid weather would surely lead to illness. He draped his warm coat over himself and then insisted that his anxious wife snuggle under the covers with their daughter. The icy touch of their hands tugged at his heartstrings. Thankfully, there was a clay stove in the room. The water in the iron pot had already frozen. He stoked the fire to melt the ice and added more fuel, bringing it to a boil. When preparing cooked beans, it is essential to add a sprinkle of salt. This enhances flavor, aids digestion, and most importantly, increases the beans' thickness, making it easier to satisfy their appetites. Upon opening the salt jar, it became evident that it was entirely devoid of its contents. How could there be no salt? Alas, without salt, the taste of the porridge is utterly bland. These matters had never troubled him before. It was always Lin Chunxing who managed the household. A meal without salt is simply unacceptable, especially considering the toll it had taken on their stomachs. Observing their gaunt faces, it was clear that their digestive health had not improved. Sighing at this realization, Zhang could hardly suppress the urge to slap himself in remorse. In the past, he had been neglectful and mother and daughter had suffered greatly as a result. It had run out yesterday. Perhaps he could borrow some from Aunt Qinghua. Noticing his husband's frown at the empty salt jar, Lin Chunxing's heart raced with anxiety. Fearing he might direct his frustration towards her, she hastily threw off the covers, intending to borrow some salt from Aunt Qinghua next door. After all, she had often relied on her in the past, so what was one more time? Her husband had finally begun to show signs of improvement. And Lin Chunxing wished to sustain this for as long as possible, even if just for a few days. No need. You stay in bed. It's freezing outside. You're dressed too lightly. Don't catch a cold, Zhang insisted, gently pressing her back down and tucking the blankets around both her and their child. Such a trivial matter shouldn't trouble Aunt Qinghua. Your husband knows how to manage. He then scooped some warm water from the pot using the salt jar, swirled it around, and dipped his finger in, nodding in satisfaction. Not too shabby. There's a hint of saltiness. We'll make do with this for now. And in the afternoon, we can buy some more. Even if the jar is cleaned out, there's always a trace of salt that lingers. It will suffice for cooking the porridge. Where did we put the cornmeal? Only when the water in the pot began to boil did Zhang remember that the cornmeal had not yet been mixed. Upon opening the large jar, he was taken aback to find it empty. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and glanced awkwardly at Lin Chunxing. He had never cared about such things before. He didn't even know where his wife and child's food was kept. Indeed, he had failed miserably in his past life. Oh, it's hanging on the wall. Lin Chunxing pointed to a small cloth bag hanging in the corner. Nervously, she suggested, you rest. I'll prepare the meal. No, you both are too lightly dressed. Stay cozy under the blankets. Words are less effective than actions. Zhang had always assumed that the bag contained firewood. Suddenly struck by a thought, he paused. Previously, he had been averse to mixing the cornmeal with the flour, never allowing her to store it in the jar. With a sigh, he removed the small cloth bag from the wall. Upon opening it, he discovered there was barely 3 pounds of cornmeal left. He took out about half a pound, placed it in a gourd ladle, and added approximately a pound of water, stirring it until smooth. Just then, the water in the pot reached a boil, and he promptly poured in the prepared cornmeal mixture. He broke apart the already cooled baked potatoes and added them to the pot, bringing it to a boil over high heat. Soon, a fragrant pot of cornmeal porridge was ready. Scooping out the mixture yielded just over 2 bowls, perfectly serving mother and daughter. As Lin Chunxing held the warm bowl in her hands, she could scarcely believe it. Was this truly the same Zhang who had once been quick to anger? When had he become so considerate? This unexpected kindness left her feeling both cherished and astonished. Father, you eat. I'm not hungry. Although her husband currently wore a pleasant demeanor, she dared not take his affection for granted. With his patience waning, any sudden outburst could lead to trouble. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Lin Chunxing finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her with an insistent rumble. The embarrassment of being exposed in such a manner caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Eat, eat. This is what I prepared for you too. And there's more in the pot. Observing the faint blush that graced his wife's sallow face, Zhang felt a mix of tenderness and guilt. Chapter 4. The Mischievous Trickster Mother. The corn porridge is truly sweet and fragrant. You must try it. There's none of that bitter taste from wild vegetables. Fan, feeling utterly famished, reveled in the simple joy of her meal. In her innocent eyes, as long as her father refrained from striking her mother or herself, he was the best father in the world. She eagerly accepted the bowl, unable to contain herself as she slurped the porridge along the rim, exclaiming how delicious her father's cooking was. Her sugary compliments could lift anyone's spirits, causing Zhang to beam with delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Kiki, will you promise to make delicious meals for Fan every day? Fan nodded enthusiastically, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. Zhang marveled at how easily children find happiness. A simple dish devoid of wild vegetables could bring her such elation. Encouraged by her husband and the cravings of her own belly, Lin Chunxing could not resist taking small sips of the hot porridge. The warmth melted in her mouth, and its aroma made her eyes flutter with pleasure. Yet, she soon felt a pang of regret for the cornmeal used. It must have taken nearly half a pound to make those 2 bowls. If they had added some wild vegetables, the 2 of them could have eaten for 2 days. Father, perhaps I should cook from now on without adding wild vegetables. Just consuming pure cornmeal seems too extravagant. Sipping the unadulterated corn porridge, Lin Chunxing frowned at the thought of waste. Do not worry about the food. I will find a way. Zhang felt a mixture of joy and sorrow witnessing his wife and child savor their meal. The guilt of having neglected them in the past weighed heavily on him. I will procure some meat for you both tonight. You look too thin. He sighed, lamenting his prior recklessness. Tomorrow, I shall get some fabric and buy cotton to make you both warm clothes, as this cold weather is unbearable. This winter was far harsher than it would be decades later, when streets would be filled with factories and temperatures would be at least 10 degrees warmer. Moreover, people did not have thermal underwear back then. Most families owned only a single cotton coat, which, despite being clean, provided little warmth. In those rural areas, having an inner garment would signify a family of good standing. Only village leaders or secretaries could afford plush clothing. Lin Chunxing's cotton coat was one she had made years ago for her wedding. It had grown thin and nearly transparent over the years. Had it not been for a few summer short sleeves layered underneath, it would hardly provide any warmth. Cotton coats typically required additional filling each year, yet after the family division, the meager distribution of cotton was hardly sufficient to keep the elderly and children warm. As for the adults, the little cotton allocated during the division had long been given to Zhang for his own black cotton trousers. I must find a way to earn some money. This winter was particularly chilly, and seeing his wife and child shivering under the blankets while sipping their hot porridge broke Zhang's heart. Upon hearing her husband's intention to go out to earn money, Lin Chunxing's recently calmed heart began to race. In the past, he had engaged in petty theft and mischief. Now, was he contemplating something more serious? If this were reported, wouldn't it lead to dire consequences? In the past, rural communities held the notion that petty theft, like stealing chickens or dogs, was not considered serious crime. If a thief was caught, they would merely receive a beating at most. After all, everyone was connected in the village, and it was common to have familial ties. There was also a fear of retaliation from these minor offenders, so a lesson would suffice. However, stealing money is an entirely different matter in these times of scarcity. Every penny is hard-earned and a matter of survival. If someone loses their savings, they will undoubtedly report it to the authorities. Father, could you please refrain from seeking money? Fa Fong and I are frightened. What if they come to retaliate against us? Lin Chunxing anxiously gazed at her husband, setting down the bowl of paste she was holding. Despite the fact that previous attempts to dissuade him had led to harsh repercussions, she felt compelled to try once more, especially since he seemed in good spirits today. Perhaps he might listen this time. Whenever Zhang caused trouble, he would vanish, leaving the authorities to seek him out at home. Initially, they had divided some furniture and belongings during the separation, but within mere months, he had squandered everything, compensating those he had wronged. His parents had insisted on the separation. Evidently weary of the chaos he brought, it was clear they were concerned for their own well-being. In fact, they didn't even allocate the debts from their marriage. Fearing Zhang might stir up further trouble. Even his sister-in-law, who was quite opportunistic, had no objections at the time. Rest assured, my dear, I promise I will no longer resort to violence, theft, or reckless behavior, Zhang assured his wife, noticing her concern. I'm merely setting a few traps to see if I can catch some rabbits or wild chickens, which could bring in a little income. Ideally, I could catch some fish as well. In this cold weather, fresh fish should fetch a good price. Zhang explained, his mind wandering to the tales of Rebirth he had read, where characters found their first fortune. Unfortunately, they were too frugal in the Yellow River region, and in winter, there were hardly any wild vegetables or mushrooms to be found. In spring, summer, and autumn, there might be some, but now is not the time. Furthermore, during the summer, the city was not lacking in wild vegetables. The urban landscape had transformed over the decades into towering buildings and asphalt roads. Nowadays, the streets were lined with wild grasses and vegetables, and there were ample woods and slopes. Wouldn't people simply forage for themselves? Who would be foolish enough to spend a few coins on a pound of wild vegetables when eggs were only 8 to 12 cents each? In these times, even city dwellers were struggling to make ends meet, with little thought given to a healthy diet. Who among them would bother with vitamin supplementation? If one were to present wild vegetables claiming them to be organic and free from additives or pesticides, they would surely be met with ridicule, as if one were out of their mind. Wild vegetables are, by nature, wild. Who would go to the trouble of cultivating them? Truly. You are not going to get involved in such folly, are you? Lin Chunxing gazed incredulously at Zhang, who had promised her in earnest alongside He Shangwei. Although she had previously offered her counsel, it had always been met with wrath and violence. Now, she felt as if she were in a dream. When had her husband become so receptive to advice? Could it be that his words were true and that he would cease his reckless behavior from now on? However, with the biting cold of winter enveloping the land, the thought of him venturing into the river to catch fish filled her with dread. Wouldn't he be frozen solid? Lin Chunxing remained apprehensive, despite her husband's mistreatment of her. The prospect of him encountering misfortune in the icy waters was a far graver concern. If disaster were to befall him, what would become of her and their child? Chapter 5. Ice fishing. Not a chance. I'm not foolish enough to drill through the ice at this time. Observing his wife's worry for him, Zhang felt a surge of happiness. At least she still cared for her man, he thought with delight. Rest assured, your husband has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Just wait for your supper of meat tonight. Taking advantage of the dying embers in the earthen stove, he warmed his hands over the fire while skillfully twisting a long, thick hemp rope. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to make a few shorter, thinner ropes as well. These fine ropes were intended for rabbit snares. There was no use asking why he didn't employ iron or steel wire. Simply put, he had none. In the rural 1980s, who had access to iron wire? Aside from scissors, kitchen knives, and sewing needles, perhaps a cast iron pot and a padlock were the only metal items available. During the fervent steel production campaigns of those years, any iron tools had long been surrendered and melted down into ingots for bullets and shells. It was only in recent years, with the distribution of grain to households, that farmers began to enjoy their own food again. Prior to this, during the communal cooking days, not a single family even possessed an iron pot. At this time, if a farmer wished to purchase iron wire, it required an industrial coupon. Iron wire was considered an industrial product. Without the necessary coupon, one would be met with indifference. For families with better economic conditions, owning a few tacks and a hammer was considered a sign of wealth. This was also why carpenters of yore relied heavily on mortise and tin and joinery. It was not that they did not desire to use nails, they simply had none available. Could hemp rope catch rabbits? Wouldn't they just gnaw through it? Lin Chunxing watched her husband twist the rope with a puzzled expression. Those rabbits weren't foolish. If ensnared by hemp, wouldn't they just chew through and escape? Have no fear. A man of the mountains possesses crafty schemes. Your husband has ways to ensure those rabbits and wild chickens obediently find their way into our pot. As his wife engaged in casual conversation with him, he felt her heart slowly opening to him. What he feared most was her silence. a sign of trouble to come. Once the hemp ropes were completed, Zhang repurposed an empty plastic bucket into a rudimentary fishing device. He cut the bucket's rim and fashioned a series of notches, creating a piston-like entrance for fish, easy to enter but challenging to exit. He had learned this method from fishing streamers on Douyin. He hoped it would prove useful, otherwise, it would be a waste of the plastic bucket, which could have served well for holding water. He reached for the red tassel spear affixed on the wall. This spear was once standard fare in rural households. When children joined the youth groups, the collective would issue them a red tassel spear. As times changed, such spears ceased to be distributed. The spearheads were often repurposed as wall hooks to hang items. He sharpened the spearhead to expedite his ice-scraping efforts. Stepping outside, he grabbed a wooden stick from the fence, transforming it into a makeshift ice shovel. He then took the bamboo fishing rod he had used previously and split the tip into 6 prongs, sandwiching a piece of wood in between, thus crafting a simple yet effective fish spear. It was not that Zhang lacked the desire to fish. He simply had no flour to make bait. With that in mind, he swiftly washed the bowls used by his wife and daughter in the pot, pouring the washing water into the plastic bucket to save for baiting the fish later. Stay at home and wait patiently. Just before stepping out, he planted a gentle kiss on his wife's forehead, causing Lin Chunxing to blush deeply. Such an affectionate gesture was something she had never experienced from her husband, and she quickly buried her face under the covers in embarrassment. Daddy, Daddy, I want kisses too. Observing her mother's flushed face as she hid beneath the blankets was amusing to Fan, who clamored for affection. Mwah! The sight of his daughter being so affectionate filled Zhang's heart with joy, almost making it soar. Was this not the familial warmth he had yearned for in his past life? With a cheerful farewell to his wife and child, Zhang slung his prepared tools over his shoulder and stepped outside. The biting cold of the winter wind made him shrink his neck. Venturing out in such frigid weather was far from enjoyable. Yet, to provide for his family and atone for his past, he braved the chill and ventured forth. What is Erhe up to? It was nearly noon, and instead of tending to his wife and child, he was wandering about aimlessly. As he pushed open the fence gate, he encountered Aunt Qinghua and her husband returning with firewood. Seeing Zhang burdened with various items, they couldn't help but offer their advice. Though her own husband often chided her for being meddlesome, Aunt Qinghua's kind heart would not allow her to remain silent. Oh, Aunt, you and Uncle Wu went to gather firewood? Our supplies are running low, and I'm going out to find some food. Upon recognizing his neighbors, Zhang promptly greeted them. In such frigid weather, where could one possibly procure food? Aunt Qinghua was astonished to see Zhang so amiable this time. Typically, he would scold her mercilessly for her unsolicited advice. What had changed? Had the sun risen from the west? Doubtful, she glanced skyward. Do you need a hand? How did you gather so much firewood? Noticing the struggle of the couple hauling the heavy load, Zhang felt compelled to assist. In the past, whenever he had acted foolishly towards his wife and child, Aunt Qinghua and her husband would always come to offer their counsel, despite receiving harsh words in return. They had never held it against him. No need, no need. Surprised by this unusual cooperation, Aunt Qinghua set down her large bundle of branches and leaned against the firewood, advising him, "You can't be thinking about stealing again, can you? You are a father now. You must refrain from such unreliable actions. Otherwise, your wife and child will be embarrassed and become the subject of ridicule." Ah, I hear you. I won't wander off anymore. I will live a proper life. Rather than being annoyed by Aunt Qinghua's nagging, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His own parents had grown indifferent toward him, while his neighbors, Uncle Wu and Aunt Qinghua, consistently offered their guidance. Zhang, who had been ungrateful in his previous life, now felt nothing but appreciation. After bidding farewell to Aunt Qinghua and her husband, Zhang strode purposefully towards the Wen River, 2 miles away. He was determined to show the villagers that the reincarnated Zhang was no longer the despicable character they once knew. What has gotten into him? Has he changed or gone mad? Aunt Qinghua watched in disbelief as Zhang marched away, astonished that he had not lashed out at her this time. Huh, has he truly changed? Perhaps in his next life. A dog cannot change its nature. Wang Jianshu couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain as he spat towards the retreating figure of Zhang. Are you not a fool? He scoffed. Why does it feel so unpleasant not to be scolded? Observing his wife hurriedly rushing to the neighboring Zhang family's home while leaving firewood behind, a wave of distaste washed over him. Despite being nearly 40, the couple had yet to bear a child of their own. He was acutely aware of his wife's fondness for the young girl next door, which compelled him to endure her reprimands and offer words of persuasion time and again. Chapter 6. Fishing and foraging. As the adage goes, Dogs have their paths, and cats have theirs. The same holds true for rabbits. Wild hares tend to traverse familiar routes that they perceive as safe. With careful observation, one can uncover these subtle traces. In ancient times, the most primitive paths were those made by beasts. Generally, wherever wild animals could roam was deemed safe from danger. As humans began to tread these paths frequently, they eventually became established routes. This skill of tracing rabbit trails is known to many rural dwellers, though during the earlier decades, the lack of suitable tools allowed numerous game species to evade human grasp. In an era when people resorted to foraging for roots and tree bark out of hunger, the presence of proper tools would have left little prey untouched. Zhang, lacking a wire rabbit snare, had to adapt to his surroundings. Upon discovering a rabbit trail, he would follow it to a wooded area. Upon locating a rabbit path beneath a tree, he would set a snare made of hemp rope. He would then find a suitably flexible branch to pull down and wedge a wooden stake into the ground. Crafting 2 interlocking wooden clasps, he would secure them to the ground and the branch, linking them to the prepared hemp snare, thus creating a rudimentary spring trap. With the trap set, he would gather some snow from another location to sprinkle over the footprints, effectively masking the scent of humans. A successful trap was now in place. The fields abound with small trees, planted as part of national tasks, allowing Zhang to set up 8 or 9 traps in succession. With a stroke of luck, he would often catch a few hares. After arranging his traps, he hurried towards the Wen River, seeking to catch fish to sell. For it was a reliable source of income. The ice must be over a foot thick, making it difficult to break. Stomping on the ice beneath his feet produced a delightful, resonant sound. He removed the ice shovel strapped to his back and began to chip away. The ice was so thick that the modified shovel head felt somewhat light and small, making the task particularly laborious. The Wen River is renowned throughout Tai Province and even across the nation. It is a significant cradle of Chinese civilization and the only river in Tai Province flowing from east to west. The river spans over a mile in width and reaches depths of around 4.5 meters at its center. Choosing the right spot for ice fishing is a skill in itself. Zhang, having previously accompanied a friend from the northeast during winter to fish through the ice, understood how to select an optimal location. Ideally, the water should not exceed 3 meters in depth, as freshwater fish typically inhabit depths of 2 to 3 meters. Especially in winter, the oxygen content in deeper waters decreases due to the ice cover. Thus, the best spots for drilling holes are around 2 meters deep. However, overly shallow areas are also unsuitable, as they can become excessively cold, with the edges freezing at depths of 7 to 8 centimeters. As a connoisseur of fishing and foraging, Zhang chose an excellent location, a bend in the Wen River that formed a bay, conducive to attracting both large and small fish. Additionally, the presence of willows and shrubs on either side of the bay concealed his fishing endeavors from prying eyes. After several vigorous shovels, one must rub their hands together to warm up. The ice is excessively thick and solid, each strike sending jolts of pain through the hands. After a substantial half-hour of effort, the first hole was finally breached. Despite the bone-chilling wind sweeping across the wilderness, the opened ice hole exuded wisps of warmth. Upon opening the prepared fishing bucket, the water used for washing had solidified into icy clumps. Zhang exerted considerable effort to extract the ice clumps, subsequently smashing them in 2. One half remained in the bucket while he sought a suitably sized stone to toss in. Glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, he ventured to the field, clearing away the snow to gather a handful of wheat seedlings, which he stuffed into the bucket. He filled the fishing device with water and carefully secured it with a rope, lowering it through the ice hole. This contraption was primarily designed for catching small fish and shrimp. Fearing the possibility of snagging a larger fish and thus losing his evening meal, he believed in being prepared for any eventuality. Another half-hour passed as he drilled a second hole approximately 5 to 6 meters away from the first. He tossed the remaining half of the ice clump into this new hole and vigorously stirred the water with a makeshift spear fashioned from a fishing rod. This agitation was intended to enhance the oxygen content of the water near the ice hole, thereby attracting fish, essentially a handcrafted oxygenator. Next, he held the spear and patiently awaited, knowing that if any fish dared to surface, Zhang would ensure they would not escape. Minutes stretched into a disappointing silence as the anticipated fish failed to appear, leaving Zhang disheartened. Could it be that the frigid temperatures had driven the fish to seek the warmth of home? This led him to question whether he had chosen the wrong location. Surely, there must be fish here. Fate had granted him a second chance at life. It would be cruel for it to toy with him. He distinctly recalled catching numerous fish in this very spot during summer, and they were sizable ones at that. Could it be that all the fish had been caught during the summer? After a few more minutes with still no sign of fish, he began to ponder retrieving the fishing device from the first hole for an inspection. Just then, a fish head, larger than a fist, emerged from the water. This sight ignited a spark of excitement in the impatient Zhang, who swiftly plunged his spear downwards. With a forceful thrust and a swift flick to the side, a fish measuring over a foot in length leapt from the water. He stepped on the fish to extract the spear and weighed it in his hands. At last, success. It was a magnificent carp weighing around 3 pounds, its scales glimmering with a golden sheen. The fish's fins and tail were a deep crimson, unmistakably indicating it was a wild specimen. This catch would surely fetch a handsome price, securing his provisions of rice and flour. Grinning from ear to ear, Zhang relished the moment. He understood that the commotion of his catch likely frightened away other fish, so he anticipated a wait for the next one. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, unwilling to believe that fish could resist the allure of the oxygen-rich ice hole. It was said that fish possessed a memory span of merely 3 minutes. Whether this was truth or myth remained uncertain. Yet, in the meantime, he could retrieve the fishing device from the first hole and see what had ventured inside. It had been half an hour, and surely some small fish or shrimp had entered. The ice in the first hole had formed a nearly half-centimeter thick layer, and he gently tapped at it with the ice shovel. Gently, he hoisted the submerged bucket back to the surface. The delightful sounds emanating from within the bucket filled him with joy. It seemed he had indeed caught some fish, though the quantity remained uncertain. As he untied the rope securing the lid and tipped the contents outward, a flurry of small fish and shrimp scattered across the ground. There were over 20 small fish, predominantly the slender white bait that anglers would later find most bothersome, also known in some regions as weed-ear fish. Among the catch, there were 7 or 8 sizable shrimp, along with 2 hand-sized crucian carp. Tonight, he could prepare a nourishing crucian carp soup for his wife and children. Chapter 7. A bountiful catch. 2 crucian carp weighed over half a pound, along with a collection of small fish and shrimp. This bucket yielded nearly 2 pounds, which is considered quite commendable for winter. Primarily, the bait was rather substandard, consisting merely of leftover rice scraps. With such a harvest, Zhang felt quite content. He reset the fishing apparatus and proceeded to guard the second ice hole. Having validated the effectiveness of his past experiences, he was determined to press on. Subsequently, Zhang enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, continuously spearing fish. By the time darkness enveloped the sky, he had caught over 20 fish weighing more than 2 pounds each. The white fish alone totaled around 5 pounds, with shrimp weighing about a pound. He also managed to catch a dozen crucian carp, accumulating approximately 5 to 6 pounds. What delighted him the most was an unexpected surprise. A 2-pound turtle had somehow squeezed into his bucket, leaving him utterly astonished. Comparing the turtle to the cut-open lid of the bucket, it was evident that it had forced its way inside. Zhang speculated that it was likely drawn by the small fish trapped within, though he had lost a bucket of miscellaneous fish. Acquiring such a valuable turtle was undoubtedly a gain for him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang resolved to wrap up his day and return home. He had not eaten all day and was now feeling lightheaded from hunger. The total weight of his catch was nearly 50 pounds. He loaded the smaller fish into the bucket and strung the larger ones through their gills with a hemp rope. The substantial weight nearly toppled him, especially since he had gone without sustenance. Fishing was indeed a strenuous endeavor, but fortunately, he was still young. He pondered how arduous it would be in several decades. On his way home, he made a point to check his traps and was pleasantly surprised to find a reward, a wild rabbit weighing 5 to 6 pounds. Its neck ensnared by the hemp rope, swaying from the branch that triggered the trap. Was today truly a beginner's luck? His fortune seemed remarkably favorable. He carefully liberated the rabbit and reset the trap before hastily making his way home. By the time he laboriously dragged his heavy legs to his doorstep, the world was cloaked in darkness. A faint light emanated from the window of the neighboring Mrs. Chinhua's house, casting their shadows against the glass, flickering as the flames danced. However, his own home was shrouded in complete darkness, devoid of even the slightest glimmer. The yard was eerily silent, amplifying his anxiety. Surely, they hadn't gone out in this frigid, pitch-black night? What if something were to happen? The thought filled him with regret. Wife, Fan. Upon entering the yard, Zhang tossed the fish off his shoulder and dashed to knock on the door in a frenzy. Fear gripped him. He couldn't bear the thought of what might happen if something befell them. He wished to avoid reliving the anguish of his past life. The door, which he anticipated would swing open effortlessly, remained obstinately shut, bolted from within. This brought him some solace. The fact that the door was secured indicated that someone was home. Who is it? No one is home. Just as his younger sister, Zhang Xiangxiu, spoke up, someone covered her mouth. Xiangxiu, don't say a word. What if it's an intruder? A faint sound echoed through the room. It was the voice of his wife, Lin Chunxing. Had it not been for the profound stillness in the courtyard, Zhang Erhe might not have heard her whispered words. At that moment, his heart finally settled back into his chest. Once he regained his composure, he realized that his legs trembled like a sieve, a clear indication of his excessive fright. I'm back. Open the door, he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The scare had truly rattled him, and he silently chastised himself. Knowing full well that this very afternoon marked the anniversary of the tragic events involving her mother and sister, he had carelessly ventured out today. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. Second brother, why are you back so late? The closed door swung open, a beam of light spilling onto his face, causing Zhang Erhe to squint. He recognized that his younger sister held the only household flashlight belonging to the Zhang family. What else could I do? It's dark outside. Where else would I go? He reached out for the flashlight and first illuminated the interior. Upon seeing his wife and little niece, Fan, gazing at him with worried expressions from the bed, he finally eased the tension in his heart. What are you doing here, little girl? Why haven't you returned to the old house at this hour? Only after asking did he recall that he had indeed invited his sister for dinner earlier that afternoon. Do you think I wanted to come? It was our mother who insisted I come over, worried that second sister-in-law might be frightened. Zhang Xiangxiu rolled her eyes internally and muttered softly. She even said to come for dinner tonight. What a fib. Earlier that afternoon, she had returned home to inform their parents that her elder brother seemed somewhat different from before. Her parents had been skeptical, which prompted her to come and gauge the situation. The words of her sister-in-law and little niece left her in disbelief. She wondered if her brother had truly reformed, especially when she learned that he had even prepared porridge for his wife and them. An astonishing revelation that left her utterly dumbfounded. This was why she felt emboldened enough to jest with her brother now, in the past. A single glance from Zhang Erhe would have made her cower like a timid kitten. Who is deceiving whom? Come on, lend me a hand. I'm utterly exhausted. As he spoke, he handed the bucket filled with small fish to his sister while he proceeded to lift the large fish and the turtle he had recently discarded on the ground. What on earth? It's so heavy. It reeks. Upon receiving the bucket, Zhang Xiangxiu felt an abrupt weight that nearly toppled her over. A wave of fishy odor wafted towards her, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in distaste. After hauling the fish inside, Zhang Erhe decided to sit down for a moment's respite. He used the flashlight to ignite the kerosene lamp. Why aren't you lighting the lamp? It's pitch dark. Don't trip and fall. It's not necessary. Lighting the lamp wastes oil. At that moment, Lin Chunxing also slipped out of bed, and as she approached, she was astonished to see her husband had brought home such an abundance of fish. How did you catch so many fish? My goodness, how much could this possibly weigh? Indeed, second brother, where on earth did you get all these fish? Surely it must weigh dozens of pounds. Zhang Xiangxiu gasped, her mouth agape at the sight of her brother bringing home such a bounty. Approximately 50 pounds, I suppose. Seeing the incredulous expressions on his sister's and wife's faces, Zhang Erhe chuckled and gently tapped their heads. You two go to bed and wait. I will prepare some fish soup to warm you up. As for the fish, of course, I caught it in the river. Then I reached behind my back to reveal a wild rabbit. Proudly displaying it as if presenting a treasure, you are in for a treat tonight. Look, a wild rabbit, which I shall stew for you shortly. Oh my, sister-in-law, is it truly a wild rabbit? Zhang Xiangxiu exclaimed in astonishment as she accepted the rabbit, lifting it to inspect it with delight. This rabbit is remarkably plump. It appears to be quite delectable. At this point, she could hardly contain her salivation. Chapter 8. The arrival of mother. At this moment, everyone felt a lack of sustenance. Having indulged in meat only sparingly throughout the year, the mere sight of flesh was enough to stir their appetites. As the fire crackled to life, water was heated. And after gutting and cleaning the crucian carp, it suddenly dawned on them that they had no salt at home. A broth of crucian carp without salt would be rather unpalatable. Xiangxiu, please go to the old house and fetch some salt. We're out. Oh, must I go now? Would tomorrow be acceptable? Zhang Xiangxiu hesitated, reluctant to venture out into the pitch-black night, feeling a tinge of fear at the thought of traversing the darkened path alone. Of course not. Do you wish to eat meat and drink fish soup, or not? How can we eat without salt? Her younger sister had always been timid. And while she feared their mother's wrath, Zhang Erhe and his siblings had little to fear from their father, Zhang Dashi, who was known throughout the village for his unassuming nature. He had never quarreled with others nor raised a hand against his wife or children. However, their mother was quite the opposite, renowned as one of the most formidable women in the village. Among the women in their production team, she was one of the few who could earn equal work points as the male laborers. Zhang had faced many beatings in his youth, and even after marriage, he had continued to suffer for his reckless behavior. Among the siblings, only Zhang remained obstinate. Upon seeing their mother's threatening demeanor, he would flee in a hurry, only to return and unleash his frustrations on his wife, indulging in reckless behavior. His mother, Hu Yuyan, eventually found it futile to discipline him and chose to ignore his antics. Perhaps I should go instead. Observing her sister-in-law's dilemma, Lin Chunxing donned her cotton shoes and addressed her husband. Sister-in-law, let us go together. I shan't feel fear with your company. If you're going, I'll join you for companionship. Zhang Xiangxia readily agreed, feeling reassured. Very well, in this darkness, it is indeed better to have company. With that, she handed over the flashlight and, after a moment's thought, tied together 2 crucian carp weighing about 3 pounds each, handing them to Lin Chunxing. Perfect. Let us take 2 fish to our parents. They too deserve a taste of something delightful. Can our mother accept this? Lin Chunxing hesitated upon receiving the fish, recalling Zhang Erhe's past misdeeds and wondering if she might think the fish were stolen. Fear not. Just tell them the truth. After all, you witnessed me catch them in the river myself. He recognized how much disappointment he had caused his family, but he was determined to change their perceptions by living a better life henceforth. By the way, if your third brother is awake, invite him to join us for the meat. Later, we shall roast some rabbits for you. Mother, I wish to go to Grandma's house too. Hearing her mother and aunt preparing to visit the old home, little Fan insisted on joining them. Do not go. There's an old cat outside that captures children. Be good. Zhang quickly frightened her with tales of the red-eyed cat that preyed on children. Be good. Mother will return shortly. Stay here and play with your father. Lin Chunxing coaxed Fan, ensuring she remained indoors. Little Fan was already frail, and a gust of wind could easily lead to a cold, which would be troublesome. With that, she pulled her sister-in-law out the door and promptly shut it behind them. Be good, Fan. Look forward to the fish I'll prepare for you. The meat will be delicious. She urged her daughter to snuggle back under the covers to stay warm. Zhang skewered several crucian carp with a wooden stick. While the fire blazed vigorously, it was essential to grill the fish first, without any oil. Roasting them briefly before stewing would yield a milky white broth and eliminate the fishy odor. Once the crucian carp turned a golden brown and emitted an enticing aroma, he added water and let it simmer over high heat. Lacking green onions, he opted for a piece of ginger instead, perfect for warding off the winter chill. Fan, how about I grill some shrimp for you? The fragrant scent of the fish tempted little Fan, who stared wide-eyed. Using 2 twigs, he skewered the shrimp and held them over the fire for half a minute until the shells began to exude a savory crispness. When the shrimp turned a bright red, he peeled off the shells and handed them to the drooling little Fan. Wow, it smells amazing. So delicious. With a bite, her eyes lit up, her mouth bursting with the succulent taste of shrimp, and she joyfully exclaimed how impressive her father was. Daddy should eat too. Children are keenly aware of who treats them well, and today her father was evidently different from before. She cherished this version of him. As she offered another grilled shrimp to Zhang he chuckled. Go ahead, Fan. Daddy isn't hungry yet. I'll eat later. Gazing at his daughter's sweet smile, Zhang felt a profound sense of contentment fill his heart. Memories of his daughter's hands, feet, and eyes being maimed in a past life flooded back, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Zhang vowed to protect his daughter in this life, ensuring she would never suffer again. This was his debt to his wife and child. In the midst of their conversation, he had already prepared the wild rabbit. Rabbits are surprisingly easy to handle. He secured the upper jaw and separated the skin and flesh at the 3-part mouth. Then, he pulled the rabbit's skin down and used a knife to slice along the already separated areas. Having once worked as a chef and even run a game restaurant, Zhang was quite adept at processing wild game. In less than 3 minutes, he had completed the task, saving the kidneys and heart for roasting, while discarding the other entrails for bait the next day. Just as he sought some sticks to prop up the rabbit, the door was suddenly flung open from the outside. Zhang, you rascal. Where did you steal the fish this time? Are you courting death? Don't you fear getting shot? With a thunderous bang, his mother, Hu Yuyan, made her grand entrance. Even before stepping inside, a barrage of scolding reached Zhang's ears. Following that, the 2 fish he had sent to his parents were hurled back at him. The carp, frozen solid, thudded against the ground with a resounding noise, nearly striking Zhang Erhe's foot and startling him. His younger sister and Lin Chunxing kept their heads down, too frightened to speak, quietly retreating to the corner of the room, their submissive demeanor unmistakable. His father, Zhang Dashu, crossed his arms and peered at the large pile of fish on the floor. Paling in fright, he stammered incoherently, "So many fish. This could lead to great things. What do we do now? What do we do? Get in here. Close the door. What is the point of shouting outside? Don't you want everyone to know? Aren't you embarrassed enough?" Upon witnessing her husband's timid and spineless demeanor, Hu Yulian felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. She seized Zhang Dash's ear and forcefully pulled him into the house. "Look at you, acting this way. Letting the children mock us." Once inside, Zhang Dash caught sight of the two boys stifling their laughter and shot them a fierce glare. With a wince, he managed to extricate his ear from his wife's grasp. "Laugh? What a ridiculous thing to laugh about." He scowled at his younger son, rubbing his ear, now flushed from her grip, in discontent. Chapter 9. Who consumes this wretched thing? Where did you steal the fish? Perhaps from the county fish farm? Hu Yulian whispered furiously. "How dare you steal public property? You possess quite the audacity. Are you courting death?" In her mind, during this frigid winter, the only place that could possibly harbor such a bounty of fish was the county fish farm. Erhe had indeed landed himself in grave trouble. In rural areas, if someone lost a chicken or a dog, the worst that would happen is some mild scolding in the streets. Such trivial matters would hardly warrant a police report, as the authorities would not entertain such complaints. The 1980s marked the nascent phase of societal transformation, characterized by rampant disorder and frequent serious crimes. The police, preoccupied with significant cases, had little time for petty grievances. This gave rise to the adage, stealing chickens and dogs does not make one a thief, for if one were to report it, no one would have the time or inclination to address it. However, the fish farm was a state-run establishment, and any loss of fish would undoubtedly be reported to the authorities. If their son were caught, the consequences could be dire. They wondered if the theft had been discovered. Perhaps he should return the fish under cover of night. Indeed, yes, returning them would be best. Zhang Dashi hunched his back, his face a mask of panic as he echoed this sentiment. "Oh, I must have exhausted my 8 lifetimes of good fortune to end up with such a troublesome brood." Observing his parents' indignation and fear, Zhang found himself in a quandary. His mother and father were convinced that the fish had been stolen, so he hastened to clarify, "Mother, father, I truly caught these fish myself in the river. I did not steal them." Seeing the skepticism etched on their faces, he quickly displayed the fishing tools he had crafted. "Is it really so easy to catch fish in the river?" Hu Yulian questioned, kicking at the fish spear on the ground. In summer, she could believe that might catch a few fish, but the pile before her weighed several dozen pounds. Could her son truly possess such skill? It was utterly unbelievable. Moreover, the ice in the river must be several inches thick. "Wouldn't you freeze to death in this bitter cold?" "Oh, my dear mother, I did not steal them. I genuinely caught them in the river." As his mother remained unconvinced, Zhang suddenly had a brilliant idea. He hastily presented the rabbit he had caught. "Mother, look, I also caught a wild rabbit. Surely no one raises rabbits, right? Is that a rabbit? Or did you steal someone else's dog?" Hu Yulian scrutinized the rabbit in her son's hands. It was robust and plump, and at first glance, it did resemble a skinned dog. "Mother, can you not distinguish between a rabbit's teeth and a dog's? What dog has such large, prominent incisors?" Zhang rolled his eyes internally at his mother's misunderstanding. "Your son may have had his share of misdeeds, but he has never stolen anything from anyone." This statement held a kernel of truth, despite his vices of drinking, gambling, and mistreating his wife. He had never pilfered from others. Of course, he had benefited from the misdeeds of his former companions who had stolen chickens and dogs. Yet, he himself had never engaged in theft. As people observed him consorting with those who pilfered, rumors inevitably spread, leading them to believe he too indulged in such antics. "Enough of your nonsense. You did not steal. Where has our diligent hen gone? It seems she has flown straight into the pot at the home of the bald man." According to he has never stolen a chicken, which left Hu Yulian seething with indignation, her eyes rolling like wheels. That hen was so industrious, laying an egg every day, and now, unexpectedly, it had been pilfered by Erhe for a stew. Well, how could one call it theft when it is one's own chicken? I see it as merely a rightful acquisition. Caught red-handed by his mother, Zhang felt awkward. Seeing the impending wrath of his mother, he hastily showcased the rabbit skins hanging on the wall and explained how he had set traps, drilled holes in the ice, and utilized a fish spear for his catch. He recounted the workings of the fishing device made from a barrel, elucidating each detail to his parents and siblings. Is it truly so easy to catch fish? After a thorough explanation, he finally eased his mother's worries. She had indeed been quite troubled regarding her son. Others might struggle. But my son? It was merely a matter of skill. Zhang boasted with a tinge of pride. Nonsense. What use is catching so many of these? They consume salt and oil, and the smell is unbearable. Although she realized he had indeed caught the fish himself, she still did not grant him a pleasant demeanor. With that time, you might as well gather firewood on the mountain, she asserted. In Hu Yulian's view, cooking fish was quite bothersome, requiring a significant amount of oil and salt to mask the fishy odor. What utility did it really provide? Sell them. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. And isn't there a market at the stone bridge? I'll sell them for some cash. Sell? I dare not engage in such speculative dealings. Hu Yulian was taken aback upon hearing her son's intention to sell the fish at the market. Have you forgotten about Su Laosan in our village? A few years ago, he was imprisoned for selling rat poison and spent over a month in a labor camp. With so many fish, if caught, he might face a lifetime behind bars. Zhang Dashi was equally alarmed by his son's words. As a man who felt guilty selling just 2 eggs, he was genuinely frightened by Erhe's declaration. Lin Chunxing and Zhang Xiangxia were also disconcerted, nervously clutching their garments. The mention of being sent to a labor camp made them weep in fear. Seeing his wife's tears flowing freely, Zhang felt a pang of sorrow. He quickly took down a towel hanging on the wall to wipe her tears. His reckless son had actually shown concern for his wife, which brought Hu Yulian great comfort. It seemed her son had genuinely matured. Initially skeptical of her daughter-in-law's claims that Erhe had changed, she now pondered if a dog could truly change its habit of eating excrement. Ever since marrying, he had been prone to violence and scolding, and she had thought this would be his nature forever. Who would have imagined that the sun would rise in the west? Just a day had passed, and the old sow had climbed a tree. Dear parents, what era is this? The notion of speculation is long obsolete. In the southern coastal cities like Haicheng and Guangqing, business has already been liberalized, and the government encourages it. Although Taisheng belongs to the northern coastal provinces, by the time the winds of reform reached here, they had been largely obstructed by Mount Tai, particularly in Yancheng, where Zhang resides, known as one of the most impoverished counties in the nation. News often arrives much later than from other places. Even decades later, Yancheng remains relatively underdeveloped. The label of a poverty-stricken county lingered until the year 2020. However, being a poverty-stricken county does have its advantages, as there are substantial allocations for poverty alleviation funds each year. Zhang recalls that in a previous life, when Yancheng finally earned the designation of a poverty-stricken county, the entire community rejoiced, celebrating with fireworks in front of the county government for 3 consecutive days and nights. Chapter 10. The issue of the turtles belonging. The state is once again encouraging speculation and opportunism. A transformation has occurred. The elderly couple exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at how swiftly circumstances had changed. Is this true? You cannot be deceiving us, can you? Why would I deceive you? Our village has already proclaimed that come spring next year, the land will be distributed among the households. With the land divided, what is stopping us from engaging in small trades to make a living? Observing the disbelief etched on the faces of his parents, he continued to explain, not long ago, when I ventured into the city, I noticed numerous individuals conducting small businesses by the roadside, seemingly unregulated. If I sell fish, why should that be any different? Moreover, this large market was once prohibited, yet now, people are selling goods freely. Around the year 1980, the policies were still ambiguous. The higher authorities neither explicitly forbade nor permitted business activities. The stance towards small vendors was decidedly vague, for the spontaneously formed markets among farmers. The response was one of tacit approval, neither encouraged nor abolished. All were waiting for clearer directives from above. As long as one refrains from ostentatiously setting up a stall in front of government offices, everyone turns a blind eye, pretending not to see. Indeed, Hu Yulian pondered and acknowledged that it was only this year that the markets were left unregulated. Even the brigade managing the market collected a nominal fee. Just a few years prior, such a situation would have been utterly unimaginable. However, caution is warranted. How much can one earn from selling fish? It is not worth the risk of incarceration for a meager sum. Hu Yulian, now convinced by her son's words, recognized that the policies might truly have shifted. Furthermore, who would purchase such an item? It is pungent and requires oil and salt. If fish are abundant in the river, would one not catch them themselves rather than buy from you? Although she had accepted that engaging in small trades was no longer illegal, She still scoffed at the idea of her younger son selling fish. People are not foolish. If they desire fish, they would catch them themselves. If selling fish were profitable, they wouldn't bother fishing to sell. Such fanciful notions. Tomorrow, I shall demonstrate for you. There are indeed plenty of fish in the river, but they may not necessarily know how to catch them. Zhang felt quite pleased with himself. The method of ice fishing was not something others would readily know. It was now 1980, and information spread far less rapidly and widely than in later years. In this era, a skill for subsistence was often a closely guarded secret, with all trades capable of sustaining a family kept under wraps, even from one's own daughters. For instance, masons, tile setters, chefs, and carpenters passed their knowledge solely to sons, daughters-in-law, but not to sons-in-law. Zhang's ice fishing skill belonged to this category of clandestine livelihood. Thus far, he had never witnessed anyone else practice it. Upon learning that engaging in business was no longer a crime, Zhang Dashi felt relieved and began to examine the fish laid out before him. His curiosity was piqued by the fishing device. What could it possibly contain? It appeared quite peculiar. Don't. Zhang quickly intervened, noticing his father reaching out to touch it. Yet, before he could finish his warning, his father abruptly tossed the fishing device to the ground. With a face full of astonishment, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Why is there a large turtle inside? You nearly gave me a fright. You wretched creature, why did you not inform me that there was a turtle inside? It nearly bit me." Observing the startled expression on my father's face, Zhang chuckled heartily, saying, "Who could have known your reflexes were so swift? I simply hadn't the time to warn you." Upon discovering that this turtle weighed over 2 jin, Zhang Dashi exclaimed with delight, "This is a fine treasure. Quickly, find a rope to tie it up. I shall take it to your mother to nourish her." Peering through the gap in the lid of the bucket, he added with a smile, "Your mother has been complaining of ill health these past few days. This is fortuitous indeed. I was contemplating fetching some meat, but with this large turtle, we shall save on that expense. Goodness, it's quite substantial. I assent it. What a stroke of luck. Nourish her with it. If it ends up in your mother's mouth, I shall write mother backwards." Hu Yulian scoffed at her husband's words. By that time, it'll likely end up in the mouths of the third child. Humph, as if I didn't know her. Zhang's grandparents lived with his third uncle, and whatever fine food and drink his father and uncles provided for the elderly invariably found its way into the greedy mouths of his third aunt and uncle. Their insatiable appetites were notorious in Gizi village, rivaling the infamous reputation of Zhang himself. In families with many sons, the elderly often resided with the youngest. This was the case for his grandparents, and for his family as well. When the family was divided, his eldest brother was separated from them. His parents, along with his little sister and the third child, Zhang Xiahe, began to dwell together. Even though the third child was merely 13, his parents had already begun saving for his future bride. However, this was customary in rural households, and Zhang had no objections. As the saying goes, the royal family cherishes the eldest son, while commoners dote on the youngest. The youngest son and eldest grandson are the lifeblood of the family. Although the grandmother had not yet laid eyes on her eldest grandson, she adored her third son to the core. If Zhang Dashi were to bring the turtle over, the grandparents would surely hesitate to eat it, and it would undoubtedly end up in the mouths of his third uncle and aunt. Put that down. If you wish to eat, let the third child catch it himself. I have yet to taste it. Why should the third family benefit from it? How preposterous. She snatched the wine barrel from her husband's hands and pressed it into Zhang's grasp, cheerfully declaring, "Let us slaughter it tomorrow to nourish your younger brother. He needs it for his schooling. It is better to benefit one's own family than outsiders. Oh, by the way, make sure to save half for Chunxing and Fan as well. Look at how thin Chunxing and the child have become. Mother, no need to save any. Let us cook it all for Fan's third uncle. Xiahe is also quite thin." Lin Chunxing felt grateful that her mother-in-law thought of her. In the years since her marriage, aside from Zhang her in-laws and siblings-in-law had treated her well. Even after giving birth to Fan, they had never shown disdain for her daughter. They had always cared for her, and had it not been for the impending land redistribution and Zhang's constant troubles, they would not have insisted on separating them to live independently. I tell you, second, from now on, you must never strike Chunxing or the children again, or I shall not forgive you. Do you understand? Regarding the second daughter-in-law, Hu Yulian, there is considerable satisfaction. She possesses a keen understanding of propriety and demonstrates filial piety towards her in-laws. Furthermore, her physical attributes, ample bosom, slender waist, and rounded hips, suggest she is well suited for childbearing. Had it not been for her parents' eagerness to marry off their daughter to secure a bride price and the unfavorable reputation of their second son in the vicinity, such a commendable daughter-in-law would likely have eluded their family. It is indeed disheartening that their second son was previously oblivious to the needs of his wife and children. However, it now appears that he has undergone a transformation, and the family of the second son may finally have a glimmer of hope for the future. Chapter 11. Braised Fish and Roasted Rabbit. The turtle captured was still warm when my mother had already devised a distribution plan. However, Zhang wholeheartedly agreed with his mother's decision. In his past life, he had been young and reckless, often causing his parents distress, although he later acquired some wealth. Most of his energy was devoted to accompanying his daughter. By the time he achieved moderate success in his career, he was already in his 40s. His parents had long passed away, having suffered from the burdens of early labor, particularly after the tragic demise of Lin Chunxing. He felt a deep sense of guilt, as they had never enjoyed the benefits of his achievements and had only worried for him. In this life, he was determined to rectify the regrets of his previous existence. While he may not be able to provide immense fortune for his wife and children, he would strive to ensure they lived joyfully, free from regrets. All right, I shall heed my mother's wishes. Whatever she decides, I shall follow. After all, it is merely a turtle, though it is not cheap at present. Its worth is insignificant compared to the joy it brings my mother. It is indeed my son who understands his mother's heart. He must cherish life and ensure that Chunxing is not disappointed again, for otherwise, my mother would be disheartened. The second son had indeed changed. He not only cared for his wife and children, but had also developed a strong sense of filial piety, much to Hu Yulian's delight. Father, my grandparents have poor teeth. Giving them a turtle may not be of much use. Quickly, comfort them, Zhang Erhe's son urged, noticing his father's dejected demeanor. Tomorrow, bring them a fish. Its tender meat will be a delightful treat. Excellent. The second son truly understands his father's struggles. Your grandparents' love for you in your childhood was not in vain. Zhang Deshishi felt a warmth in his heart as his son considered his well-being. It was not that he felt obligated to provide for his parents, but rather that he wished for the entire family to enjoy a meal together. If his parents were left empty-handed, it would surely sadden them. At that moment, the carp soup was ready, with golden brown fish pieces and a creamy white broth wafting an irresistible aroma that left everyone salivating. Father, we only have 2 sets of chopsticks at home. It is insufficient. Moreover, where is the third son? Doesn't he wish to eat meat? Zhang suddenly realized that his youngest son, Zhang Xiahe, was absent. The third son is at home doing his homework. Father, please call him over. There is fish and meat. It would be a pity if our precious youngest son missed out on this feast. He hurriedly urged his husband to fetch their son. Then added, and do not forget to bring an extra pair of chopsticks. Also, bring the sweet potatoes I steamed this afternoon. When they divided the household, not much grain had been allocated to them, fearing he might squander the resources. Regardless, even if there was little to eat, she would ensure her daughter and granddaughter had enough, so they would not starve. She instructed her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to wait on the bed while she tended to the rabbit roasting over the fire. In truth, many were unaware that if wild game was not handled properly, the dish was quite unpalatable. Most wild hares and boars required an ample addition of oil, salt, and spices to mask their inherent gamey flavor. Without sufficient seasoning, these wild meats were nearly impossible to swallow. This is precisely why, in the past, rural folk often remarked that fishing and shrimping would starve the family. Oil and salt were precious commodities that families could scarcely afford to use liberally. They endured with what little they had, saving their resources for their sons' weddings and houses. If a young man continued to catch fish or hunt rabbits after reaching adulthood, it was deemed a sign of irresponsibility. After marriage, such a man was unlikely to lead a prosperous life. No respectable household would dare push their daughter into such a predicament. Zhang was a perfect example. He never bothered to work in the production team, spending his time fishing or hunting instead, which contributed to his reputation as any ne'er-do-well. To prepare a rabbit, one would rub it with salt and roast it slowly over a low flame until it turned golden brown, then sprinkle it with Sichuan pepper. Although it was not an authentic dish, this method yielded a passable version of spicy grilled rabbit. Unfortunately, Zhang lacked the necessary ingredients. Otherwise, he could have created several delightful flavors with the wild hare. At this moment, his father brought in the third son, who was immediately met with the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit. The younger brother, Zhang Ziyak, was drooling with anticipation. Second brother, did you make this? It smells amazing. In their family, the youngest held a profound admiration for his older sibling. In the innocent eyes of a child, the ability to catch rabbits and fish signified great skill. Receiving a sweet potato steamed bun from his father, he broke it open and warmed it by the pot simmering with crucian carp soup. Thus, another dish, a crispy pancake made with crucian carp, was completed. He tore off a hind leg of rabbit for his parents, giving each of them one, while the two front legs were shared with his younger sister and brother. The delight on their faces was evident. "Thank you, second brother," exclaimed his sister, Zhang, as she eagerly accepted her piece of rabbit leg, licking it with her tiny tongue, her eyes narrowing in delight as she giggled, reluctant to devour it in haste. She savored each bite, wishing to prolong the exquisite flavor in her mouth for as long as possible. In the rural areas of the 1970s and 1980s, a pronounced preference for male children was prevalent. Any delectable food or drink was reserved for the boys, leaving the girls merely to catch a whiff of the aroma. Although their parents were somewhat progressive for their village, when it came to simple treats like boiled eggs, it was the third son who always received them, while the daughter had never even tasted an eggshell. After tearing off two choice pieces of meat from the rabbit, he placed them into his wife's bowl and handed the carcass to his younger brother, saying, "Here, you've got good teeth. Gnaw on the rabbit carcass." "Huh, that sounds wonderful. I love the meat on the bones. It's so delicious. But what about you, brother?" The younger brother, Zhang, was quite satisfied with the portion given to him. As the others in the family were often deprived of good food, he had never felt shortchanged. Whether before or after the family split, any delicacies were always prioritized for him. Sometimes he wished to share with his sister, but their parents would consistently intervene, insisting that daughters were meant for other families, and that allowing them to eat fine food would be wasteful. Seeing that her youngest son had little meat left on his rabbit carcass, Hu Yulian felt a twinge of sympathy. She turned to offer him her hind leg, only to be stopped by her second son. "Mother, you should indulge yourself. You and father have endured much hardship over the years. Whenever there is something delicious or delightful, your thoughts are always with the old and the young. From now on, prioritize your own well-being. In the past, I was thoughtless, but that will change. Once I earn money, I will ensure you enjoy a life of comfort. Indeed, as I grow, I will also buy delectable treats for grandfather and grandmother." Little Fan. With an innocent tone, added, "I will also buy for mommy and daddy." Chapter 12, Destination Town. Haha. All right then. Grandma will do her best to stay alive and wait for my dear granddaughter to buy me meat. Hu Yulian grinned from ear to ear upon hearing her son and granddaughter's words. It seemed her second son had truly changed. Not only did he know how to cherish his wife, but he also cared for his parents now. After pouring her heart into this family, it appeared she had finally weathered the storm. "Husband, you haven't had any. Here, take mine." Lin Chunxing, noticing her man had given all the meat to them while he ate cornbread with just a bowl of fish soup, anxiously tried to pass him some from her own bowl. No, you eat it." Zhang quickly refused. In his past life, what delicacies hadn't he tasted? How could he compete with his wife and child for food? "I'm tired of these things, you go ahead. I prefer the fish soup," he said, taking big bites of cornbread between sips of soup. Though Zhang had been extravagantly wealthy in his previous life, he had still possessed a modest fortune. While he couldn't claim to be weary of rare delicacies, he had certainly indulged in rich feasts. This time around, his sole focus was making amends to his wife and child. What he ate mattered little to him. Watching them enjoy their meal brought him more joy than feasting on the finest delicacies himself. Second brother, how did you catch those fish and rabbits? Teach me. Tomorrow I'll go with you. This is way more fun than school." The rabbit skeleton had been gnawed clean by the third brother, so spotless even a dog would shake its head, and flies would slip trying to land on it. "If you dare follow your second brother out to fool around, I'll break your legs. Your mother's counting on you to get into university." Hu Yulian flushed with anger upon hearing her youngest son's desire to tag along for fishing and hunting. "Mom, tomorrow is Sunday, no school. I just want to go have fun." The third brother pouted, aggrieved by his mother's refusal. At 16, he was still very much a child at heart. "If you're not in school, you stay home and do homework. Step 1 foot outside to mess around, and I'll break your legs. What is so fun about fishing and hunting?" Her eldest son took after his father, so timid he wouldn't utter a word even if beaten with a stick. His wife, domineering and unreasonable, had him firmly under her thumb. Hu Yulian had long given up on pinning hopes on him. Her second son hadn't done poorly in school either, barely making it into high school. But his grades were mediocre, and his chances of university slim. So back then, hearing of an affordable bride, she quickly pulled him out to marry Chunxing. Now, all her hopes rested on the youngest. Hu Yulian dreamed of being the mother of a university student, How could she let him waste time fooling around with his second brother? Listen to mom, third brother. Stay home and study hard. Aren't you taking your high school entrance exams next year? Focus on reviewing so you pass in one go. Zhang chimed in, supporting his mother's stance. In the countryside, education was practically the only path upward. Much of his past abuse toward his wife stemmed from resentment. His mother had sacrificed his chance at university to marry him off. In his past life, the third brother had tested into Peking University. He couldn't let his rebirth ruin that by luring him away with fishing and hunting. That would be an unforgivable sin. The meal left the family pleasantly satisfied, filling their bellies in a way they had never experienced before. It had been years since they had enjoyed such a feast. After the departure of their parents and siblings, Zhang Erhe's family nestled into their warm bedding. Little Fan, stroking her round belly, exclaimed, "Mommy and Daddy." Today Fan is so happy. The meat is delicious. Will Daddy make meat for Fan again? Absolutely. From now on, Daddy will prepare meat for Fan every day. Turning her into a little meatball, haha. As Lin Chunxing watched the father and daughter playfully frolicking under the covers, she felt a sense of unreality. Just that morning, they had exchanged harsh words, yet after a brief nap, her husband seemed transformed. Not only was he more considerate, but he also knew how to bring joy to their daughter. In that moment, Lin Chunxing caught a whiff of happiness. She hoped it was not a dream. If it were, she wished never to awaken. The next day, before dawn broke, Zhang rose early. He stoked the fire to heat the leftover fish soup from the previous night and placed a few sweet potato buns over the flames to warm them. Dad, why are you up so early? Lin Chunxing, who had slept soundly the night before without dreaming, was startled awake by the crackling of the fire. Upon seeing Erhe cooking, she quickly remembered to offer her assistance. Stay in bed. It's quite cold. I'll take the fish to sell. Zhang gently urged his wife to remain under the covers. Wait until Fan wakes up, then you can get up. I've warmed the soup and buns. We can eat when you're ready. The market isn't open yet, is it? There's no need to leave so early. This fish won't sell at the market. I have to go to the county town. He hastily devoured 2 buns and stuffed another into his pocket before securing the large fish in a sack, which he then tied to his back. Tightening the rope around his waist to ensure the sack stayed firm and didn't sway, he saved his strength. After fastening the bucket of assorted fish to his waist, he glanced at Lin Chunxing, who appeared a bit sleepy as she just awoke. He felt a stir in his heart and leaned down to gently kiss her forehead, saying, "You don't need to wake up so early. There's nothing pressing. Sleep a little longer. It's quite cold outside." "Ah, you." Lin Chunxing was taken aback by her husband's affectionate gesture, then shyly tucked her head under the covers. Though they had been married for some time, such intimacy had never before occurred. It momentarily made her forget what she wanted to say. After a pause, she murmured from beneath the covers, "We don't have much firewood left. I thought I might gather some from the mountain." "Don't go. Your clothing is too thin. And the wind is strong up there. I'll go after I return from the county." As he prepared to leave, he added with concern, "Just keep an eye on Fan at home. Don't let her wander off." Zhang earnest words reassured Lin Chunxing that she was not dreaming. He had indeed changed. He had transformed into the man she had once envisioned for her future. The snow from a few days prior had yet to melt. Crunching underfoot with each step, Zhang took toward the county, braving the cold wind. As he passed by the market at Gaojiadian, he peeked in, noting that the sky was still dark and not a single vendor had yet arrived. Nevertheless, even if there were people at the market, he would not go. His ambition was to travel to the county town to sell fish, a plan he had conceived while still fishing. Firstly, the current farmers hardly consume fish. Indeed, most people have lost the art of cooking it. The local method of preparing fish involves merely salting and frying it in oil. Who among the villagers would be willing to squander their already scarce oil on frying fish? At this juncture, everyone simply boils their vegetables with a pinch of salt. And just before serving, they dip the tips of their chopsticks into the oil can, swirl it briefly in the dish, allowing a few oil droplets to float atop the vegetables. Chapter 13. Selling Fish, Part 1. The meager annual oil ration from the production brigade had to last an entire year. No villager could afford the extravagance of deep-frying fish. His target customers were the industrial workers from the county's garment and food processing factories. As the saying goes, those living near mountains live off mountains. Those near seas live off seas. Garment factory workers received work uniforms annually, and obtaining fabric scraps was easy enough that their families hardly needed to spend on clothing. The money saved could then be lavished on food. Common folks sought nothing more than basic sustenance. Clothing needs being met, their desires naturally turned to better eating. Spending half a pound of pork's worth to buy a pound of fish was certainly within their means. The situation was similar at the food processing plant. While their basic sustenance was assured, they'd willingly spend a bit more for better meals. Yang County's town center lay over 20 li from Guizi village, carrying dozens of pounds of fish through snowy paths made for slow going. By the time Zhang reached the county town, over 2 hours had passed. Winter dawns came late, and full daylight didn't arrive until nearly 8 o'clock. Zhang headed first to the county garment factory, where several scattered stalls were already setting up outside the gates. This sight reassured him. He wouldn't be sticking out as the first to break norms. If others could set up stalls, so could he. The existing stalls mostly sold breakfast items, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, noodles, and oil pancakes. The offerings were quite conventional, with no specialty foods in sight. Finding a conspicuous spot, Zhang opened his sack to reveal the fish inside. Spreading out a worn burlap cloth, he arranged several fish attractively. As garment workers began arriving for their shifts, Zhang started loudly hawking his wares. Don't miss out, passers-by. Fresh carp, grass carp, and assorted small fish, going cheap, only selling for 1 hour. These fine fish will please young and old alike. Men gain strength, ladies gain charm. Elders sharpen their minds, children improve their studies. Come see. Come buy. Today's New Year's Day, stew a fish for your family's delight. Limited quantity, delicious yet affordable. While small-scale private trade was tolerated at this time, nobody dared promote their goods so boldly. Zhang's loud cries startled passers-by, but his amusing pitch made them stop, with time before their shifts anyway. They gathered around for the novelty. Seeing the crowd forming, Zhang turned up his salesmanship. Brothers and sisters, buy a fish today. Children become obedient. Elders strengthen their bones. Men fortify their backs. Young ladies might land a wealthy husband. Hurry now. Limited stock at bargain prices. No risk of buyer's remorse here. The crowd particularly enjoyed the bit about finding a wealthy husband, laughing heartily at his pitch. Some remarked, look at this country bumpkin, rough around the edges, but silver-tongued. 2 young women in factory uniforms blushed at Zhang's spiel. The bob-haired girl teased her pig-tailed companion. Shaoli, isn't your mother arranging a match for you these days? Go buy some fish, who knows, you might just reel in a golden catch. Tiki. Oh hush, why don't you go buy some yourself? If there's a golden bachelor, you should try fishing for one too. The braided girl, flushed from her companion's teasing, retorted with equal vigor. Stop your nonsense. I've been married for a year now, too late for golden bachelors. Haha. But after a moment's thought, she didn't take the jest to heart and declared loudly, fine. I'll buy some. Just the thing to nourish my man's back, haha. Hey, fishmonger. How much for your fish? Oh, elder sister, you truly dote on your husband. If he knew you were buying fish for him, he'd be overjoyed. Spotting a potential customer and hearing she was buying for her man. The vendor wasted no time in laying on the flattery, never a bad tactic. My, you've got a sweet tongue, fishmonger. Well then, how much per catty? If it's cheap, I'll buy more. Sister, all fish, no matter the kind, just 70 cents per catty, affordable, delicious, and worth every penny. 70 cents? That's a bit steep. The bob-haired woman hesitated. These days, pork was only 1.20 per catty, and lean cuts even cheaper at 1.10. Zhang quickly stoked the fire. Sister, 70 cents is a steal. Check the aquatic company, they charge a full yuan. And here, no coupons needed. A fish on the table during the holidays. Tasty and impressive. The bob-haired woman's husband worked at the local police station, and their deputy chief was visiting tomorrow. A fish on the table would indeed make a fine impression. All right then, give me one. But listen, if it's not fresh, I'll be back for you tomorrow. Of course, sister. Rest assured, these were caught just this morning, fresh as can be. Look, the blood streaks in the ice are still red. That carp there. She pointed to one weighing about 3 catties. With guests tomorrow, a small fish wouldn't do. No one wanted to seem stingy. Right away, he threaded a hemp rope through the gills, hooked it on the scale, and held it high. Sister, 3.5 catties, weighed generously. No cheating. That's 2.45 yuan, but just give me 2.40. The scale had been a gift from his father. Lucky he had it, or selling would be been tough. Fine. You've got a knack for business. If it's good, I'll buy from you again. Absolutely, sister. Here, take 2 small fry as well. Mash them up. Stir fry with chili, spicy and savory. You'll crave more. As a final touch, Zhang tossed in 2 finger-length minnows, tucking them right into the carp's mouth. Well, you're quite the businessman. Thank you, sister. Everyone loves a little extra. No harm in taking freebies when offered. In business, the hardest part is the first sale. Once someone buys, others follow. That's why swindlers hire decoys. Young man, I'll take one too. Coming right up. Brother. Look at these fish weighing 3 Jin and 2 Liang, priced at 2 yuan and 24 cents. You can just give me 2 yuan and 20 cents. All right, young man. You know how to handle things. Here you go. Oh, I'll also add a couple of miscellaneous fish for you to savor. If they're delicious, do come back. In less than an hour, over 20 fish had been sold out. Hey, young man, didn't you say you were selling fish? Is there none left? If there are, please get me one as well. A woman in her 30s hurried over. However, upon seeing the impeccably clean burlap sack, she couldn't help but complain. Why didn't they say so earlier? Now I have no fish to buy? Chapter 14. The first pot of gold. Will you come again this afternoon to sell fish? If so, please reserve 2 for me. You can drop them off at the delivery room, and I will have Lao Yu pay you then. Sorry, sister. I really can't make it this afternoon. The fish I brought is from a distant place, and it takes quite a long time to transport. There was an underlying message in the woman's words. Zhang discerned that she held a position of authority within the factory. It was imperative to curry favor with her. The reason he inferred she was a minor leader rather than a major one was quite straightforward. If she were a higher-ranking official, she wouldn't need to concern herself with such trivial matters as purchasing fish. Yet, she possessed the ability to command obedience from the staff in the delivery room. She was either a relative of a significant leader or a minor leader herself. At the very least, someone who could convey messages to the higher-ups within the factory. Today's larger fish are no longer available. How about these smaller ones? They have fine bones and are quite delicious when fried. They make for an excellent accompaniment to drinks. Oh, and here are a few shrimp as well. I'll include them for you. Zhang glanced at the small fish in the bucket, estimating about 3 pounds remaining. He added the few shrimp from his sack into the mix. Altogether, it's about 3 pounds. Would that be acceptable? If so, I just need 1 yuan. Let me take a look. That seems reasonable, albeit a bit small. The woman examined the remaining fish in the bucket, finding quite a few. 1 yuan was undoubtedly a bargain, especially since it included several shrimp. It was enough to prepare 2 dishes for the evening. Here you go. The woman pulled out her wallet, extracted a 1 yuan note, and handed it to Zhang, offering a piece of advice. Young man, next time you come, do so during lunch. Otherwise, everyone will bring the fish into the factory, and the strong fish odor will be quite inconvenient. I appreciate the advice. I will come at noon next time. Thank you for the reminder. This is my first venture into business, and I'm still learning the ropes. If you need anything, just let me know. Flattering words were well received by all. A few compliments could do no harm. Since she was someone who held influence in the factory, he might find her assistance invaluable in the future. May I ask your surname, sister? Tomorrow, I will save a large one just for you. Very well, young man. It's commendable that you can take advice. You have the makings of a businessman. She felt a sense of pride in her casual remark, pleased that the young man had taken it to heart. If I am unable to come tomorrow, just leave the fish in the delivery room and let Lao Yu know it's for Magia. He can settle the payment then. With that, she turned and walked away, carrying her fish. All right, sister, I'll remember that. Take care. Zhang was not surprised by how smoothly the fish sale had gone. Indeed, the workers at the food factory had disposable income. They would readily purchase fish at a few yuan apiece without hesitation. Upon reflection, it made sense. During this period, various state-owned factories were poorly managed. After work, workers would casually bring home a few items sufficient for their families. They cherished a bit of novelty. So buying a fish for the family during festive occasions was hardly extravagant. With the sack of fish tucked under his arm, the bucket and scale hanging from his waist, and the weight tucked into his bosom, Zhang sought out a secluded corner to retreat into. He pulled out all the money he had gathered, meticulously folding and counting each bill. The total came to 38 yuan and 40 cents for over 20 fish, averaging about 7 to 1, 8 yuan per fish. Zhang was thoroughly pleased with this price. One must understand that this was the year 1980, when a regular worker's monthly wage hovered around 30 yuan. In just one morning, he had earned more than an ordinary laborer's monthly income. It made him sigh in admiration. This no-capital business was truly profitable. Truth be told, his prices weren't exorbitant. In their county, there were only 2 fish farms, and the price they charged the aquatic products company was already over 60 cents, nearly 70. If one were to purchase fish from the farms for resale, after accounting for costs and potential weight discrepancies, there was a real risk of not only failing to profit but even suffering losses. Moreover, the farms operated on a quota system. They didn't just sell as much as you wanted. They released stock gradually, step by step. even if a private buyer offered money. They wouldn't sell to them. The 38 yuan and 40 cents were mostly in small bills, the largest denomination being a 5 yuan note. The rest were 1 yuan and 50-cent notes, with quite a few coins mixed in. Folding the money neatly, he stuffed the thick wad into his pocket. With nearly 40 yuan in his possession, Zhang hurried straight to the township supply and marketing cooperative. He had no intention of shopping in the county town. Goods there were inevitably more expensive than in the countryside, just like how he sold his fish. In the county, the place to buy goods was called a department store, while at the township level, it was known as a supply and marketing cooperative. Larger villages sometimes had their own, though the smallest outlets were referred to as agency stores. The differences between them weren't just in pricing. The variety of goods also varied greatly. The county department stores carried nearly all daily necessities, from televisions, bicycles, watches, and sewing machines to ready-made clothing, down to needles, thread, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea. The township supply and marketing cooperatives had a much narrower selection, mostly rural daily necessities like sesame oil, pastries, candies, fabrics, and sewing supplies. Industrial goods were practically non-existent. At the village-level agency stores, the offerings were even scarcer. As the name suggested, they acted as intermediaries. Villagers would register what they needed, and once enough orders accumulated, the village would dispatch a cart to the township cooperative for bulk purchasing. Since it was market day, the cooperative was nearly empty, with only a few sales clerks leaning against the counters, chatting idly. When Zhang entered, they didn't even glance his way, continuing to crack melon seeds and gossip. Some even edged away slightly, repelled by the fishy smell clinging to him. "Hey, comrade, how much for the patterned fabric?" Zhang stood at the fabric counter for a long while, ignored. Helpless, he had to call out. After several attempts, a saleswoman in her 20s finally approached, frowning with visible reluctance. "What do you mean, hey? What do you want? Do you have a coupon?" "Ah, comrade, I'd like to buy some patterned fabric. How much is it?" "That kind there." He pointed at the rolls of fabric displayed inside the counter. The township cooperative's fabric selection was limited, either white cloth printed with red flowers, red cloth printed with white flowers, or green cloth dotted with small red and white blossoms. This? 2 yuan per foot. It's a new pattern, so it's a bit pricier. Zhang referred to a piece of fabric adorned with vibrant red hues and delicate pink peach blossoms, a color that stood out prominently among the textiles. "How much do you need?" "First, hand me the fabric coupon." "This? I don't have a fabric coupon." "Without a coupon, it's $1.40. "Fine, $1.40 it is. By the way, I would like to inquire, comrade. How would I know? I can't estimate without knowing the height or build. It's truly troublesome. If you can't decide, go back and inquire properly before returning to purchase." The saleswoman rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated. Chapter 15. The Grand Purchase. Oh dear sister, I simply wish to buy some fabric to make cotton clothes for my wife and children. As a man, I truly have no idea how much fabric is required to craft an entire outfit. The saleswoman's demeanor was less than pleasant, yet Zhang remained unfazed. Times have changed significantly compared to decades past. Nowadays, one cannot merely complain about a salesperson's attitude. In this era, being a sales representative at the supply and marketing cooperative is a coveted position. Without some form of backing, it is nearly impossible to secure such a desirable job. One might endure a poor attitude or even a verbal reprimand without complaint. Should one provoke the staff, a physical altercation could ensue without consequence. Did you not notice the glaring banner that reads, "Sales personnel are strictly forbidden from insulting or assaulting customers. Violations will result in severe reprimands"? Who would dare lodge a complaint? The leaders of the cooperative would hardly risk offending an employee with unknown connections for the sake of an ordinary citizen like you. At most, they might offer a mild admonition. Next time, try to keep the insults a bit more civil. "Sister, allow me to describe my wife, and perhaps you could offer your insights." With a charming smile, I assessed the saleswoman and complimented her. "My wife is quite similar to you in stature, both voluptuous and slender. Though she cannot quite compare to your beauty. Would you kindly lend your expertise?" Upon hearing Zhang praise her looks and figure, the saleswoman's previously stern expression transformed into one of warmth and friendliness. Compliments are universally cherished, even if the makeup on her face appeared to be applied with a heavy hand. Nevertheless, Zhang stifled his inner judgment and showered her with praise. "Is that so? Oh my, your taste is impeccable. You've chosen a wonderful wife. You must cherish her." The saleswoman's attitude shifted dramatically, now regarding him with newfound appreciation. Indeed, sister. It is quite cold today, and I am merely looking to purchase fabric to make warm clothes for my beloved family. Ah, very well. This floral fabric measures 5.5 feet, and an additional 3 feet will suffice for the lining. That will cover the clothing for both adults and children. Thank you, sister. Without your assistance, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Zhang continued to flatter her, as nice words cost nothing. The saleswoman found his taste quite commendable, and she began to perceive him in a more favorable light. Despite his somewhat rustic attire, he was tall and slender, with pronounced brows and bright eyes, and his fair complexion added to his allure. If he were not already married, she might have considered giving him a chance. In a moment of joy, as she cut the fabric, the saleswoman, after measuring the dimensions, generously added an extra hand's width. After all, it was public property. And what harm could there be in doing a small favor? Seizing the opportunity of her good mood, Zhang embarked on a significant shopping spree. Cotton fabric was priced at 90 cents, while well-prepared cotton cost 3 yuan per pound. He ordered 2 pounds for 6 yuan. Lacking cotton tickets, the price increased by 10%, totaling 6 yuan and 60 cents. Granulated sugar was priced at 90 cents per pound, rising to 1 yuan without a ticket. He ordered 2 pounds for 2 yuan. This was for Fan, to help combat winter dryness. Brown sugar cost 80 cents per pound. Increasing to 90 cents without a ticket, he purchased 2 pounds for 1 yuan and 80 cents. This was for Lin Chunxing, to replenish her vitality. Cooking oil was priced at 84 cents per pound, with a 5-pound container costing 9 cents per pound, totaling 4 yuan and 50 cents. Having procured a bit more soybean oil than anticipated, I felt compelled to ensure my family was well nourished. I purchased a pack of matches containing 10 boxes, at 5 cents each, totaling a mere 50 cents. Additionally, I acquired a set of small essentials, cotton thread, thimbles, scissors, and the like, for 1 yuan. A large spool of polyester thread for shoe repairs cost me 50 cents. I also acquired 10 sizable fish hooks for 20 cents. The peach blossom hairpin, adorned with yellow ribbons, was priced at 50 cents each. I bought 3 for 1 yuan and 50 cents. A silk scarf featuring an apricot blossom design was purchased for 3 yuan. Bright red hair ties were a bargain at 10 cents for 2. And I procured 10 for 50 cents. Flour was priced at 1 yuan and 80 cents per kilogram. And I opted to buy 20 kilograms for only 3 yuan and 60 cents, albeit without a ration ticket, which inflated the price by 10%, requiring me to spend 4 yuan. Coarse salt was priced at 12 cents per kilogram, while fine salt was at 15 cents. I bought 2 kilograms of fine salt for 30 cents. Snowflake cream was a mere 20 cents per bag, and I bought 2 bags for 40 cents. Soap cost me 4 cents each, and I purchased 1 bar of fragrant soap for 50 cents, ultimately spending 90 cents in total. Adding it all up, I found that I had spent 27 yuan and 70 cents. The considerable sum of 38 yuan and 40 cents I had just received dwindled to a mere 10 yuan and 70 cents. This left me pondering the ephemeral nature of money. I must endeavor to earn more diligently. At the checkout, the saleswoman was taken aback by my extravagant spending. She had not anticipated that this seemingly shabby-dressed young man could be so affluent. After all, her monthly wage was only 28 yuan, while I had just spent an amount equivalent to her entire salary. Could it be that I was masquerading as a humble individual, a wealthy scion from a prominent family, here to experience life among the common folk? Little did I know, the saleswoman was already weaving a narrative of my mysterious identity in her mind. As I approached the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, I suddenly recalled that I had yet to purchase some snacks for Fan. I hurried back, spending 3 yuan on a kilogram of twisted donuts and a kilogram of fruit candies. The distance from Xinglong Township to our village, Guizihe, is approximately 10 kilometers. A direct measurement. However, taking the main road requires navigating several bends, which adds considerable distance to the journey. Furthermore, the Wen River lies in between. Fortunately, it is winter, and the river has frozen over. I opted for a shortcut, reducing the travel time from an hour to just over 40 minutes to reach home. As I passed the spot where I had set traps the previous day, I was pleasantly surprised to find 2 of them had yielded results. One trap had caught a wild chicken, approximately 4 kilograms in weight, quietly dangling from a tree branch, resembling a handful of dry leaves. Had I not known this was my trapping site, I would have easily overlooked it. The second trap ensnared something even more perplexing, a badger, whose hind leg was suspended by a hemp rope, rendering it unable to touch the ground. It was scratching at the earth with its front paws. Upon noticing my approach, the badger displayed its teeth and let out a fierce series of screeches, seemingly attempting to intimidate me into keeping my distance. I must admit, I was somewhat hesitant to approach this creature. Despite its modest size, it could be quite ferocious when provoked, comparable to the honey badger of the African savanna. Particularly alarming were its short front paws, with claws measuring nearly 3 fingers in length. A scratch from this creature would likely require several stitches to mend. Capturing alive is an impossibility. The notion of treating prisoners with kindness holds no merit in the hands of Zhang Erhe. After surveying the surroundings, his eyes suddenly lit up. Nearby, on the ridge, there was a dam constructed from stones, and he forcefully dislodged a block weighing approximately 30 pounds. After striking it down 4 or 5 times, the badger finally succumbed to its fate. Untying the hemp rope and weighing it in his hand, he exclaimed, "It must weigh at least a dozen pounds." Upon closer inspection, this creature was indeed quite plump, its body round and likely laden with layers of fat beneath the skin. Chapter 16. Spring Apricot's Perilous Encounter. While today's harvest left Zhang Erhe exceedingly satisfied, with fish fetching a good price and a plethora of urgently needed items acquired, he couldn't shake off his earlier vexation. He had promised his daughter meat, yet forgot entirely while at the supply and marketing cooperative, a lapse he deemed inexcusable. Fortunately, he had caught a wild chicken. Otherwise, it would have been quite the challenge to appease his daughter Fan's hunger. He hoisted the burlap sack laden with his finds once more, now augmented by the wild chicken and a plump badger. The weight he bore was akin to what he had carried earlier that morning on his trip to the county town. Today, being New Year's Day and coinciding with the market day, the village was relatively sparse in population, since his home was at the village's entrance. Few noticed the substantial load he carried. Given his past reputation, there were scant villagers inclined to engage with him. Most preferred to avoid him altogether. Upon entering his yard, he discovered, to his dismay, that his wife and children were not at home. The bundles of firewood in the corner indicated that Lin Chunxing had disregarded his advice and ventured into the mountains to gather firewood early in the day. Ah, this girl. Why won't she listen? The door was barred with an iron lock, of which Zhang Erhe possessed no key. Without Lin Chunxing's return, he would be unable to gain entry. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture up the mountain to accompany his wife. The past few days had been overcast, with the cold persisting and the snow on the roads and fields yet to melt. The mountain was particularly windy, and the snow there was even deeper. He placed the burlap sack and the wild chicken and badger against the wall, covering them slightly with the firewood Chunxing had collected. As long as no one was deliberately searching, no one would discover the concealed treasures within. He extracted a piece of wood, about the size of a chicken egg. For support, the mountain path was treacherous. The makeshift walking stick would prove useful. Lin Chunxing leaned against a stone cliff, her back sore from the heavy bundles of firewood pressing through her thin cotton clothing. Despite the frigid weather, beads of sweat adorned her forehead from the exertion. When one engages in strenuous labor, the body exhausts its energy reserves. At that moment, she regretted embarking on this endeavor again, feeling as though the firewood on her back was a towering mountain, stifling her breath. Looking around cautiously and seeing no one, she wiped the sweat from her brow and unfastened the front of her cotton jacket, revealing her red undergarment. Shyly, she fanned herself with the open garment, the cool air invigorating her senses. "Isn't that spring apricot? What brings you so deep into the mountains alone?" A sudden male voice startled Lin Chunxing, who was savoring the refreshing breeze. In her flustered state, she hurriedly fastened her jacket, fearful of being seen. Who is there? Who is there?" she stammered, clutching her firewood knife protectively against her chest, her voice trembling. Her timid nature was heightened by the unexpected intrusion, causing her considerable alarm. "Do not be afraid. It's me." A harsh, shrill voice cut through the air, akin to the sound of a knife scraping against glass, sending shivers down Lin Chunxing's spine. Moments later, a short figure emerged from the thicket 20 meters ahead, adjusting his trousers as he approached. It was evident he had just been relieving himself behind the bushes. Lin Chunxing was clearly aware of what the other party had just been doing. At this moment, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Why did she choose such an inappropriate place to rest? It was utterly mortifying. Ugh, that Zhang Erhe is truly inconsiderate. How could he allow you to wander so deep into the woods alone? The next time we meet, I shall certainly confront him. Observing Lin Chunxing's crimson face, he deliberately slowed his movements as he adjusted his trousers. His lewd actions made Lin Chunxing's heart race with anxiety. She had now recognized this person's identity, Wang Qiuxing. His reputation was on par with Zhang Erhe, notorious as a scoundrel throughout the 10-mile radius. Renowned alongside her partner Zhang Erhe as the dazzling duo of Guai Zihe village, known as Southern Qiuxing and Northern Erhe. displeased by his lascivious demeanor. Lin Chunxing neither wished to engage nor dared to acknowledge him. She mustered her strength to lift the firewood and prepared to leave, but unexpectedly. Wang Qiuxing stepped forward and placed his hand on the firewood she was about to rise with. This caused Lin Chunxing to stumble, in this remote forest, despite her anger. She dared not provoke him. What do you want? My husband is waiting for me at home. Step aside. Why the rush? Are you afraid I might harm you? Let us just have a chat. Wang Qiuxing chuckled, reveling in Lin Chunxing's flustered state. Zhang Erhe is so ungrateful, with such a beautiful wife. How could he allow you to toil so heavily? If it were me, I would treat you better. Look at how frightened you are. Let me tell you. Zhang Erhe is nothing but a fool. If it weren't for his mother, Hu Yulian, giving your father the betrothal gifts first, he wouldn't have married you at all. Lin Chunxing, why not leave him and come with me? I promise I won't mistreat you. And you'll never go hungry again. What do you say? At this moment, Lin Chunxing felt as if she could die. Being cornered by a notorious ruffian from the village, so close in proximity, was unbearable. If anyone were to see them, how could she ever show her face in the village again? If you say another word, I want to hold back. Lin Chunxing bravely wielded the back of her knife to push Wang Qiuxing's hand away from her firewood, summoning her courage. Huh? Wang Qiuxing, with a sneer, rubbed his bulbous nose and glared at her with his slanted eyes. You ungrateful woman. Try being rude to me and see what happens. I swear. I could easily take you right now. I don't care that you've borne a child. You've got some nerve. Wang Qiuxing seized Lin Chunxing's wrist, which held the firewood, grinning with his yellowed teeth. I wouldn't even hold it against you for being a loose woman. You think of yourself as some virtuous lady. Huh. Besides, Zhang Erhe hardly ever comes home. I'd be doing him a favor. He ought to be grateful. What are you doing? What are you doing? Help. Help, MMM. At this moment, Lin Chunxing was paralyzed with fear by Wang Qiuxing's actions. As a woman, how could she possibly contend with the strength of a man like him? Moreover, having already carried firewood twice that morning, she was utterly exhausted. Faced with Wang Qiuxing's aggressive advances, she felt utterly powerless. Bang! A corner of Lin Chunxing's cotton-padded jacket was torn open, and the sight of that exposed fabric only incited Wang Qiuxing's wild desires further. You'd better behave, or I'll make sure everyone in the village knows what I've done to you. Just imagine the trouble Zhang Erhe will bring upon you. Or perhaps he will seek me out instead. Chapter 17. The misfortune of Lin Chunxing. At this moment, Lin Chunxing was engulfed in utter despair. Wang Qiuxing's hand muffled her cries, rendering her unable to call for help. Moreover, in this desolate wilderness where not a soul could be seen, who would come to her rescue? Why must my fate be so cruel? Her strength was rapidly draining away from her frantic struggles, plunging her deeper into hopelessness. Just when she thought her husband had finally changed for the better, when she believed her suffering was finally over. How could this happen? Was this truly her destiny? Why? Even in her parents' home, she had been treated with disdain. After marriage, her husband had subjected her to nothing but beatings and curses. Now, just as she glimpsed a sliver of hope, she faced violation at the hands of a brute. Was she born into this world solely to endure suffering? Why was heaven so merciless to her? The cold touch against her chest sent tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls. You damned Wang Qiuxing, drop dead? Lin Chunxing's desperate gaze stirred no pity in Wang Qiuxing, whose madness only intensified under the stimulation of her terror. Just as he was about to seize his moment, a furious roar from behind jolted him back to his senses. A gust of wind whipped past his head, forcing him to jerk aside in panic. Thud! A thick wooden rod, as wide as an egg, struck his shoulder with brutal force, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. He leaped back, turning to see Zhang Erhe charging at him like a raging beast. The two men swiftly tangled in a violent struggle. Zhang Erhe's chest burned with fury. He had vowed to protect his wife and daughter, yet this despicable Wang Qiuxing dared lay hands on Chunxing. Thankfully, he had noticed his wife's absence from home. Thankfully, the firewood Lin Chunxing had gathered still lay by the wall, revealing her whereabouts. And thankfully, he had arrived in time. The mere thought of what might have happened otherwise was unbearable. Even if Lin Chunxing had been violated, Zhang Erhe knew he had no right, nor any desire, to blame her. But what of Lin Chunxing herself? She was a woman of deep conservatism, one who endured suffering in silence, her entire existence revolving around her family. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to marry the notorious Zhang Erhe for the sake of her brother's marriage, nor would she have silently endured his repeated abuse. Lin Chunxing was, in truth, a tragic product of her time, a victim of feudal oppression. Even when beaten, women like her did not resist. They bore their suffering quietly, perhaps even believing it to be normal, for their own mothers had lived the same way. If she had truly been violated, could she have gone on living? The answer was clear, no. Women like her would shoulder all blame, punishing themselves mercilessly. Wang Qiuxing, shorter by half a head and burdened by guilt, was no match for Zhang Erhe's wrath. Soon, he was pinned to the ground, immobilized. Above all, Zhang Erhe was consumed by a feral rage. No man could tolerate the violation of his wife, especially not one who, in his past life, had caused her tragic death and left their daughter crippled by cruelty. In a fit of rage, he was entirely oblivious to the pain. His fists flailed wildly, relentlessly striking his opponent, especially upon witnessing Lin Chunxing weeping in despair. Clutching her knees, a surge of fury surged through him. He seized the machete that Lin Chunxing had dropped and raised it high, intent on bringing it down upon Wang Qiuxing's head. "Dare to bully my wife? I will kill you," he exclaimed, filled with wrath. "Ah, no." Lin Chunxing, clearly terrified by Zhang Erhe's frenzied actions, sprang to her feet and grasped the descending machete with both hands. Dad, please don't do something foolish. If he dies, you'll pay with your life." Wang Qiuxing was equally frightened. He could see that Zhang Erhe genuinely intended to strike him down. Had Lin Chunxing not intervened, the blade would have undoubtedly found its mark upon his head. Second brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I am no better than a beast. I should not have bullied your sister-in-law. I am less than human. Please, calm down. My life is worthless. It is not worth you sacrificing yours for me. I beg you, spare me. I'll pay you. I have money. Just let me go." In his desperation, he fumbled through his pockets, pulling out a thick stack of bills and thrusting them into Zhang Erhe's hands. Knowing Zhang Erhe's penchant for gambling, he hoped that the promise of money would sway him. "Do you think I care for your filthy money?" Zhang Erhe spat, his fury still simmering. However, as he regained a semblance of composure, he realized that if he killed Wang Qiuxing now, he too would face dire consequences. Having been granted a second chance at life, he did not fear death, having already faced it once. Yet, upon seeing his terrified wife trembling, his heart softened. He delivered a few harsh blows to the ground near Wang Qiuxing and then forcefully threw the money at his face, growling, "You may escape the death penalty, but the punishment for your deeds is inescapable. I shall render you powerless." With that, he reached for Wang Qiuxing's belt, sending the latter into a panic. No. For the love of God, don't." Wang Qiuxing could see that Zhang Erhe's intentions were not mere threats. He was genuinely intent on mutilating him. In a moment of sheer terror, he found an unexpected strength, throwing Zhang Erhe off balance and flipping him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he fled in a mad dash, shouting, "Murder! Murder! Help!" Once he was far enough away, he realized that Zhang Erhe was not pursuing him, and his heart began to settle slightly. However, he remained shaken by Zhang Erhe's ferocity, calling out from a distance, Second brother, I was wrong. I swear I will never do it again. Get lost. If I see you again, I will end you." Zhang Erhe shouted in return. In truth, he was already exhausted. Having carried over 50 pounds of fish for more than 20 miles to the county town and then returned with additional burdens. Having consumed only a single steamed bun and after a prolonged struggle with Wang Qiuxing, my strength was utterly depleted. Were it not for sheer willpower, I would have collapsed onto the ground long ago. "Very well. I shall leave. Consider the money as an apology to my sister-in-law. If you deem the amount insufficient, state your figure, and I shall oblige." Wang Qiuxing's words reignited Zhang Erhe's earlier frustration, causing his anger to flare once more. Seizing the scattered money from the ground, he violently tore it to shreds and flung it into the ravine with a fierce motion. Chapter 18. On the way home, as he gazed at the fluttering scraps of money scattered across the air, Wang Qiuxing felt a pang of anguish. These were his hard-earned bills, now torn apart by Zhang Erhe. How reckless could one be? Simultaneously, he found himself perplexed. The villagers often claimed that Zhang Erhe was a notorious gambler, more affectionate towards money than even his own father. Yet here he was, shredding cash that was practically handed to him. This amounted to over 100 yuan. Initially, Wang Qiuxing had contemplated that once Zhang Erhe accepted the money, he would report him to the police for extortion, ensuring that Zhang would face the consequences. However, Zhang Erhe's unexpected actions caught him completely off guard. Wincing, Wang Qiuxing touched the corner of his mouth, the sharp pain causing him to draw in a sharp breath. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it. That was a brutal hit. You better hope you never fall into my hands again. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Once Wang Qiuxing had sufficiently distanced himself, Zhang Erhe collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Erhe, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Lin Chunxing sobbed, covering her face. "I'm not pure anymore. Sob, sob, sob." Lin Chunxing's words left Zhang utterly bewildered. What did she mean by that? Not only had Wang Qiuxing failed to achieve his goal, but even if Lin Chunxing had indeed been violated, it was hardly something that could be blamed on her. Your clothes were just fine, weren't they? That scoundrel merely tore them apart. It's not as if anything else happened. Ah, he saw me. Lin Chunxing, her eyes brimming with tears, pointed to her torn collar, wailing, I'm so sorry. He even touched my shoulder. Sob, sob, sob. In this era, the societal divide was more pronounced than ever. Women's liberation was genuinely liberating, surpassing even the standards of decades to come. Conversely, those who were conservative were strikingly so, almost indistinguishable from the old society. Yet, who was Zhang Erhe? He had experienced the bombardment of the internet in his previous life. He had witnessed numerous women on various live streaming platforms, flaunting themselves without shame, doing anything for views. Nothing was off limits, not even the most intimate parts of their bodies. Oh, my foolish wife, how could this possibly be your fault? If blame is to be cast, it lies solely with that scoundrel. You are in no way responsible. Despite the pain coursing through him, Zhang Erhe embraced the tearful Lin Chunxing, wiping her face with his cotton jacket. Let me assure you, even if something had truly happened, it wouldn't be your fault. The blame would rest on me for not protecting you. Zhang Erhe's words flowed into her heart like a soothing balm. Yet, she was startled by his boldness and struggled to free herself from his embrace. No, not like this. It's broad daylight. If anyone sees us, I'll be utterly humiliated. Embarrassed and unable to break free, she buried her face in Zhang Erhe's chest, too ashamed to look up. What is the matter? Am I committing a crime by holding my own wife? Is there a law against hugging your wife during the day? After much heartfelt persuasion, Lin Chunxing's spirits lifted considerably. Zhang Erhe was genuinely apprehensive about Lin Chunxing's potential despair, fearing that if something unfortunate were to occur, it would be too late for regrets. All right. Let's hurry back. No more idle thoughts from now on. After all, your man is here, he said, bending down to hoist the firewood that Lin Chunxing had collected onto his back. Straining to rise, he was taken aback by the weight of the seemingly inconspicuous bundle. Fortunately, he had prepared himself, or he would have struggled to lift it. Father. No. I should carry it, protested Lin Chunxing. You've already worked hard all morning. Observing Zhang Erhe's unsteady gait while carrying the firewood, she expressed her concern. I can manage. I'm certain. Zhang Erhe insisted, gritting his teeth. A man must never admit defeat. For the sake of his pride, he had to persevere. Surely, he couldn't let his own wife outshine him. As she watched Zhang Erhe wobble ahead, a smile crept onto Lin Chunxing's lips. At that moment, she felt the sweetness of happiness. Was this the taste of being cared for? The two ambled along, occasionally exchanging light banter. However, it was more accurate to say that Zhang Erhe did most of the talking, with Lin Chunxing offering intermittent affirmations of and oh. Before long, they entered the village and were met by a throng of villagers returning from the market. Second uncle, auntie, fifth aunt, you've returned from the market. Zhang Erhe greeted them enthusiastically, determined to alter the unfavorable impression he had previously left on the villagers. Ah, we're back. Just gathering some firewood. Quite a haul. Indeed. Oh. Initially, the villagers did not recognize him due to his hunched posture. It wasn't until they had walked some distance that they realized the man carrying the firewood and greeting them was, astonishingly, Zhang Erhe. My eyes must be deceiving me, exclaimed second uncle, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Has the sun risen from the west? That scoundrel is actually helping his wife carry firewood. Wife, take a look. Is my vision clouded? He implored. That rascal seems to have learned to cherish his wife. Ah, don't let my auntie see. Your eyes are sparkling bright. You're just fine, teased a bald man in his 30s. Curse you. Am I blind? Sparkling bright, indeed. Second uncle retorted, unfazed by the jests, pondering over his own bald head. Well, you never know with men. They can change unexpectedly, remarked second aunt. In the past, your second uncle was no saint either. But look at him now. Don't spout nonsense. I'm merely observing. This fellow might just have turned over a new leaf. Chunxing has finally found her fortune. Him change? A dog can't change its nature, and neither can Zhang Erhe. Fifth aunt scoffed, eyeing Lin Chunxing as she walked behind Zhang Erhe, her figure swaying enticingly, stirring a pang of jealousy within her. Who knows what mischief that Zhang Erhe is concocting? Perhaps upon returning, I shall have to beat that little vixen Lin Chunxing half to death. One must remember that Su Honghua was once the belle of Guizi River Village. A woman so alluring that any man would yearn to savor her beauty. However, ever since Lin Chunxing arrived, the title of the village's most enchanting maiden has been usurped from Su Honghua. Even her own husband, Whenever he speaks of Lin Chunxing, gazes with eyes wide and gleaming. Just look at the way she sways that ample posterior. One would think she might dislocate her hips. Bah! Su Honghua spat vehemently. Oh dear fifth aunt. What is it that you are so jealous of? Is it not simply that Chunxing's father once refused the proposal from your family? Chapter 19. Who stole what? As San Aunt passed by the home of Zhang Er's third uncle, she happened to catch sight of him. Just as Zhang Er called out. San Aunt abruptly slammed the door shut, leaving him utterly speechless. I haven't offended San Aunt, Zhang Er thought in confusion. Unable to recall any instance where he had wronged his uncle or aunt. While most villagers ignored him during his walk, none treated him as if he were a pariah. With a hint of bewilderment, the two finally returned to their own small courtyard. However, upon entering, Zhang Er's expression soured, startling Lin Chunxing, who was about to help him unload the firewood. The burlap sack covering the firewood had evidently been disturbed. The neatly arranged firewood was now scattered across the ground. The once bulging sack was nowhere to be found, leaving only a wild chicken and a badger, partially buried beneath another layer of wood. Dad, what happened? Lin Chunxing stammered. Just moments ago, she had assured herself that he would never harm her. Surely, he wouldn't change his mind so swiftly. We've been robbed, Zhang Er quickly clarified. Sensing his wife's misunderstanding, I covered it securely before I left. But look at this mess. Who on earth is so heartless as to steal from us? You should check what's missing. It couldn't have been the chicken, could it? Seeing Zhang Er's frustration, Lin Chunxing found herself unexpectedly amused. In the past, it had always been Zhang Er who had been the instigator. Impossible. The chicken might have scratched the wood. But could it really carry off a sack weighing dozens of pounds? A mere glance confirmed Zhang Er's suspicion of theft. Who could it possibly be? Zhang Er pondered, ruminating on who might dare to steal from them. Their home had nearly become a forbidden zone in Guizihe village. Who in their right mind would approach? San Aunt. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhang Er. Today, her behavior had been so peculiar. Upon seeing them return, she hastily closed the door. It was hard to believe that there was nothing amiss. Are you suggesting San Aunt is the thief? Lin Chunxing gazed at Zhang Er, incredulous. Surely not. She's an elder. Would she really sneakily take from her own nephew? Perhaps we should send Dad to investigate, to avoid any embarrassment, she suggested. No need. I will go myself. It would be pointless for Dad to go. The more Zhang Er thought about San Aunt's strange behavior, the more convinced he became that she was indeed the culprit. After ushering the wild chicken and badger into the house, Zhang Er instructed Lin Chunxing. Stay here and wait for me. I will handle this alone. Once the items were in San Aunt's possession, retrieving them would likely involve considerable hassle. Given Lin Chunxing's timid nature, he feared she might be frightened further. Dad, but San Aunt is an elder. If she did take something, let us not make a scene and invite ridicule. Understood. Zhang Er replied absent-mindedly, striding towards his uncle's home. Upon arrival, he pushed the door, only to find it barricaded from within. With a forceful kick, he broke it open. If there were no wrongdoings taking place, why would anyone shut the door in broad daylight? With a forceful kick, Zhang Er burst through the door, striding in with purpose. Just as he steadied himself, he noticed his third aunt, Lu Damei, emerge from the kitchen in a state of panic. In a restrained yet agitated tone, she exclaimed, What on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind to come and wreak havoc at your uncle's home? Observing the kitchen engulfed in thick smoke, Zhang Er pushed past Lu Damei and entered the culinary chaos. Indeed, it was the very container he used for fish that was belching smoke. Spotting a branch in the kitchen, he promptly severed a piece and extracted the smoldering sack from the stove, tossing it directly at Lu Damei's feet. What is the fuss about? I'm burning my own belongings. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Despite the revelation of the incident, Lu Damei's bravado remained unscathed, and she vociferously protested. Enough, third aunt. I acknowledge your status as a senior. Hand over the item, and I shall act as if this incident never transpired. Observing his aunt's unreasonable behavior, Zhang Er disdainfully retorted, Otherwise, if this escalates, let us see who ends up embarrassed. Let the villagers witness that you, Lu Damei, dare to pilfer from your own nephew. You're speaking nonsense. Your mother bore you in vain. You're slandering me. She shot back. Then explain how my sack ended up on your stove. Did it sprout legs and walk there on its own? Zhang Er countered. Just because you claim that sack belongs to you doesn't make it so. Call it. And let us see if it responds. With the item now in Lu Damei's possession, it was hers to keep. To expect her to relinquish it would be a futile dream. Lu Damei was notorious for being as tenacious as a hen guarding its young. Not a feather would be shed without a struggle. As the two continued their heated exchange, the door to his grandparents' room suddenly swung open. Old Zhang Shitong rapped his smoking pipe against the door, his face clouded with displeasure as he admonished, "What is all this ruckus? Have you no sense of decorum? Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Oh, the injustice. My nephew is bullying his aunt. How am I to live with this?" Lu Damei lamented dramatically, her eyes darting as she plopped onto the floor, pounding her fists in dismay. Hey, third aunt, are you claiming you have the right to steal from me? Zhang was left speechless at her audacity to play the victim. How can you speak to your elder in such a manner? Are you so certain your third aunt took it? The old man's face darkened, his displeasure palpable as he scolded Zhang. To him, regardless of the truth, Zhang should not have created such a scene. If the villagers caught wind of this, would the Zhang family retain any semblance of dignity? Grandfather, look here. This is the very sack I use for storage. When I entered, my third aunt was stuffing it beneath the pot. Zhang insisted, presenting the still-smoking sack before the old man. Are you so sure this is yours? Aren't all sacks essentially the same? The old man replied, unperturbed. In his eyes, a tattered sack held little significance. After all, with the recent grain distribution, which family didn't possess a few worn sacks? Grandfather, while sacks are indeed common, this one is distinctly different. Zhang argued, recognizing the old man's intent to side with Lu Damei. Zhang, unwilling to linger any longer, pointed to the fish scales and blood on the sack, exclaiming, "Grandfather, behold, there are still fish scales and blood on this. Just this morning, I carried the fish to the county and returned with it filled with goods. The fish scales and blood on the sack had frozen overnight, and although they had become slightly charred, they only intensified the fishy odor. As for the third family's catch, it is undeniable that you took it." Faced with such irrefutable evidence, the old man felt a twinge of embarrassment on his face. Chapter 20. Stubbornness. I did not take it. I simply did not. Lu Damei pouted defiantly, refusing to admit her actions. She reasoned that as long as she maintained her denial, Zhang would be powerless against her. After all, he was but a nephew, and surely he wouldn't dare to strike her. I truly did not take it. Observing his daughter-in-law throwing a tantrum, the elderly patriarch felt a considerable headache. As a grandfather, he found himself at a loss in dealing with her antics. I believe your third aunt may genuinely not have taken anything. Otherwise, let it go. It is not as if there was much to begin with. Consider it a gesture of filial piety towards your grandparents, will you? Grandfather, I know you favor my third uncle and aunt, but those items were meant for Chunxing and Fan. This is rather excessive, don't you think? Zhang stared incredulously at his grandfather. How could he possibly muddy the waters over such a blatant issue? His bias seemed to stretch to the distant southern peaks. You insolent child. How can you say your grandfather is biased? Did your third aunt not claim she did not take anything? The elder scolded, baffled by the child's audacity to counter him. At that moment, Zhang grandmother, Lu Foqin, entered carrying a bunch of scallions. Third aunt, are you absolutely certain you did not take anything? Zhang questioned. Seeing the smirk on his aunt's face, his expression darkening, his face flushed with anger. Humph. I said I did not take it, and that is the truth. To accuse me of thievery while you yourself are up to no good is utterly disgraceful. Lu Damei relished in Zhang's embarrassment. Perhaps you should search thoroughly. You might have simply misplaced it. How could your third aunt possibly steal from her own nephew? It would be the talk of the town. Lu Foqin chimed in, defending her daughter-in-law. After all, this daughter-in-law was her own niece, and she felt compelled to stand by her. Very well. Since grandfather and third aunt insist on this, I shall consider myself mistaken in accusing her. Zhang conceded, realizing further arguments would be futile against the evident favoritism of his grandparents. If it was not your third aunt who took it, then that simplifies matters, he declared, turning to leave, shouting as he went. If it was an outsider who stole it, I shall report it to the police. I cannot believe they would ignore a theft of several hundred yuan. Such audacity. To steal goods worth hundreds of yuan. If caught, they surely deserve severe punishment. What? Severe punishment? Upon hearing that the lost items were valued at hundreds of yuan, the elderly couple exchanged alarmed glances. The prospect of such dire consequences for the thief sent a shiver down their spines. Lu Damei was particularly terrified, her face paling as she stammered, "Severe punishment? Come back." Seeing his daughter-in-law's panic, the grandfather realized all too well that the items were indeed taken by her. He called out to Zhang, who was about to leave. What nonsense are you spouting? Report what crime? Do you not feel embarrassed? Grandfather, what embarrassment is there in reporting a crime? If it was not third aunt who stole it, then we should have no qualms about it. If someone dares to steal from us, they deserve whatever fate befalls them. Zhang turned, his expression serious. I can trust the words of grandfather, grandmother, and third aunt. It must have been an outsider who stole it, possessing such audacity to pilfer items worth hundreds of yuan. You are mistaken. What could possibly be worth hundreds of yuan? It is merely some rice, flour, and oil. How could they execute me over something worth merely a few dozen bucks? Upon hearing the shocking news of a potential execution, Aunt Lu Mei could no longer conceal her anxiety, her complexion paling as she began to argue. Oh dear aunt, when did you become a fortune teller? How could you possibly know that those items are only worth a few dozen yuan? Zhang feigned astonishment as he regarded his aunt. He then approached his grandparents and Aunt Lu, pulling out the receipt from the supply and marketing cooperative and waving it before their eyes, saying, "Look here. It clearly states 277 yuan worth of goods." He was well aware that his grandparents and aunt could not read, so even if he showed them the receipt, they wouldn't comprehend it. Zhang further added, in a tone of mock mystery, "Grandparents, aunt, you won't believe it. Just a couple of days ago, a friend gifted me a watch voucher. I purchased a watch today in the county town for over 250 yuan. Alas, it was stolen today." Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Zhang stifled a laugh and lamented, "It was a Haiqing brand, a prestigious watch. But fear not. As long as I file a report, it will surely be recovered. All we need is to catch that thief, and there are plenty of ways to make him confess. Aunt, you needn't worry. You didn't steal it. When the time comes, you won't have to face any harsh treatment." Zhang pretended to comfort her. "Aunt, it was truly you who took the items. Please, do not file a report. I will return everything to you." In a frenzy, Aunt Lu dashed into the house, frantically hauling out possessions. Zhang maintained a stern demeanor, observing as Aunt Lu placed items in the courtyard, silently confirming with his gaze that nothing was missing. Lu Mei appeared as a remorseful schoolgirl, anxiously regarding Zhang. Each frown from him sent a shiver down her spine. I truly did not see any watch." Facing Zhang's grim silence, Lu Mei felt a chill creeping up from her feet to her heart. If it's gone, then so be it. Perhaps I left it at the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhang, choosing not to prolong the conversation, tore a tattered burlap sack from the wall and began stuffing the items inside, turning to leave. Once Zhang had walked far enough away, Lu Mei collapsed onto the ground, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Yet, doubts crept in as she whispered, "Could this boy be trying to intimidate me? Humph. Just look at your lack of ambition." The old man felt a burning shame. He had just vouched for his grandson, only to discover that his daughter-in-law had indeed stolen from him. "You ought to be sent to a labor camp for this," he grumbled, furious at having lost face in front of his grandson. "Dad, I thought the items were surely acquired in an inappropriate manner, and that even if they were lost, he wouldn't dare to make a fuss. I only intended to use them for you and my mother." Lu Mei felt unjustly accused by her father-in-law. Enough. It's not a big deal. It's merely a handful of yuan. I believe her was only trying to frighten the third family." Lu Foqin held her niece in high regard, for after all, she was a member of the family, Zhang household. They truly found it. Lin Chunxing gazed in astonishment as Zhang unveiled the contents of the sack, her mouth agape in disbelief. Could it really be what third aunt took? Indeed. Zhang recounted in vivid detail how he had frightened third aunt, causing Lin Chunxing to laugh so heartily that her stomach ached, alleviating much of the fright she had experienced on the mountain that day. Chapter 21. Who? I am your mother. Are all these items purchased with the money earned from selling fish? Lin Chunxing gazed incredulously at the pile of belongings strewn across the bed, exclaiming in astonishment, "How much did this cost?" Upon receiving a confirming response from Zhang, her heart ached at the thought of such expenditure. The sight of the snowflake cream soap, the 3 hairpins, and especially that white silk scarf adorned with red apricot blossoms made her heart ache even more. What on earth is the purpose of buying these things? It's just a waste of money. Can't we return them? If only they had been spent on rice, flour, or oil instead. Upon discovering that the scarf intended for her cost a staggering 3 yuan, she insisted that Zhang promptly return it, suggesting that the money could be better spent on essentials. This supply and marketing cooperative is family-owned. If we're not careful, we might end up in trouble. Zhang chuckled at his wife's reaction, and as he noticed the tears welling up in her eyes, he quickly sought to reassure her. How can one sell goods and resort to violence? You're not deceiving me, are you? Lin Chunxing was taken aback after hearing that the people at the cooperative could get angry enough to strike a customer. Although she had never visited the cooperative, she had never heard of anyone being assaulted while shopping. Is that even possible? Zhang recounted the words written on the banner behind the counter of the cooperative, leaving Lin Chunxing in a state of disbelief, murmuring, "This is utterly unreasonable. How can they strike someone? All right. Why overthink it?" Zhang found his bewildered wife amusing and gently patted her head. "Moreover, once we purchase something, it's ours to keep. My wife is so beautiful. Can we not afford a 3 yuan scarf?" He then unfolded the scarf and draped it around her neck, followed by placing a hairpin in her hair. Surprisingly, the simple addition of the scarf and hairpin enhanced Lin Chunxing's already striking beauty, leaving Zhang nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. In truth, Lin Chunxing was exceptionally beautiful. But while living with her family, her appearance had suffered due to constant hunger. After marrying, she had endured frequent beatings from Zhang, and her beauty had rarely been showcased. Even in his previous life, Zhang had never perceived his wife as particularly lovely. Yet now, with just a couple of adornments, he was utterly captivated. Feeling a surge of desire, Zhang furtively glanced outside to ensure no one was approaching before he swiftly shut the door with a resounding thud. What do you intend to do?" Lin Chunxing stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment as she noticed the eagerness in his eyes. "It's broad daylight since their marriage." Zhang had always been hasty, and on his less pleasant days, he had even resorted to violence. She had never experienced joy. Yet now, as Zhang's hand brushed against her beneath the thick cotton clothing, Lin Chunxing felt an unfamiliar warmth that made her body weak with longing. She had never felt like this before, and it left her breathless. As for Zhang, since the tragic events of his previous life, he had lived a life akin to that of a hermit, devoid of any romantic encounters. Now, the rekindling of desire from 2 lifetimes ignited a flame within him, almost overwhelming. As he reached into Lin Chunxing's collar, he felt her slightly trembling skin, as if his large hand could melt away all her reservations. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Someone was approaching. Hearing the sound of the door, Lin Chunxing's voice quivered with anxiety as she hurriedly pulled Zhang's intrusive hand from her garment. Interrupted abruptly, Zhang was consumed by frustration, yearning to unleash a roar. Who could it be? Initially unwilling to acknowledge the persistent knocker, he found himself compelled to respond with irritation. "Who is it? Open the door. Why close it during broad daylight?" The voice of his mother outside instantly extinguished Zhang's pent-up anger, leaving him resigned to open the door with a heavy heart. Observing his dejected demeanor, Lin Chunxing nearly succumbed to laughter. "Serves you right. Trying to bully someone in broad daylight." As the door swung open, the petite figure of Fan dashed inside, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Lin Chunxing's flushed face. "Mom, did Dad bully you again?" No, not at all," Lin Chunxing stammered, her cheeks reddening further as she attempted to soothe her daughter. "Dad, if you bully Mom again, I won't play with you anymore." "Umph." Noticing her mother's peculiar expression, Fan crossed her tiny arms, her voice laced with innocence and authority as she threatened Zhang. Dad hasn't bullied Mom at all." Zhang laughed heartily, lifting Fan and showering her with affectionate kisses. "Dad and Mom were just playing a game, not bullying Mom." Upon hearing that her parents were playing, Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her little hands in Zhang's embrace, exclaiming, "Great. I want to play too. I want to play. Cough, cough. Tomorrow, Dad will buy you a toy." Zhang awkwardly deflected, feeling a bit embarrassed by his daughter's enthusiasm. "Mom, why are you here at this time?" "Nonsense. When can't I come to my son's house?" "Is there a problem with that?" Hu Yulian shot him an exasperated glance, clearly unamused. "No objections. Absolutely none." Recognizing that his mother was in no mood for reason, Zhang raised his hands in surrender. The reason Hu Yulian hurried over was due to village gossip about her son and daughter-in-law's return. She worried that Zhang, with his impulsive nature, might cause trouble for Chunxing, and she wanted to intervene if necessary. This visit was merely an excuse to check in on them. However, it seemed her worries were unfounded, as the flushed expressions of the couple indicated what they had been up to. With a playful twist on Zhang's arm, she chided. "Why not use your strength at night? What is the point of this foolery in broad daylight? You troublesome child." "Ouch. Mother, be gentle." Zhang grimaced theatrically, grinning mischievously. "Don't you want to hold a grandchild soon?" "Nonsense. Of course I want one. You two should make an effort so I can hold a grandchild by next year." Sighing, she added, "As for your elder brother and sister-in-law, I have little hope for them." Observing the harmonious demeanor of the couple, Hu Yulian felt a sense of relief. However, her thoughts drifted to her elder son's family, prompting a sigh of concern. "Mother, if it continues like this, we should have my brother and sister-in-law visit the county hospital for an examination. It cannot be postponed any longer. Zhang was well aware of the burdens troubling his mother. His elder brother and sister-in-law had been married for over a decade yet remained childless, a source of profound distress for their parents. This predicament was precisely why Hu Yulian had insisted on pulling Zhang from high school, urging him to marry Chunxing. Was it not out of envy for those who had grandchildren that she felt this way? Chapter 22. A family, alas. There seems to be no other choice. Hu Yulian sighed, attempting to console herself. They say that next year land will be distributed among households, but who knows if that is true. I hope next year will be better, allowing us to earn more money to explore the world. Observing his mother's hopeful demeanor, Zhang could not bear to disillusion her. He understood that even with land distribution, the impoverished populace would remain destitute, merely scraping by. As reforms progressed, the chasm between the rich and the poor would rapidly widen, creating disparities between individuals that would be more pronounced than those between humans and dogs. Mother, today I purchased some cloth and cotton to make winter garments for you and my wife. Please keep an eye out for Chunxing. Noticing his mother's somewhat despondent mood, Zhang swiftly changed the subject. Chunxing's skills surpass even mine. I hardly need to intervene. Yet, despite her words, she hastily approached the newly acquired floral fabric, exclaiming, "Oh, this cloth is truly exquisite. Chunxing and Fan ought to have winter clothes as well." Hu Yulian felt no envy towards her son's intentions to buy fabric and cotton for his wife and child. She was not the type of mother-in-law who would torment her daughter-in-law. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her eldest and second child to establish their own households so early on, having endured her own mother-in-law, Lin Chunxing's, relentless scrutiny. She understood the tribulations of being a daughter-in-law and thus would not impose similar burdens on her son and daughter-in-law. It's just too costly. I can manage with a little extra cotton for my own clothes. Lin Chunxing felt immense gratitude for her mother-in-law's generosity. Over the past few years, as Zhang was not engaged in productive work, she had to tend to the children, and her earnings were meager. Had she not heard about the impending land distribution, she would not have sought to separate their family unit. Oh, foolish girl. Seeing Chunxing's timid expression, Hu Yulian gently tapped her forehead, filled with empathy. You have endured much these past few years. It is only right for Erhe to buy you and the children winter clothes. As she spoke, she lifted the floral fabric, measuring it against Chunxing's form while exclaiming, I must say, that rascal Erhe has quite the eye. This fabric is indeed vibrant. While the two women chatted and sorted the cotton and fabric, Zhang, like a proud peacock, presented the fruit candies he had purchased, offering a few to Fan, saying, Look, Daddy has bought you fruit candies. You just need to give Daddy a kiss to have some. With that, Fan, upon realizing that her father had bought her sweets, gleefully showered Zhang's face with kisses, making him beam with delight. Hooray, hooray, I also have fruit candies now. Hee. As a piece of candy was placed in her mouth, little Fan squinted her eyes in delight, exclaiming, Now if Xiaolong and Xiaohua say I've never had fruit candies, I can show them. With a triumphant wave of her candy, she wore an expression of pride. Observing his daughter's joy, Zhang felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had never before bought anything for his wife and child. Now, with mere winter clothes and fruit candies bringing such satisfaction, he pondered how much he truly owed to the two of them. Fan struggled to free herself from Zhang's embrace and immediately dashed over to her grandmother and mother. She presented them with some fruit candies, exclaiming, Mom, Grandma, you should also have some fruit candies. Dad bought the sweetest ones. Hee. Grandma is old and can't bite into them anymore. I'll eat them myself, okay? Hu Yulian beamed at the candies offered, her smile broadening. Although Fan was a girl, which brought a hint of regret, she was nonetheless the sole granddaughter of their lineage. Her heart swelled with affection. Her mother, who didn't have much fondness for sweets, encouraged, You go ahead and enjoy them. Dear. Watching her daughter joyfully indulge in the fruit candies filled Lin Chunxing's heart with a sweetness that surpassed even the finest honey. This scene had appeared countless times in her dreams, and she had thought it would never materialize in reality, yet here it was, unfolding before her eyes. Mother, you and Chunxing keep busy. I'll prepare this wild chicken and the old turtle from yesterday for a stew. In a bit, I'll call Dad and San Xianxiu over so we can celebrate the reunion festival together. Oh my, when did we get another wild chicken? Perhaps it would be best for you to cook it, so it doesn't go to waste, Hu Yulian exclaimed, filled with joy as she observed the wild chicken Zhang was carrying. In these times, everyone generally experienced a scarcity of good food, and it was a rare treat indeed to have such a plump wild chicken. Concerned that Zhang might mishandle it, she preferred to take charge of the cooking herself. No, you should rest. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Just wait and savor my cooking later. He insisted. He began by boiling a pot of water, and once it reached a rolling boil, he briefly submerged the wild chicken to loosen the feathers. He skillfully plucked the feathers and proceeded to gut the chicken, retaining only the heart, liver, and gizzard, cutting the meat into large chunks. The remaining scraps were tossed into the yard, destined for the fish bait later that evening. With his left hand pressing down on the turtle's shell, he used his thumb to block its retracting head. The turtle wouldn't open its mouth unless its head emerged, thus avoiding any chance of biting his hand. With his right hand, he deftly sliced through the turtle's shell at its rear, splitting it cleanly in half without the risk of piercing the gallbladder. The turtle was also cut into large pieces and briefly blanched with the chicken to rid them of impurities before being set aside. In a pan, he poured in some cool oil and added a suitable amount of sugar. As the sugar melted, tiny bubbles formed, indicating it was just right. He quickly added the blanched turtle and chicken pieces, stirring vigorously before pouring in boiling water and bringing it to a high flame. In just half an hour, a pot of farewell, my concubine, would be ready. While waiting for the dish to cook, Zhang prepared more than 3 pounds of flour to make wide noodles. Once the chicken was nearly done, he would add the noodles, completing the farewell my concubine noodle stew. As the chicken neared readiness, Chunxing rose from bed to call the others from the old house. You must treat Chunxing well in the future. Do not act foolishly as you did before. Lin Chunxing admonished Zhang after her departure, her voice laced with concern. She has endured enough since marrying you. You must ensure a better life ahead. If you can live well together, I will have peace of mind. I understand. Zhang nodded vigorously, acknowledging his mother's counsel. Before long, Lin Chunxing had summoned everyone from the old house. The family was utterly delighted with the meal. A wild chicken weighing over 4 pounds, once prepared, weighed 3 pounds. Complemented by a 2-pound turtle. This pot contained more than 5 pounds of meat, allowing the entire family to indulge heartily. Oh my goodness, I feel so stuffed, exclaimed Zhang Xiangxiu, patting her round belly. If only we could feast like this every day, it would be heavenly. Little Fan Fan also felt quite full, as she patted her tiny belly and giggled along with her aunt. Chapter 23. Apologizing to Aunt San. The entire family relished the meal with great satisfaction, yet Zhang, his father, appeared to harbor some concerns. He frequently furrowed his brow and cast furtive glances at Zhang, his expression betraying a desire to speak, which left Zhang perplexed. Father, what troubles you? Speak your mind. There is nothing we cannot discuss as a family. Observing the flicker of uncertainty in his father's eyes, Zhang could no longer restrain himself from inquiring. Speak quickly, and do not hold back. I am quite intolerant of your demeanor. What is the matter? Does speaking require a fee? Hu Yulian, his mother, was well aware of her husband's reticent nature. It was famously said that he could not be pried into conversation without considerable prompting. Zhang settled on the threshold, first compressing the tobacco in his pipe before extracting a glowing branch from the hearth to ignite it. Only then did he mutter, You visited your grandmother's home before dinner? Yes, I did. Zhang replied, somewhat incredulously. Could it be that his grandparents and Aunt San had divulged his errand to his father? Were they not concerned about losing face? Did you have a disagreement with Aunt San? Upon hearing affirmation, Zhang's frown deepened, and he expressed his discontent. After all, she is your elder. How could you act so disrespectfully? Your grandparents are quite displeased. My grandparents did not mention the reason. Zhang, uncertain whether his father was aware of the circumstances, cautiously probed. Indeed, they did not. They merely stated that you quarreled with Aunt San over some matter, and it left her quite upset. Zhang puffed on his pipe, expressing his displeasure. Your grandmother insists that you should visit Aunt San this afternoon, apologize, and let the matter rest. Oh dear. You, my troublesome child, just claimed to have matured. How could you act foolishly again and quarrel with your Aunt San? Hu Yulian furrowed her brow upon learning that Erhe had indeed clashed with his aunt. What? You want me to apologize to Aunt San? Zhang felt utterly exasperated, retorting. Father, mother, have you not inquired about what Aunt San did in this situation before demanding my apology? You insolent child, regardless of Aunt San's faults, she remains your elder. Is apologizing truly such a disgraceful act? Indeed, if the villagers learned of your defiance towards your elder, they would surely mock us. Father and mother, allow me to explain why I visited my grandparents today. If, after hearing my account, you still believe I ought to apologize, I will comply. Reluctantly, Zhang recounted the entire affair to his parents, though he had initially wished to shield them from such an embarrassing incident. If the villagers were to learn of this, the Zhang family's reputation would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Zhang Erhe was astonished by his grandparents' stance, urging his father to pressure him into an apology. Upon hearing the full story, Zhang Dashi felt a flush of embarrassment at the actions of his sister-in-law and harbored some discontent towards his own parents. What? Really? Hu Yulian was equally taken aback by the shamelessness of the third family's behavior, demanding an apology for their own disgraceful conduct. Yes. Is it conceivable that my son could fabricate such an incident? Zhang Erhe replied with a wry smile. Father and mother, how am I to apologize in this situation? One cannot simply commend my third aunt's actions as admirable, nor can one praise her cunning theft. Absolutely not. Zhang Dashi. This incident has so infuriated Hu Yulian that her brows have become furrowed. She sternly threatens Zhang Dashi. If you dare to compel Erhe to apologize, I shall not let this matter rest. Has the third branch of the family no sense of shame? To steal from one's own nephew and still demand an apology from Erhe? How audacious. Ludamii had previously encountered her fair share of obstacles from the elders. Yet she refrained from voicing her grievances. However, her antics have grown increasingly brazen, culminating in the theft of items from her own household. The old man and woman are truly biased beyond reason, even attempting to mediate in such matters. Must Ludamii suffer in silence? All right. Keep your voice down. What if the villagers hear? How embarrassing. Zhang Dashi was equally vexed, lamenting his parents for not grasping the situation fully, thereby causing him to lose face before his son. If Ludamii dares to act disgracefully, she should not fear exposure. What shame could befall us in our suffering? As Hu Yulian and Zhang Dashi departed, Lin Chunxing presented them with a pound each of white and brown sugar, claiming it was a token of respect for the elderly couple. Zhang Erhe had no objections. He felt grateful for his wife's thoughtfulness. While the elderly couple left, the youngest son Zhang Xiaohai and Zhang Xiangxiu remained, captivated by the fruit candies and fried dough twists that Erhe had brought out. Xiaohai, you little rascal, are you neglecting your homework? Hu Yulian was somewhat displeased with her youngest son's desire to linger and play. She was still anticipating her daughter's university admission. I'll go fetch my homework from Erhe. Zhang Xiaohai exclaimed, darting home to retrieve his assignments. To this, Hu Yulian could only respond with an exasperated chuckle. You little scamp, be careful running. What if you fall? Zhang Xiangxiu had an even more compelling reason to stay. She wished to learn needlework from her sister-in-law. After all, the family seldom acquired new clothing throughout the year. With Lin Chunxing's exceptional skills, Hu Yulian was more than willing to allow her to stay and learn. The two peach blossom hairpins brought unbridled joy to Xiangxiu and Fan, as the golden stamen in the center of the hairpins quivered with each step, creating a delightful rustling sound. Zhang Xiaohai, who had just returned with his homework, gazed on in envy, exclaiming that his elder brother was indeed biased, failing to consider him in such delightful matters. Do you, a young man, wish to wear a hairpin? Why not let your sister-in-law lend you one? Zhang Erhe chuckled as he observed his younger brother's woeful expression, playfully attempting to remove the hairpin from Lin Chunxing's hair to adorn the third brother. Hey, brother, do you wish to get me into trouble? Zhang Xiaohai's face flushed crimson, protesting that his elder brother was merely trying to embarrass him. Meanwhile, his sister and wife were busy cutting cotton clothes on the bed, while the third brother, pouting and reluctant, begrudgingly completed his homework. Their daughter, with candy in her mouth, playfully shook her head to enjoy the delightful sound produced by the flower stamen atop her head. This scene filled Zhang Erhe with warmth, as it embodied the happiness he had never found in his previous life. At this moment, it was vividly presented before him, stirring profound emotions within his heart. As Zhang Erhe once again produced the savory twists, Sanshao could hardly contain their excitement. Unfortunately, having just satisfied their hunger, they could only nibble on the treats as a delightful snack. The third brother feigned indignation, exclaiming, Brother Erhe, this must be intentional. You know we cannot eat anymore. Presenting the twists now is simply tormenting us. Zhang Xiaohai's exaggerated remarks prompted Fan and Xiangxiu to chime in with their agreement. Gazing longingly at the fragrant twists, they found themselves unable to indulge, truly a source of great frustration. Chapter 24. The bubble maker. While tidying up the yard, Lin Chunxing stumbled upon several bamboo stalks, each as thick as an egg. To his astonishment, there were indeed bamboo in the back mountain, a fact he had been blissfully unaware of. Chunxing, when did we acquire bamboo on the mountain? How come I never knew? Lin Chunxing pondered for a moment, fiddling with the thread in his hand, and replied, There has always been bamboo in the gully of the back mountain, but it never grows tall or sturdy, rendering it practically useless. It isn't even sufficient for firewood. Usually, no one bothers to collect it. Upon hearing Chunxing's words, Zhang took a moment to reflect. He then recalled that there were indeed some bamboo in the eastern gully. However, the harsh winters in the north rendered bamboo lifeless after autumn. Only the roots remained buried underground, enduring the frigid cold. Bamboo in the north has a short growth cycle, leading to its fragile quality and making it comparable to reed stalks. In the past, some would gather it for cooking pancakes, but this year, the distribution of grain in the community was significantly reduced. People were often left with watery porridge, and thus, no one bothered to collect the bamboo. With limited firewood available around the mountain, Lin Chunxing gathered a small amount for kindling. Otherwise, Zhang would have never laid eyes on these bamboo stalks. Intrigued by the bamboo, Zhang remembered the carpentry tools at his old home. He rushed to retrieve them, much to his father's dismay, who shouted in the background, cautioning him not to lose them, for they were quite valuable. Zhang Dashi, Er's father, had trained as a carpenter in his youth and had amassed a comprehensive set of tools. However, his skills were never put to use, and over the years, the tools had merely collected dust. Now, they would serve as a boon for Zhang. Although the bamboo was of poor quality, it could still be fashioned into small water vessels. After smoothing it with coarse sandpaper and adding a wooden cork, a rudimentary bamboo bottle was born. He then took a 2-finger-wide bamboo piece, perforated one end, and inserted the other into the cork to complete the task. What is the point of making these flimsy bamboo tubes? Lin Chunxing, who was busy cutting floral patterns on fabric, looked on with a mixture of regret and confusion as Zhang busied himself with the tools and bamboo. Even if they don't leak, they're still useless. Huh. Just wait and see. Who knows, I might be able to sell them for a little pocket money. Zhang replied with enthusiasm. He poured warm water into the tube for a test, and was pleased to find it leak-proof. It seemed that the skills he had learned at the woodenware factory had not deserted him. Who would pay good money for these trinkets? Lin Chunxing skeptically shook her head, unable to believe anyone would spend on such trivialities. Rest assured, your husband has plenty of tricks up his sleeve to make others part with their money. Just you wait. Zhang confidently shook the bamboo tube, satisfied to see that it was perfectly sealed. He then broke off a piece of newly purchased soap, added a pinch of sugar, and mixed it with warm water before pouring the concoction into the freshly crafted bamboo tube. Thus, a simple bubble maker was born. Fan, xiao. How about I perform a magic trick for you? Zhang exclaimed, shaking the bamboo tube vigorously, beaming with pride as he showcased his creation to Fan and his little sister. What is magic? Fan tugged at her withered, yellowing hair, perplexed as she inquired. Is it edible, like a steamed bun? Zhang Xiangxiu, equally bewildered, pointed to the bamboo tube in Er's hand and questioned, can soap water be consumed? At that moment, Zhang realized that none of them had ever witnessed a magic show. The traveling circuses of later years had yet to grace their streets. Moreover, with no televisions in the village, the concept of magic was entirely foreign to them. This is a toy I made, and it's quite delightful. In his desperation, Zhang resorted to a different explanation. Oh yes, let me play with it, Daddy. Upon learning that it was a toy, Fan immediately clamored for a turn. Her younger sister, Zhang Xiangxiu, gazed at the bamboo tube with eager anticipation, curious to see how it worked. Feeling the bamboo tube had cooled in his grasp, Zhang removed the wooden stopper. He then blew forcefully onto the bamboo stick inserted in the stopper, releasing a flurry of round, buoyant bubbles. Each bubble, plump and glistening, floated throughout the room, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and swirled in the air. Fan, Xiangxiu, and the third sibling joyously shouted, chasing the airborne orbs as they darted about the room. Daddy, let me have a turn. Let me play. With glee, Fan received the tube. But perhaps due to her limited lung capacity, the bubbles she produced were far fewer and smaller than those of Zhang Xiangxiu, momentarily forgetting her intentions to learn embroidery, leapt from her bed to assist Fan in blowing bubbles. The room resonated with the cheerful laughter of the two little girls as the vibrant bubbles danced through the air. Wow, this is truly entertaining. Can you make one for me? Zhang Xiaohai, who had been diligently working on his homework, found his focus shattered and incessantly pleaded with his older brother for a toy of his own. Get back to your homework. You're getting old. Your beard is already half a meter long. Why would you want a child's toy? The sight of the third brother scratching his head in frustration brought amusement to Zhang. However, he reflected that the third brother was merely a teenager, after all. Even middle schoolers of the future were captivated by shows like Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Considering the hardships faced by children in this era, one could empathize. In rural families, who would buy toys for their children? The most one could hope for was to catch fish or shrimp in the river, or climb trees to find bird nests. There were no other delightful pastimes or treats to be had. Although teased by his older brother, Zhang Xiaohai remained undeterred, persistently requesting a toy of his own. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxiu looked up at their brother with unabashed longing, her desires unmistakable. Since he had no plans to fish that afternoon, Zhang Erhe decided to make several more toys, intending to take them to the county town the following day in hopes of selling them. "Father, are we going to sell fish tomorrow?" Lin Chunxing, observing the increasing number of bamboo tubes on the ground, voiced her concern as she noticed he had not gone fishing. She feared he might lose sight of their daily livelihood in favor of play. "Of course. Why would I pass up the chance to earn some money?" Noticing the glimmer of worry in Lin Chunxing's eyes, Zhang Erhe quickly reassured her. "Yesterday, fortune smiled upon me, as no one witnessed my fish-catching endeavors. This skill, after all, is not particularly difficult to master. Should others observe and learn from my methods, it could jeopardize my own means of livelihood." Indeed, after hearing Zhang Erhe's explanation, Lin Chunxing finally set her anxious heart at ease. As long as he possesses the will to lead a life, that is sufficient. Even if Zhang Erhe chooses to refrain from fishing and selling in the future, as long as he is willing to live a humble life alongside her. Even if it means merely playing with Fan at home, Lin Chunxing firmly believes that once the land is distributed to households, she will be able to cultivate enough sustenance for her family. Chapter 25. To the county town, a total of 10 bubble toys had been crafted. Aside from gifting one each to Xiangxiu and the third brother, he counted and found 12 remaining. Initially, he could not produce too many, as unsold items would be a waste. The primary challenge lay in the bubble solution, which required a considerable amount of soap and sugar. He decided to assess the sales tomorrow before proceeding further. He skillfully split the remaining bamboo into strips and fashioned a fishing device. Yesterday, he had forgotten to puncture holes in the plastic bucket, making it exceedingly difficult to lift as it was weighed down. Lin Chunxing gazed in astonishment at the exquisitely woven bamboo item crafted by Zhang Erhe. "Erhe, you can weave bamboo? Who taught you?" "Haha, your husband possesses remarkable skills. Just wait and see." His pride swelled as he noticed the hint of admiration in Lin Chunxing's eyes. "Just as well, you need a sewing basket. Let me demonstrate what craftsmanship truly is." Zhang Erhe had worked for several years in a woodworking factory, and though his bamboo weaving skills were not on par with the master's, he could still create baskets and boxes that were quite presentable. At least, they were not inferior to those sold in the marketplace. After all, overly elaborate craftsmanship would not pass factory inspections. Before nightfall, he successfully completed the bamboo storage box and nodded in satisfaction at the natural hue of the bamboo. He handed it to Lin Chunxing, saying, "Take a look. Wow, it even has small compartments. How convenient." Lin Chunxing admired the little bamboo box, her satisfaction evident. In this era, rural women had few possessions to boast about. Styles and colors of clothing were limited to a few options, either red flowers on a white background or vice versa, or a combination of green and red. The variations were minimal, with differences mostly in the state of wear. Imagining the envy from others when they saw her exquisite storage box, while mending clothes in the sun, brought a smile to Lin Chunxing's lips. Her sister-in-law, Zhang Xiangxiu, was already envious, clamoring for her to make one for her as well. "Sure, in the next couple of days, I'll head up the mountain to gather more bamboo. I'll make one for each of you. I don't want one. You need to make one for me," the third brother declared as he hurriedly completed his homework, aware that he would face a home visit from the teacher if his assignments were not finished by tomorrow. A prospect he could not bear due to his mother's incessant nagging. "Ridiculous. What business do you have coming here?" Zhang Erhe shot him an exasperated glance. Dinner was simple, a bowl of white noodles drenched in leftover chicken broth, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. As Zhang Erhe prepared to leave after dinner, he instructed his sister to stay with her sister-in-law Lin Chunxing and not return to the old house tonight. He planned to work through the night, hoping to catch more fish and earn extra money the following day. The family was exceedingly poor, lacking in every regard. To assist with this, he constructed a makeshift sled using the branches Lin Chunxing had gathered, intending to haul it to the county town tomorrow, burdened with dozens of pounds of fish. Today, having purchased fish hooks and polyester line, he decided against using a spear for fishing. Yesterday, he found himself in a predicament. Using a forked stick to catch fish was merely a stopgap measure, exhausting and likely to scare off the fish that he gathered. He took the badger with him as he departed, planning to visit the county hospital the following day, although he was uncertain if they would accept him. Badger oil is indeed a remarkable remedy, particularly effective for treating burns. The frigid surface of the river at night was truly daunting. Were it not for his dire financial situation and the absence of alternative income sources, Zhang would have preferred to avoid such suffering. He fashioned a slanted hole beside an ice hole, using an ice shovel and his parents' borrowed flashlight. The beam of light illuminated the ice hole, serving as a rudimentary fish attractor. Fortunately, it was not 1983, a time when the government enforced stringent crackdowns, and every village had local militia patrolling at night. Had he been so brazenly fishing in the open fields then, he would have surely attracted the attention of the village militia. Thankfully, his night's toil was not in vain. He managed to catch several pounds of small mixed fish, 3 pounds of river shrimp, and over 20 crucian carp. The combined total of grass carp, silver carp, and common carp exceeded 50. Additionally, due to the bait of fish entrails and chicken offal, he also caught a few yellow catfish and eels, amounting to over 5 or 6 pounds. The biting cold of the late night forced Zhang to continually pace and stomp his feet for warmth. Or he might have caught even more. Simultaneously, Zhang couldn't help but reminisce about the 1980s, a golden era for fishing when the rivers teemed with resources. If 30 years were to pass, the rivers would be filled with traps and individuals clad in leather, electrocuting fish. The fishing nets were so densely woven. They resembled mosquito nets, almost capable of scooping up the fish roe in one go. Particularly concerning was the subsequent establishment of factories across the country, which recklessly discharged waste into the rivers, compounded by the rampant misuse of highly toxic pesticides, leading to the near extinction of the once abundant aquatic life. During the collective production era of the 70s and 80s, only the ne'er-do-wells opted out of communal labor, which is why the community looked down upon those who fished or gathered shrimp, deeming them unworthy. After all, there was no such thing as a farming off-season. As long as it wasn't pouring rain, everyone was expected to work in the fields. Failing to contribute would yield no work points. And when it came time for the annual distribution of grain and money, one would naturally find themselves excluded. His haul for the night was quite bountiful, totaling nearly 200 pounds of assorted fish, along with the 30-pound badger, bringing his total catch to over 200 pounds. Fortunately, he had constructed a sled, and the recent cold weather had preserved the snow on the ground, or transporting such a load to the county would have been an exhausting endeavor. Even with the sled assisting him, it was well past 10 when Zhang finally arrived at the garment factory after a nearly 4-hour trek covering over 20 miles. Setting up his stall, his target clientele was the factory workers, who had not yet finished their shifts. He gathered a few slender twigs from the sled, stringing together over a pound of mixed fish, along with a 3-pound carp and 2 crucian carp using twine. Carrying these goods, Zhang made his way directly to the reception area of the garment factory. A man in his 60s sat sipping tea and reading a newspaper. Upon noticing Zhang approach, he merely glanced up, not even lifting his head. "Good day. You must be Uncle Yu, correct?" Zhang gently tapped on the window of the reception room, his demeanor a blend of respect and apprehension. The elderly man, seemingly oblivious to the interruption, continued to peruse the newspaper for several more minutes before finally glancing up at Zhang outside the window. After taking a leisurely sip of hot tea, he slowly opened the window a crack and inquired, "What do you want?" Unfazed by the old man's indifference, Zhang understood that as a city dweller with a secure job, it was only natural for him to look down upon someone like himself, a mere peasant. Chapter 26. Cousin? Rags. "Uncle Yu, my cousin asked me to leave the fish with you first." With that, Zhang lifted the fish slightly. "Who? Your cousin? Who is your cousin?" Upon seeing the fish Zhang was holding, the old man wrinkled his nose in disdain, his face revealing a hint of impatience. Didn't my cousin Ma mention it to you yesterday? She is my cousin." Zhang seemed oblivious to Uncle Yu's annoyance, wearing a face full of bewilderment. "Oh, Director Ma is your cousin." Haha. When he heard that Zhang's cousin bore the surname Ma and was someone he had previously greeted, the old man's expression immediately softened, transforming into one of warmth and friendliness. "You see, I'm getting old, and my memory isn't what it used to be. Director Ma just greeted me yesterday. Oh dear, my memory." As he spoke, he opened the door to the reception room, preparing to let Zhang in. However, Zhang did not enter, but instead handed the fish to Uncle Yu, smiling. "Uncle, I want to go in. Just give it to my cousin when she arrives." He pointed to the fish stall across the street, adding, "I still have a stall outside." He then offered a string of small fish to Uncle Yu, saying, "I brought too many odd fish today. They won't sell well. You can take them home and fry them. That would make a great snack with drinks." Surprised, Uncle Yu accepted the odd fish with a smile, politely saying, "Oh, I can't accept this. At my age, how can I take your things for free? Let me give you some money." Though he spoke of payment, he made no move to reach into his pocket, clearly intending to be polite. Zhang had no intention of accepting money, quickly turning to leave while refusing. "Oh, uncle, it's just a few odd fish. They're not worth much. If I took your money, my cousin would surely scold me." Uncle Yu had not planned to give money anyway, and seeing Zhang refusal, he accepted the fish with ease, saying, "Look at this child, still being so polite. Fine. I'll graciously accept your kind gesture. Haha. From now on, feel free to set up your stall on this street. If you encounter any troubles, just come to me." Neither mentioned anything about paying Director Ma, and naturally, Zhang would not bring it up either. He claimed Marjia was his cousin, and if she denied it later, she would undoubtedly reimburse him. If she acknowledged it, that would be even better. For Zhang, the county town was still an enigma. Marjia, being a leader in the garment factory, might be of assistance someday. After all, it was merely a few fish, not worth much, just a matter of exerting a bit more effort. Furthermore, Zhang assertion that Ma Jia was his cousin was not baseless. His mother, Hu Yulian, had mentioned that one of his great-aunts had married into the county town, supposedly to a man with the surname Ma. Although there was no direct connection with his great-aunt's family, it might indeed be the case. In any event, it was wise to establish a connection with a relative. Seizing the opportunity with no buyers around, he hurriedly purchased a few buns from the nearby food stalls. After a night of consumption and with noon approaching, it was imperative to eat something to sustain himself. However, buying food was not a haphazard affair. He needed to buy from several nearby stalls. 2 buns from one stall, a bowl of congee from another, and a piece of fried dough from yet another. This is what is referred to as equitable distribution. At this moment, they dare to set up stalls and sell food here. Not to mention their familiarity with this place. They at least have some connection with the workers in the clothing factory across the street. Cultivating good relationships with these individuals may not yield immediate benefits, but it certainly poses no detriment. Indeed, upon purchasing their food, Zhang noticed the previously stern-faced vendors instantly break into smiles. "Young man, impressive. You've managed to procure fish." "Indeed. In these times, securing goods equates to earning money. You're quite capable." "Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely assisting my relatives in selling some fish to earn a little pocket money. In the future, I'll rely on everyone as support." As they praised him, Zhang quickly reciprocated with modest compliments, showering them with flattering words, causing the vendors to beam with delight. Following the auspicious start from yesterday, today's midday sales thrived remarkably. In less than 2 hours, nearly 200 pounds of fish were sold out, and the few remaining mixed fish were graciously given to the gatekeeper, Old Yu. This left Old Yu grinning from ear to ear, exclaiming that young Zhang was indeed a shrewd businessman, with an unlimited future ahead, which made Zhang blush with embarrassment. "What is your esteemed surname, young man? Where is your home?" Having received a favor, Old Yu was naturally quite pleased. He was truly a person who was greedy for trifles. Yet receiving gifts was undeniably a matter of pride. "I hail from Guizihe village in Xinglong Township. We are quite impoverished there, barely scraping by, which is why I sought to acquire some fish to earn a slight profit. It also allows me to bring back some grain for my family." The more pitiable his tale, the more reassuring it would be for others. After all, it is human nature to empathize with the weak. "Oh, from Xinglong Township, is it?" Oldie responded knowingly, clicking his tongue. "I am familiar with that place. I have been there before, and indeed, it is quite destitute." "Yes. Who would dare to take such risks in small business if it weren't for hunger?" Zhang lamented, pointing to his cotton coat and trousers. "Our family of 3 has only this set of cotton clothing. When I step out, my wife and child can only lie in bed. Oh dear, how pitiful." Old Yu felt a genuine sense of empathy upon hearing Zhang's words, primarily due to Zhang's convincing performance that almost brought tears to his eyes. Alas, things will gradually improve. Observing Zhang's plight, Old Yu contemplated and pointed to 2 tattered burlap sacks beside the duty room. "There are 2 bags of scraps and fabric remnants from the factory's clothing production. If you don't mind, you can take them back and perhaps piece together a garment to wear." Hearing Old Yu's offer, Zhang was overjoyed. In these times, one would be hard-pressed to find discarded fabric scraps from a clothing factory. Even torn underwear from rural households is often treasured. In the countryside, whose clothes aren't layered with patches, even the tiniest scraps could be sewn into a play bag for children. These remnants, taken back to the village, are indeed valuable. "Not at all. I am truly grateful to you." Zhang expressed his heartfelt thanks to Old Yu. The scraps were originally deemed waste material by the factory, so having someone take them off his hands was certainly a stroke of fortune for Old Yu. Moreover, it carries another implication. I did not consume your fish in vain. Although the 2 bags of tattered cloth may appear substantial, their weight is rather insignificant. Together, the bags weigh less than 100 pounds, making it effortless to transport them on the sled. As I journeyed halfway, I coincidentally encountered a primary school dismissing for the day. Observing the throngs of children, Zhang Er's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. He promptly halted his steps, retrieved a bubble maker, removed the stopper, and waved it against the wind. One by one, bubbles began to float away with the breeze. Chapter 27. The pharmacy selling badger oil. There was no need for Zhang Er to shout. The vibrant bubbles that floated in the air naturally captivated the children on the street. Wow, what is this? It's so much fun. Uncle, can you make more bubbles? Uncle, can I play with it? It's so beautiful, exclaimed a social butterfly among the children. Humph, what's so impressive about it? I've seen this on television. I think it's called Bubble Dragon, remarked a child from a family with a television, likely having witnessed it on screen. Hey, uncle, is this toy for sale? How much is it? Inquired a child from a wealthy family, directly asking for the price. Yes, it's 10 cents each, Zhang Er declared, having intended to sell them all along, as he produced a dozen bubble wands. There are 12 in total. Once they're gone, they're gone. If you want to buy, hurry. Children's toys require no further persuasion. Unlike adults, they purchase out of sheer delight. Here is 10 cents. I want one. I want one too. Tong dong. I only have 5 cents left. Do you have any money? Shall we pool our funds and buy one together? All right. In mere minutes, all 12 bubble wands were sold out. Those who missed out chased after Zhang Er, inquiring whether he would return the next day, eager for a chance to buy. I might not come tomorrow, but I will be here the day after. Zhang Er pondered, realizing he likely wouldn't have time to make more today, and hoped he could prepare a few more for the following day. Oh, hearing that Zhang Er wouldn't come tomorrow, the disappointed children all expressed their dismay. But upon learning he would return the day after, they instantly perked up and reserved, "Save one for me. Save one for me too." After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic children, Zhang Er couldn't help but smile broadly, realizing he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. In the county's traditional medicine shop, a woman in her 30s was anxiously inquiring at the counter, "Comrade, could you please check again to see if there's any left? I assure you, if I had any, I would sell it to you," replied the clerk, feeling helpless as she observed the woman's distress. "If there isn't any, there's simply isn't. Even searching further won't yield results. Why don't you check at the county hospital? They should have some, after all. Badger oil isn't particularly rare. Oh dear, this is so frustrating. I just came from the county hospital. The doctors there mentioned that they've had a surge in burn cases lately, and they've run out of badger oil too." The clerk nodded in understanding, realizing that with the chill in the air, nearly every household was stoking their fires, leading to an increase in burn injuries. It made sense that the hospital's stock had been depleted. "If we truly have none left here, you should quickly look elsewhere for a solution," the clerk advised candidly. Just then, she noticed a young man peering curiously into the shop. Annoyed, she called out, "What are you looking at? If you're not here to buy medicine, then step aside and stop causing a disturbance." The clerk's reprimanding voice left Zhang Er feeling dejected. He had intended to inquire whether they purchased badger oil. Upon observing a customer inside, he decided to postpone his inquiry. Moreover, the silhouette of the woman in there seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he could not recall anyone he knew from his county, which led him to become somewhat entranced. "Comrade, I am not here to purchase medicine, but rather to inquire if you accept badgers. What business do you have here if you do not intend to buy?" "We do not accept them," the clerk continued. "This is a traditional Chinese medicine shop. We often have villagers attempting to sell medicinal herbs. The local supply and marketing cooperative clearly procures these herbs. Yet these villagers persist in seeking higher prices, necessitating lengthy explanations each time. This establishment sells medicinal materials, not buys them." The clerk's words left Zhang Er disheartened. He was well aware that the cooperative accepted wild game. However, their prices were far too low, prompting his visit to the county's traditional medicine shop. If this did not yield results, he would have to inquire at the county hospital, and if that failed as well, he would have no choice but to sell to the cooperative. "Wait." As Zhang Er began to turn away, the clerk quickly called out to him, uncertainly asking, "Did you just say you wanted to sell a badger?" "Yes, indeed, a badger. Do you accept them?" "We do." "Hurry, bring it here. I will weigh it for you." Upon receiving Zhang Er's confirmation, the clerk's face brightened with delight. He then turned to the woman at the counter, exclaiming, "Just as we were speaking of badgers, one has come to us. What luck!" The woman was equally pleased upon hearing of the badger sale. Earlier that morning, as she rushed to work, her mother-in-law had informed her that her son Zhang had broken a thermos and suffered burns from the hot water. However, upon her urgent arrival at the county hospital, the doctor had informed her that there was no badger oil available. Although other burn treatments existed, they were prone to leaving scars. In her haste, she had come to the traditional medicine shop, only to discover they too lacked the remedy. Just when despair was setting in, serendipitously, someone arrived to sell a badger. When she turned to look, she was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the individual who sold fish at the entrance of their factory? "It's you, Sister Ma. What brings you to the medicine shop?" As Sister Ma recounted the entire situation to Zhang, he promptly retrieved the badger from his sack and said, "Ah, what a coincidence. Sister, you must take this back at once." "But, how do I process this?" Sister Ma felt somewhat at a loss. Knowing only that badger oil could treat burns and minimize scarring, yet she had no knowledge of the preparation process. "Give it to me. This badger is quite substantial. It will yield a considerable amount of oil. Even if you were to take it all, you would find little use for it." The clerk cheerfully accepted the badger from Zhang. As he weighed it, he chuckled, "I'll have someone in the back prepare it quickly. And I can set aside a portion for you. This substance does not require much. Even if you took it all, it would be of little use. Behold, 28.5 pounds. The clerk pointed to the scale for Zhang to see clearly, stating for the badger, "You shall receive $2.50 per pound. 28.5 pounds totals $71.25. He then called over another clerk, urging him to hurry to the back and refine the oil. Turning to the counter, he handed money to Zhang and remarked, "Since you are acquainted, I shall waive her share of the badger oil payment. However, I will forgive your 2 dimes and a nickel as well." "How does that sound?" "That works," Zhang replied. "If that isn't sufficient, you needn't worry about the dollar either." All right. This indeed alleviates our pressing predicament. That is all, regardless of how much is collected. It doesn't concern him as a mere clerk. Listening to this woman mention her position as an accountant at a garment factory. Who knows when we might find her services beneficial? Consider it a fortuitous connection. "Oh, dear brother, I truly thank you," she exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears of joy at the prospect of obtaining the urgently needed badger oil. Grasping Zhang's hand, she expressed her gratitude profusely. Chapter 28. The envious saleswoman. The child was still waiting in the hospital, and Sister Ma no longer felt the need to be courteous with Zhang. After hastily acquiring the badger oil, she rushed off. "By the way, Sister Ma, there are some fish left for you at the clothing factory as reception. Don't forget to pick them up. The Christian carp is excellent for your nephew's recovery." It was only when Sister Ma was leaving that Zhang remembered there was something he had yet to clarify, and he hurriedly called out after her, All right. Thank you." The urgency in Sister Ma's demeanor left Zhang uncertain whether she had heard his words. However, this was quite normal. Any parent would act similarly in such a situation. Zhang felt remarkably satisfied with the day's earnings. He had sold fish for 175 yuan. And although he priced the shrimp a bit high, he still had 2 kilograms left, which he decided to take home since Fan enjoyed eating them. The badger oil sold for 71 yuan, bringing his total to 246 yuan. Adding the leftover 10.07 yuan from the previous day, Zhang now had 256.9 yuan in hand. This sum, prior to his rebirth, would have merely covered a barbecue, but now, in the year 1980, in their remote village, it constituted a significant amount. At least in Guizi River Village, only the village chief or the secretary might have 1,000 or 800 yuan. Most families considered themselves fortunate if they had a few dozen yuan. Due to insufficient funds yesterday, he had refrained from purchasing many essentials. Today, Zhang needed to make substantial purchases at the supply and marketing cooperative. First, he intended to buy 2 pairs of cotton shoes for his wife and child. Though finished shoes were rarely available at the cooperative, today there happened to be a few styles. "Miss, could you please show me those cotton shoes?" Zhang pointed to a pair of leather-lined cotton shoes displayed on the shelf behind the counter. The black shoes were adorned with a stylish fur trim, appearing quite fashionable. The saleswoman attending to him was the same one from yesterday. Customers willing to spend money like Zhang were a rarity in such impoverished rural areas, where everyone was struggling to make ends meet, often counting every penny. "Ah, young man, you have a keen eye. These are new styles our director brought back from the provincial capital. There are only a few pairs." The saleswoman reluctantly handed the shoes to Zhang, adding, "They are in limited sizes. I just don't know what size your wife wears." She herself yearned for a pair of those leather-lined shoes, but at 15 yuan. She hesitated, as it represented nearly half a month's wages, given her monthly income of merely 28 yuan. Size 37. Zhang nearly laughed out loud upon seeing the shoe size. He had inquired about Lin Chunxing's size yesterday, and it was indeed a perfect fit. All right. I'll take a pair. Without even asking the price, he made his decision. His lavishness left the saleswoman astonished. She couldn't quite ascertain what his occupation was. As his attire was modest, yet his spending was shockingly generous. Regrettably, this style of shoes did not cater to children. So he selected a pair of red velvet cotton shoes for Fan, costing only 2 yuan. He also noticed that his younger sister, Zhang, seemed to need shoes that were not too thick, so he bought her a pair as well. Additionally, he purchased several pairs of cotton socks for his wife and a few pairs of children's socks for Fan, which totaled merely 2 yuan. In a past life, I never had the opportunity to honor my parents. Thus, I spent 1 yuan to purchase a large blue scarf for Hu Yulian. I also bought a lei phone cap for my father, which cost merely 1 yuan and 50 cents. Contemplating the envious expression on my younger brother's face when he saw Xiangxiu and Fan with hairpins yesterday, I decided to spend 2 yuan and 50 cents on a fountain pen for him. A fountain pen necessitates ink, which is relatively inexpensive at just 10 cents per bottle. The hot water we boil at home cools rapidly, making it impossible to enjoy a warm drink in the evening. Consequently, I purchased 2 metal thermoses for 6 yuan. The enamel basin at home, a relic from my wedding, has seen better days. It has lost its porcelain coating from drunken mishaps and now bears 2 small holes that create a puddle every time I wash up. Thus, I opted to buy 3 plastic basins, 2 small ones for washing my face and feet, and 1 larger for laundry, all for 5 yuan. Upon reaching the food stall, I noticed that today was the market day when the supply and marketing cooperative still had ample pork. Given that the market offers meat without tickets, who would waste money at the cooperative? However, Zhang had endured a long night and morning, leaving him too exhausted to navigate the crowded market. Thus, I decided to buy some here, knowing it wouldn't cost much more. I purchased 5 jin of pork belly at 1 yuan and 20 cents per jin, and 2 large bones for just 1 yuan. A set of pig lungs, liver, and intestines cost only 1 yuan and 50 cents, so I took 1. Having bought 20 jin of flour yesterday, I refrained from purchasing more today. I spotted some rice for sale and decided to buy 10 jin for 2 yuan to make rice porridge. I also needed a flashlight, as the one I currently use belongs to my parents. A flashlight costs 2 yuan, specifically a Tiger Head brand, which requires 3 size 1 batteries. Each battery is 10 cents, and since my father's flashlight ran low last night, I spent 2 yuan on 10 batteries, replacing the old ones. Remembering that the light bulb at home had long been broken, I bought 2 new bulbs for 1 yuan, 160 watt and 140 watt. I had forgotten to purchase soy sauce, vinegar, and monosodium glutamate yesterday. In rural areas, there are few other seasonings available. Thus, I bought some star anise, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and bay leaves for a total of 2 yuan. Finally, I bought 2 packs of white rabbit milk candy for Fan and Xiangxiu, spending 4 yuan. Each pack contains 20 pieces, equating to 10 cents per candy, which is the price of over half a jin of flour. In total, these purchases amounted to 58 yuan and 80 cents. Who would have thought the seemingly shabby fellow possessed such wealth? Surely, he cannot be the child of a high-ranking official or a wealthy youth. He does not appear to be a well-to-do intellectual, although his complexion is fair. His gaze is anything but refined. He seems quite wild. A few idle sales clerks whispered among themselves, speculating about Zhang. They had seen money before, but rarely encountered a customer who so extravagantly splurged. Moreover, the items he purchased were mere daily necessities, not items associated with marriage or childbirth. Furthermore, he had already spent nearly 30 yuan the previous day, which added to his astonishment. In the open space in front of the village of Guizihe, many people who had just finished their meals were gathered to warm themselves in the sun. During the 1980s, when coal had not yet permeated rural areas, the only source of warmth during winter afternoons relied on the sun. In the evenings, a little firewood was burned to make the most of the lingering warmth inside, prompting everyone to hastily burrow into their quilts. Otherwise, the abundance of children could not be explained, as the long, dreary nights lacked any form of entertainment. As the number of people increased, they naturally formed small groups. For instance, Aunt Qinghua would gather with her 2 sisters-in-law, along with several close friends. Of course, Lin Chunxing was also among them. Chapter 29. The beautiful Lu De and her grand face. Lin Chunxing seldom ventured to bask in the sun here. for her inherently introverted nature shunned crowded places. Additionally, there was the matter of Zhang, who used to beat her from time to time, leaving her face often adorned with bruises. This rendered her even more reluctant to come, lest she become the subject of ridicule. Today, however, she found herself here solely due to the insistence of Aunt Qinghua. With the new year approaching, Fan's cotton coat was in tatters. And after a brief outing this morning, she returned home in tears, lamenting that the other children in the village called her a little beggar, a pitiful girl devoid of a father's affection. It was only upon Aunt Qinghua's promise to help her stitch a new cotton jacket that she agreed to accompany her. There was little choice. After all, Zhang courtyard was located at the village's edge, lacking even a proper fence, merely a haphazard arrangement of branches that offered no protection against the wind, let alone thieves. Chunxing, this lad has truly changed. He actually dares to purchase such fine fabric for you both. Aunt Qinghua's sister-in-law, Su Yinling, remarked enviously, her fingers brushing over the cloth in Lin Chunxing's hands with a click of her tongue. Indeed, observing Zhang recent behavior, I must admit he has been quite different. He seems to care for Fan now, and even bought hairpins for my little sister, Xiangxiu. Lin Chunxing replied hesitantly. Yet, a shadow of worry crossed her face. But I cannot discern whether this change is genuine or merely a fleeting whim. My heart is in turmoil. I truly believe that has come to understand the importance of caring for you and Fan. Just yesterday, when I spoke of him, he did not retort. You should find solace in that, Aunt Qihua reassured her, aware of the hardships Lin Chunxing had endured since their separation. Another woman chimed in confidently. When men reach a certain age, they come to recognize the value of their wives and children. She gestured towards herself. You all know how my husband was back in the day, no better than that scoundrel Erhe. But look at him now. He understands the importance of living well. Suddenly, recalling a thought, she chuckled softly and leaned in closer to Lin Chunxing. Chunxing, with such fair skin and striking features, perhaps has finally recognized your worth. She pointed with a hint of envy at Lin Chunxing's ample bosom, exclaiming, Oh my! Even as a woman, I can't help but feel envious. What must the men think? The boldness of her words left Lin Chunxing blushing, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. Embarrassed, she buried her face into her chest, inadvertently accentuating her figure, which only incited a chorus of laughter from the gathered women. They praised the woman's observations, agreeing that Zhang's transformation could very well be attributed to such reasons. However, their joviality soon attracted the ire of another group of women. Seeing their merriment, Su Honghua, filled with jealousy, sneered, Look at Lin Chunxing's flustered face. It won't be long before she is cause to weep. Wasn't it said that that wretched man, had changed? Observing Su Honghua's unwavering demeanor, another woman expressed her regret. Oh, he will change? Su Honghua disdainfully retorted, A dog may change its habits, but he, Zhang, will not. Then, with a conspiratorial whisper, she inquired, Where did all his possessions come from? Surely they cannot be obtained through honest means. The other women exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of doubt and suspicion. Humph, if they weren't stolen, then how else could they have come about? Sooner or later, he will face the consequences. Su Honghua coldly glanced at Zhang's aunt, Lu Damei, and remarked, Damei, you ought to advise your nephew. Taking small advantages can lead to significant losses. It would be too late to regret when the truth comes to light. I wish he would meet his demise. Lu Damei replied, her face shadowed with anger. This troublemaker needs to go. It would spare our Zhang family from disgrace. Just yesterday, after she had painstakingly brought her belongings home, Zhang had chased her and seized everything before she even had the chance to warm them. This left her subject to rebukes from both her mother-in-law and father-in-law. Last night, she was so frightened that she couldn't sleep, plagued by dreams of being apprehended by authorities. It was as if she were still in a state of insomnia. Especially when she recalled the exquisite fabrics Zhang had purchased. What a waste to use them for a child's winter coat. After all, Fan was nothing but a burden. Furthermore, there were those luxurious oils, white sugar, brown sugar, fruit candies, and even fragrant ointments. Not to mention the silk scarf adorned with apricot blossoms and the bright red hairpin. Each thought of these items made Lu Damei's heart itch with envy. In her perspective, those treasures ought to belong to her. Zhang, as a younger member of the family, should show her the respect she deserved. Curse that worthless creature. As her resentment boiled, she felt her lips twitch in disgust. Hey, Andy, who has stirred your ire? Your words are rather harsh. You aren't cursing me, are you? Lu Damei, startled by a sudden voice from behind, turned to find that the worthless creature she had just cursed, Zhang had approached them unannounced. He stood there, smiling at their gossip, his expression enigmatic, as if he were aware of their disparaging remarks. No. Lu Damei was about to feebly defend herself when her gaze fell upon the sled behind Zhang Erhe. Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. The sled was piled high with goods, resembling a small mountain, gleaming leather boots, a substantial ashanka that she presumed was for her husband, and five-fingered pork. Upon noticing the two bulging burlap sacks, she speculated they contained cotton. The weight of those sacks must be considerable, likely worth several dozen coins. Suddenly, recalling something, Lu Damei beamed and said to Zhang Erhe, "Brother, didn't you say you were going to apologize to your aunt today? You really are too polite for your own good." She remembered that after Zhang Erhe had left yesterday, the elder Zhang Shitong had summoned his eldest son, Zhang Dashi, and had given him a stern reprimand for failing to properly guide Zhang Erhe, who dared to challenge him so disrespectfully. How dare he threaten his aunt? He instructed Zhang Dashi to ensure that Erhe comes over tomorrow to offer him an apology. This child, why squander so much money unnecessarily? Aunt, I forgive you. He chuckled, reaching out to take the sled from Zhang Erhe's hands. Lu Damei, feeling quite pleased, thought to herself that after all, they were merely a few broken wooden frames. It would be quite nice to haul them back, dismantle them, and use them for firewood, thereby saving her the trouble of gathering kindling from the mountains. Chapter 30. Zhang Erhe's apology gift. The few women, including Aunt Su Honghua, were utterly astonished by the items purchased by Zhang Erhe. When they learned from Lu Damei that these gifts were meant as an apology to her, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Goodness! They had heard rumors of the favoritism shown by Zhang Shitong and his wife towards their youngest son, but they had not fully believed it until now. Here was Lu Damei's nephew, apologizing to his aunt with gifts worth dozens or even hundreds of yuan. It was astonishing how Lu Damei, seemingly made of gold, had been spoiled by the entire Zhang family. This stirred a deep envy within them as they gazed at the treasures atop the snow sled, their eyes wide with wonder. Lu Damei's small, sharp-featured frame suddenly appeared magnified in their eyes. Third aunt, you might be overthinking this. Zhang Erhe was taken aback by his third aunt's wild imagination, instinctively blocking her outstretched hand. He couldn't comprehend what thoughts occupied her mind. Was it made of mere scraps? Why should he apologize to her? Did she believe her dignity surpassed that of the pigs raised by the production team? When Zhang Erhe deflected her hand, Lu Damei was momentarily surprised. However, she quickly speculated that perhaps Zhang Erhe felt embarrassed for having too much free time. Child, what is there to be ashamed of in honoring your elders? Why so sensitive? Lu Damei thought she had come to a realization and playfully scolded him, reaching out again to snatch the sled handle from his grasp. What? I have a thin skin? Zhang Erhe nearly burst out laughing at his third aunt's remark. When did a good-for-nothing become sensitive? Those with thin skin could hardly become the infamous good-for-nothing he was. Third aunt, perhaps you were thinking too much. My filial piety is directed towards my parents. Zhang Erhe chuckled, evading her grasp once more, and turned to walk away. Still smiling. Honoring you is a matter for my brother Dao. You should seek his honor instead. Watching Zhang Erhe's retreating figure, Lu Damei froze with her hands suspended in midair, feeling utterly embarrassed, as if her toes might dig a trench into the ground. The onlooking women, initially envious, now exchanged glances filled with mockery. If not for their good rapport, they would have burst into laughter. They silently scoffed at her. With that sharp, monkey-like visage, she hardly appeared to be someone blessed. She deserved the slap in the face from her own nephew. Had she gotten too carried away? Zhang Erhe had no time to indulge his third aunt or to acknowledge her flustered expression. He strode directly towards Lin Chunxing and the others. Wife, why are you out in this biting cold instead of staying home? The affectionate address from Zhang Erhe made Lin Chunxing blush slightly. She lowered her head and murmured, I was worried there wouldn't be enough firewood, so I didn't want to light the stove. The room is quite dark, and it strains the eyes. Zhang Erhe realized the truth of her words. Their simple adobe house had only small windows. Relying on the dim light of a kerosene lamp indeed strained one's eyesight. I bought a light bulb today. I will replace it shortly. Oh, Erhe truly knows how to care for his wife. Good. From now on, you must treat Chunxing well. Indeed, Zhang Erhe ought to live a good life, alleviating the worries of his parents. Observing Zhang Erhe's current demeanor, it is evident that he has genuinely transformed. Several aunts and elder women have earnestly advised him to treat his wife and children with greater kindness, aware of their good intentions. Zhang Erhe naturally responded with a cheerful nod. The elder women admonished him, acknowledging that he had previously lacked understanding, causing hardship for Chunxing and the children. As he spoke, He patted his chest in assurance, vowing to mend his ways and to treat his wife and children well. Daddy, Daddy, my daddy is back. While they were conversing, Fan, amidst a group of children playing in the distance, spotted Zhang and sprinted towards him with uncontainable excitement, losing her shoes in the process. Zhang crouched down and enveloped the rushing Fan in his arms. Rising to his feet, he playfully pinched her underarm and twirled her around several times, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. The affectionate exchange between father and daughter filled Lin Chunxing's heart with sweetness, akin to having sipped honey. In the past, had never showered such affection upon Fan. Whenever she showed any sign of closeness, he would respond with a stern demeanor. Noticing that his daughter's little feet were exposed to the cold, turning a bright red, Zhang felt a pang of distress as he touched them and felt their icy chill. Swiftly, he crouched down and retrieved a pair of cotton socks he had bought for her. First, he rubbed her little feet to warm them before attempting to put on the socks. However, Fan wriggled restlessly in his arms like an unruly loach, eager to escape to the ground as soon as he managed to put on one sock. This left Zhang in a fluster, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the exertion. "Oh, my little princess. Please hold still until Daddy puts on your shoes, okay? He. Daddy, that tickles." She giggled, squirming even more in his embrace. In a moment of distraction, she nearly tumbled from his grasp, startling Zhang significantly. At that moment, he realized that he was indeed not cut out for childcare. Resigned, he glanced at Lin Chunxing with a wry smile. Seeing Zhang in such a flurry, Chunxing stifled a laugh, and the other aunts joined in teasing him. "Now you understand the challenges of child-rearing, don't you? Now you appreciate how hard it is for us women," they chided, delighting in his plight. Watching Fan obediently have her shoes put on by Lin Chunxing, Zhang could only shake his head and smile ruefully. In all his years, he had never cared for a child. It was clear that a household without a woman was truly lacking. Indeed, the great sage was right. Women can indeed hold up half the sky. These aunts, who typically treated their own daughters-in-law well, received Zhang's flattery with grace. After all, these women were the steadfast informants of the village. One's reputation rested entirely on their words. Since kind words cost nothing, and knowing his previously poor standing in the village, Zhang's abundant compliments immediately garnered him their favorable opinions. "It seems this lad has truly changed for the better. Splendid. May he embrace a good life ahead," they mused. "Ah, Chunxing has certainly endured," and said, "I am listening. Second brother, you have returned." The little children who were just playing with Fan also gathered around at this moment. Each one gazed excitedly at the items on Zhang's sled. Among them was Zhang Xiangxiu, who looked at the golden velvet shoes on Fan's feet with an expression full of envy. Chapter 31. Why should they have it and not me? In this era, in their remote village, girls are considerably undervalued by their families. Their first new garment is typically their wedding attire, which includes shoes and other accessories. Although the Zhang family holds a somewhat less severe preference for sons over daughters, the younger daughter's clothing and shoes are merely hand-me-downs from her elder sister, patched and mended to last another year. As she gazes at the new cotton shoes adorning Fan's feet, her own black cotton shoes, with toes peeking out, fill her heart and eyes with envy. "Don't worry. Brother has bought you a pair too. Come and try them on." The look in his younger sister's eyes fills Zhang's heart with sorrow. She has always been somewhat invisible in their household. As an elder brother, he has often frightened her with his commanding demeanor. Zhang recalls that in his previous life, his sister never attended school and tragically passed away from a common cold shortly after the new year, at a tender age. In those days, the scarcity of medical care in the impoverished rural households meant that even a simple fever could claim a life. This time, he is determined to prevent such a tragedy. As he speaks, he retrieves a pair of velvet cotton shoes from a sack and beckons Zhang Xiangxiu over. "Ah, sister-in-law?" Zhang Xiangxiu is taken aback, surprised that her second brother has also bought her a pair of cotton shoes, filled with joy. However, a thought crosses her mind, and she hesitates, glancing at her sister-in-law. Since their family had separated from the second brother, dining at his house these past few days was one thing, but these shoes would cost money. Though her sister-in-law is generally kind to her, she cannot shake the anxiety of potentially upsetting her. "Your brother bought them for you. There is no need to feel embarrassed." Lin Chunxing has no objections to her purchasing shoes for Xiangxiu. Her sister-in-law has always been close to her, and the fact that Zhang is thinking of her and the children, even including his sister-in-law, brings her joy rather than irritation. "You sly girl. You have quite the thoughts." Zhang chuckles as he playfully flicks her forehead, amused by her anxious demeanor. Your brother bought you a pair of shoes. There is no need to be polite. Come and change into them. All right. Kiki. Thank you, brother. With her sister-in-law's approval, Zhang Xiaoxiu shyly approaches, takes the cotton shoes, and feels the soft velvet material, her face glowing with happiness. Wearing their new socks and shoes, Fan and Xiangxiu proudly strut before their friends, stomping their little feet and giggling as they glance up at the others. Let us go home and show off. Zhang finds their antics amusing as he prepares to head home, pulling the sled through the snow. Daddy, I'll help you pull. Yes, brother. I'll help you too. Just as Zhang is about to leave with Fan and his sister, one of the children suddenly bursts forth, face flushed, shouting, "Where are my cotton shoes? Why didn't you buy me any? I want new cotton shoes too." Huh? Zhang, taken aback by the audacity of the child, can hardly believe his ears. Who are you? Why should I buy you shoes? You're Xiaohu? Upon witnessing the spirited demeanor of the other party, Zhang suddenly realized the identity of the individual before him. This was the youngest son of his third aunt, Zhang Xiaohu, who was also his cousin. Both of them have new cotton shoes. Why shouldn't I have a pair? He exclaimed, a defiant look plastered across his face as he demanded new cotton shoes. Zhang Xiaohu, accustomed to the indulgence of his grandparents and parents, had always been quite arrogant. All the delectable treats at home were reserved for him, and now, upon seeing Zhang purchasing cotton shoes without his own pair, he immediately turned hostile. Why should I buy you a pair? Zhang was amused yet infuriated by this child's sense of entitlement. After all, he was neither his father nor his mother to indulge him. They have them. So you must buy me a pair? Zhang Xiaohu insisted, his mouth running as he attempted to rummage through the bag on the sled, exuding an air of arrogance. Zhang would not tolerate such behavior. He swiftly swatted the boy's hand away and warned, "If you dare to reach for that, I swear I'll give you a beating." Third aunt, aren't you going to discipline Xiaohu? If he provokes me, I truly will hit him. If he ends up getting beaten, he can't hold it against me. Third aunt Lu Damei, already displeased by Zhang scornful demeanor, felt even more irked seeing her son reprimanded. You dare? My son is not someone you can discipline. If you lay a finger on him, I want to let you off easily. Huh? Then let Xiaohu test it out. We'll see if I'll indulge him. As she spoke, she interlaced her fingers and cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, while her gaze bore into Zhang Xiaohu, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. Zhang Erhe's intimidating posture made Lu Damei's heart race with anxiety. She feared he might revert to his old ways and truly strike her son, leaving her with no recourse. A family feud was far different from a quarrel with outsiders, unless it resulted in death or severe injury. Such matters would not warrant police intervention, but rather be settled by village elders. If Zhang were to unleash his fury upon his cousins, there would be no justification for it. Aside from a stern lecture from his father, there would be no repercussions. Beatings were simply accepted. Xiaohu, return home. Who cares about your worn-out shoes? Zhang Erhe's unyielding attitude, coupled with the fright he instilled in Lu Damei the day before, compelled her to drag her resentful son away, all the while berating Zhang What's the big deal about having a few filthy coins? You don't even know how they came to be. Money that ISNT earned honestly can't buy clean goods. Despite the shamelessness exhibited by his third aunt and cousin, Zhang found himself at a loss as to how to respond. Lu Damei was indeed his blood relative, and although her words were laced with venom, he couldn't bring himself to retaliate physically. However, a mischievous thought crossed his mind as he pulled out a bag of white rabbit candy from his pocket, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Some people, when they can't reach the grapes, claim they are sour, but this delightful white rabbit milk candy? I certainly want to share it with you. He surveyed the eager faces of the children surrounding him and called out, "Who wants to eat white rabbit candy? Step right up. Hurry and tell me what to call you, or else you shan't have any to eat. Second brother, I want some. Please give me a piece. Uncle, I too desire a white rabbit candy. Cousin, share with me, please." A group of children pondered deeply about what to address Zhang while the more astute little ones had already begun to call out. What does it matter what they should be called? After all, addressing someone with a higher familial status is never a misstep. The priority is to secure the candy and savor it without delay. Chapter 32. Distributing candy in a scene reminiscent of an eager crowd. Children lined up in anticipation of a sweet treat, while those who hesitated were denied any confectionery. Observing the throng of youngsters surrounding him, each with hands raised like tree branches, Zhang felt somewhat overwhelmed. He promptly lifted the large white rabbit milk candies high, instructing them to form a queue. As long as there was candy to be had, These little ones exhibited remarkable obedience. The line, a chaotic array of heights and sizes, reflected their eagerness, with heads craning longingly toward the coveted sweets in Zhang Erhe's hands. Instead of distributing the candies himself, he tore open the packaging and divided it equally between Fan and Zhang Xiangxiu, entrusting them to share with their friends. The social hierarchy among children often mirrored their parents standing in the village. Those whose parents were less esteemed faced disdain from their peers. Consequently, Zhang Erhe had previously endured the ridicule of villagers, which had also adversely affected Fan and Zhang Xiangxiu, leading to their relative shyness. Now, with this opportunity to shine, Zhang Erhe was keen to allow Fan and Zhang Xiangxiu to take center stage, thus helping them integrate with the other children. Fan Xiangxiu, come. Distribute the candy to your friends, one for each. Everyone deserves a share. Eagerly accepting this task, Fan and Xiangxiu happily began handing out the large white rabbit milk candies to the waiting children, showing no hesitation or reluctance. The recipients swiftly tore open their wrappers, eagerly popping the candies into their mouths, their eyes narrowing in blissful enjoyment. One could only marvel at their delight, wishing their tongues were sturdy enough to prevent any mishaps. The rich, sweet scent of milk wafted through the crowd, tantalizing the taste buds of those who were left without. The envious mothers watched, swallowing their saliva, yearning for a taste, yet none possessed the audacity to compete with the children for the treats. They could only cluck their tongues in disbelief, questioning how Zhang Erhe had come into such fortune, generously distributing so many white rabbit milk candies to the village children. It was crucial to remember that this was the 1980s, a time when sugar was a luxury in rural areas. If a woman, during her confinement, received 2 bags of brown sugar as a gift from relatives, it was considered a prestigious and extravagant gesture. Typically, families might offer a few pounds of millet and a dozen eggs, but only to very close relatives. During weddings, being able to share even 2 pieces of fruit candy with the village children was a mark of high status. Where had Zhang Erhe acquired such wealth to purchase these sweets? Surely, he must have struck it rich. The women gathered around Su Honghua observed Zhang Erhe's generosity with envy, their tongues clicking in disbelief. Seeing the admiration directed at Zhang Erhe, Su Honghua curled her lip in disdain. Her husband, Fan was a team leader who frequently brought home ample supplies. Although the sight of the milk candies stirred her own cravings, she and her son had not been deprived of such treats. Thus, she regarded the envy of the other women with scorn, thinking, such simple-minded women. They've never tasted the finer things in life. It's merely a few candies. Who cares? The origin of the theft remains unknown. Sooner or later, the culprits will face the consequences. Su Honghua glared at Zhang Erhe, watching her daughter distribute candies to the children, and muttered her disdain under her breath. Observing Su Honghua's contemptuous demeanor, the women beside her exchanged glances but remained silent. Su Honghua's husband held the position of captain, which naturally afforded them a better life than others. It was rumored that last month he had purchased milk candies for his wife and children, and their son Fan Xiaohu had been proudly flaunting the wrappers of the big white rabbit candies. Simultaneously, one could not help but harbor grievances towards Su Honghua and her husband Fan Zhang Erhe, a mere scoundrel, knew to share his sweets with the village children. Yet, the captain's household purchased candies without distributing even a few to the rest. They claimed Zhang Erhe's funds were dubious, but it was questionable how clean Su Honghua's money truly was. At least Zhang Erhe sought to bring something from outside into the village, while Fan merely took from the common pot. Particularly, the women whose children received milk candies from Zhang Erhe felt even more resentment towards Su Honghua, thinking, who knows how much the captain has pilfered from the collective resources. Such provisions were meant for all members of the commune. However, despite their discontent, no one dared to voice their grievances. After all, who would provoke such a formidable faction? Guizihe village, with nearly 400 inhabitants, was divided into 3 small teams. The first team was led by Su Honghua's husband, Fan and most members bore the surname Fan. Naturally, this brotherhood wielded significant influence within their team, possessing absolute authority. The women who typically surrounded Su Honghua were largely from lesser families within the team, ingratiating themselves in hopes of gaining advantages during the distribution of grain and money. This was the typical dynamic in rural communities, where larger families could leverage their numbers during elections. Speaking boldly among smaller families had become commonplace, and no one dared to whisper dissent, which is why rural folk were often desperate to have sons stemming from a patriarchal mindset. A family with more male laborers held sway in the village. enabling them to dominate over the smaller households. In contrast, the captain of the third team was Aunt Xinghua's elder brother, Wang Jianxin. As most members of that team were surnamed Wang, with such a majority, he naturally ascended to leadership, despite Aunt Xinghua's family being childless. No one in the village dared to bully them, a testament to the strength derived from a large family. Only the second team, where Zhang belonged, lacked a dominant surname, consisting mostly of several small families. The Zhang family, with a dozen members, was among the majority. Zhang Shitong, his grandfather, had 3 brothers, but his great-uncle Zhang Zhangtong had never married and currently resided at the former educated youth site behind the team, caring for the livestock. This practice was common in rural areas for the care of the elderly and lonely. Zhang Erhe's great-uncle, Zhang Dongyang, reportedly accompanied the bald schoolmaster to Frog Island in 1949, and there had been no news of him since. It remained uncertain whether he was still alive. Zhang Shitong harbored lingering feelings about his elder brother's departure to Frog Island. In those tumultuous times, his family endured considerable criticism. Let us return to the main topic. Su Honghua muttered curses against Zhang under her breath, yet those around her refrained from echoing her sentiments. This lack of support left her, who was accustomed to being praised, somewhat dissatisfied. However, a thought flickered in her mind, providing clarity. Su Honghua surmised that the reason for their daring discontent was undoubtedly linked to the impending policy of household production contracts set to be implemented next year. They believed that once the system was in place, they would no longer fear the repercussions from the production team leader. With a dismissive curl of her lip, Su Honghua silently vowed, "There will be plenty of ways to deal with you then, humph." Chapter 33. Be generous. Distribute the head. Upon this thought, Su Honghua rose, dusted off her backside, and with a haughty swagger, muttered curses as she departed. "You'll see, one day I shall have my revenge, and as for Zhang, I have my ways to deal with you, just wait and see." However, her departure was also driven by a more pressing desire. The enticing aroma of milk candies had stirred her appetite, reminding her of the egg cakes she had stashed away at home, which she was eager to indulge in. Once Su Honghua had distanced herself, the women exchanged glances and grimaced. One of them spat derisively. "All these years, who knows how much grain she has hoarded from us? Indeed, while we struggle to put food on the table, she can afford milk candies and egg cakes. She's lost all sense of conscience." They spoke of the impending land distribution, hoping it wouldn't fall through. "It can't possibly fail. I heard that in the neighboring county, they finished distributing grain and land last month." Having concluded their discussion about Su Honghua, the women turned their attention to next year's household production quotas, each one dreaming of quickly obtaining their share of land. They had endured a year of hunger and were thoroughly exhausted by it. "Listen up, little ones, if you eat my candy, you must promise not to bully Fan and Xiang Xiu anymore. Otherwise, I want to share my candy with you again. Do you hear me?" Zhang cautioned the delighted children indulging in the sweet treats. Yes. Don't worry, Uncle we will protect them," they chorused. "If anyone dares to bully Fan and Xiang Xiu, we will all take action together. As the saying goes, a short hand takes a short bite." Despite their tender age, these children were no fools. With candy to enjoy, they were naturally elated and readily accepted the terms of this unspoken agreement. Zhang had indeed struck it rich. The women surrounding Aunt Xinghua watched in astonishment as he generously dispensed handfuls of candy. Where did he acquire such wealth? They wondered. Indeed, was thriving. Milk candy. And has he even tasted that before? While some gazed with envy, others felt a pang of bitterness. Human nature is notoriously difficult to decipher. Some fear your struggles, while simultaneously resenting your success. Earning money is important, but you must tread the right path. Don't be reckless. Aunt Xinghua felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing the words of those around her. She was not particularly concerned for Zhang in truth. She found his previous demeanor hard to forgive. Her primary worry lay with Lin Chunxing. If stirred up trouble, it would undoubtedly lead to complications for the two women. "Rest assured, Aunt, I used to be reckless, unable to discern right from wrong. I promise to live well from now on and will never cause trouble for my family again." Zhang replied, grateful for Aunt Xinghua's concern. A neighbor, though not related by blood, showing such care exemplified the essence of a good neighbor. "Our earnings come from honest means. Just the other day, I went to the county town." To dispel the doubts lingering in their minds, Zhang was careful not to reveal the true sources of his newfound wealth. Thus, he spun a tale, knowing full well that no one would verify it. Zhang explained to them that he had recently visited the county town, where he fortuitously encountered a distant cousin. She reprimanded him for his aimless wandering, leading him to a moment of epiphany. This was the catalyst for his reformation. Concerned that he might stray due to a lack of funds, she even introduced him to a job, enabling him to earn a modest income to support his family. At this point, Zhang feigned a look of deep gratitude, exclaiming, "I owe it all to my cousin." "What? When did you suddenly acquire a cousin who can find you work?" they questioned incredulously. "Indeed. Did your parents ever mention any capable relatives in the county?" "Huh. What can I say? I am simply fortunate. You wouldn't believe what my cousin does." Observing their astonished expressions, he felt a swell of pride, speaking as though it were the truth. "What does she do?" "Yes, what does she do? Surely she has become the county's party secretary. The Zhang family has been impoverished for generations. There is no way we could have such connections." "Well, no, that would be too much. The party secretary holds a significant position, far beyond our reach. Even at the peak of my financial success, I barely had 1 million or so. I've never even been close enough to such an official to have any association. However, my cousin is doing quite well. She works at the county garment factory and is even in a leadership position," Zhang boasted, speaking as if it were entirely factual. In these times, being a leader at the county garment factory, or even a mere worker, was a remarkable achievement in rural society. Receiving a salary from a state-owned enterprise was a coveted status, a veritable iron rice bowl. To bolster his credibility, Zhang opened one of the sacks, revealing the assorted scraps of fabric within. Look. After finishing my work, they rewarded me with 2 sacks of unwanted fabric scraps," he exclaimed, claiming they suggested he take them home for patching. Feigning disdain, he kicked the 2 sacks with his foot, lamenting, "Aunties, what use are these? They're merely scraps, not a single sizable piece among them. Oh dear, this is truly remarkable. My goodness, what splendid fabric. You should appreciate this. It is all valuable material. Indeed, this is genuinely a treasure. Just look at the quantity." As Zhang displayed his disdain for the lack of larger pieces, the onlookers cast scornful glances, envious of the 2 bulging sacks of fabric. It was as if they were disregarding the village chief's authority and treating the beans as mere trifles. This was fabric, albeit in small pieces, yet still fabric. In those rural times, sisters-in-law would often tear their relationships apart over a few scraps of cloth. The current era was vastly different from the past, where resources were scarce. Who did not have clothes mended with patches? Each garment had been worn by the eldest, then the second, and eventually passed down through generations. Those pieces required scraps for mending, yet who in this day and age had the luxury to purchase fabric? The garments, utterly tattered and worn, are repurposed into patches. Even the smallest scrap of fabric is a treasure. Moreover, the pieces brought back by Zhang are entirely new and robust. In this era, the utility of fabric scraps extends far beyond mere patchwork. One might recall the traditional rural footwear, characterized by a layered fabric sole, crafted from such remnants. The process begins with applying a layer of flour paste onto a wooden board, followed by affixing a layer of torn fabric. Once dried, another layer is applied, and this cycle continues multiple times. Finally, the assembled layers are meticulously stitched together with hemp thread, resulting in the familiar and beloved layered sole. Chapter 34. Zhang understood the essence of equitable distribution. In the rural landscape of that era, scraps of cloth were a rare form of hard currency, a necessity that every household deemed essential, second only to grain. Thus, the sight of these 2 sacks of fabric held the same value in the eyes of the women as 2 sacks of grain. Their eyes glistened with envy, longing to seize handfuls and tuck them away for themselves. This sentiment persisted until the mid-1990s, when the advent of foam shoe soles and the relative affordability of clothing diminished the significance of these rags in the marketplace. "Aunties, take what you need. There's plenty to go around," Zhang generously proclaimed, noting that his family could hardly use it all. Observing the eager expressions of the women, he was more than willing to share such an unexpected bounty, which held little monetary worth. Initially, the women were incredulous, their faces painted with disbelief. But upon confirming the sincerity of Zhang Erhe's offer, smiles blossomed across their faces. This was no time for restraint. Moreover, the necessity for these items was palpable. Without a moment to spare for careful selection, they hastily stuffed the fabric into their arms, fearful of losing out. Such an opportunity drew even those women who typically held grievances against the likes of Qinhua, all of whom now approached Zhang with tentative glances. Reassured by his lack of objection, and soon joined in the fray. Zhang of course, did not hinder their enthusiasm. After all, these scraps were of little worth. In rural life, their utility was undeniable. As the saying goes, a short hand receives a long hand as gifts. The women who had benefited from Zhang Erhe's generosity could hardly contain their praise for him, extolling his magnanimity and his fairness in sharing good fortune, far superior to those who merely espoused lofty ideals. Complimentary words flowed freely, and soon Zhang Erhe's face was aglow with flattery. Lin Chunxing, too, basked in the glow of their admiration, with many suggesting that she would enjoy a life of comfort alongside Erhe, for brighter days were surely ahead. While Zhang Erhe remained grounded, Lin Chunxing found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the barrage of praise. Her face radiated joy, and she relished this newfound attention. It was understandable. Given her past experiences, in her parental home, she had been undervalued due to her parents' preference for sons, leaving her feeling somewhat superfluous. After marrying, Zhang Erhe's erratic work ethic at the production team and the occasional domestic strife further marginalized her within the village community. Thus, it was no surprise that Lin Chunxing was somewhat dazed by the compliments showered upon her. She felt as though she had never before received such an abundance of flattery in her life. Now, basking in her husband's newfound esteem, she thoroughly enjoyed the moment, even relishing the fact that she had received a sack of fabric without a twinge of regret. Let no one fault Lin Chunxing for her vanity. After all, the age-old truth that sweet words are universally cherished rings ever true. Lin Chunxing, a modest and unassuming wife, found herself overwhelmed by the praise she received. An entirely expected reaction. Observing his wife, enraptured by the fleeting glory of the rags, Zhang Erhe chose not to shatter her bliss, despite considering such accolades rather trivial. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy as he witnessed the radiant happiness on her face. Her acceptance by the local women's group marked a significant step forward. Alas, he lamented his past indiscretions, having been a source of disdain in the village, which had inadvertently cast a shadow over his wife. Now, this moment served as a small redemption. A large sack of rags was quickly divided among the women, weighing dozens of pounds. Zhang Erhe was astonished by the satisfaction of the women clutching their full bundles, realizing that the cotton jackets they wore could hold so much. Once the satisfied recipients departed, Lin Chunxing reluctantly tucked away her fleeting joy. However, upon seeing Zhang Erhe's beaming smile, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. All right, everyone has left. Let us head home. It's rather chilly. She placed the sewing basket he had woven for her, along with the nearly finished cotton jacket, onto the sled. With the flustered assistance of Fan and Xiangxiu, Zhang Erhe pulled the sled back home, clutching the red leather shoes Zhang Erhe had purchased for her. Lin Chunxing felt a surge of happiness, yet she feigned annoyance, chiding him for his extravagant spending. How much did you spend on these leather shoes? The velvet fabric like what Fan and Xiangxiu have would suffice. Hearing her gentle complaints, Zhang Erhe did not perceive her words as nagging. Rather, he felt an overwhelming joy. At least Lin Chunxing was vocalizing her discontent, no longer living in fear of him. A promising sign indeed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Auntie, lurking in the shadows, observed the distribution of the rags and felt a surge of indignation as her mouth twisted in dismay. To her, those rags ought to have belonged to her household. Giving them away to those ungrateful wretches was nothing short of wasteful. However, a thought struck her, and she turned her thin frame back home, muttering to herself, "No, I must have the elders demand more. Why should outsiders benefit? Truly, what a wasteful practice." In Ludamiai's eyes, her possessions were indisputably hers, and Zhang Erhe's belongings should rightfully belong to her as well. Given that Zhang Erhe's family was merely a burden, and his brother, Zhang Dai, had no servants, it was only logical that those items should eventually find their way to her. Upon returning home, Zhang Erhe promptly replaced the dim 60-watt bulb. Instantly, the once gloomy earthen room brightened significantly. Although he found the change rather ordinary, Lin Chunxing, Fan, and Xiangxiu were utterly captivated. "Wow, it's so bright, just like outside," Fan exclaimed, delighting in the luminous bulb and bouncing around, stepping on her shadow in her new cotton shoes. "Yes, it's even brighter than outside," Xiangxiu echoed, gleefully running around the room with Fan. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she dashed outside while exclaiming, "I will call third brother over. Riding here will surely be easier on the eyes." Observing his younger sister sprinting away, Zhang Erhe felt a pang of emotion at the tip of his nose. What a considerate child she was. Whenever there was something good, she would always think of herself, third brother, and their parents first. If it had not been for his own shortcomings in their previous life, which led to their parents' early decline in health, perhaps Xiangxiu would not have perished so prematurely, leaving Zhang Erhe and third brother with a lifetime of regret. This was also the reason third brother had never been able to forgive him in their past existence. Chapter 35. Braised pork offal. The sight of the electric light illuminating the room filled the heart of our young bride, Lin Chunxing, with delight, just as it did for any child witnessing the glow. Her face radiated joy as she gazed upon the brightly lit room. Though she couldn't help but lament the extravagant expense of electricity. How much money would be squandered in a single day? Observing Zhang as he busily organized the items he had purchased, Lin Chunxing sat on the edge of the Kong, attempting to thread her needle. To her satisfaction, the clarity of the light matched that of the outside world. She wondered about the wattage of the bulb and the daily cost it would incur. Despite her contentment with the brightly lit room, the frugality instilled by poverty tugged at her heartstrings. In truth, during these times, electricity was not overly expensive, particularly in rural areas where it was generally priced at 10 cents per kilowatt-hour. At that moment, households lacked numerous electrical appliances, with light bulbs being the primary use of electricity. The bulb Zhang had purchased was a modest 60 watts. Even if it were to burn continuously for 24 hours, it would consume merely 1.5 kilowatt-hours, costing less than 20 cents. Even if the additional 40-watt bulb were lit alongside it, the total expense would still exceed only 20 cents. Don't worry about it, Zhang reassured her, chuckling as he explained the calculation of the electricity bill. Is 10 cents a day too much? How many families in our village can afford that? You could buy over a pound of fine flour for that. It's not expensive at all. You must remember, this is the year 1980. Money still holds value. It's not as inflated as in later years. 10 cents could feed a family for a day if converted into coarse grain. Do not fret about finances. Our family will never lack for money in the future. Spend freely. By this time, Zhang had organized the items he had brought home, dividing 5 pounds of pork into 3 portions to hang on the wall. He had prepared the rice in the bamboo tube made the previous day, contemplating inviting his parents over for dinner. Observing his wife occasionally glance at the bulb with a look of concern was somewhat amusing to him. With clean hands, he pulled out the remaining money from his pocket and placed it all into the sewing basket in front of Lin Chunxing. Instead of worrying about the cost of electricity, we can earn more. Here, this is the money your husband has earned over the past few days. Keep it safe. Ah, mother, how much is this? Lin Chunxing exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the sewing basket brimming with cash. She swore she had never touched this much money in her life, nor had she even seen it before. Although she had received a bride price of 80 yuan when she married, that money had long been taken by her parents. And Lin Chunxing had never laid eyes on a single cent. Haha. Count it, and you'll know how much it is. Seeing his young wife's bewildered expression, Zhang couldn't contain his laughter. He affectionately teased her by playfully pinching her nose, deliberately withholding the exact amount to let her experience the joy of counting money for herself. Zhang was well aware of how much was left after deducting today's expenses. It totaled 198 yuan, not even reaching 200. However, most of this money consists of small denomination bills, with the largest 2 totaling merely 10 yuan. This reflects the notion of unity often expressed by the people. The rest comprises 1 and 2 yuan notes, with scarcely any 5 yuan bills to be found. Thus, while it may appear to be a substantial sum, it barely amounts to 200 yuan. As the saying goes, for the impoverished, the greatest joy in life is counting money. Such pleasure is beyond the reach of anyone, not even the divine. Observing Lin Chunxing, her face flushed with excitement as she counted the bills, Zhang felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. In these times, everyone is in dire straits, and no one can mock another. After all, they are all equally impoverished. While Lin Chunxing indulged in her financial delight, Zhang busied himself with the preparation of pig offal. A bundle of offal priced at 150 weighed nearly 10 g. The reason for the lack of interest in purchasing pig offal was not due to its taste. Rather, it was because everyone was struggling financially. Any meat would suffice, and there was little room for picky preferences. At such times, concerns about flavor were trivial. Having something to eat was a blessing. The unpopularity of pig offal stemmed primarily from its low fat content and poor value for money. A typical bundle of offal did not include trotters, tongues, or heads, but merely hearts, intestines, livers, and lungs. The heart and lungs offered little in terms of fat, while the intestines were slightly better, possessing just a thin layer of fat on the outer casing. Even that was minimal. Most pigs in the country were of the traditional Chinese black breed, which, while delicious, had a notoriously low meat yield and required around 10 months to reach maturity. A pig raised from the beginning to the end of the year would weigh just over 100 g. In an era where people struggled to fill their bellies, it was unrealistic to expect these pigs to be well fed. Cleaning the pig liver was straightforward, while the lungs required more effort. needing to be flushed multiple times to eliminate any unpleasant odors. The intestines needed to be thoroughly cleaned, and with the aid of a long bamboo stick, one could carefully invert them, followed by a thorough scrubbing with salt to ensure cleanliness. As Zhang tended to the offal, Lin Chunxing finally finished counting the money. Worried about making a mistake, she counted it 3 times before she was satisfied. 198 yuan. Lin Chunxing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness envelop her, creating a surreal sensation. Father, we now have 198 yuan. Why does it feel like a dream? How shall we spend such a sum? Seeing his wife's blissful expression nearly caused Zhang to burst into laughter. He gently tapped her cheek to bring her back to reality. After all, this was just the beginning. Now you understand your man's capabilities, don't you? He said affectionately as he embraced Lin Chunxing, playfully nudging her. Are you still worried about that little electricity bill? From now on, spend freely. Don't fret. Your man knows how to earn. Just hand me the change. I'll need it tomorrow. The rest, find a place to keep safe. Zhang meticulously counted the small change, amounting to 8 yuan, while he relegated the rest to Lin Chunxing. In this era, every penny holds considerable value, and this small sum of change is more than sufficient. He finds little utility in keeping it for himself, so he decides to let his wife manage it. Ah, are you truly going to keep it? Aren't you worried? Lin Chunxing was genuinely taken aback by the unexpected influx of money. When had she ever possessed such a substantial amount? Her flustered demeanor revealed her uncertainty about where to conceal the notes. What's the matter? If you don't want it, just give it to me. This money wouldn't even suffice for a few rounds of drinks. Observing his wife's cautious and hesitant behavior, Zhang couldn't help but tease her with amusement. Chapter 36. The joyful Lin Chunxing. As soon as Zhang uttered those words, he immediately regretted them. Noticing Lin Chunxing's face turned pale and unnatural, he wished he could slap himself for opening his mouth in such a manner. It was merely a jest. Look at my careless tongue. Hastily, Zhang chuckled and offered his apologies to Lin Chunxing, and after a bit of coaxing, he managed to transform her ashen expression into one of delight. From now on, all the money we earn will be under your control. I shall focus solely on making money, he declared, playfully tapping Lin Chunxing's forehead with a gentle thump. This action made her blush with shyness, prompting her to pinch Zhang's waist in mild annoyance. Although he felt no pain, he exaggeratedly grimaced, which only elicited peals of laughter from little Fan. Seizing the moment while Fan was distracted, Zhang scooped her up under her arms and spun her around in the air, causing her to erupt into a fit of giggles, her laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the small room. Just as they were enjoying their playful antics, the door was abruptly pushed open. Zhang Xiaohai, the third brother, poked his head in, exclaiming, "Second brother, you really have changed to a big light bulb. It's so bright. Haha, I'll do my homework here from now on. I told you I wasn't lying. Now you believe me, right?" Following closely behind him was Zhang Xiangxiu, who promptly closed the door behind her. With over a month until the new year, the cold of winter was at its peak. The only slightly warmer time was during the midday hour. Beyond that, one dared not linger outside in the biting cold. When Zhang Xiangxiu returned home, she found the third brother struggling to do his homework by the dim light of a kerosene lamp. Although it wasn't dark outside yet, the room was quite gloomy, and his mother was reluctant to spend on electricity, forcing him to make do with the kerosene lamp. Now, witnessing the bright light bulb in his second brother's house, the third brother was delighted. Alas, their home lacked a table, but that posed no challenge for him. He simply laid his homework across the edge of the bed and bent over to work, undeterred. Here, this is for you. Don't say your second brother is biased. Zhang handed him a fountain pen and ink he had bought for him. It was a Hero brand pen, of course, the most economical variety. Haha, thank you, second brother. Receiving the brand new fountain pen, the third brother's face lit up with joy. He had envied his classmates' pens for quite some time, but had never had the money to buy one. Now, he finally had one of his own. Carefully unwrapping the packaging, the blue lacquer gleamed under the light. He lovingly removed the cap and fiddled with the pen for quite a while before reluctantly reassembling it and placing it carefully by his side. Then joyfully returning to his homework. Why not use the new one? Don't you like the color? Zhang inquired, noticing the ink stains on the third brother's hands. No, I like it. Kiki, this one is still usable. Zhang Xiaoai chuckled sheepishly, though the evasive glimmer in his eyes betrayed him, suggesting he was hiding something. You little rascal, you're not being honest. What mischief are you up to? Zhang pressed, prompting the third brother to finally reveal the reason behind his secretive demeanor. Next year, I shall be graduating. I am contemplating presenting this pen as a gift, thus saving myself from the expense of purchasing another at that time. Zhang, observing the awkward demeanor of Lao San, found it amusing and playfully flicked his forehead, saying, "If I buy it for you, you shall use it. When the time comes, I'll give you the money to buy another. With so many classmates, how could you gift just one pin? Oh, by the way, if you need money in the future, just ask your sister-in-law. Our parents hardly have any savings. It's not easy for them to accumulate even a little. Indeed, from now on, I shall seek funds from my sister-in-law." Lin Chunxing was not a miserly person, with a small cushion of nearly 200 yuan. She would certainly not undermine her husband's dignity. Moreover, Lao San had always treated her and her child well, often thinking of Fan and secretly handing over saved eggs and other treats for her. As she spoke, she pulled out a 5 yuan note from the counted money and placed it in Lao San's hand. After a moment's thought, she also handed a 2 yuan note to Xiangxiu. It was that Lin Chunxing was stingy, rather. Xiangxiu was not in school and truly had little to spend in the village. Lao San, Zhang Xiaohai, however, was quite different, attending middle school in town. He could buy some stationery, thus avoiding having to ask the elderly for money. "Sister-in-law, how can I accept your money?" Both Lao San and Xiangxiu were taken aback by the money Lin Chunxing had given them, hastily declining. Only after repeated insistence did they joyfully and carefully stow away the money. "Your brother can earn money now," she added with pride, displaying a large stack of cash to the two youngsters, before cheerfully saying, "If you ever need money, just ask your sister-in-law." "Wow, is all of this earned by second brother? You're amazing, second brother." Lao San and Xiangxiu gazed at the money in their sister-in-law's hands, their expressions one of astonishment. After receiving Lin Chunxing's affirmation, they looked at Zhang with admiration and awe, seeing the astonished expressions of his younger siblings. Zhang burst into proud laughter, teasing, "Your second brother is quite capable. From now on, you shall enjoy a life of indulgence." After a brief moment of casual conversation, the rice was ready. This noon, Zhang decided to prepare the pig offal, allowing his family to sample his culinary skills. He first scooped the rice into a basin, cleaned the pot, and rendered the pig fat scraped from the intestines. He then selected some spices and fried them in the oil to release their fragrant aroma. Next, he added scallions and ginger, sauteing them until golden, before incorporating the freshly purchased soybean paste and soy sauce, stirring for a while. After adding an appropriate amount of water, he placed the prepared pig offal into the pot and set it to boil vigorously over high heat. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the small dwelling, drawing the three children to squat by the stove, eagerly inhaling the delightful scent. The braised pig offal was a skill Zhang had invested tens of thousands of yuan to learn in his previous life. At that time, he had opened several cooked food shops in Taishu, often earning over 10,000 yuan in a single day. Now, with this small trial of his culinary prowess, he immediately captivated everyone present. Zhang dared to assert that no one in the entire province could prepare pig offal as delectably as he could. A recipe refined over decades, despite the current scarcity of seasonings from the supply and marketing cooperative. It is difficult to procure all the spices he requires, yet even so, the flavor remains remarkably delightful. Soon, when Zhang finishes cooking, he will savor the dish. If it possesses the layered taste reminiscent of the future, it will be a triumph. In the coming year, he plans to establish a delicatessen in the county town, which will undoubtedly yield his first fortune. After all, fishing from the river for sale is not a sustainable endeavor. Once spring arrives and the fields are bustling with laborers, such a venture without capital will come to an end, and it is improbable that he can continue to rely on shortcuts indefinitely. Chapter 37. A lavish dinner. Xiangxiu, have you summoned our parents to indulge in the feast? As the pot of pig offal neared perfection, Zhang suddenly recalled the importance of including his elder parents in such a delightful meal, prompting him to inquire with Xiangxiu. "I have called them, but I am uncertain if they will come," Xiangxiu replied, her gaze fixated on the pot, oblivious to her surroundings as she slurped at the corners of her mouth. At such a tender age, she had never before encountered such an enticing aroma. "Allow me to fetch them," Zhang declared, rising with determination to visit the old homestead. In this era, neglecting to share a sumptuous meal with one's parents would earn one the scorn of the community. However, with his grandparents, he could forego such gestures without facing criticism. Even if others were aware, they would merely remark that the child was not particularly close to his grandparents. Some might even suggest that the grandson's detachment stemmed from his grandparents' favoritism. "Wait, keep an eye on the pot. I shall go and call our parents." At that moment, Lin Chunxing had just finished sewing a cotton coat for Fan, and she was eager to try it on her daughter. The fit was perfect. I am unfamiliar with cooking pig offal, and I would not want to ruin it. Observing her daughter, who was elatedly bouncing about in her new coat, Lin Chunxing tightened her clothing and set off to summon the elderly couple. Zhang Erhe did not intervene. His daughter-in-law was merely inviting her in-laws to enjoy a fine meal. The villagers would only commend Zhang Erhe and his wife for their filial piety, and they would envy the elderly couple for having found a good daughter-in-law for their son. When Zhang Dashi and his wife arrived, following their daughter-in-law Lin Chunxing, Zhang Erhe had already transferred the cooked pig offal into a basin. The two new plastic basins, recently purchased, served as makeshift serving dishes, proving fortuitous. You rascal, earning a few coins, and you forget to be frugal. Just look at how much you've squandered. Despite being entranced by the delightful aroma that filled the room, Hu Yulian felt a pang of regret at the sight of the overflowing basin of offal. How much money must have been wasted on this substantial quantity of meat? Mother, this pig offal is quite inexpensive. The total cost was less than 2 yuan. While speaking, Zhang Erhe sliced the offal into large chunks, unconcerned with the precision of his knife skills since it was intended for their own consumption. Really? Less than 2 yuan? You must be jesting. Perhaps finding his son as claimed too extravagant, Zhang Dashi pinched a piece of lung and tossed it into his mouth, mockingly deriding his son. 2 yuan could buy over 20 pounds of cornmeal. A few extra coins and your tail is already in the air. Your incessant prattle is unbearable. Even while enjoying the meat, you cannot silence your foul mouth. Hu Yulian was quite displeased with her husband's jest directed at their second son. While she could tolerate her son's shortcomings, she would not stand for criticism from others, even from her own husband. Swatting away Zhang Dashi's hand as he reached for another piece of meat, she retorted, "If you find it too pricey, then refrain from eating. Waste not, want not." "Oh, I was merely jesting." Zhang Dashi chuckled, deftly circumventing his wife's hand and plucking a large intestine from the basin, savoring it as he chewed. Erhe, where did you learn to cook so exquisitely? This meat is utterly delectable. Third son, return home and fetch that bottle of wine for your father. Such exquisite dishes deserve to be accompanied by wine. Alas, the old house contains less than half a bottle, a remnant from Zhang Erhe's wedding a few years back. Over the years, it has only been savored on rare occasions when guests visit. Even during festivals, they have refrained from indulging. The pot of pig offal that Zhang Erhe prepared is far more sumptuous than the festive fare. It immediately stirred the cravings within Zhang Dashi, prompting him to urge Lao San to fetch that bit of wine to satisfy his appetite. No need for Lao San to make the trip. I have procured wine for our father, stopping Lao San in his tracks. Zhang Erhe washed the cleaver after chopping the meat and retrieved 2 bottles of wine he had bought for his father from a sack of rag remnants. Ah, our second son truly knows how to cherish his father. Zhang Dashi received the wine with a beaming smile, proudly showcasing it to his wife. This is fine wine, worth 90 cents a bottle. Hu Yulian, observing her husband's unrestrained glee, shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Look at you, so frivolous. If you have the means, don't drink the wine our son bought." Zhang Dashi brushed off his wife as teasing, eagerly uncorking the bottle. He poured a small amount and took a sip, savoring it as he exclaimed, "Not bad, indeed. This is truly good wine." In rural areas, the commonplace choice for celebrations is often bulk wine, priced at just over a dime per pound and typically diluted with alcohol. However, even such modest offerings are seldom purchased by families, with only those like the erstwhile Zhang Erhe exchanging their grains for wine. Zhang Erhe also presented a scarf for his mother, Hu Yulian, and a lei foam cap for his father, bringing smiles to the elderly couple's faces, affirming that their son was indeed worth raising. Yet, they couldn't help but bemoan Erhe's spending habits. After donning the scarf with delight, Hu Yulian admonished him, "No more reckless spending. You and your father are at an age where any attire will suffice." In truth, Zhang Dashi and his wife are not particularly old, just over 50. In another decade or so, they would still be in their prime. Have you not seen those women online who flaunt their pictures in their 40s? Still calling themselves young ladies? They erupt in indignation whenever addressed as aunt or sister. At just over 50, Zhang Dashi and his wife already bear deep lines on their faces, their wrinkles capable of squashing a mosquito. Nowadays, the common diet lacks richness, making people appear significantly older. Once one surpasses 65, they often find themselves languishing in the sun against the walls. Long-term malnutrition has led to widespread osteoporosis among rural elders, and after 60, their health tends to decline rapidly. The steaming bowl of fluffy white rice, generously topped with savory meat and a drizzle of broth, delighted the entire family. Zhang Dashi marveled. declaring he had never tasted such fine cuisine in his life. All those years had been in vain. Little Fan, though merely 3 years old, devoured his share of meat with gusto, eagerly shoving pieces of fat intestines into his mouth. Fortunately, Zhang had cooked the offal until tender, sparing the child from choking. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, the door was once again pushed open. Zhang third aunt, Lu Damei, had just entered. Immediately captivated by the pot of meat on the table, her eyes fixated on it, and her mouth almost watered. "Ah, what brings you here from the third household?" Hu Yulian exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Lu Damei at the door. It was rare for Lu Damei to step even a foot into Zhang's home, let alone into Zhang Daxi's courtyard. Chapter 38, Arrival of Auntie San. Oh, eldest brother and sister-in-law are here too. Hiki. Lu Damei finally came to her senses. Reluctantly diverting her gaze from the meat platter, she raised the 2 cooked potatoes in her hand, her face adorned with an awkward grin. "Oh dear. I was merely concerned about Fan going hungry. I thought to bring the child something to eat." Saying this, she placed the 2 egg-sized cooked potatoes onto the large urn in the corner, deliberately positioning them in plain sight as if afraid others might overlook them. Casting a glance at the potatoes, Zhang estimated they had been reheated more than 8 times. The cracks in the potatoes were lined with a thick layer of white skin, glistening with frost, appearing quite unappetizing. Zhang was too preoccupied shoveling rice into his mouth to pay attention to Auntie San Lu Damei. No one would believe she had the goodwill to bring food for her own daughter. He suspected that she had been unable to gain any advantage at noon, which was why she had hurried over. Observing the way Auntie San's eyes darted around the room, he realized she had not been able to contain herself. Noticing her husband's silence, Lin Chunxing, as the niece-in-law, felt it inappropriate to leave an elder unattended. She rose with a polite smile and asked, "Aunt, have you eaten? If not, let us share a meal." "Ah, this is why our niece-in-law is so considerate. How embarrassing." While she spoke of feeling embarrassed, Lu Damei's body was quite honest. In a flash, she squeezed herself to the table, disregarding whose chopsticks she picked up and began to eat. This behavior made Hu Yulian's forehead throb with tension, wishing she could turn her rice bowl upside down on Lu Damei's head. It was not that Hu Yulian was unwilling. Rather, Lu Damei was astonishingly inconsiderate. It would have been one thing to squeeze beside her sister-in-law, but why encroach on her brother-in-law? At this moment, Lu Damei leaned heavily onto the table, as if she could press her body against Zhang Daxi. Her ample bosom rubbed incessantly against Zhang Daxi's face, reddening him. Observing his mother's rising fury, Zhang quickly finished his rice and stood up, suppressing laughter as he gestured for Auntie San to sit beside him. However, Lu Damei's thoughts were entirely focused on the meat platter, completely oblivious to Zhang's gestures. Her chopsticks fell like rain upon the platter, visibly depleting the meat. Moreover, she specifically selected the fatty intestines, completely ignoring the pig lungs and liver. Witnessing the rapid disappearance of the intestines from the platter, Zhang hastily served some good meat to the 3 little ones, estimating that soon Auntie San would have picked it clean. Seeing his wife's gathering fury, Zhang Daxi, in a fluster, stood up. He certainly did not wish to bear the brunt of Hu Yulian's wrath, becoming the unfortunate victim in this scenario. In his haste to rise, he failed to steady his cup, spilling a considerable amount of wine. Zhang Daxi grimaced at the loss, for this wine cost 90 cents a bottle. Wasting even a drop felt like a sin. Watching Zhang Daxi's clumsy attempt to clean the spilled wine, the 3 little ones erupted into laughter, prompting Zhang Daxi to glare at his second son. Zhang suddenly felt like the unfortunate fish caught in the crossfire. As for the rice Lin Chunxing offered, Lu Damei did not even bother to take it. A pair of chopsticks deftly maneuvered through the meat, incessantly flipping and selecting only the fatty portions. Simultaneously, a voice murmured, "Annie truly does not fancy rice. Just a bit of vegetables will suffice." Hee. It was indeed peculiar. In the past, I had not appreciated fatty dishes, yet unexpectedly, Erhe's culinary skills perfectly suited Annie's palate. As Lu Damei feigned modesty, covering her mouth while chuckling, the sounds of her chewing diminished the effect of her act. After several more minutes of indulgence, the others set down their chopsticks, having finished their meal. Lu Damei followed suit, but just as Zhang presumed she was done, Lu Damei unexpectedly declared, nearly choking him with her words, "The meat is delicious, truly, but it is a tad overly salty. Next time, do use less salt." Auntie's comment left Zhang speechless. Indeed, the salt had been excessive. The braised meat was intended to be enjoyed with rice, not devoured alone. After inquiring whether Lin Chunxing had boiled water, Annie rose to loosen her waistband, resolutely declaring, "No matter. I can drink at home later. Such fine meat cannot go to waste. That would be a shame. With that, she plunged back into her battle with the meat. The family watched in astonishment as the final piece of meat was laboriously shoved into Lu Damiai's mouth. At that moment, Zhang could not help but admire his aunt. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed how much meat her petite frame could accommodate. It was known that the pig's entrails Zhang had brought home weighed over 9 pounds. Even after cooking, at least 7 pounds of meat remained. Zhang had been observing closely. Their family of 7 had consumed merely half, leaving over 3 pounds for Auntie alone. Watching her straining to contain it all, he feared she might accidentally expel it. This meal, neither a lunch nor a dinner, concluded on an unexpectedly pleasant note amidst an initially tense atmosphere. Lu Damiai, having filled her belly with meat, departed contentedly, even requesting a substantial amount of fabric scraps from Zhang. Had he not shielded the wall-hanging meat with his body, she might have attempted to take that as well. Lu Damiai was satisfied with the meal, secretly relishing her triumph. Fortunately, her husband had not come to ask for scraps, and the elderly couple had been too embarrassed to show up. Otherwise, she might have missed out entirely. Lu Damiai resolved to linger at the village entrance in the future. As long as Zhang continued to purchase meat, she would accompany him to feast, convinced they could not possibly chase her away. The third family is like a starving ghost. Upon Lu Damiai's exit from the courtyard, Hu Yulian began to grumble with indignation. Their family had been enjoying a perfectly good meal, only for her to ruin it entirely. Had it not been for her position as the elder sister-in-law, she would have chastised Lu Damiai thoroughly to alleviate her frustration. To add insult to injury, she had the gall to request so many scraps. Lu Damiai's clumsiness was akin to her feet, and any good fabric in her hands was undoubtedly wasted. Alas! With a final slurp, Zhang Dashi emptied the last few drops of wine from his cup, letting out a sigh of frustration. He felt helpless. Being merely a nephew to his elder uncle, it would be utterly inappropriate to express his grievances to his sister-in-law. Well, he thought. It's merely a meal, after all. It's not worth getting upset over such trivialities. Zhang, concerned that the elderly couple might become truly distressed, quickly intervened, saying, "Let us consider it as feeding the dogs. It's simply not worth our anger over a meal." Chapter 39. A visit to my elder brother and sister-in-law first. I prepared 2 pots of hot water and stoked the fire until it blazed vigorously. Should the fire would run out, I could easily gather more from the mountains, as our village is blessed with abundant timber. The afternoon chill was quite severe, so I advised my family to remain indoors to avoid catching a cold. Then, I took some brown sugar and a larger piece of pork from the wall before stepping out of the house. Zhang intended to pay a visit to his elder brother's home. It had been 2 days since his rebirth. He had greeted everyone in the family, except for his elder brother and sister-in-law. The elder sister's household was quite a distance from their village, approximately 5 to 6 miles away, and Zhang planned to visit her in a few days. Today, however, he would see his elder brother first. The residence of his elder brother, Zhang De, was situated diagonally opposite to his own within the village, at the southernmost edge of Guizihe village, near the foot of the mountain. In Zhang recollection, his elder brother and sister-in-law had never had children. He remembered that in his previous life, due to his indirect actions leading to the demise of their parents, the relationship between the brothers had soured considerably. Conversely, the third brother maintained a good rapport with the elder brother, even financing his education when he was accepted into university. Not only were the couple's fortunes unfortunate, but their lifespans were also rather short. Zhang recalled that they had just celebrated their 1000th day of marriage when they both passed away. Their funeral was not communicated to him, and for this, Zhang mourned deeply for an extended period. Upon arriving at his elder brother's doorstep, Zhang found the door firmly shut, perhaps due to their childlessness. The couple seldom ventured outside, fearing the gossip of the villagers. He knocked several times, but there was no response from within. After a while, a voice finally emerged from the inside. "Who is it?" It was the voice of his sister-in-law, Hu Chunhua. To Zhang her tone carried a hint of weariness, indicating that her spirits were not particularly high. "Sister-in-law, it is I, Upon hearing her voice, Zhang felt a rush of emotion, and his eyes began to glisten with tears. Before his marriage, he had shared a close bond with his elder brother and sister-in-law. His elder brother was 8 years his senior, and when his sister-in-law married into the family, he was merely 14, still a child. Since the couple had no children, they had always viewed and the third brother, Xiangxiu, as their own. However, after Zhang marriage, he had often been neglectful and had even resorted to violence against his wife and children. An incident where he injured Lin Chunxing had led to a fierce argument with his elder brother and sister-in-law, which seemed to have truly wounded their hearts, resulting in a prolonged estrangement. What brings you here? After a moment, Hu Chunhua slowly opened the door, her expression stern as she regarded Zhang. Noticing the redness in his eyes, she felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that he might have stirred up trouble again and come seeking financial assistance. Unbeknownst to her, the Zhang of today was vastly different from the one she once knew. It's nothing. I merely wanted to see how you both were doing, Zhang replied. Noticing that his sister-in-law neither urged him to leave nor invited him inside, he quickly raised the brown sugar and pork in his hands, saying, I earned a little money these past few days and thought to bring you and my brother a small gift. How have you and my brother been? Still alive. The red sugar and pork in Zhang's hands heightened Hu Chunhua's vigilance. This young man must have encountered some trouble. It was evident that he bore ill intentions, akin to a weasel visiting a hen. Has he once again stirred up chaos outside? As Hu Chunhua strode into the courtyard, she coldly remarked, Take the red sugar and pork back. Our family has no money to lend you. Though her words were harsh, Zhang dared not take offense. Over the years, due to his indiscretions, his elder brother and sister-in-law had frequently filled the gaps for him, albeit each time it was his mother, Hu Yulian, who borrowed the money. Yet, who was unaware that those borrowed funds ultimately filled Zhang's own pitiful void? Despite his sister-in-law's unfriendly demeanor, the mere fact that she did not drive him away was already a small mercy. Zhang quickly stepped forward with a smile, saying, Sister-in-law, I truly haven't caused any trouble this time, nor am I here to borrow money. I simply missed you all and wanted to visit. Upon entering the main room with Hu Chunhua, Zhang discovered that his elder brother was not home. Without needing his sister-in-law's assistance, he found a basin for the pork and placed the red sugar on the table. Where's my brother? Why isn't he home? Without hesitation, he poured himself a couple of bowls of water from the thermos on the floor, first offering one to his sister-in-law before lifting the other to his lips. The dynamics between people often unfold in such a manner. The more one maintains a sense of distance, the more challenging the relationship becomes. Conversely, when one treats themselves as family, it can dissolve the barriers that separate them. Zhang's familiar actions left Hu Chunhua momentarily stunned. This behavior of his had been absent for many years, and in a fleeting moment, she felt as if she had returned to the time before Zhang's marriage. The firewood is running low. Your elder brother went to the mountains to gather some. Unbeknownst to her, Hu Chunhua's tone had softened from its earlier chill. Nonetheless, Zhang's sudden visit still filled her with suspicion. Speak up. What is it really about? I must make it clear. If it's about borrowing money, then forget it. Not a single cent. Sister-in-law, I truly haven't caused any trouble this time, nor am I here to borrow money. I simply wanted to see you all. Zhang's sister-in-law's wariness elicited a bitter smile from him. He comprehended her reaction as it stemmed from his past misdeeds, making it difficult for her to trust his words. The saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years, and this was precisely the case. Chunhua, who is it? Just then, a voice echoed from the courtyard. It was Zhang Dai, who had just returned with the gathered firewood. Upon entering, he recognized the voices from the main room, which sounded quite familiar. Brother, it's me, Upon hearing his elder brother's voice, Zhang hurried out to greet him. He saw his brother struggling to place the firewood down and quickly lent him a hand. What brings you here? Upon recognizing Zhang his brother hesitated, then inquired, Have you gotten into trouble again? The instinctive reaction of both his brother and sister-in-law reflected their shared concern. They immediately suspected that this young man had once again stirred up trouble. After receiving Zhang's denial, an ominous feeling suddenly crept into Zhang Dai's heart, particularly intensified by the sight of his younger brother's reddened eyes. Is something amiss at home? Or perhaps something has happened to our parents at the old residence? Suppressing the unease swelling within him, Zhang Dai pressed on with his inquiries. Due to the ongoing discord between his brother Zhang's wife, Hu Chunhua, and their mother, coupled with the relentless snowfall over the past few days, Zhang Dai had refrained from visiting the old homestead. Witnessing the redness around Erhe's eyes and his agitated demeanor inevitably stirred Zhang Dai's apprehension. He fervently hoped that nothing unfortunate had befallen their parents. Chapter 40. The bold thrive while the timid perish. Observing his elder brother's anxious demeanor, Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, these two were truly a couple. Even their reactions to his presence mirrored one another. He ushered his brother into the house and poured a bowl of hot water. With a wry smile, Zhang said, Brother, everything at home is fine, and our parents are well. I merely came to check on you and sister-in-law. Truly, there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Zhang Erhe's sincere words, Zhang Dai felt reassured and relaxed his tense heart. Look, this is what Erhe brought. Hu Chunhua pointed to the pork in the basin and then to the bag of brown sugar on the table. What do you need these for? Shouldn't you save the money to buy something for the children? The two items cost several dollars, which made Zhang Dai feel uneasy. Though the couple had little money, their primary concern at that moment was for Fan. Indeed, we are not outsiders. Why go to such lengths? Hu Chunhua echoed Zhang Dai's sentiments. This is a result of gambling winnings. Didn't sister-in-law mention that you ought to think more about your wife and children? When will you stop idling about? Brother, sister-in-law, you misunderstand. These are things I purchased with the few coins I earned over the past couple of days. Realizing that his brother and sister-in-law were misinterpreting him, Zhang Erhe hurried to clarify how he had earned that money recently. After his explanation, Zhang Dai and Hu Chunhua began to believe him, albeit with some skepticism. If you don't believe me, just ask our parents. They had lunch with me earlier today. Has speculation and profiteering become unregulated now? Remember the incident with Su Laosan from our village a few years back? He spent months in prison over a few packets of rat poison. You're risking your life. In this era, trading goods was undeniably associated with speculation. Engaging in such practices could land one in a labor reform camp. And it was not uncommon for individuals to serve several years for serious offenses. Brother, sister-in-law, such notions of speculation and profiteering are long gone. The state now encourages everyone to engage in business and strive for prosperity, fearing that his brother and sister-in-law might still be doubtful. He presented them with two newspapers he had picked up in the county today. These were editions of the People's Daily from September of this year, featuring extensive coverage of the first 10,000 yuan household, Huang Xinwen, and his journey to wealth through pig farming, while encouraging the populace to strive for prosperity through hard work. Although the couple could not read extensively, they had attended school for a couple of years. While it was unlikely they could compose an essay, they could manage to glean the general meaning from a newspaper with some effort. Change is coming, Hu Chunhua remarked, adjusting the newspaper in her hands, her disbelief palpable. After all, the regulations had been so stringent in previous years. How had everything suddenly relaxed? Haven't we suffered enough over the years? We barely have enough to eat. And we can't afford warm clothing. We are so impoverished that we can't even seek medical attention. Surely, this cannot continue indefinitely. Hu Chunhua deeply resonated with Zhang Erhe's words. The reason they had not yet had children was that they both wished to visit a larger hospital, but they simply lacked the funds. So, what do you mean by that? She inquired cautiously, despite her suspicions beginning to form. Although and his brother are blood relatives, the method of ice fishing is a crucial means of livelihood. I wish for my elder brother to join in the fish catching and selling endeavor. It could provide some financial relief for the household. Zhang Erhe's words affirmed Hu Chunhua's suspicions. The couple exchanged glances, and Hu Chunhua's eyes sparkled with joy. It would indeed be wonderful to earn money. If the earnings were substantial, they could afford to seek treatment at a major hospital, perhaps even fulfill some difficult wishes. However, Zhang Dai felt a twinge of anxiety. He was, after all, a simple and honest farmer. Suddenly being thrust into a potentially illegal activity left him feeling uneasy. Brother, what is there to fear? There are plenty of vendors setting up stalls in the county town. If they aren't afraid, why should we be? Observing his elder brother's expression, Zhang Erhe sensed his apprehensions and hurried to explain the situation in the county, urging him not to worry. Really, the earnest demeanor of his brother made it impossible for Zhang Dai to dismiss the idea. Who wouldn't want to earn money to improve their life? Yet, recalling the plight of Su Laosan, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Dai, just go with her. What is there to be afraid of? Even if you end up in a predicament, I could still escape. Noticing Zhang Dai's hesitation, Hu Chunhua grew anxious. She was nearly driven mad by her desire for a child, and after finally discovering a means to earn money, what was there to deliberate? Only was family. If it were an outsider, who would share the profits of such an endeavor? Brother, it's truly safe. Besides, if something were to happen, they would only apprehend me. You can say you were merely assisting me, and they won't trouble you. Well, let us give it a try. With both his wife and brother advocating for the venture, Zhang Dai reluctantly agreed to test the waters. Zhang Dai's mindset reflected that of many farmers of his era. Unless pushed to the brink, they preferred to live within the confines of the law. A significant factor contributing to this mentality was the pervasive fear instilled in the populace. Over the years, with one campaign after another, policies shifted unpredictably, leaving many, like the lower-level officials, awaiting clarity on the regulations. It was precisely this herd mentality that afforded those with little education but considerable audacity a unique opportunity to prosper during the early stages of reform, an opportunity that had not existed before and would be difficult to find again. Having set a time with his elder brother, Zhang hurried home. From yesterday until now, he had been on the go for over 20 hours. If he didn't rest soon, he feared he might collapse. Upon returning home, he informed Lin Chunxing to prepare dinner that evening without needing to call for him, then fell into a deep slumber. Seeing Zhang immediately succumb to sleep, Lin Chunxing quickly instructed Fan not to make a fuss, gently stroking Fan's little head. She admonished, Fan, be good and don't make noise. Daddy is tired. Tomorrow he will earn money to buy you delicious treats. Fan quietly replied, proudly lifting the large white rabbit candy in hand, whispering, Daddy bought me this candy. When Zhang awoke in the dead of night, he beheld Lin Chunxing tenderly cradling the slumbering Fan, while diligently stitching a cotton coat beneath the glow of the lamp. Why are you still awake? He exclaimed, hastily throwing off the covers to take the child and place him in the warmth of the bed. With a pang of affection, he pulled Lin Chunxing into the embrace as well. I wanted you to rest a bit longer. Nestled in her husband's arms, Lin Chunxing felt a flush of warmth creep across her cheeks. The tranquility of these past few days was a sensation she had never experienced before in her life. She could eat her fill, dress warmly, and no longer endure beatings or scoldings. She wished for this blissful existence to continue forever. Feeling the comforting warmth of his beloved wife in his arms, Zhang was overwhelmed by a surge of desire rising from within. Under the soft light, Lin Chunxing's face glowed with a delicate flush. At that moment, Zhang found it impossible to contain himself any longer. Chapter 41. Untitled. As Lin Chunxing felt the intense gaze of her man, her delicate face flushed crimson, especially when Zhang large hand ventured beneath her cotton clothing. Lin Chunxing trembled with embarrassment. No, Fan is still here. It's fine. I'll just turn off the light. At that moment, Zhang could no longer contain himself. He shifted Fan closer to the bed and extinguished the light with a decisive flick. As the illumination faded, a breath of spring blossomed in the heart of winter. The air was punctuated by heavy breathing, and Lin Chunxing's muffled whispers floated from the small room, barely contained. When Zhang stepped outside, carrying his fishing gear, he felt invigorated. Even the winter chill seemed to carry a hint of warmth. At that moment, Zhang found his back no longer ached, and his legs felt light. Climbing 5 flights of stairs was a breeze. The image of Lin Chunxing sprawled on the bed made him chuckle foolishly. Decades of pent-up emotions had suddenly erupted. Like a dragon plunging into the ocean or a tiger ascending the southern mountain. Lost in his reverie, he collided with a shadow upon stepping out. Ouch! Both of them tumbled to the ground. Zhang was about to scold. Can't you see? What are you doing loitering at my doorstep? But as the moonlight illuminated the figure, he realized it was none other than his elder brother. Brother, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call out? He exclaimed, brushing off the snow that had settled on him. You're the one with too much to say. Zhang, after shaking off the snow, turned away with a frown and strode towards the village outskirts. The sight of his older brother cursing left Zhang somewhat bewildered. His brother and father were known for their honesty in the village, and he had never heard them utter foul words before. What had transpired today? However, as Zhang noticed the pristine snow trampled beneath them, realization struck him. He quickly followed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Zhang had actually arrived quite some time ago. Just because Zhang's home lacked a clock didn't mean his brother did. Earlier that afternoon, the younger brother mentioned they would leave at 10:30, so Zhang had arrived by 10. Just as he was about to knock, he heard sounds from within, startling him into retreat. Now, as the time drew near, he found it inappropriate to return, so he remained outside to keep warm. What a bother to be out here at night. Hearing his brother's faint complaints, Zhang rolled his eyes. He thought to himself that his elder brother was oblivious to the plight of the hungry, for he could sleep beside his wife every night. Meanwhile, he had endured decades of solitude. Passing by the traps, Zhang took a detour to inspect them. Fortune smiled upon him today. Out of the 7 or 8 traps, 2 wild rabbits had been caught. In these times, meat was a precious commodity, whether for sale or personal consumption. Since there were 2 of them today, Zhang had drilled 3 ice holes. Each brother managed 1 hole while the other was set with a bamboo fishing trap. The efficiency of 2 fishermen surpassed that of 1. By dawn, they had already caught over 200 pounds of fish. And when combined with the smaller fish and shrimp caught in the traps, their total haul approached 300 pounds. Don't think catching 200 to 300 caddies of fish overnight is exaggerated or unbelievable. The reason they can haul in such quantities now is simple. No one competes with Zhang and his brother. They're the only ones on this stretch of the Wen River. And chose a bend in the river. Plus, with winter freezing the river and depleting oxygen, the holes they've opened become prime fishing spots. Of course, this bounty only lasts the first few days. Soon, the catch will dwindle as the fish population in this section is finite. And though fish from other areas may replenish it, the numbers won't match these initial hauls. As the eastern horizon began to glow faintly with dawn, Zhang urged his elder brother to stop. They still had 20 li to cover to reach the county town and needed to pack up and set off promptly. Let's fish a bit longer, Zhang said regretfully, watching his brother fill in the ice holes. We might still catch more. Each fish, according to Erhe's pricing, was worth over a yuan. Though his eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion, the thrill of earning money so effortlessly kept Dave wide awake. Brother, it's almost dawn. And we've got 20 li ahead of us, Erhe replied. The fish aren't going anywhere. We can come back tonight. Besides, several villagers rise early to collect dung. If they see us, our fishing secrets won't stay secret for long. Oh right, Dave exclaimed, suddenly alert. Let's go. Let's cover these holes quick. Though sharing joy is better than keeping it to oneself, sometimes, keeping a lucrative secret is its own reward. Though today's catch was larger than yesterday's. Having two people made the journey easier. By the time they reached the garment factory, it was barely 9 o'clock. After setting up their stall, Erhe picked out 2 fish weighing about 3 caddies each and strung another on a hemp rope before heading to the factory security office. Before he could knock, the guard, Old You, beamed and swung the door open, ushering him inside warmly. Ah, young Zhang, you're much earlier today. Old You chuckled, accepting the offered fish and weighing it approvingly. This must be over 3 caddies. Yes, my brother came along to help, so we made better time, Erhe replied, spotting a nail on the wall and hanging the 2 larger fish from it. Uncle You, these are for my sister. I do appreciate your help delivering them. Ah, that's unfortunate, Old You sighed. Director Ma isn't here today. She rushed in yesterday afternoon to take the fish but has come to work today. I'm afraid I can't assist you this time. He began handing the fish back. Seems her child got scalded yesterday. She might be absent for days. Oh. Erhe smacked his forehead in realization. I ran into my sister at the pharmacy yesterday. My nephew was indeed burned. Still, he didn't take the fish back. Instead, he pushed them toward Old You. Uncle You, we caught so much today that we likely won't sell it all. Please keep these 2 for yourself. That's too much. Old You protested. This is far too much. How can one possibly consume it all? Despite Old You's mouth being nearly split to the back of his head, he still insisted that Zhang take these 2 fish away. Uncle You, please do not be so polite. If we cannot finish them, it is of no consequence. My aunt can preserve them in salt for a delightful salted fish dish. I have yet to express my gratitude for the 2 bundles of cloth you provided yesterday. How could I possibly refuse? Though I uttered such words. The fish I had initially offered to Zhang were promptly withdrawn and hung upon the wall instead. Chapter 42. The large meat bun. Upon exiting the delivery room, Zhang noticed that across the street, patrons were already perusing the fish at his stall. This sight filled him with a sense of modest pride, for it seemed that news of his fish-selling venture had begun to circulate. Observing the attire of the individuals gathered around his stall, he discerned that they were local residents. This development would certainly facilitate his fish sales in the future, alleviating his reliance on the garment factory. Hey, fishmonger, what is the price of this carp? A woman in her 50s pointed to a carp weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. Others in the vicinity were also selecting fish, occasionally inquiring about prices. However, confronted with such a crowd, Zhang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his face reddening with embarrassment. His lips trembled in a nervous quiver, rendering him incapable of articulating a coherent response. His hands trembled uncontrollably, retreating into his sleeves. Indeed, it was understandable why Zhang felt so anxious. The late 1980s to early 1990s marked a period of significant disparity between urban and rural areas. Unlike decades later, when wealth granted one a sense of superiority. During this era, financial status dictated social standing. The affluent were revered regardless of their household registration, while those without means found themselves overlooked. Of course, cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen remained exceptions, as even decades later, they continued to hold a distinct advantage, a testament to the fortunate circumstances of their birth. At that moment, rural individuals naturally felt a sense of inferiority in the presence of city dwellers. The fact that Zhang did not flee in fright from the gathering of urbanites was a testament to his fortitude. Hey, fishmonger, why the silence? Are you selling this fish or not? Of course, I'm selling. How could I not? Noticing the impatience in the woman's tone, Zhang quickly seized the opportunity to respond. You have a keen eye, madam. Look how fresh this fish is. It was just caught from the pond this morning. I'm offering it at just 80 cents per pound, both economical and fresh. Wait a moment. I heard that it was 70 cents per pound yesterday. Why the price hike? Despite Zhang's repeated use of the term madam, she still frowned in discontent. Oh dear madam, it's not that I'm arbitrarily raising the price. The gentleman who supplied me with the fish didn't clarify the pricing. I assumed it was uniform. I sold all my fish over the past 2 days without earning a single cent. Hearing the woman's complaint about the price discrepancy from the previous day, Zhang hastily clarified. He genuinely was not raising prices indiscriminately. Rather, this was a lesson he had learned through his recent experiences selling fish. Those who purchased carp at 70 cents were undoubtedly pleased, but those who later paid the same price for white catfish naturally felt aggrieved. Carp and grass carp are favored for their minimal bones and abundant flesh, while the bony white catfish leaves buyers discontented. This sentiment is only natural. Why should one invest the same amount yet receive inferior quality? It is a common grievance. After all, why should the distribution of goods be inequitable? Thus, after selling fish yesterday, Zhang made a trip to the aquatic products company to ascertain the prices of various fish. Today, he had established a clear pricing structure. Carp at 80 cents. Grass carp at 70 cents. Catfish at 60 cents. Shrimp at 1 yuan. And miscellaneous fish at 30 cents. Zhang promptly relayed these prices to the customers while offering his sincere apologies for any confusion. Very well then, I will take this carp. Despite her lingering dissatisfaction, the woman ultimately decided to purchase the carp she had chosen. She is also a family member of a worker at the garment factory. Yesterday, her daughter-in-law's son failed to purchase fish, leaving her eldest grandson, who was tantalized by the aroma of fish, in a state of discontent, persistently clamoring for the delicacy. Therefore, she hastened to the market early this morning, for she could hardly justify buying fish for herself. All right, sister, look here, 4 pounds and 3 ounces. A total of $3.44. You can have it for $3.40, and I will throw in 2 miscellaneous fish, which, when stir-fried with chili, will make a delightful dish to accompany your drinks. Accepting the payment, Zhang skillfully strung 2 palm-sized miscellaneous fish onto a straw for her. In truth, he had observed earlier that these miscellaneous fish were difficult to sell. It was better to offer them as a gesture of goodwill rather than sell them for mere trifles. Well, you are quite the businessman, sharp-eyed indeed. Upon receiving the 2 miscellaneous fish, the frown on the elder sister's face instantly transformed into a smile of satisfaction as she weighed them in her hands, clearly pleased. It is human nature to relish a bargain and detest loss. Naturally, she was delighted to acquire 2 fish for free. Her husband often complained about the lack of enticing dishes, but now, with the 2 free fish, she could prepare something special for him. Surely he would be satisfied. Other fishmongers were also giving away miscellaneous fish, for they were hardly worth much, and it was all in the spirit of promoting business. Within less than half an hour, even before the garment factory's workday concluded, Zhang had already sold half of his fish. After attending to this wave of customers, Zhang felt his stomach grumble. He instructed his brother to keep an eye on the stall while he hurried off to purchase a few oil cakes, buns, and 2 bowls of porridge. After 14 to 15 hours since last night, the small amount of food he ate had long been digested. It was imperative to replenish his energy. With several hours still to go before noon, it was only right to indulge himself a little. Goodness, your business is thriving. You've sold half already. Chen Youguang, who sold oil cakes, looked at Zhang's stack of bills with envy. He had set up his stall at 5 in the morning and had only managed to earn a mere $10 by now. Darn it. I've been selling for hours and haven't made as much as you did in just this short time. Chen Youguang could not help but feel envious of Zhang's speed in making money, though he bore no ill will. After all, Zhang had connections to procure fish, while he himself lacked such fortune to know someone with influence. Haha, it's just a modest income, and I cannot compare to you. All earnings are mine. Zhang was also aware of the wisdom in not flaunting wealth and quickly clarified, not wishing to attract unwanted attention. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the other vendors, he noticed someone approaching his stall and hurried back with his meal. Brother, eat up. He handed the food to his elder brother, allowing Zhang to have a little sustenance. After all, he had enjoyed a hearty meal the night before and could manage for a while longer. Oh dear, what a waste of oil cakes and buns. Just 2 steamed buns would suffice, Zhang lamented, his stomach grumbling, as he looked at the oil cakes and buns in his hands, feeling regretful. What is there to regret? Once it's in your stomach, it's of no consequence. Buy it and eat. If it's not enough, I'll buy more. Brother, you eat first. I'll have mine once I'm done. Oh, mother dear, how delightful it is to savor such sumptuous meat dumplings. Hee. I have never feasted so well during the New Year celebrations. The aroma is simply irresistible. The rich, succulent meat-filled buns are so fragrant that it nearly made Zhang swallow his own tongue. He could hardly recall the last time he had tasted anything so exquisite. As he continued to indulge, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, causing his nose to tingle with emotion. In his memory, it seemed he had never experienced such delectable fare before. No, this was a first. Zhang pinched his nose, feeling the familiar pang of sentiment, and lifted his gaze, swallowing back the tears. The norm for him had always been to go hungry, with meat only gracing his plate on rare occasions during the new year. A mere morsel no larger than the tip of a finger. Chapter 43. Transportation is a major issue as Zhang completed his business transaction. He turned to see his elder brother, weeping profusely while devouring meat buns. Brother, it's just a few meat buns. It shouldn't come to this, he exclaimed. If you crave them, we can procure them daily until you've had your fill. Observing his brother's expression, Zhang felt a bitter pang in his heart. Nevertheless, he empathized with his brother, for the plight of farmers during this era was indeed harsh. Throughout the year, they seldom encountered any meat, with only the occasional distribution of a few pounds of pork during the annual pig slaughter at the cooperative. Such meager portions of pork would be rendered into lard, supplemented by the oil allocated by the collective. To sustain oneself in old age, who would dare indulge in extravagant meat buns filled with fatty pork? Would it not jeopardize their future? They could not afford such reckless expenditure. A mere taste would suffice. As rural dwellers, they could not afford to spend lavishly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his brother's tears, Zhang hastily wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his cotton coat and remarked, Brother, it's curious how city dwellers behave. They spend money on fish, which requires both salt and oil, yet they do not consider purchasing a bit of pork instead. In Zhang view, pork was priced at 1.2 yuan per jin, while fish cost around 0.7 to 0.8 yuan. Naturally, pork was the more economical choice. Fish, with its strong odor, also demanded more seasoning and oil to prepare, whereas pork was undeniably more practical. As the year drew to a close, people had some discretionary income, prompting a desire for a change in palate. Furthermore, city dwellers required meat tickets for purchasing pork, and even workers faced restrictions with their meat rations. Our fish, on the other hand, required no such tickets and was considerably cheaper than what the seafood companies offered. Why would they not buy it? Meat tickets? Zhang Erhe's comments left Zhang bewildered. Did city dwellers truly need tickets to buy pork? A significant number of people fell into the misconception that during the 1970s and 1980s, everything required tickets, regardless of whether one lived in the countryside or the city. This notion was, in fact, a misrepresentation perpetuated by contemporary time travel literature. Most rationing was predominantly a phenomenon in urban areas. By the late 1970s, such tickets had become virtually obsolete in the vast expanse of rural areas. The true era of rampant ticketing in the countryside was during the 1960s. The scarcity of bicycles and other industrial goods in the rural areas during the 1970s and 1980s stemmed from widespread poverty. People simply lacked the funds to indulge in such luxuries. Many could barely afford to fill their stomachs, let alone purchase items considered non-essential at the time, such as bicycles or televisions. The threat of hunger was the most significant concern. The reason tickets persisted in circulation in urban areas during the 1980s was that they could substitute for a portion of monetary value. For instance, yesterday, Zhang purchased pork in the countryside for 1.2 yuan per jin, even without a meat ticket. The price increase of 1 mouse still rendered it cheaper than in the city. Yesterday, when he visited the county's seafood company, he discovered that with a meat ticket, pork cost 1.2 yuan, but without one, the price soared to 1.5 yuan per jin. Price discrepancies between urban and rural areas have always existed, and this would remain true in the future, even extending into the 21st century. The most apparent distinction today is that city dwellers possess wealth yet lack tickets. And to acquire non-subsidized food items, they must pay exorbitant prices. In the 1970s and 1980s, rural life was markedly simpler, devoid of money and tickets. Survival relied solely on the meager grain distributed by the production team at year's end. Monetary transactions were virtually non-existent. Any desire for currency necessitated the sale of one's allocated grain or perhaps a few home-raised eggs. In rural areas, a hen was a prized possession, often referred to as the bank of chicken rear ends, holding significant importance. Consequently, the present predicament faced by both urban and rural dwellers is a profound deficiency in nutrition. Acquiring affordable meat and eggs is a considerable challenge. Take for instance Chun Yoguang, the bun seller. The meat within his buns was sourced from his father, who ventured to the township before dawn to procure it. City dwellers seeking inexpensive meat in the countryside must have connections. For the average person, such purchases remain elusive. After satisfying their hunger and returning the bowls used for porridge, customers flock to buy fish. By the time the garment factory workers finished their shifts at noon, nearly 300 jin of fish had been sold, with the remaining 100 or so jin disappearing within half an hour. This left those who missed out grumbling. "Hey, young man, can't you bring more fish tomorrow? I missed out yesterday, and again today, leaving me to face my wife's complaints at home." To which Zhang could only apologize profusely, expressing his regret. While he aspired to sell more fish and earn additional income, his capacity was limited, lacking even a bicycle. He could only manage that 300 jin of fish. After rolling up the sack used for the fish, Zhang and his elder brother made their way to the county's general store. They loitered outside, hoping to encounter a certain individual, but were met with disappointment. Zhang sought out a ticket dealer from a previous life, Chi Hao, who possessed bicycle tickets. Zhang envisioned acquiring a bicycle for easier transport and increased fish capacity. One might wonder why he had previously stated that bicycles were unnecessary in rural areas, seemingly contradicting himself. However, it is essential to note that while one could buy a bicycle from the township supply and marketing cooperative without a ticket, bicycles were still a coveted commodity during this era. Those without connections found it impossible to procure one, as the salespersons often reserved them for acquaintances. The county store did have bicycles for sale, but without a ticket, even wealth could not secure a purchase. Money was futile in this regard. In essence, the bicycle ticket served as a key, a means to bypass the intricate web of relationships at the supply and marketing cooperative. Returning home empty-handed, Zhang recalled how Chi Hao would often linger outside the general store, dealing in hard-to-find items such as bicycle tickets, sewing machine tickets, and watch tickets. Yet, for 2 consecutive days, he had failed to encounter him. With no luck in finding the desired individual, the 2 brothers decided to head back. After a night and morning filled with labor, Zhang was exceedingly weary, struggling to keep his eyes open. As for the profits made, he was not overly concerned at the moment. Despite the frigid winter, it was prudent to avoid trouble whenever possible. As Zhang strolled past the local supply and marketing cooperative, he decided to accompany his elder brother, Zhang Dai, inside. He himself had no particular items to purchase, primarily aiming to procure a new outfit for his brother. His elder sibling seems to have developed a routine, visiting the cooperative daily without fail. Upon entering, he was greeted with a warm smile from a familiar face, the saleswoman who had sold him goods over the past few days. Over this brief period, she had become quite acquainted with Zhang, as it was a rarity to encounter someone who indulged in such substantial purchases at the cooperative. Chapter 44. Another grand purchase, sister. I must trouble you again today. Please pick out a pair of cotton shoes for my brother, and if there are any cotton coats, could you bring 2 as well? Last night, I failed to see clearly, and it was only this morning that I realized my brother Zhang Dai was not wearing cotton shoes at all, but rather a pair of cloth shoes with several layers sewn together. His ankles were exposed, turning a pale blue from the cold, and he wasn't even wearing socks. Moreover, after fishing last night, his shoes were soaked through, now frozen stiff and offering no warmth whatsoever. When Zhang mentioned buying cotton shoes for him, Zhang Dai, feeling embarrassed, shrank his feet back and said, "My shoes are just fine. Why buy cotton shoes? That would be a waste of money. Brother, it's just a few bucks. If you frostbite your feet, how can we work? It's not worth enduring that kind of suffering. Sister, please help find a pair. What size do you wear? Brother, what size are your feet? I really don't know." Zhang only knew the sizes for himself, his wife, and children. He had no idea about his brother's size. About this big. Zhang Dai awkwardly gestured towards his feet. His clothes and shoes were all handmade by his family, so he had no concept of shoe sizes. Sister, could you please estimate what size my brother might wear? Zhang suddenly recalled that in rural areas at that time, 99% of people had no idea about their shoe or clothing sizes. Everyone's garments were hand-stitched by their mothers, wives, or sisters, and few could afford to buy ready-made shoes. The reason the shoes he bought for Chunxing, Van Fan, And Xiangxiu yesterday fit perfectly was because Zhang had paid special attention to the sizes. Moreover, children's shoe sizes were generally similar within appropriate age ranges. And for cotton shoes, buying a slightly larger size was inconsequential. Try this size 43, it should be just right. Fortunately, this older sister was an experienced saleswoman. With a mere glance, she could discern the approximate size. She promptly handed over a pair of size 43 shoes. Had it not been for Zhang's recent splurging, she would not have bothered with an ordinary customer. Not knowing one's shoe size? Measure it at home and come back to buy. Why expect her to serve you? These were a pair of tall Northeast Dallas shoes, the high tops reaching above the ankles. Once Zhang slipped them on, a wave of warmth surged from his feet, warming his entire frozen body. These shoes were truly sturdy and exceptionally warm. Splendid indeed. He was so excited that he kept stomping his feet like a child. Just like Xiangxiu, Van Fan, and the others. As long as they were warm, he trusted that his sister had made the right choice. Truly, thank you, sister. In return for her kindness, Zhang felt obliged to reciprocate. Times had changed. Unlike decades ago when salespeople were like grandchildren, pleading with customers to buy goods. Today's salespeople were among the renowned 8 professions, each one quite formidable. In the countryside, if a family had a relative who was a salesperson, it was a matter of great pride. Such a small matter. No need for formality. This lad is affluent, fair-skinned, and speaks well. His compliments are certainly appreciated by this older sister. If a disheveled and impoverished person were to come along and utter sweet words, she might very well retort with a few scathing remarks. Who do you think you are? What pretense is this? Get lost. Miss, might you have any cotton coats available? Just look at this cotton jacket of mine. It's far too thin and offers little warmth. Fishing at night is impossible without a proper cotton coat, especially in this biting cold. Just the other night, Zhang nearly froze to death. Well, it wouldn't cost much, so why endure such discomfort? No cotton coats are available, but we do have military coats, albeit they come at a considerably higher price, indicating for Zhang to wait a moment. The woman turned and entered the storeroom. Moments later, she emerged with 2 military coats featuring fur collars. These were procured from the county's Armed Forces Department last year. They provide excellent insulation, though they are indeed pricey. As long as the quality is outstanding, price is of no concern. Zhang accepted the military coat and inspected it. This was a genuine military-grade overcoat, impressively weighty in his hands, far superior to the counterfeit products that would emerge decades later. Those fakes were filled with substandard cotton and synthetic fibers. In contrast, the coat he held not only contained dense cotton but was also lined with fine lambskin. Soft to the touch and quite comforting. How much is this? Could you offer a discount, considering this appears to be a rare find? Huh, you have quite the discerning eye. However, this is public property. It might be possible to lower the price, but times have changed. In the past, grand stores would offer discounts to attract customers. Now, the goods in the supply and marketing cooperative are state-owned. You either buy them or you don't. Nonetheless, I can include a matching hat for you. It's 17 yuan per coat. If you wish to purchase, I shall fetch the hat for you. Well, that is quite expensive. Zhang was taken aback. This price exceeded the cost of the leather cotton shoes he had bought for his wife, Lin Chunxing, by 2 yuan. I'll take 2 coats. No, make it 3. Considering the chilling night winds, he steeled himself and decided to make the purchase. He thought about how his father's cotton jacket was patched upon patches and tatters. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to buy one for his father as well. It seemed that ever since he could remember, his father had worn that same black cotton jacket. When it wore out, it was merely patched. When it thinned, more cotton was added. This had been the routine for many years. Although 17 yuan was indeed a bit steep, this was genuine military merchandise. He was certain that purchasing it would not be a loss. Zhang reckoned that such authentic military coats would not even be found in the county's department store. It was merely a stroke of luck that the director of the supply and marketing cooperative had connections with the county's Armed Forces Department, enabling the acquisition of these goods. All right, I suppose you do have an eye for quality. This is all we have in the storeroom. There are no more. 3 coats for 51 yuan. Having bought one for his father, he could not neglect his mother, or else Hu Yulian might become furious and take it out on him. Natural cotton coats were no longer available. However, there was still 3 yards of blue fabric with white flowers, along with 2 yards for the lining. The cotton weighed in at just 1 pound, totaling only 7 yuan. A roll of elastic band, measuring 10 meters, cost merely 1 yuan. I shall procure one. I specifically selected a smaller iron pot for 7 yuan, as the one at home is excessively large, making cooking rather inconvenient. It is more practical to simply purchase a new one. The dining utensils are insufficient as well. Moreover, these items are consumables, and it is uncertain when one might break. Thus, I opted to buy 10 sets for just 3 yuan. Jasmine tea is priced at 1 yuan per kilogram. So I requested 1 kilogram and additionally spent 60 cents on 2 teacups, considering that my father smokes hand-rolled cigarettes daily and often coughs. I bought 2 packs of the production variety at 90 cents each, totaling only 1 yuan and 80 cents. Chapter 45. A clear account between brothers. Zhang purchased 2 tin frogs for 8 yuan each, one for his sister, Zhang Xiangxiu, who, despite being only 9 years old and already a little aunt, was still at an age of playful innocence akin to that of a first or second grader in modern times. In this era, children's toys available at the supply and marketing cooperatives were quite limited. Boys had their yo-yos and spinning tops, while both genders could play with tin frogs. Strictly speaking, there were hardly any toys specifically for girls in the rural cooperatives, as the prevailing gender bias severely limited girls' access to education and, consequently, to toys. The market simply did not cater to them, leading to a gradual disappearance of toys for girls. Even a few inches of red ribbon gifted to a girl by a farmer's household was considered quite progressive. He also bought 2 packs of white rabbit milk candies for 5 yuan. Upon checking the grocery section, he found that there was no pork belly left. Although there were pig offals available, he had no intention of buying them today, having just consumed them the previous day. Zhang wanted to provide a variety for his family, fearing they might grow weary of the same dishes. Pork bones were priced at 1 yuan for 2 pieces, and half a kilogram of ribs cost merely 5 yuan, remarkably inexpensive, especially when compared to prices in modern times, which would likely exceed 100 yuan. At this moment, in 1980, no one desired the lean pork chops or thick bones. They were simply unappealing. Instead, people favored the thick layers of fat that were in vogue. Rural diets were exceedingly simple, often consisting of plain rice and vegetables, barely enough to stave off hunger. However, the absence of high cholesterol and diabetes-related ailments, which plague modern society, meant that a lack of meat throughout the year did not lead to any affluence-related illnesses. In fact, rural residents were all quite lean, with obesity being virtually non-existent. In total, Zhang Erhe's shopping spree cost him 79.6 yuan, just 40 cents shy of 80 yuan. When he paid, his elder brother, Zhang Dai, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at such a sum being spent. He could hardly recall the last time he had seen so much money, which had only been during Zhang Erhe's wedding when he had borrowed from relatives and neighbors to scrape together that amount. Now, however, Zhang Erhe spent 80 yuan without a hint of hesitation. The salesgirl, observing Zhang Erhe's flamboyant spending, felt a chill of astonishment. What kind of family background allowed him to spend so lavishly? For 3 consecutive days, he had been purchasing items in bulk, spending nearly 200 yuan, surpassing her half-year's salary. This realization compelled her to reevaluate her perception of Zhang Erhe. Anyone claiming he was merely a poor rural boy would surely face her scorn. Though there were few families in the village suffering from hunger, it was not uncommon for some to struggle to get 3 meals a day. Most managed to get by on 2 meager meals, while many faced severe difficulties, with instances of going without food not being rare. Just how many families in the village could be counted among them? As the two departed from the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Dai, having held back for quite some time, could no longer restrain himself. Although his sturdy boots and military coat provided ample warmth, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution to his younger brother. With a furrowed brow, he expressed, while it is true that you are earning money now, it would be prudent to save a little as well. Spending so extravagantly is hardly a sustainable way to live. Despite his brother's words not sitting well with him, wore a facade of compliance. After all, he had recently indulged in a few purchases, primarily because their household was in dire need. He reasoned that there would soon be little left to buy. Zhang Dai reflected on this. Indeed, during Erhe's previous struggles, they had lacked even the most basic furniture. Now that he was earning, it was only reasonable to make some necessary acquisitions, which did not amount to frivolous spending. While Zhang Dai pulled the sled, Zhang Erhe took the opportunity to count the earnings from that day, 192.5 yuan. Even after spending 80 yuan on supplies, he still had 130 yuan remaining. Here, take this, 95 yuan, from your brother. Since they had earned the money together, it was only fair to split it evenly. Zhang Erhe promptly handed over 95 yuan to his elder brother. This is all mine, and any future expenses will be accounted for separately. Although Zhang Dai felt a surge of envy, he waved his hand, refusing to accept it. He was aware of his own position. he still valued his pride. From fishing to selling fish, the bulk of the labor was Erhe's doing. Zhang had merely lent a helping hand without contributing significantly, particularly during the selling process. He struggled to articulate even a coherent sentence. Despite having caught some fish the previous night, the majority of the work had been Erhe's. This task could be undertaken by anyone, perhaps even better than he could manage. He had merely put in some physical effort and received a meal in return. Moreover, Erhe had spent a considerable amount on his military coat and cotton shoes. If he were to shamelessly accept half the earnings, how would he maintain his dignity? Even he found it difficult to reconcile that notion within himself. The money is yours. I shall not take it. Zhang was determined to uphold his pride. In truth, he had already benefited significantly. The coat and shoes alone cost over 20 yuan. If Erhe were to divulge such generosity, many would clamor for a chance to do the same work. As one of the 8 clerks, the salary of a sales clerk was a mere 28 yuan a month, while workers in state-owned factories earned just over 30 yuan. The amount Erhe spent on him exceeded the wages of those workers for half a month. Although Zhang was indeed impoverished, he still valued his pride. If he were to accept his brother's money, how could he face others? Brother, we are family. There is no need to divide things so strictly. We agreed to earn together. That was your assertion. I made no such claim. If it were a few yuan, it would be one thing, but such a substantial sum is beyond what I can accept. Despite Erhe's persistent attempts to press the money into his brother's hands, Zhang resolutely refused. Erhe, if you insist on this, then you may go alone tonight. I shall not accompany you. After all, you can manage on your own. He recognized his brother's intention to lend a helping hand, but insisted that even among brothers, financial matters must be clear. He could not accept such an undue advantage. How about this? Let us agree on a daily wage of 50 yuan. Surely that would suffice. Observing the elder brother's unwavering insistence, Zhang had no choice but to alter his proposal. Ultimately, he yearned to atone for the debts he owed to the elder brother and sister-in-law in a past life, hoping they might soon amass enough funds to visit a hospital for a checkup. 50? Upon hearing the figure of 50 yuan per day, Zhang shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle. Just offering 5 yuan would be sufficient. After all, it takes some audacity to accept even that. Chapter 46. Wages. After much deliberation, Zhang finally consented to a daily wage of 10 yuan, refusing to negotiate further. Earning 10 yuan a day translates to 300 yuan a month, amounting to an impressive 3,600 yuan annually. Such earnings seem remarkably easy to attain, a notion that Zhang previously deemed unimaginable. In the rural landscape of the 1980s, avenues for income were exceedingly scarce. Aside from occasional distributions from the collective at year's end, which yielded meager sums, the only other means of earning were selling eggs or similar small transactions. Of course, possessing a trade could also provide some income, such as carpentry, masonry, or blacksmithing. Yet, the wages for such labor were pitifully low. During the agricultural off-season, master craftsmen typically earned no more than 1 yuan per day, while wages for unskilled laborers were even less, often failing to reach 5 jiao. The thought of earning 10 yuan in a single day was far-fetched. Even 5 jiao attracted numerous contenders eager to work, as poverty was pervasive. In Guizihi village, the distribution of funds among members was minimal. The paths to earning were limited to 2 primary avenues, after fulfilling grain quotas. Any surplus could be sold at the township grain station for a modest profit. However, there was rarely anything left after meeting these obligations. In years of poor harvests, villagers sometimes had to borrow grain just to survive until the next harvest. The prospect of raising pigs was utterly impractical, with people struggling to feed themselves. Where would the resources for livestock come from? Consequently, in the current rural setting, one might find a modest stock of grain at home, but monetary resources were nearly non-existent. And even the little that was available was scant. It is no wonder that Lin Chunxing's mother was willing to marry her off for a dowry of 80 yuan. In those days, 80 yuan held significant value, especially considering it was a few years prior. Let me first check if my traps have yielded any catches. After inspecting the area around the traps, Zhang was disappointed to find nothing. He could not help but lament. Has my novice phase already passed? That was rather swift. However, he was not overly disheartened, as failing to catch game was not uncommon. Wild animals tended to be cautious, generally active only at night. As he departed, Zhang collected the traps, concerned about tripping passers-by and wishing to keep his trapping techniques concealed for the time being. Brother, these traps are quite simple. You can learn to set them in no time. When you gather firewood on the mountain, you could set a few. If you're lucky, you might catch something. Even if I don't eat it myself, I could sell it for some extra cash. Zhang Dai, intrigued, eagerly followed Erhe's lead, continuously inquiring about the intricacies of setting such traps. Once he grasped the techniques, he was filled with admiration. Where did you learn such an ingenious method, Erhe? This is remarkable. The fishing techniques you mentioned are equally impressive. I learned it from a book. It was merely an experiment, but I never anticipated it would actually work. Zhang Erhe would not dare to claim that he acquired this knowledge from a previous life. Rather, he attributed it to the miscellaneous books he perused during his high school years in the school library. I remarked, how could your studies decline so drastically later on if you were engrossed in such trivial literature? Nevertheless, it could be said that misfortune turned into fortune. Otherwise, the profits would not have landed in our hands. Haha. It seems that education truly paves the way for success. The books clearly state this. Yet how could he comprehend it without knowing how to read? It is only fitting that our family is fortunate. As for the misunderstanding from my elder brother, Zhang Erhe would naturally refrain from clarifying. If such information were indeed in the books, this boon would have been widely known by now. The weather today was ominously overcast, leaving the village eerily deserted, devoid of any human presence. This allowed the Zhang brothers to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the constant transport of large bundles home would have been quite a hassle to explain. Upon reaching the village entrance, the brothers parted ways, with Zhang Dai eagerly anticipating his return home to flaunt today's bounty to his wife, Huchunhua. Haha, $10 for a day's work, quite astonishing. He exclaimed, brother, take this rabbit home and stew it. Let sister-in-law have a taste. The 2 wild rabbits he caught last night remained unsold, as they fetched merely a few dimes per pound in the city, and it was far better for the family to enjoy them. Consequently, he did not even bother to display them at the market. He also set aside some larger shrimp, primarily because Fan relished them. Brother, let us invite sister-in-law over this afternoon for a family gathering. Very well. I shall consult your sister-in-law first. With a touch of boldness, he accepted the rabbit. Your sister-in-law has not enjoyed any delicacies in recent years, and it has been over half a year since she last savored meat. It is time for her to indulge. Just as the brothers walked further away, a head slowly emerged from the wall by the street. The owner of this head was none other than the team leader's wife, Su Honghua. At that moment, her face was filled with greed as she watched Zhang Erhe pull the sled. She was particularly envious of the large wild rabbit that Zhang Dai held. That rabbit is truly plump. It must be delicious. Why should Huchunhua with a barren hen enjoy such fine fare? How wasteful. She was exceedingly envious of the contents on Zhang Erhe's sled. Moreover, seeing the military coats worn by the brothers only fueled her jealousy further. Zhang Erhe, a mere scoundrel, was consistently hauling home numerous bundles. Where on earth did he acquire such wealth? Su Honghua, who had always been a prominent figure in the village with her husband as the team leader, had previously received flattery from all the young women around. However, it seemed that the village atmosphere had shifted recently, especially after Zhang Erhe distributed scraps of cloth to everyone yesterday, earning him widespread praise. How could this not incite the annoyance and jealousy of Su Honghua, who had once held the center stage? To think that today, Zhang Erhe was again carting goods home. How could she not feel indignant? This won't do. I must have Biao investigate thoroughly. I refuse to believe that a scoundrel could earn money through legitimate means. It must be stolen or ill-gotten. In any case, it cannot be of good origin. Unbeknownst to Zhang Erhe, his constant transportation of goods had already drawn resentment from others. To his astonishment, upon entering his own courtyard, he was greeted by none other than his third aunt. Erhe is back. Come inside and rest, she exclaimed. It must have been quite a trial in this bitter cold. The sight of the military overcoat draped over Erhe's shoulders ignited a glimmer of excitement in Lu Damiai's eyes, while the bounty piled on the sled made her gaze sparkle with envy. Oh, why have you bought so many things again? Let me help you carry them inside, she said, reaching out to unveil the burlap sacks covering the sled. No, please. I can manage on my own. You should find a more comfortable spot to stay. Zhang Erhe had long anticipated his aunt's enthusiasm. Without allowing her to approach, he positioned himself to shield the sled from her reach. Chapter 47. The willful Zhang Xiaohu. Seizing the moment, Zhang Erhe turned and entered the house, carrying a sack. He had no desire to engage with his Aunt San, whose face was alight with greed. One would expect that a person of discernment would take the hint and leave upon sensing Zhang Erhe's demeanor. Yet, his Aunt Lu Damiai was anything but perceptive. Without waiting for Zhang Erhe to react, she swiftly followed him inside. Zhang Erhe had certainly learned the extent of his aunt's audacity. No matter what was said, as long as there were benefits to be gained, A little discomfort was of no consequence to her. She remained utterly unperturbed. Zhang could only resign himself to the situation, as she was, after all, an elder. Other than giving her some embarrassment, he truly had no recourse. He couldn't very well reprimand her or strike her. However, upon entering the house and surveying the scene, Zhang felt as if he might explode with rage. His wife, Lin Chunxing, was awkwardly crouched before the stove, stoking the fire. A pot was bubbling with a thick mixture of cornmeal. On the bed sat Fan and Xiang Xiao, their eyes filled with pity as they gazed at Zhang Xiao, who, like a little lord, was holding a pastry in his right hand, a piece of white rabbit candy in his left, savoring them with an expression of triumph. The scattered wrappers on the bed indicated that the entire bag of white rabbit candy had been devoured by him, leaving nothing for Fan and Xiang Xiao. At that moment, he was looking at the two girls with a defiant air, clearly aware that they were powerless against him. Even the second sister-in-law, who was tending the fire, dared not confront him, let alone these two young girls. Even more outrageous was the fact that this little rascal had climbed onto the bed without removing his shoes. The snow outside had yet to melt completely, and the bed was now marred with muddy footprints thanks to Zhang Xiaohu's antics. Who allowed you to climb up there? Get down. Zhang Er's fury reached a boiling point at this sight. And San, is this how you raise Xiaohu? Does he wear shoes on the bed at your place? Zhang Er glared at his aunt, his forehead veins bulging and his expression fierce. Oh, is it really such a big deal? The child knows nothing. Although Zhang Er's demeanor startled her, she continued to feign indifference. Humph, making a mountain out of a molehill. What's the harm in him having a few pieces of candy? They hardly cost anything. Seeing that Zhang Er was on the verge of erupting, she reluctantly attempted to placate him. Xiaohu, be a good boy and come down. I won't. Zhang Xiaohu initially felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing Zhang Er, but his mother's gentle coaxing only fueled his defiance. He twisted his head like a crooked tree, resolutely refusing to budge. Why should they get to stay on the bed? Why should I have to come down? I want tea. Furious at the sight of his stubbornness, Zhang Er seized his arm and yanked him down, delivering a swift kick to his backside. Your parents may indulge you, but I will not. If you dare rummage through my things again, I'll break your legs. Zhang Er spared no thought for his aunt's dignity, knowing that people like her only grew bolder when given leeway. Zhang Er, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit my son? I will not let this go. The little lake is indeed the lifeblood of Lu Damei. She rarely allows herself to strike it. All right, third aunt, my grandparents indulge you, so direct your energy towards them. If you persist in your unreasonable antics, believe me, I shall strike Little Lake every time I see him. You know my temperament. I am quite capable of such a thing. Alas, seeing Zhang Er's grim countenance, Lu Damei found herself at a loss for words. She was acutely aware of Zhang Er's true nature. If her precious son were to suffer at his hands, she would have no recourse for grievance. Yet, to let this matter slide without a fight was equally unsatisfactory to her. With a sudden glimmer of inspiration, she plopped down onto the ground, preparing to throw a tantrum and act like a petulant child. What are you doing, third aunt? Are you preparing to extort someone? Before Zhang Er could react, the voice of his mother, Hu Yulian, echoed from the doorway. It is worth noting that Erhe and Little Lake are akin to brothers. What business is it of yours, as an elder, to meddle in their playful scuffles? Have you no sense of shame? Just last night, you dined on meat from Erhe's family, and now you intend to turn your back on them? Is it customary to wear shoes on the Kong? If you cannot manage your own children, how can you expect Erhe to take charge? If necessary, I shall visit the ancestral home to inquire of our parents whether this is how you are meant to raise children. Before she even entered the house, Hu Yulian unleashed a barrage of words akin to a rapid-fire cannon. Lu Damei found herself caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to protest or remain silent. Just moments ago, it was Erhe bullying her son, and now it seemed to have transformed into a mere frolic between brothers. Zhang Er had no choice but to concede to his mother's formidable prowess. Her relentless tirade was enough to leave Lu Damei speechless. As Hu Yulian spoke, she yanked Lu Damei up from the ground, continuing her lecture. It's almost mealtime, and you wish to linger until after lunch? You brought Little Lake here to eat today. Does that mean you plan to invite the third child tomorrow and the elderly couple the day after? Is this never-ending? And no, I merely wish to see Chunxing and her mother. Lu Damei was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, and with Hu Yulian's commanding presence, she found herself hesitant to confront her sister-in-law, as she observed her third aunt hastily retreating with Zhang Xiaohu in tow. Zhang Er couldn't help but marvel at his mother's might, silently exclaiming, "Mother is truly formidable." However, Hu Yulian was not solely domineering. as the third aunt departed. She pulled a pig's bone from the sack and instructed Lu Damii to take it to the ancestral home. Although it pained her to part with the bone, she deemed it a way to provide Lu Damii an exit, preventing her from returning with the elderly couple to stir up trouble. With her own second child just recovering, Hu Yulian was keen to avoid any further disturbances for Erhe. If their younger child were to regress, it would be too late for regrets. Little Lake, being astute, had the forethought to send a message to his mother. Otherwise, who knows what mischief the third aunt might conjure. At that moment, the third brother Zhang Zio cautiously entered the room. Hu Yulian embraced the little boy's head, showering him with praises for his cleverness and quick wit. It turned out that after Lu Damii had brought Zhang Xiaohu over, the latter began rummaging through the cupboards, seizing any delectable food or drink he could find. Meanwhile, his younger sister and sister-in-law found themselves utterly helpless against the antics of the duo. This young lad, facing the elder Lu Damii, was equally powerless. Seizing an opportunity while his aunt was distracted, he swiftly dashed away in search of reinforcements. Chapter 48. Household Matters. Come on, third brother. You're quite clever, knowing to call for help. Upon learning that it was his younger brother who had summoned their mother, Zhang Erhe chuckled as he affectionately ruffled his head. You did well this time, so consider it a favor from your brother. I will take care of your graduation gift next year. Zhang Erhe had already planned to prepare a present for him, and this was a perfect opportunity to make a promise. But really, you must not go back on your word when the time comes. Third brother, Zhang Xiaohe, was overjoyed by his elder brother's assurance. After all, this could be seen as a reward earned through his own efforts, making it all the more gratifying. At the age of 15, he was at a stage where pride ran high. Being able to secure a graduation gift through his own endeavors was a source of great happiness, far more fulfilling than simply asking his parents for one. Of course, when have I, your second brother, ever gone back on my word? If I say I'll buy it, I will. A man's word is his bond. Ah, my eldest son is indeed sharp-witted. Hu Yulian felt immense pride watching her two sons banter. She had little hope for her eldest. Not only was there the issue of not having children, but her eldest was also quite ineffectual, hopelessly reliant on his wife. In Hu Yulian's eyes, she could no longer count on her eldest couple in the future. As for her second son, she had not held much expectation either. But to her surprise, he had recently shown signs of understanding filial piety and caring for his wife and children. He was even earning money. Perhaps he might enjoy some of the benefits of his younger brother in the future. At the very least, they had indulged in good food these past few days, a sign of a wayward son returning home, which was priceless. And then, there was third brother, a treasure in her eyes. He excelled in his studies and knew how to adapt to circumstances. He was undoubtedly a promising lad. With such thoughts, Hu Yulian smiled broadly, her joy evident. Yet, she did not forget to chide her eldest daughter and second daughter-in-law for their lack of initiative. You too, whenever faced with a challenge, behave like a stubborn oil gourd. Is there not one of you who brings peace of mind? Seeing his mother reprimanding his sister and sister-in-law, Zhang Erhe quickly changed the subject. Mother, today I bought some fabric and cotton for you. When you have time, please make yourself a cotton-padded jacket. I recall your old one is quite worn. What can I say? You've just started earning a little money, and you dare to spend so recklessly. Your mother is already halfway buried in the earth. What use do I have for a new cotton-padded jacket? Isn't that a waste of money? Despite her words of reproach regarding Zhang Erhe's extravagance, Hu Yulian's hands were quick to pull the fabric closer, measuring it with enthusiasm. Observing her mother's delighted demeanor, Zhang Erhe could see that there was no hint of discontent. Humph, at least you have a bit of conscience. But from now on, you must not buy things impulsively. Seeing her mother-in-law captivated by the fabric, Lin Chunxing finally sighed in relief. Having always been compliant, she truly did not know how to refuse others. Regarding Zhang Erhe's purchase of fabric and cotton for her mother-in-law, she had no objections. To her, the fact that Erhe no longer lashed out at her and Fan, and was even buying things for them, was far better than anything else. Daddy, the big white rabbit candy has all been eaten by Uncle. At this moment, Fan pouted her small lips. Her voice tinged with a whimper as she reported to Zhang Erhe. Don't worry, we can consider it as feeding the dogs. Look at what Daddy has brought you. Upon witnessing the tearful expression of Fan, Zhang Erhe quickly retrieved the tin frog he had purchased. Clang, 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 clang. Look at this. Zhang Erhe waved the tin frog before Fan and Xiang Xiao. What is this? A frog? At that time, the tin frog was a rare novelty in the countryside, and most children had never encountered one. Fan certainly had not. I know. It's called a tin frog. Little Hu has one. It's so much fun. But he won't let anyone else play with it. Little Hu was the younger son of Su Honghua, whose husband was the captain of Team 1. Naturally, their family was better off than the average members, so purchasing a tin frog for their son was nothing extraordinary. As Xiang Shou took the tin frog from her, she immediately began to teach Fan Fan how to play with it. The two children watched the jumping frog on the neatly spread bed, laughing gleefully. At that moment, even the large white rabbit milk candy in Zhang Erhe's hand lost its appeal. Old third, take it yourself. He simply handed the milk candy to the little one, allowing him to enjoy it on his own. Meanwhile, Hu Yulian was far from pleased with the pork ribs and pig bones that Zhang Erhe had bought, feeling that her second son could earn money but lacked common sense. Are you foolish? Buying fatty meat would be better than this useless bone. Truly a wasteful purchase. Despite his mother's nagging, Zhang Erhe showed no signs of impatience. In his past life, his parents had passed away early, and there had been no one to share such words with him. Changing up the diet is necessary. Eating fatty meat all the time is unhealthy. You're talking nonsense. After just a few days of hearty meals, that rascal says fatty meat is bad. Oh, at least you bought the bowls and chopsticks correctly, he said as he began rinsing them with hot water. Mother, I'll make you a dish of braised pork ribs to taste. I guarantee you've never had it before. Hee. Just then, his father, Zhang Dashi, entered, proudly carrying a rabbit. The eldest family sent over a rabbit, quite plump. In a while, Erhe will prepare it. Upon seeing it, Zhang Erhe realized it was the same rabbit he had asked his elder brother to bring back. It seemed his brother and sister-in-law had not been able to bear eating it themselves, but had instead offered it to their parents. However, he chose not to mention this. Well, the eldest family indeed knows how to show filial piety. Erhe, I heard from your sister-in-law that your elder brother went fishing with you last night. And you even paid him a wage. What is going on? Hu Yulian was unaware of Zhang Daqiang's fishing excursion with her second son until her husband mentioned it. Well, I couldn't manage it alone, so I asked my elder brother for help. What? 10 yuan. Hu Yulian was taken aback to learn that Zhang Erhe paid his elder brother 10 yuan for a day's work. How much can you earn in a day to afford giving your brother 10 yuan? What about yourself? No worries, mother. I'm sure I'll still make a profit. So you can rest assured. Well, as long as you know what you're doing, just don't let your family fall apart while looking after your brother. Don't worry. Mother, I'm well aware. As Zhang Erhe chopped the ribs, he continued to chat casually with his mother. Suddenly, he recalled something and looked up at his father, saying, Father, there is a coat in the bag that I bought for you. Why not try it on to see if it fits? Zhang Dashi pulled out the coat and donned it, his joy radiating from ear to ear, utterly delighted. Oh my goodness. This coat is truly wonderful, so warm. I have never worn such fine clothing before. You could have simply bought one for yourself. Your father is not without clothes, and wearing it would be wasteful. Observing the old man's silly grin, Hu Yulian shot him a disapproving glance. Wasteful? This winter is exceptionally cold, and wearing it will keep me warm. Chapter 49. Braised pork ribs. This military coat looks remarkably good. It must have been quite expensive. It would be much better to purchase some cotton fabric and have Chunxing make it herself. What a waste of money. Hu Yulian thought Zhang Erhe's purchase of the military coat to be extravagant. They could easily make one at home and save the money for better use. Mother, the cotton clothes we make are warm enough, but they offer no protection against the wind. The winds in the river valley are unbearably strong at night. If we catch a cold and have to spend money on treatment, which is more economical? Oh, that is indeed a point. However, why did you buy so many rolls of elastic? When will you ever use a whole roll? Hu Yulian rummaged through the sack to find the elastic Zhang Erhe had bought, and her complaints resumed. In rural households, elastic is typically bought by the foot or two. Who would be foolish enough to buy a 10-meter roll like Zhang Erhe? Isn't that a sign of madness? Indeed, a foot or two would suffice for our family. When will we ever finish using all this? Lin Chunxing, receiving the roll of elastic from her mother-in-law, felt quite distressed. While Erhe was indeed attentive to family matters, his purchasing decisions seemed rather careless. There must be a purpose for these purchases. They can indeed be profitable. Zhang Erhe chuckled confidently. He was certainly not being irrational. There must be a reason for his purchases. Profitable? This isn't exactly a rare commodity. If someone needed it, wouldn't they simply go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy it? Why would they specifically seek ours? Lin Chunxing and Hu Yulian could hardly believe Zhang Erhe's claims about making money from the elastic. If people wanted it, they would just go directly to the cooperative. Who would be foolish enough to buy from him? At this point, buying in bulk did not equate to lower prices, whether bought in large quantities or small. The price remained the same. There was no possibility of selling at a markup. Come here, Chunxing, let me draw something for you to see if you can make it. Observing his wife's disbelief, Zhang took the opportunity to chop the pork ribs and prepare them for boiling. He fetched the notebook and pen from the third child and began to sketch on the paper. Zhang illustrated accessories such as bow hairpins and various floral ribbons. The outer layer was a decorative fabric with an elastic band inside for the hairpin. Yesterday, he had seen only red strings and a few plastic hair clips in the county's general store and cooperative. The diverse range of hair accessories available in later times was non-existent, presenting Zhang with a unique opportunity. Although these items would not sell for much, it was essential to provide his wife and mother with a chance to showcase their talents. After all, participation was what truly mattered. This was also about instilling confidence in his wife, allowing her to partake in the family's endeavors. He did not wish for Lin Chunxing to become merely a subordinate. She deserved a channel to express her own worth. After sketching several styles of hairpins, Zhang contemplated and then drew a few designs for fabric dolls and animal toys. Although the absence of plastic heads was regrettable, beautiful clothing could significantly enhance the doll's appeal. After all, the sack of old fabric scraps was unlikely to be used up. So why not create these items? His wife and mother could certainly use the diversion. It seemed straightforward, but would anyone truly buy them once made? Lin Chunxing leaned closer to her husband, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the designs on the paper, occasionally inquiring about the intricacies of these matters. Lin Chunxing certainly did not wish to miss an opportunity to showcase her abilities. Although had recently become acquainted with the Gu family and had been exceedingly kind to her, she couldn't shake a sense of unease. For the past couple of days, she felt as though she were in a dream, perpetually in a haze. If this endeavor could indeed be monetized, it would not only provide her with a sense of security, but also serve as a means to validate her worth. Let me take a look. My mother's skills, although not as refined as mine, are certainly commendable. Upon hearing this, Hu Yulian also joined in. Although her eldest son was now earning, she still had her precious third child to consider. Expenses for schooling and future marriages would undoubtedly arise, and one could not rely solely on the eldest son for everything. Mother, I am confident you can manage it. It's quite simple. Allow me to explain. You will grasp it immediately. Yesterday's scraps of cloth can be transformed into something wonderful. Handing the plans to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to study, Zhang turned to prepare braised pork ribs. In his previous life, he had worked as a chef, and crafting a simple dish of braised ribs was second nature to him. He chopped the bones into sections, boiled them vigorously for half an hour, resulting in a rich, flavorful pork broth. On a chilly winter day, a bowl of this broth is not only nourishing but also immensely comforting. He prepared 2 pots of this dish, along with a spicy rabbit dish. Regrettably, the household was lacking in seasonings. Otherwise, Zhang could have crafted several exquisite rabbit recipes. The decision to cook both rabbits was primarily due to the anticipated number of guests. He still needed to invite his elder brother and sister-in-law over for dinner. With few dishes prepared, it would hardly suffice. With no time to cook rice, he utilized the ample flour available to make wide noodles, pairing them with the braised ribs and spicy rabbit, an exquisite feast for such a wintry day. Next, he prepared boiled prawns in salt water. Although these were freshwater prawns, their vibrant red hue post-cooking was quite alluring. In this era, devoid of industrial pollution, one could relish in the purity of nature. By the time all the dishes were prepared, it was already past 3, nearing 4 in the afternoon. Winter days are inherently short, and dusk was fast approaching. When Zhang went to summon his brother and sister-in-law for dinner, they were initially hesitant to accept the invitation. Earning 10 yuan a day, they felt somewhat guilty for not having invited to their own home for a meal, let alone troubling him further. Brother, sister-in-law, although we've separated in households, we are still family. What is the harm in sharing a meal? No, that is not what I meant. I'm just grateful that you thought to care for us. Enough of that. Our parents are waiting. It's been far too long since our family has dined together. It's high time we gathered. By the way, sister-in-law, there is another opportunity for earning some money. You should come over for a consultation. If it works out, you could earn a little to contribute to household expenses. Without waiting for his brother and sister-in-law to agree, Zhang insistently pulled his brother along. To be candid, in rural areas during this era, households were far from affluent, with food supplies being exceedingly scarce. Typically, one would not dine at someone else's home unless it was a festive occasion. After all, with limited resources, if one consumed more, another would have to go without. Every household was struggling to make ends meet. However, Zhang third aunt was an exception. given the current situation at noon. Had she not been pressured by Hu Yulian, she would have insisted on staying at Zhang Er's home for a meal regardless. Lu Damei certainly does not possess any sense of embarrassment. By the time Zhang Er arrived home with his elder brother and sister-in-law, Hu Yulian and the three little ones were nearly beside themselves with anticipation. Particularly, Fan Fan and Xiang Xiu were incessantly drooling around the earthen table. Why on earth are you two so tardy in joining us for a meal? Hurry up. What on earth is taking so long? Hu Yulian, accustomed to being assertive, made it clear that even the eldest, Zhang Dai, and his wife dared not retort, quickly plastering on smiles as they sought a seat. Chapter 50. Striking while the iron is hot, the family relished their meal, savoring every bite with unparalleled satisfaction. Zhang Dashi frequently expressed his delight, claiming that even the wealthiest landlords of Yer could not compare to their current fortune if he could dine like this every day. He would not trade it even for a deity. Yet, amidst his musings, Hu Yulian interjected, admonishing him for his careless words about the wealthy landowners, stating, "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Such talk is reckless. Do you wish for trouble?" Her sharp retort startled Zhang Dashi, prompting him to nod vigorously in acknowledgement of her wisdom, vowing never to speak so thoughtlessly again. Though no one had been publicly denounced in recent years, an unspoken tension lingered in the air. Zhang Er's fish-selling endeavors, while not illegal, left Hu Yulian uneasy. "Indeed, you are right. Quiet prosperity is the way to go," she conceded. "We mustn't draw attention." Both her and the eldest son needed to exercise caution to avoid prying eyes, as their newfound success would undoubtedly attract envy. Zhang Dai nodded solemnly. "Indeed, that is why I only venture out for fish at night." Good, good. With the sun still setting, let us craft some hair ornaments and dolls for Earth to inspect, lest we labor in vain. The trio set to work, creating a vibrant hairband adorned with yellow and red butterflies, another embellished with delicate pink peach blossoms, and a colorful ring reminiscent of a bow tie, all infused with a touch of Western flair. They also fashioned stuffed toys resembling a teddy bear and Mickey Mouse. Though somewhat rudimentary, they would surely appeal to the youth, especially in an era when Western influences were fervently embraced. Do you truly believe these items will sell?" Lin Chunxing and Hu Yulian felt a pang of insecurity, fearing their craftsmanship might not meet expectations. "Absolutely. We must choose the right venue. Sales will naturally follow," replied confidently. "By the way, is there a market outside your school?" "Certainly, though it mostly features vendors selling buns and fried dough. Nothing like this. If we set up near the school, success is guaranteed. But what if it feels too ostentatious? If acquaintances see us, could it lead to complications?" Hu Yulian felt a wave of apprehension at the thought of encountering familiar faces. "Not at all. Junior high students are often short on cash to fetch a good price. We should go to the high school entrance in the county. Just focus on making them. Selling is my responsibility. I will devise a plan." "Oh, no. I can't bear it any longer. I'm utterly exhausted. Perhaps you should take tomorrow to finish." After hours of relentless work, Zhang Er could barely keep his eyes open, and his elder brother had begun to doze off in his seat. "Wait, do you think father could join you for fishing tonight? He doesn't need 10 yuan. Just give me 5 yuan for the day." Seeing his wife has found a way to earn money, Zhang Dashi couldn't help but feel uneasy about being a mere idle man. In the past, he had little say at home, and now, if he were to become a burden, life at home would surely become even more suffocating. "Ah, you are going too?" Zhang Er shook his head vigorously, as if to dismiss the absurdity. "What a joke. It's freezing outside and pitch dark. You can't risk your health at your age." "Father, it's not that I am unwilling to part with this little money, but both my elder brother and I are struggling to manage. At your age, you must take care of your health." At this point, Zhang Er noticed his father's expression was one of deep dejection. His mother, Hu Yulian, also appeared troubled, prompting him to suggest another venture. "Father, take a look at this. Perhaps you could manage it, and if so, it would be easy to earn a few coins each day." With that, Zhang Er retrieved the bubble sticks he had made for Fan Fan and Xiang Xiu a couple of days prior, presenting them to his father to see if he could replicate them. "What on earth is this?" Zhang Dashi questioned, examining the smooth bamboo tube with confusion. "It's a bubble stick, a toy for children. A few days ago, I made over a dozen, and they sold out in minutes at the primary school gate. They sell for a dime each. They are quite popular." He then proceeded to instruct his father on how to make the bubble solution and demonstrated how to use the bubble sticks. "This isn't too complicated. Although my carpentry skills are lacking, I can manage to craft these bamboo tubes. As long as there is work to be done, I am not overly concerned about the earnings." At that moment, Zhang Erhe could no longer bear the sight of his mother and the two women so eagerly engrossed in their plans, evidently not intending to rest just yet. They were gearing up for a night of toil. Let us do this tomorrow. I am utterly exhausted. I still have to endure the night. All right then. We shall continue in the morning. Observing Zhang Erhe struggling to keep his eyes open and seeing his elder brother already asleep in a seated position, Hu Yulian had no choice but to take her youngest son and Xianxiu back home. Originally, she had intended to work late into the night. But while earning money is important, the health of her two sons is paramount. At dawn, across from the county garment factory, Zhang Erhe set up his stall, allowing his elder brother to take over the fish-selling position. He had other matters to attend to and could not rely solely on himself. Elder brother, just ensure to add some miscellaneous fish to the sale whenever customers come by. They aren't worth much anyway. I understand. Zhang Dehai, though simple, was not foolish. After yesterday's practice with her, he quickly became adept at selling fish and making change, though he sometimes still felt a bit nervous. He was managing quite well. Brother, keep an eye on things for now. Just as they were selling, Zhang Erhe spotted a figure emerging from the garment factory and hurriedly strung two fish together with fine twine, stepping forward to greet the newcomer. Ma Xianglan was in good spirits today. Her son had finally stopped complaining of pain that morning, indicating a good recovery. He had even insisted on having fish for breakfast, reminiscing about the delicious fish soup she had made 2 days ago. Although the burn was not severe and she had applied badger oil to prevent scarring, since her son desired fish, she had no reason to decline. After all, there was fish readily available for sale right at the factory gate, making it convenient to grab some on the way. As I approached the factory gate, the young fish vendor came hurrying over with his catch. Sis, how's your nephew doing? I happened to catch 2 blackfish today, tender meat, no bones, perfect for the little one. Blackfish. That's wonderful. Yang-Yang's been fussing all morning about wanting fish. Looking at Zhang Erhe's eager expression, Ma Xianglan couldn't help but find it amusing. This fish seller certainly knew how to seize an opportunity. Earlier today, she learned from old Yu that the young man had been telling people she was his cousin. Chapter 51. The bicycle. How much for the bicycle? And let's settle the fish from the other day too. After all, she was someone of some standing at the garment factory. A few fish weren't worth owing a favor over. Favors were the hardest debts to repay. Just a few fish, hardly worth it. Sis, it's just a few fish, no need for money. Zhang Erhe didn't mention a price, instead shoving the fish into Sister Ma's hands. But Ma Xianglan insisted on paying. Left with no choice, Zhang Erhe casually threw out a number. All right then, 2 yuan. Though he said 2, Ma Xianglan handed him 5 without hesitation. She was the type to take advantage. Watching her leave, Zhang Erhe felt somewhat relieved. While she had paid for the fish, she hadn't rejected his use of her name. Since Sister Ma had taken the fish from the gatehouse, she must have known he claimed to be her distant relative. Not that he planned to exploit her reputation for anything shady, it was just that he'd likely be selling fish here for a while. And having this connection could save him a lot of trouble. Brother, you handle the sales. I'm going to take a look around. Seeing his older brother growing more adept at selling fish, Zhang Erhe decided to leave him to it. Go on, go on. Having successfully made several sales, Zhang Dehe was feeling more confident. After all, he was earning 10 yuan a day from his younger brother. He ought to put in the work. Leaving the garment factory, Zhang Erhe headed to the department store. He wasn't sure if his rebirth had altered things, but Chi Hao, the ticket scalper, still hadn't shown up. This frustrated him. He desperately wanted a bicycle. Though the cold had lingered, much of the snow had melted, making the sled far less efficient than before. Hey brother. Just as Zhang Erhe was scanning the area for Chi Hao, a voice called out from behind, startling him. Turning, he saw a lanky young man in his 20s with a side-parted hairstyle standing there. Are you talking to me? Zhang Erhe pointed at himself uncertainly. Even as a reborn man, he didn't know many people in this county town. In his past life, after finding his daughter in Guangzhou, Zhang Erhe had spent most of his time working in the provincial capital and nearby cities. He had visited this town often, mainly because it was where Lin Chunxing had met her tragic end, a place he'd rather avoid. The only reason he'd known about Chi Hao before was through an introduction. Otherwise, he'd never have known about the underground ticket trade here. Of course. Looking for something but don't have the coupons? Tell me what you need. I can help. The young man was fazed by Zhang Erhe's reaction. He was in this business and knew how to read people. You've got everything? Zhang Erhe smirked at the young man's bold claim. Come on, brother. Let us talk somewhere else. The lanky man confidently patted his thin chest. You got bicycles? Told you. I've got everything. Follow me. The young man's eyes lit up at the mention of a bicycle. Today's earnings were looking promising. Come on, I'll take you to see the goods. As he spoke, he began to walk forward, and Zhang Erhe did not hesitate to follow suit. In his previous life, Zhang Erhe had traversed the nation in search of his daughter, encountering all manner of individuals. Therefore, following a stranger was not particularly daunting for him. Later, to seek treatment for his daughter, he had dabbled in various trades, even engaging in brawls and desperate skirmishes. He was a seasoned enthusiast of mixed martial arts and had trained himself for a time. Thus, he felt no fear even in the company of strangers. Before long, the young man led him onto a less frequented path. The road was bustling with pedestrians, many of whom seemed to recognize the tall, slender youth. "Hey, Xiangzi, have you secured some business today?" called out one passerby. Thanks, responded the young man, exchanging greetings with those around him. However, it appeared that today he would not earn much, as he did not seem to be in the company of affluent patrons. "It's all right, just making a living," Xiangzi replied with a smile, seemingly unbothered by the skepticism of others. Yet, inwardly, he scoffed at their judgments. What do they know? Haven't they seen his attire? Genuine military gear, which comes at a price. Furthermore, anyone looking to purchase a bicycle surely possesses some funds. This young man, named Xiangzi, engaged in a trade that required keen observation, specifically targeting those eager to buy but lacking connections. Once he successfully guided them to a seller, he would receive a commission. In essence, he was akin to a modern-day broker, reminiscent of the pimps of the old society. Soon, Xiangzi led Zhang Erhe to his destination, a modest bicycle repair shop. Fourth brother, a potential customer has arrived. This brother seeks a bicycle. Could you assist him? You want a bicycle? Inquired a bald middle-aged man, momentarily setting aside his work. Yes, I'll take a look first. If the price is right, I'll buy one. All right then, come inside and have a look. The bald man turned and opened the door behind him, revealing a small courtyard filled with a hodgepodge of items, including several old bicycles. Old bikes. Upon viewing the assortment, Zhang Erhe feigned disdain, wrinkling his brow. You didn't inform him that I only have used bicycles. The bald man glanced at Xiangzi, sensing Zhang Erhe's discontent. Fourth brother, I got a bit too excited and forgot to mention that. Xiangzi scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish grin. Brother, while these bikes may be a bit worn, they ride just as well as new ones. Xiangzi was eager to make the sale, quickly ushering Zhang Erhe toward the bicycles for a closer inspection. Zhang Erhe examined the old bicycles carefully. It was evident that they had been cobbled together from various parts. Some components appeared relatively new, while others bore the marks of repair. To be frank, these are all used parts 1V refurbished, but rest assured, they are in good condition and perfectly rideable. The bald man, determined not to lose Zhang Erhe's business, struck the bicycle's frame with a wooden stick, producing a resonant sound to demonstrate its quality. Not entirely unacceptable, just somewhat antiquated. First, disclose the price. If it's exorbitant, I shan't purchase it. Upon discerning Zhang Erhe's genuine interest in procuring the vehicle, the bald man's spirits instantly soared. These dilapidated automobiles were mere patchworks of salvage parts from his repair shop, interspersed with a scant few new components, hardly a costly endeavor. Once sold, the transaction would yield nearly pure profit. Rest assured, my friend, you shall receive the most favorable price. How much? 120. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree? The bald man clenched his teeth and quoted the figure. Chapter 52. License plate. How much for the license plate? Zhang Erhe rubbed his ears, incredulous that he bore such a resemblance to a fool. 120 yuan. That's more than a new bicycle at the department store. And even the finest Forever brand is only 198 yuan. For a rickety contraption cobbled together from scrap, you dare to ask for 120? Have you lost your mind? Or am I the one who has? Truly, you have some nerve. You might as well keep it for yourself. With that, Zhang Erhe turned on his heel and began to walk away. The vendor displayed no sincerity. What was there to discuss? Hey, don't go, brother. At least negotiate a bit. The bald man was startled by Zhang Erhe's abrupt departure. In commerce, if one finds the price unappealing, it is customary to bargain. There is no sense in simply walking away. Simultaneously, he regretted having set the price so high. Although assembling those bicycles had cost him a fair amount, selling them would surely yield a profit. Zhang Erhe paused and turned back, stating 60 yuan. If not, I'll take my business elsewhere. He calculated that this bicycle was worth no more than that amount, though he could entertain a slightly higher price depending on the vendor's counteroffer. The bald man shook his head vigorously. Brother, 60 is far too low. I wouldn't even recover my costs. How about 100? That's just covering my expenses. 100 for cost? What a joke. Zhang replied, shaking his head and raising a single finger. I'll give you 80 at most. If not, I'll look elsewhere. What's your final word? After a moment's hesitation, the vendor gritted his teeth. I'll give you a real price, 90 yuan. Any less, and I won't sell. Look, despite its appearance, I've reinforced the frame with steel. It's not inferior to those new models. It's definitely rideable. After a protracted negotiation, Zhang ultimately purchased the bicycle for 85 yuan. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Although the bicycle was assembled from various parts, it was meant for temporary use, and its condition was of little concern. Once the new year passed, he would find a way to acquire a motorcycle. For now, he would make do with this bicycle, despite the effort it took to pedal. Fourth brother, look, giggled a young man named Xiangzi as Zhang walked further away. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Before Xiangzi could approach, the vendor, known as fourth brother, had already produced 5 yuan and handed it over. Remember, when there's business, bring it to me. Fourth brother will not forget your favor. Pleased with selling a bicycle for 85 yuan, fourth brother was content. He could typically assemble an old bicycle within a month, scavenging parts from the repair shop and the junkyard. The costs were nearly negligible, allowing him to pocket at least 70 yuan from each sale. If he sold one bicycle a month, along with earnings from repairs, his income could nearly reach 100 yuan. Rest assured, fourth brother, I'll definitely bring business your way first. With his well-earned 5 yuan commission in hand, Xiangzi beamed with joy. Just by running errands, he had earned 5 yuan, much better than a regular job. Fourth brother, you carry on. I'll wander around a bit. Though it may not be the case that business flourishes every day, every couple of days, there is invariably a transaction to be made. This young fellow has certainly earned a decent sum over the course of a month. With the receipts tucked securely into his inner pocket, Zhang hummed a cheerful tune as he pedaled his bicycle. This receipt must be safeguarded, for if it were to be discovered by the local police station, it would surely cause considerable trouble. This bald man, known as Brother C, possesses a modicum of influence, managing even to procure a bicycle receipt. Zhang willingness to part with 85 yuan for this used bicycle stems from the assurance provided by the receipt. The frame is of the Yongjiu brand. The handlebars are from Phoenix, and the tires are of the Wanxiang variety. Though its appearance is somewhat peculiar, it rides with delightful ease, certainly requiring less effort than traversing on foot. Hey, where did this bicycle come from? Zhang acquaintance, Zhang Dai, stood before him, momentarily bewildered. You went out for a stroll and returned with a bicycle. I bought it. Well, it's a used bike. Zhang nonchalantly replied as he parked the bicycle and began to gather the burlap sacks. The catch of fish today was comparable to yesterday's, and by just past 11, they had already sold out. Oh, this is a fine acquisition. It will certainly make future travels far more convenient. Although Zhang Dai would occasionally grumble about various expenses, he recognized the value of a bicycle, even a second-hand one. It seems as though only the village secretary owns one. Yours must be the second. Zhang Dai, with a gleeful touch, inspected the bicycle. I stumbled upon someone selling it on the road and decided to purchase it, Zhang explained, securing the burlap sacks to the rear of the bicycle, ensuring a comfortable ride for his elder brother. Zhang Dai circled the bicycle a few times, growing increasingly fond of it. Not bad at all. You have quite the knack for making purchases. Well, it is a bit worn, but it was reasonably priced. Zhang replied with a smile. Reasonably priced? How much did it cost? Zhang Dai inquired. 85 yuan, Zhang casually stated. What? 85? Zhang Dai's eyes widened with concern. That doesn't seem exorbitant, but I wonder about its origins. I hope it's not stolen property. Zhang chuckled. Fear not. Here's the receipt. It was pieced together from salvaged parts, so its provenance is certainly legitimate. Noticing his brother's unease, Zhang produced the purchase receipt for inspection. What do you want me to see? I can barely recognize any characters. As long as the origin is legitimate, that's all that matters. Zhang recalled that his elder brother, Zhang Dai, had never received a formal education, having only attended a few nights of literacy classes organized by the village. He could manage simple arithmetic and write his own name. Once they had tidied up their stall, they mounted the bicycle and set off for home. Having a bicycle is truly convenient, Zhang Dai exclaimed, seated on the rear and beaming with delight. This is splendid. It's much faster than walking. Upon reaching the town, Zhang made a brief visit to the local police station. Despite being a used bicycle, it needed to be registered. Once registered, he would be able to ride it without concern. Otherwise, should he be apprehended, it would lead to significant complications. The officer in charge of vehicle registration was quite familiar with the bicycle's origins. You bought it from Brother C, didn't you? Indeed, Zhang affirmed. He mentioned it was a matter of recycling, assembled from old parts. Since everyone is aware of the origins of this vehicle, Zhang naturally has nothing to conceal. After all, he purchased it with his own money. It is not as though he stole it. Well then, the registration is complete. The officer from the Public Security Bureau hammered a number onto the front of the bicycle, thereby officially registering it. You can ride it with peace of mind. Lao Si has made a record of it here. As Zhang was leaving, the officer even offered him a word of comfort. Well, your little brother-in-law has managed to tinker out another one today. Be sure to treat him. Indeed. Your little brother-in-law has been quite busy with old bicycles these past few months and has earned quite a bit. Chapter 53. Money is earned, not saved. In response to the discussions behind him, Zhang merely smiled faintly, feeling no surprise. Since humans are inherently social creatures, it is natural for them to navigate the complexities of human relationships. It is understandable to occasionally show favoritism towards one's kin within the gray areas of morality. Upon reaching the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang paused once more. He purchased 5 pounds of pork belly, the perfect cut for making braised pork. Remarkably, the 5 pounds cost less than 7 yuan, an astonishing bargain. He also bought a 50-pound bag of rice for just 10 yuan. Taishan Teka, their renowned and economical liquor, was acquired at 8 yuan per bottle, and he took 2 bottles. A pack of amber cigarettes, priced at 2 yuan, was also added to his collection. Noticing a stall selling sponge cakes, he spent 2 yuan on 2 pounds, each pound neatly boxed. Everything he could think of that was needed at home was procured, totaling just over 30 yuan. Why did you buy so many things? Don't you think you should be a bit more restrained with your spending? Brother, we earn money to spend it. Otherwise, what is the purpose of earning? He stuffed the items into a burlap sack and slung it over the front bar of the bicycle. Once his brother was seated securely, he pedaled vigorously. Yet, one must not spend recklessly. Brother, do you prefer corn porridge or meat and fine grains? Sighing, he realized he needed to teach his elder brother how to ride a bicycle. Carrying a person made cycling quite exhausting. Is that even a question? Who doesn't relish fatty meat? That would be foolish. The great leaders have proclaimed that the body is the foundation of revolution. Without indulging in good food, how can one maintain good health? Money is indeed earned, not saved. In the past, I hesitated to indulge in food and drink, thinking I was saving money. But look at these past few days. I have enjoyed delicious meals and still earn money. Do you wish to live in the present or in the past? Of course, the present holds promise. Reflecting on the savory meat buns he had eaten that morning, Zhang chuckled heartily. As they bantered, they soon reached the village entrance, prompting Zhang to marvel at the convenience of having a bicycle. A journey that once took over an hour was now completed in less than half that time. Have you been to the county again? Indeed. You must be prospering, even riding a bicycle now. Impressive. Oh, the road is too long. It is inconvenient for work. Annie was out for lunch, basking in the sun. The day was bright, and a group had gathered by the earthen platform at the village entrance to soak up the warmth. Upon seeing Zhang riding his bicycle, they greeted him warmly. In the past, when Zhang was still seen as any ne'er-do-well, no one would have paid him any mind. But times have changed. It was rumored he had found work in the county, and in recent days, he had been returning home laden with packages. It seemed he was on the path to prosperity, especially today, returning on a bicycle. Such a bike was quite a luxury, with only the village secretary owning one. Awarded for his meritorious service in the army, it was treated with utmost care. Who would have thought that this formerly impoverished ne'er-do-well could now afford a bicycle? What stroke of fortune allowed Erhe to find work in the county? How remarkable! Was it not said that he was introduced by a distant relative? Why do we not possess such affluent relatives? Observing the carefree departure of the brothers Zhang on their bicycles, those basking in the sun could hardly contain their envy. Engaging in animated discussions. A relative? If Zhang truly had such wealthy kin, would he have waited until now to achieve success? Regarding the envious onlookers, Su Honghua was filled with disdain. She had no belief in Zhang tall tales, suspecting they were acquired through dubious means. As if a dog could ever change its nature. The villagers were accustomed to Su Honghwa's jealousy, and thus her bitter complaints went unacknowledged. They whispered among themselves, pondering whether Zhang might assist in finding work for their own men. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhang dismounted. As he departed, Zhang pressed a piece of meat into his hands, saying, "Brother, Do not hesitate to enjoy this. Look how thin your wife has become. She needs proper nourishment. Unable to refuse, Zhang De accepted the mate. Zhang Erhe made a valid point. His wife had endured hardships alongside him for many years, and perhaps their lack of children was a result of her physical toll. Previously, they had lacked the means, but now that he was earning it, he could not let her suffer any longer. It was time for her to enjoy some comforts. Upon returning home, Zhang Erhe found his parents absent, with only his wife Lin Chunxing and their daughter Fan Fan in the yard. "Daddy! Daddy!" Fan Fan was the first to spot him, rushing towards him like a bolt, causing Zhang Erhe to quickly dismount and brace himself. "Brother, Daddy rode a bicycle. I want to ride too," though held in his arms. Fan Fan's eyes were solely fixed on the bicycle parked in the yard, clamoring to ride. "Where did this bicycle come from?" Lin Chunxing inquired, glancing from the bicycle to her husband, perplexed. "It's ours. I bought it today." After placing Fan Fan down, he unloaded the bicycle's contents and then lifted her onto the front beam. He waved to the envious Xiangxiu, saying, "Xiangxiu, hop on the back. I'll take you both for a ride." "All right. Thank you, brother." Zhang Xiangxiu exclaimed joyfully as she eagerly climbed onto the rear seat, her face alight with excitement. Riding the bicycle, Zhang Erhe took the two little ones around the yard for several laps. Once their excitement subsided, he finally came to a stop. "Is this bicycle truly yours? Did you buy it?" Lin Chunxing asked, incredulously touching the bicycle. She could hardly believe that her family had acquired a bicycle. It was a fortunate encounter. "I happened upon a seller of used bicycles and bought it for a mere 85 yuan. Quite a bargain," Zhang Erhe replied nonchalantly. Having previously driven a Mercedes, he regarded the bicycle as trivial. Were it not for the convenience it offered, he would have dismissed it entirely. 85 yuan. That is indeed reasonable," Lin Chunxing said, her hands caressing their new bicycle, her face radiant with joy. Just days ago, they had been without even a single coin, and now they were part of the bicycle-owning community. Who would believe it? Speaking excitedly, Lin Chunxing hurried inside to fetch a basin of water, carefully wiping down the bicycle with a towel. At this moment, possessing a bicycle in the countryside was a symbol of prestige, akin to owning a car in later years, when automobiles became commonplace and everyone owned one. "Have our parents not arrived?" Zhang Erhe inquired, observing Lin Chunxing meticulously polishing the bicycle. He shook his head, thinking that if she cherished it, let her do so for a few days. Eventually, she would grow accustomed to it. Earlier that morning, they had taken some cloth scraps and returned to the old homestead. I suggested they stay for lunch, but my mother insisted that since they had divided the household, they could not continually share the same bowl, fearing the gossip that might ensue. "Oh, very well," Zhang Erhe thought, understanding that his parents valued their reputation and were wary of idle chatter. He chose not to press the matter further. Chapter 54. No place to hide money. In the home of the village secretary, Ma Baoguo, who was both the village secretary and the captain of the first team, he inhaled from his dry tobacco pipe, occasionally nodding in agreement. The village was small and sparsely populated, thus it was impractical to support numerous officials. At that moment, sitting in the adjacent chair was Fan Debiao, who spoke fervently about the necessity to resolutely combat those who might tarnish the reputation of their village. "We cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel." Recently, some villagers had reported that there were individuals frequently engaging in petty theft in the county town. If such news reached the commune, it would undoubtedly implicate them all. Ma Baoguo, with his eyes closed, merely grunted in acknowledgement, offering no further comment, which left Fan Debiao somewhat dissatisfied. Even if it weren't outright theft, the daily influx of various packages into their homes certainly raised eyebrows regarding the legitimacy of their source. "Secretary, we must take action. Otherwise, the trust among the villagers will dissipate." Despite his growing frustration, Fan Debiao felt powerless against the secretary. After all, Ma Baoguo was not only the village secretary but also a veteran who had served in Korea. Even if he felt aggrieved, he dared not overstep. After a lengthy monologue met with little more than nods from the secretary, Fan Debiao resignedly suggested, "All right, I'll take my leave for now. Let me ponder this matter further." Ma Baoguo, tapping the ash from his pipe, replied, "Very well." Watching Fan Debiao leave, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was well aware of Fan Debiao's ulterior motives. "Dad, are you really going to investigate Zhang Erhe?" At that moment, his daughter, Fan Lin, who had been in the back room, emerged with a book in hand. "Investigate? What for?" Ma Baoguo scoffed, emptying the ash from his pipe. "He hasn't wronged me. Why would I investigate him?" "Exactly. I think Fan Debiao is up to no good. Just when Sister Chunxing was enjoying some peace, he wants to stir up trouble. That's simply unethical. Humph. If he thinks he can use me as his pawn, he still has much to learn. In truth, aside from Fan de Biao, there had been others gossiping about Zhang Erhe's frequent deliveries of large packages, speculating that he was up to no good, even suggesting he was engaging in speculative trading. Ma Baobo found himself contemplating whether he should speak to Zhang Erhe, advising him to tone down his ostentation. After all, maintaining order in his team was crucial. Dad, the world has changed. You can't view people through the lens of outdated thoughts. Fan Linlin closed her book and sat across from her father, discussing the recent changes in the city. You wouldn't believe it. The area outside our school is bustling with small businesses. No one seems to care, even in our county town. There are plenty of vendors setting up stalls. Who is watching them? Ma Bao mused, resting his forehead in contemplation as he listened to his daughter. If the commune doesn't intervene, why should I, as a village secretary, worry excessively? These are extraordinary times. Sometimes, it's wiser to remain still. With land redistribution approaching next year, everyone will be tending to their own affairs. Why invite trouble now? He had made up his mind, disregarding everything else. If Van de Bio wished to be the first to take the plunge, so be it. Let us see what fortune he would reap. Lin Chunxing sent a piece of meat to the old residents, and Zhang Erhe began to prepare lunch. However, Lin Chunxing returned, insisting that Zhang Erhe should not cook. If I don't prepare a meal, the villagers will surely mock me. Who is spreading gossip? I shall tear their mouth apart. In truth, Zhang Erhe already knew without needing to inquire. It was undoubtedly his third and S-wife who had been chattering. After yesterday's defeat, she would certainly harbor resentment. And there was no reason to tarnish her own family's reputation. You need not concern yourself. I shall handle the meals from now on. This time, Lin Chunxing was quite resolute, and Zhang Erhe could only smile in resignation, allowing her to have her way. Here, take the money. Hand over the leftover fish money from today and yesterday to Lin Chunxing for her to keep. There was already 120 yuan left from yesterday, plus today's earnings. A hefty stack, totaling over 300. This left Lin Chunxing, who was busy cooking, flustered. She even forgot about the pork belly simmering in the pot, dashing into the house to hide the money, which amused Zhang Erhe. After a full 10 minutes, Zhang Erhe had perfected the caramelization for the braised pork, and Lin Chunxing finally emerged, looking dazed, her eyes twinkling like stars, uncertain if she could account for the money. Dear, we have over 500 yuan. Am I dreaming? Watching Zhang Erhe cook with diligence, Lin Chunxing leaned closer and whispered in his ear, her voice barely audible as if a mosquito, fearful of being overheard. Just a few hundred yuan. Why be so anxious? From now on, you'll count money until your hands cramp, earning millions, and spend your days at home counting cash. Zhang Erhe teased her, amused by her anxious demeanor. Millions? Goodness, how much would that be? Seeing the mirth in her husband's eyes, Lin Chunxing felt a bit bashful, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Don't even mention millions. I'm already troubled by these few hundred. What is the matter? Our money jar is full now. Where shall we store it? As she spoke, Lin Chunxing grew increasingly distressed. Previously, when they were poor, she was anxious about not having money. Now that they had some, she was distressed about where to hide it. Lin Chunxing had never imagined she would one day fret over not having a place to stash her money. Her words sparked a realization in Zhang Erhe. In this era, the largest denomination of currency was the 10 yuan note. Most of what he brought back were 1 or 2 yuan bills, or even smaller denominations. 10 yuan notes were rare. This 500 yuan indeed formed quite a pile, which explained Lin Chunxing's anxiety about concealing it. That's simple. Tomorrow I will take you to the county town to deposit the money in the bank. It's far safer than keeping it at home. To the county town? Upon hearing this, Lin Chunxing felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. I've never been to the county town. Then it's settled. We'll take the headbands you and your mother made to test the market. Daddy, I want to go too. I want to go. All right, everyone can come. Tomorrow, Xiangxi will come along as well. I can go too. Upon hearing the news, Xiangxiu was filled with delight. Let us all go. Tomorrow, I will take you on a tour of the county town. Seeing the two children so exuberant at the prospect of visiting the county, Zhang Erhe waved his hand in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Erhe perceived the county town as rather ordinary. There were no amusement parks as in later times. The only place of interest was the county department store. There was truly little else to see, yet he could take them to the county photo studio for a few pictures. Although he had been married to Chunxing for several years, they had never taken wedding photos. This remained one of his lifelong regrets from his previous life. Chapter 55. Borrowing the card in his previous life, perhaps due to excessive indulgence in alcohol, his memory had severely deteriorated, rendering Lin Chunxing's visage increasingly indistinct in his recollection over the final years. This often led him to self-reproach in the quiet hours of the night. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he considered capturing some photographs, a means to preserve cherished memories for his later years. Chunxing was tending to the pot when he declared, "I shall go borrow a cart." Since he intended to take his family to the county town, relying solely on foot was scarcely viable. While he and Chunxing could manage, Fangfang and Xiangxiu would undoubtedly struggle. With just a bicycle at his disposal and the need to transport around 200 to 300 pounds of fish, he was compelled to devise an alternative plan. He grabbed 2 bottles of Taishan special liquor and discreetly pocketed 2 packs of the amber cigarettes he had purchased. Zhang made his way directly to the village head's residence. At this juncture, ordinary members of the commune possessed no carts. These belonged to the production team, unlike bicycles. For an individual to acquire a cart, they would have to await the division of land among households. Upon arriving at the village head's home, he encountered Ma Baoguo, who was pushing his bicycle, preparing to depart. Noticing Zhang approaching with items in hand, Ma Baoguo paused, refraining from immediate departure. "Uncle, are you heading out?" Zhang inquired. As Ma Baoguo also served as the captain of the second team, the youths from that team affectionately referred to him as uncle, rather than by his official titles. Meanwhile, members from the other 2 teams addressed him as village head. "Yes, I just received a call from the commune. They're convening a meeting. Do you have something on your mind?" Observing the liquor and cigarettes in Zhang possession, Ma Baoguo smiled. When Zhang offered them, he readily accepted, saying, "I heard you've come into some fortune recently. Since you've brought it for your uncle Ma, I shan't be polite. Now, what is it you wish to discuss?" He paused to arrange the liquor and cigarettes, accepting a cigarette and inhaling thoughtfully. "Let us make it clear. No talk of anything against the regulations. Of course, we wouldn't dare engage in illegal activities," Zhang quickly assured him, explaining that he merely wished to borrow the team's cart for a short while. "Well, as long as that's settled. Now what is it? I'm pressed for time." Zhang promptly articulated his purpose. "Tomorrow, I plan to take my family to the county town for a stroll, thus I was hoping to borrow the team's cart." "All right, I consent. Here, I'll write you a note. You can fetch it from the team office." Ma Baoguo readily complied, swiftly pinning a note for Zhang. After all, it was not his personal property, and given the current agricultural lull, there was no harm in allowing a team member to make use of it. It was a mutually beneficial exchange. "Go ahead, I must be off." After mounting his bicycle, Ma Baoguo hesitated briefly before advising Zhang, "Be cautious, It seems someone has taken notice lately." "Understood. I shall be vigilant." With that, he pedaled away. Once Ma Baoguo departed, Zhang fell into contemplation. Who might be reporting on his activities? Could it be his third aunt? Unlikely, he mused, shaking his head. While she was certainly cunning and had a penchant for self-interest, it seemed improbable. It would be unreasonable to report oneself to the village party secretary over a nephew's misdeeds. Alternatively, there is Wang Qiuxing, who I had a confrontation with recently. Perhaps he bears a grudge and seeks to retaliate. However, I have not seen him around the village these past few days. Though my reputation may not have been pristine, I have never caused harm to my fellow villagers nor offended anyone. Well, I suppose I shall simply exercise greater caution in the future. After pondering for a while, since Zhang could not discern the culprit, he decided to dismiss the matter entirely. After all, he had committed no illegal acts. Even if someone were to lodge a complaint against him, he would not be intimidated. His fishing endeavors, although frowned upon, do not constitute a crime, even if it were reported to the township. The worst he might face would be a reprimand for prioritizing personal interests over communal welfare. Another reason for his lack of fear regarding complaints is that Wenhe does not belong to the village collective. Selling fish in the county is merely a side business, which the state encourages. It is a benevolent act aimed at improving the dietary variety for urban dwellers, a quintessential representation of rural support for city life. With the secretary's endorsement, the aunt responsible for production management would not dare create difficulties for him, and Zhang effortlessly took his cart home. The production manager was Ma Baoguo's sister-in-law. Having her brother-in-law's endorsement was invaluable, and she would certainly not tarnish her family's reputation. As he hummed a cheerful tune while heading home, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed his third aunt. Observing her trajectory, it seemed she was headed towards his home, which filled Zhang with dismay. Goodness, it felt like an interminable nuisance. He hurried home, determined that today, under no circumstances, would he allow his third aunt to cause further disturbances. Who knows what kind of trouble she might stir up in the future. Upon returning home, he found Lin Chunxing had already prepared the braised pork and dished it out. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang grabbed a bowl and allocated the succulent pork into each vessel, topping it off with rice and the remaining broth, ensuring nothing went to waste. What's wrong? Lin Chunxing wondered at her husband's fervent demeanor. I just spotted my third aunt from afar. Let us eat quickly. I want to let her take advantage of us today. Otherwise, it could become an endless source of irritation. Zhang chuckled as he explained to Lin Chunxing. Oh, I find her quite bothersome as well, she admitted. But she is an elder, and I have always been soft-hearted. I feel powerless against her. In the future, portioning out meals may indeed be a prudent strategy. If there are no dishes left in the pot, even an elder cannot claim food from a younger person's bowl. Little Fan could hardly contain her excitement. The aroma of the braised pork had her clamoring for meat. Had it not been for waiting for Zhang, she would have indulged herself long ago. Now, seeing her father serve the meal, she eagerly seized the small spoon he had bought for her, stuffing her mouth with meat and rice, completely independent of Lin Chunxing's assistance. Eat up. You still need to wait for me to feed you, Zhang inquired, curious about Xiang Xiu's hesitance to partake. Mother said, since we have already separated our households, I am not allowed to eat at your place without permission. She fears it will become a laughingstock. Zhang Xiangxiu spoke with a sense of unease, her gaze lingering on the braised pork rice. Do not heed our mother. Eat the rice I have served you, Zhang exclaimed, his eyes widening as he firmly placed the bowl into his younger sister's hands. Observing his sister's expression, Zhang felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, overly conscientious children often bear the brunt of unfairness. He could not allow his sister to harbor such thoughts, regardless of the division of our family. I will always be your brother. In the future, come here for meals. Let those who wish to mock do so freely. Chapter 56. It's all right. Aunt won't mind your dirt. Look at how thin you are, like a mere sprout. Zhang gently ruffled Xiangxiu's hair, his heart aching at her frail appearance. From now on, you should come to your sister-in-law's house during the day to keep an eye on Fan. Your sister-in-law has much to thank you for. After the new year, I will have your second brother take you to school, considering this as your payment for babysitting. How does that sound? In truth, Xiangxiu was reluctant to leave. Her second brother's home not only had delicious white rabbit candies, but also delightful pastries. They had just treated her to a soft, fluffy, and sweet egg cake, her first experience with such a delightful treat. Moreover, at her second brother's house, she could enjoy meat at every meal. And she had no desire to return to the old homestead. Back at the old place, she would have to fetch water, feed the chickens, and clean. She was perpetually busy with no moments of idleness. However, her mother had spoken, and she dared not disobey. Now that her second aunt and uncle had spoken, she felt quite pleased. Upon returning, she would tell her parents that she was not merely visiting her sister-in-law to eat for free. Rather, she was earning her tuition by babysitting. Surely, her mother couldn't object to that. Watching her sister-in-law eat with delight, Lin Chunxing felt happy. She saw nothing wrong in having her sister-in-law dine at her home. Ever since she married into the family, her sister-in-law had grown close to her. Spending money on her sister-in-law was no burden at all, but rather a source of comfort. Lu Damei had been keenly observing Zhang's whereabouts since early morning. After missing out on meat the day before, she had hardly slept, her thoughts consumed by the savory aroma of meat. Just now, she had spied through the crack in the door and seen Lin Chunxing delivering a hefty piece of meat to her elder brother and sister-in-law. The sight of that generous portion, laden with layers of fat, made her mouth water. If her in-laws received such a sizable cut of meat, Zhang's family must have prepared meat as well. Today, she was determined to savor some meat. Otherwise, her craving would be unbearable. Sure enough, the old lady had prepared a meal, but Lu Damei barely glanced at it. She hurriedly made her way to Zhang's house. I am a benefactor of the Zhang family, having given birth to 2 grandsons. Unlike the eldest family, who after so many years of marriage still had not produced a single egg. Even Lin Chunxing couldn't compare. She had only birthed a daughter, who was treated like a treasure. In the future, it would surely be her own sons who would provide for them in their old age. What was wrong with enjoying their meat? In Lu Damei's mind, this was nothing more than her rightful due. As she approached, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses. Even before entering Zhang's courtyard, she could already smell the fragrant allure. Once inside, the scent only grew stronger. Trying to shut me out? Not a chance. The incessant knocking on the door left Zhang feeling flustered. Yet he couldn't help but admire his third aunt's relentless spirit. Her greed had reached a remarkable level. Who is it? It's me, your third aunt. Why close the door in the middle of the day? The persistent knocking continued, indicating that his third aunt had no intentions of giving up without a fight. Reluctantly, Zhang had no choice but to open the door. Lu Damei didn't wait for the door to fully open. She swiftly slipped inside. Zhang barely had the chance to comprehend the situation. Truth be told, it is a pity that the Olympics did not invite his third aunt. For had she participated in the sprint events, the gold medal would undoubtedly have been hers. Upon entering the room, Lu Damei's eyes darted around, scanning every corner eagerly. When she noticed that the pot was devoid of meat, a wave of alarm surged through her. Had she arrived too late? However, her spirits soared when she spied a bowl of braised pork rice on the earthen platform, her eyes gleaming with delight. She instinctively reached for it, ready to seize her prize. Fortunately, Zhang was swift of hand and managed to snatch up his own bowl just in time. "Aunt, this is my meal," he declared. "Don't worry, dear, I don't mind if you're dirty." Lu Damei gazed longingly at the bowl in Zhang's hands, practically yearning to snatch it away. Her appetite stirring within her like an insatiable beast. Zhang nearly burst into laughter at his aunt's audacity. Truly, her shamelessness knew no bounds. "Aunt, what exactly do you want? I still need to eat." Faced with her brazen demeanor, Zhang could only shake his head in resignation. "Ah, I was merely concerned that Fan had her fill, so I brought some food for her." Lu Damei was unwilling to accept a lack of meat. Upon hearing Zhang's words, she hastily placed the 2 potatoes she held onto the platform. In her mind, she justified her actions. She was not there to mooch off others. She was merely showing concern for her younger kin. Glancing at the 2 potatoes on the platform, Zhang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Those 2 potatoes were seasoned veterans, having made an appearance just a few days prior, and now they were back for another round. "Aunt, perhaps you should take those back for yourself. Such fine food would be too rich for Fan to digest." As Zhang's family indulged in their succulent feast, Lu Damei's heart felt like it was being pricked by 1,000 needles. The sight of meat that she could not partake in was sheer torment. "Xiangxiu, you can't possibly eat all this. Let your aunt share the burden," she declared, preparing to snatch the bowl from Xiangxiu's grasp. At that moment, Lu Damei's eyes turned ravenous, fixated on the meat. "No." Seeing her aunt's hand reach out, Xiangxiu quickly hugged her bowl and hid behind her elder brother. "I can finish it. I could eat another bowl," she insisted. The red braised pork prepared by her brother was divine, and the rice was of the finest quality. Such exquisite fare had not graced their table even during the festive season. How could she bear to let her aunt partake? "I can finish it. I can finish it." Little Fan mirrored her sister's actions, clutching her own portion and retreating behind their parents. The 2 girls exchanged mischievous glances, giggling uncontrollably. The antics of Xiangxiu and Fan left Lu Damei fuming, her nostrils flaring in indignation. "Humph, what a waste for 2 little girls to indulge so. It would serve better for me to eat. Aunt, I'm certain my grandmother has prepared a splendid meal for you. You should hurry back and enjoy it. Today's feast is simply insufficient." Observing his aunt's demeanor, Zhang felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He decided to issue an eviction notice, determined to see if she would indeed leave. Well, it seems this meat is beyond my reach today," Lu Damei grumbled as she reluctantly departed. However, before she left, she did manage to pour a bit of hot water from the thermos into the pot, lifting it up and guzzling it down in one go. Aunt was indeed extremely thirsty, and there was plenty of oil in the pot. What a waste it would be. The actions of third aunt left Zhang's family utterly astonished. Third aunt was unwilling to miss out on any opportunity, even going so far as to not spare the pot water in her quest for gain. Listening to third aunt's complaints from outside the door, Zhang felt utterly speechless. One would think that at her age, she wouldn't stoop so low for a morsel of food. Frustrated, Lu walked out of Zhang's courtyard, her face filled with despondency. Having not managed to snatch even a morsel of meat, she was far from satisfied. Wasn't Lin Chunxing supposed to deliver some meat to the elder brother and sister-in-law? No. She must hurry back and persuade the old lady to go to the elder brother and sister-in-law's house to reclaim the meat. Chapter 57. The 3 Baldies. Zhang was blissfully unaware of his third aunt's intentions. Even if he were aware, he would be powerless to intervene. After finishing his meal, Zhang buried himself in slumber. Lin Chunxing, under the soft glow of the lamp, engaged in needlework, while Xiangxiu played with Fan, delighting in their tin frogs and occasionally blowing bubbles. The entire household was enveloped in a warm and serene atmosphere. The laughter of his daughter and sister-in-law did not disturb Zhang. Rather, it brought a smile to his lips even in dreams. Such scenes had previously existed only in his imagination. How could he possibly grow weary of this? This was precisely the warmth Zhang had yearned for, and he wished it would last until the end of his days. Hurry out. We're just waiting for you. Outside the courtyard, the three bullies were vociferously calling out. They frequently waved a bottle of liquor, causing the white spirits within to froth and bubble. Third brother. The villagers say Erhe's changed. He wouldn't dare to miss out, would he? Fanjian nervously touched the few eggs and coins hidden in his pocket. He had pilfered them from home, fully aware that his father might scold him, but the prospect of a drink overshadowed such concerns. Yes, my mother also mentioned that second brother has changed. What if he doesn't come? Han Juzai clutched his cotton jacket tightly. He was determined to win some money today. Ideally, enough to pay for his mother's medical expenses. The three bullies had claimed that Zhang had recently come into a fortune, even acquiring a bicycle. Surely, he must have money to spare, and once he was intoxicated, they would undoubtedly win a considerable sum from him. Zhang has changed? What a joke. I don't believe a word of it. That Zhang loves liquor more than family. There's no way he can resist, scoffed the three bullies, shaking the bottle of liquor triumphantly. Look what I have, Taishan special. If Zhang can resist, I'll write my name backward. In a state of drowsiness, Zhang heard someone calling his name. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but the persistent calling suggested they were determined not to relent until he responded. Who is it? Are you out of your mind? Reluctantly, Zhang threw off the covers and sat up. It was clear that he would not be able to return to sleep unless he sent the intruder away. As he rose, he noticed Lin Chunxing, Xiangxiu, and Fan, all gazing at him with expressions of palpable anxiety, their eyes brimming with fear. What is wrong with you? Zhang was momentarily taken aback by the worried looks on the faces of his wife and daughter. Hurry, I've prepared the liquor, come out quickly. Just then, the voice calling for him sounded once more from outside. Upon listening closely, Zhang recognized the voice. Is that the three bullies? Yes. Dad. Can you please avoid drinking with them? Despite her overwhelming anxiety, Lin Chunxing attempted to persuade him. These past few days, her husband had finally begun to prioritize his family, refraining from violence. Yet, she remained unconvinced, fearing he might revert to his old ways at any moment. Particularly, Sensu today sought out Zhang once more for a drink, which intensified Lin Chunxing's already anxious heart. Each time Sensu appeared, he would beckon Zhang to indulge in drinking and gambling. Any attempt she made to intervene would result in a torrent of abuse. Now, the very sound of Sensu's voice had transformed into a nightmare within her soul. All right. I have promised never to engage in such reckless behavior again. I shall not go. Rest assured. Observing the worry etched on his wife and daughter's faces filled Zhang with sorrow. He swiftly donned his coat, slipped into his cotton shoes, embraced them warmly, and assured, my word remains steadfast. You stay here. I shall drive this scoundrel away. Damn him for thinking he can swindle me. Zhang previous misfortunes were largely due to Sensu's influence. It was this very fellow who had led him astray during his early married life, coaxing him into drinking and gambling. As losses mounted, he became increasingly desperate to recoup his fortunes, resulting in an even deeper spiral into despair. If one were to inquire about the individuals he despised most in his past life, they would include the trafficker who harmed Lin Chunxing, the one responsible for abducting and maiming Fan, and, without a doubt, Sensu. Were it not for Sensu's relentless invitations to partake in drinking and gambling, he would not have found himself in such a tragic predicament. Wail, you scoundrel! Wail away. Upon opening the courtyard door, Zhang unleashed his ire upon the trio standing at the entrance. Sensu, taken aback by this unexpected hostility, swallowed his surprise for the sake of monetary gain. Determined to intoxicate Zhang, Sensu resolved to both deplete his cash reserves and leave him indebted. Hey, brother, why so much anger? Come. Your third brother has procured a fine bottle of Tai Mountain special liquor. Let us enjoy a hearty drink tonight to alleviate the frustration. Sensu waved the bottle enticingly, suppressing his irritation with a forced smile. Indeed, come. Look, I have brought eggs too, scrambled eggs with scallions, your favorite. Fan Jian eagerly joined in, brandishing the hidden eggs as if to demonstrate his generosity. Han Juzai, less articulate, merely gazed at Zhang with hopeful eyes. Sensu had assured him that any winnings from Zhang would be shared, and he was counting on those funds to aid his ailing mother. Still attempting to deceive me, Sensu? Spare me your charades. You have promised this wine countless times, yet have you ever delivered? Zhang scoffed at the bottle of Time Mountain special liquor in Sansu's grasp. Every time he was invited to dine at Sansu's home, he was coaxed into bringing chickens and fish, only to be met with a plethora of excuses when it came time to actually enjoy the promised fine wine, resulting in nothing more than a few cups of cheap liquor. In his past life, he had been a fool, perpetually ensnared in Sansu's deceitful web. Rest assured, that shall not happen again. Will you come or not? If you choose to go, I shall open the bottle right now. Though the Time Mountain special liquor was somewhat expensive, costing a mere 1.8 yuan per bottle, Sansu was confident that if Zhang acquiesced, he would find ways to ensure the latter's losses, ultimately amassing a fortune. The military coat worn by Zhang is certainly not of inferior quality. One wonders how on earth he has acquired such wealth, even managing to don an authentic military coat. If you wish to leave, then be my guest. Do not come seeking my company again. I shall henceforth abstain from alcohol and refrain from gambling. Upon hearing Zhang words, the three were taken aback. This fellow is serious. Where will they ever find someone so easily deceived again? This is quite unbecoming of you. Last time, you were the one who said that good food and fine wine would lure you to my home. Observing Zhang resolute demeanor, the three bald fellows were unwilling to give up and attempted to provoke him further. Chapter 58. The gentle caress of death. Have I ever mentioned this? Zhang looked at the flustered and pale-faced Santuozi with amusement, saying, Have you lost your mind? You believe the drunken ramblings you utter? Get lost. I find your presence utterly irksome. How much have you swindled from me over the years? And yet, you persist. Gazing at Santuozi's gleaming bald head, Zhang felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. Moreover, he added, in the future, do refrain from loitering at my doorstep. It disgusts me to see you. Zhang tirade left Han Laosen fuming, veins bulging on his forehead. Previously, when Zhang had lost money and refused to lend him a penny, he had welcomed him with open arms. Now, having struck it rich, he dared to insult him, showing utter disdain. Zhang how dare you insult me? Believe me, I will. Before Santuozi could finish his threat, Zhang seized him by the collar and hoisted him up. Zhang realized that since his rebirth, his physical prowess had significantly surpassed that of his previous life. In his former existence, even at his peak, he could not lift an adult with one hand. Yet now, he found it effortless to raise Santuozi with a single hand. His action startled Fan Jian, who had never perceived Zhang as possessing such strength. Witnessing Han Laosan's eyes rolling back and his face turning crimson, he quickly interjected, Ergo, let him go. Hurry, let him go. Old Han is about to die. If you kill him, you will pay the price. It's not worth it. Relax, he won't die, Zhang replied dismissively, casting a scornful glance at the anxious Fan Jian. It was only when Santuozi's complexion turned a deep shade of purple that Zhang unceremoniously tossed him to the ground like refuse. Instead of rushing back inside, Zhang squatted down, patiently waiting for Santuozi to regain consciousness. After a full 5 minutes, during which Fan Jian rubbed his chest and patted his back, Santuozi finally gasped back to life with a loud ha. Upon awakening, the first sight that met Santuozi's eyes was Zhang half-smiling, half-mocking face. Startled, he yelped and attempted to scurry away using all 4 limbs, only to be caught swiftly by Zhang who pinched his jaw tightly. Zhang grip was powerful, causing Santuozi to grunt in pain, unable to utter a word in plea. What is this? You dare to threaten me? Zhang smirked, releasing his hold slightly before giving Santuozi a light pat on the face. Do you believe I could take you down with just one hand? To Santuozi, Zhang grin resembled that of a malevolent demon, sending shivers down his spine. Just moments ago, he truly thought he was on the verge of death, with Zhang's hand constricting around his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. Santuozi swore he had glimpsed his great-grandmother during that moment, who had inquired why, despite her advanced age, he yearned for a life of retirement at such a young age. Do not make me repeat myself for the 3rd time. Should you dare to loiter near my residence again, I shall end you. Depart. At this moment, Han Laosen no longer had the audacity to speak boldly. He scrambled to his feet and fled. He was genuinely terrified, never having anticipated that the usually meek Zhang would exhibit such ferocity. Fan Jian hesitated for a moment before slowly pursuing the 3 bald men. Han Laosen, having distanced himself approximately 40 meters from Zhang finally felt secure enough to catch his breath. Turning back, he shouted, Zhang should you have the audacity to strike me, brace yourself. I will not let this matter rest. Curse you. If you possess any courage, come at me. I shall not hesitate to defeat you. Zhang found amusement in the distant threats of the 3 bald men, picking up the bottle of liquor that had fallen from them and hurling it in their direction. Alarmed, the three bald men and Fan Jian cried out and fled, shouting, Zhang, you are ruthless. You wait. Juzi, hurry over here. Even at this moment, Han Laosen had not forgotten to call for Han Juzi. From afar, Han Laosen could see the shattered liquor bottle on the ground, and his heart ached. This fine wine had served him well, allowing him to ensnare several individuals. He never imagined it would meet such an untimely end today. Since Zhang could no longer be deceived, Han Laosen resolved that Han Juzi must not escape his grasp either. Although they were related, what did that really matter? Kinship could not be exchanged for a few liang of meat. It was better to ensnare him first. After all, he was not forcing him into any game. Even though Han Juzi's family was desperately impoverished and could barely afford a few liang of oil, he had a sister who was reportedly being courted. Once a betrothal gift was given, wouldn't there be money then? Han Laosen understood well that to catch fish, one must prepare the bait in advance. Waiting until the need arose would be too late. Han Juzi watched the three bald men beckoning him from a distance, uncertain and indecisive. If Zhang was not participating, whom would he win money from? Just as Han Juzi wavered, Zhang spoke up. Juzi, are you foolish? That bald scoundrel is clearly attempting to deceive you. I am but a cautionary tale. To speak frankly, Han Juzi had once enjoyed a good relationship with him, always addressing him as second brother. However, after Zhang became infatuated with drinking and gambling, Han Juzi's mother forbade him from associating with Zhang. Yet, for some reason, the formerly gambling-averse Han Juzi had found himself entangled with the three bald men today. Second brother, I do not wish to gamble, Han Juzi stammered, his face flushing under Zhang's reproach. He had often advised Zhang against gambling, and now, as he contemplated participating himself, he found it difficult to voice his intentions. I merely wish to win a little money to aid my mother's illness. Just this once, if I win, I shall never play again. Han Juzi felt embarrassed to admit that the three bald men sought him and Fan Jian to set a trap for Zhang. He had also heard from others that when enticing someone to gamble, they would often allow a few early victories to sweeten the deal. He merely contemplated that if he could win just once, enough to cover his mother's medical expenses, he would never gamble again. That fleeting taste of victory was all he desired. Without the need for Han Juzi to articulate it, Zhang understood his intentions. Was he not once driven by the same thoughts as Han Juzi in his earlier days? Yet, as the gambling continued, he found himself ensnared. This vice is indeed a perilously addictive pursuit. Those who lose yearn to recoup their losses, while those who win aspire for even more. How many ordinary individuals possess the fortitude to withdraw at the right moment? They invariably find themselves sinking deeper into the mire. My brother, spare me the details. These three bald men are so miserly that even their excrement is carefully calculated, leaving no room for you to benefit. Chapter 59, tilling the fields for Vanderbio as Zhang gazed at the trio of bald men in the distance, his teeth clenched in frustration. Should these men dare to provoke him further, he would not hesitate to expedite their journey to the afterlife. In his past life, the downfall of his family was primarily due to his own failures, his inability to control his gambling and drinking habits. Yet, one could not dismiss the role played by these bald men in his misfortunes. After rescuing his daughter in his previous existence, Zhang sought out the mastermind behind his troubles, only to discover that this bald man had passed away 2 years prior, in 1983. It was rumored that Vanderbio caught him in the act of trespassing in a cornfield. Vanderbio was a formidable figure in their village during the agricultural commune era, known for his boldness as a team leader, often challenging the village secretary. Their confrontation culminated in a fierce altercation, where Vanderbio undoubtedly delivered the brunt of the punishment, leaving the bald man severely beaten. It was not until 3 days later that his lifeless body was discovered on the Kong, having died a gruesome death with blood oozing from his orifices. Despite the bald man's lack of family ties and his reputation as a pariah, he was not entirely alone. He had a couple of companions and 2 brothers by his side. Following his demise, Vanderbio was taken to court, resulting in a verdict that landed him in serious trouble. Initially, he was expected to receive a life sentence, but fate dealt him a cruel hand. Just days before the judgment was finalized, a nationwide crackdown occurred, leading to his untimely demise, his life extinguished as swiftly as a fried peanut. When Zhang first learned of this incident in his past life, he was left utterly astonished. He could not fathom how Su Honghua, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the village, could have been entangled with a man of such disrepute. Was it his exceptional prowess or his striking appearance that won her over? Even now, he remained perplexed. Village gossip suggested that after the land was redistributed, Vanderbio, unwilling to toil in the fields, exploited his position to coerce the single men in the village into working the land for him. Unexpectedly, the bald man not only plowed Vanderbio's allocated land, but also tended to his wife's plot. Moreover, many villagers believed that the two had been involved long before this incident. Some even claimed to have witnessed the bald man purchasing meat and treats for Su Honghua. Zhang leaned towards the latter narrative. Su Honghua's insatiable appetite was legendary in their village, more so than even his aunt's. It is often said that a woman's cravings can lead her astray, and with the bald man's schemes yielding financial gain. It was entirely plausible that she succumbed to temptation. Reports indicated that Su Honghua had even turned in several individuals to earn money for food during those years when such actions were rewarded. Zhang's grandfather had previously been reported by Su Honghua under the pretense that his granduncle had accompanied a bald man to Frog Island, identifying him with the Qingxinshan party, leading to suspicions that Zhang Shitong's family was also involved with espionage, although it was ultimately proven to be baseless. Both his grandfather and second grandfather had faced considerable public denunciation at that time. Reporting? Goodness, I know who it is. Zhang suddenly recalled the individual mentioned by the village secretary today. It could only be Su Honghua, who loved to report others for rewards. Reflecting on Su Honghua's envious gaze a few days prior by the earthen platform at the village entrance, he was even more convinced of her involvement. Damn it. If they don't behave, I might just send them off early. Zhang had already made a silent vow to seize an opportunity to expose the disgraceful deeds of this pair of scoundrels, perhaps even saving Fan de Biao in the process. Elder brother, elder brother. Just as Zhang was lost in thought, a feeble voice calling for an elder brother echoed from a distance, sounding as though it belonged to someone who hadn't eaten. Upon approaching, he recognized the voice belonged to Han Juzi's younger sister, Han Xiaomai. Like most girls in the countryside at that time, she had withered hair, a sallow complexion, and a frail figure that resembled a sprout. Zhang was naturally familiar with Han Xiaomai. During his friendship with Han Juzi, she often trailed behind him, incessantly calling him second brother. He remembered their childhood games, during which Han Xiaomai had once declared that she would marry herself when she grew up. Second brother, you're here too. Han Xiaomai greeted Zhang before slowly turning to her brother, Han Juzi. Brother, don't go gambling. Our mother is already quite ill. If she finds out, she might die of anger. I'll only gamble once. If I win, I can use the money to treat mother. Han Juzi insisted, though he couldn't bear to meet his sister's gaze, feeling a pang of guilt as an elder brother. Haha. Han Xiaomai could only let out a bitter laugh at her brother's words. Brother, gambling always starts with once and turns into countless times. There is no such thing as just one gamble. Hearing Han Xiaomai's words, Zhang felt a twinge of embarrassment. If only he had the clarity of Xiaomai in his past life, he wouldn't have fallen into such despair, leading to his family's ruin. It was only through a tumultuous family upheaval that he had come to understand this truth. Yet here was a young girl who grasped it so profoundly. But Su Tuo is already 40. How can you just stand by and watch your sister fall into the fire pit? Han Juzi knew his sister spoke the truth. Yet he could not bear to see her fall into such peril. Haha, I have to marry eventually. What difference does it make who I marry? Han Xiaomai understood the danger, but could not bear to watch her brother succumb to gambling addiction or see their mother lying in bed awaiting death. Life must be lived. How one lives it is still a lifetime. Observing her brother in anguish, tugging at his own hair in despair, Han Xiaomai managed to smile as she comforted him. However, to Zhang that smile was filled with bitterness and helplessness. He couldn't help but admire the girl. Her resilience and strength far surpassed that of most people at that moment. Xiaomai Juzi, what troubles are you facing? If there are any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with your elder brother. I shall assist you to the best of my ability. Having endured the rain myself, I yearn to offer shelter to others. No, brother, it's unnecessary. You cannot assist with my family's matters. Han Xiaomai glanced at Zhang her complexion flushing momentarily before turning pale. I gazed at Han Xiaomai's resolute demeanor, and Zhang felt a surge of frustration, nearly cursing. This young lady possessed a stubbornness that shunned reliance on others, displaying remarkable fortitude. Han Juzi, are you not a man? Speak of your troubles. How can it be that such a young girl as Xiaomai should be burdened with the prospect of marriage at her tender age? Chapter 60. The misfortunes of Han Xiaomai. Moreover, listening to the two of you, the suitor is a hunchbacked man in his 40s. Who in the world would have such a lack of conscience to arrange a marriage like this? Are they not afraid of the child being born without an anus? Zhang was seething with rage at the person who introduced the marriage to Han Xiaomai. After all, she was just a young girl. How could anyone be so cruel as to introduce her to a hunchback? Second brother, Han Juji's eyes welled with tears, as if Zhang had thrown a handful of chili powder into them. For heaven's sake, just tell me what's going on at home. Don't force me to hit you. Zhang, towering and robust, had often beaten Han Juji in their youth. However, as time passed, Han Juji had come to follow Zhang around like a shadow. Under Zhang's pressure, Han Juji finally recounted the recent events in their family. The trouble stemmed from his father, Han Lu. His name sounded quite posh, yet his conduct was infuriating. Han Lu's reputation in Guizihe village rivaled that of the former Zhang, perhaps even surpassing it. If Zhang and Wang Qiuxian were the prominent rascals of the younger generation, then Han Lu was the steadfast pillar among the older generation of scoundrels. Moreover, Han Lu was far worse than the former Zhang. The latter merely drank, gambled, and mistreated his wife. Yet Han Lu did not spare even his parents, unleashing his wrath upon them at the slightest provocation. After marrying, his behavior only escalated. He refused to contribute to the family's labor, relying solely on his wife's earnings. He even squandered the meager rations his parents received from the collective, selling them within 3 days to fuel his drinking and gambling. Once he had squandered the money, he would demand more from his wife, resorting to violence if she refused. One of Han Lu's infamous maxims was, "A wife is merely a vessel for venting one's frustrations. If she doesn't comply, she deserves a beating." Recently, having squandered the grain distributed by the collective, Han Lu, now bereft of funds for drink and gambling, turned his attention to his daughter. An acquaintance had informed him that there was a suitor willing to pay 100 yuan in bride price for his daughter, provided he agreed. Such an opportunity was too tempting for Han Lu to pass up. He quickly agreed, stating that as long as the money was on the table, the girl could be taken away at any moment. However, this time, his wife, Yang Chunhua, vehemently opposed the idea. She had endured his beatings before, but she could not tolerate him exploiting their daughter. The couple erupted into their first major conflict since marriage. Yang Chunhua fought back with all her might, but alas, she was no match for her husband. Now, battered and bloodied, Yang Chunhua lay in bed, her face marred by claw marks. Yet, Han Lu stubbornly declared, "I am the one who calls the shots in this household. Whoever offers 100 yuan for the bride price can marry my daughter. I want to be picky." Thus, Han Juji resorted to stealing 2 yuan from his mother, hoping to win some money to pay for her medical treatment and safeguard his sister's future. Goodness, your father is indeed a greater beast than I was. Zhang could only exclaim in helpless disbelief after hearing the tale. Seeing Juzi nodding in agreement, Zhang felt a surge of anger. He was left speechless by Han Juzi. How could you, with a father like yours, follow in his footsteps? Are you out of your mind? Do you intend to turn gambling into a family legacy? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. And he kicked Han Juzi in the rear, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he dared not retaliate. Desperation had set in. He thought, fishing requires bait. And I was merely contemplating leaving after consuming the bait. You think you're clever, but that cunning scoundrel will surely see through your little scheme and bring your downfall. The more Han Juzi spoke, the more incensed Zhang became, delivering another kick to his backside. By the way, who was the reckless animal that introduced Xiaomai to this marriage? Did they fear the consequences? And Han Xiaomai had already lost hope concerning her fate. Listening to her brother, it felt as though he was speaking of someone else entirely. Yet, Zhang discerned a glimmer of resolve in her eyes, clearly indicating her willingness to resist with her life. This despicable act could only be committed by her. I know that Su Tuozi introduced by Su Honghua. Zhang, having idled around nearby villages, was familiar with many rascals. Upon hearing it was Su Honghua's doing, he immediately recalled who Su Tuozi was. Su Tuozi was Su Honghua's cousin, an utterly irresponsible individual, notorious in their community. Rumor had it that he had been married before, but his wife could no longer endure his abuse and took her own life. Let me tell you, Juzi, Xiaomai absolutely cannot marry that Su Tuozi. He is even worse than your father. If Xiaomai goes there, it will only lead to her demise. Zhang earnestly warned Han Juzi. His first wife committed suicide due to his cruelty. We must not push Xiaomai into the fire. Xiaomai, do not fear. Your brother will find a way. Seeing the last flicker of hope in Han Xiaomai's eyes fade, Zhang hastily reassured her. Having been granted a second chance, he still cared deeply for these childhood companions. Moreover, there must be a solution, but it was paramount to prevent Han Xiaomai from contemplating self-harm. By the way, Juzi, why don't you stop your father from hitting your mother? You've grown so tall. Zhang frustration now shifted more towards Han Juzi than Xiaomai. How can you not support your mother? Zhang words filled Han Juzi with shame, and he lowered his head, muttering, "He is my father. If I strike him, what will the villagers say about me? Wouldn't that make me just like him?" In this era, a man who earns the title of unfilial cannot hold his head high in the village. The culture of blind loyalty and filial piety still prevails in rural areas. While Zhang had been quite the brute, merciless towards his wife and children, he never dared to retaliate against his own parents. If his mother were to strike him, he would run if he could. If not, he would endure it without retaliation. Of course, while very few would dare to strike back against their parents, there were indeed exceptions. For instance, Han Juzai's father is indeed an anomaly. It is said that there was a time when he was beaten to the point of lying in bed for half a month, unable to rise. "Are you foolish?" Zhang exclaimed in exasperation, delivering a sharp slap to Han Juzai's nape. "To strike your father is to be unfilial, yet when your father mistreats your mother, you remain indifferent and consider yourself dutiful." Upon hearing Zhang words, Han Juzai finally grasped the truth. Indeed, since childhood, it was his mother who toiled to provide sustenance for their siblings. In neglecting his own mother, was he not exhibiting an even greater lack of filial piety? Chapter 61. It's time to teach him a lesson. "Consider it for yourself," Zhang said, letting out a sigh as he patted Han Juji's shoulder. "Your mother raised you and your siblings with great difficulty, enduring countless hardships and suffering. Can you bear to watch her be beaten? I understand what I must do." Han Juji's expression transformed as if he had achieved enlightenment, his gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. Observing Han Juji's demeanor, Zhang gave him a thumbs up. "Now that's the spirit. Let me tell you, Juji, the next time your father acts up, you must strike him hard. Beat him until he submits. One good thrashing should suffice. If your father can leave your mother bettered in this time, what will happen next time, or the time after that? Must you wait until your mother's life is in jeopardy?" "I understand, second brother. Just wait and see." Han Juji clenched his teeth, assuring Zhang fiercely. "You fool. What good is your promise? You must assure your mother." Zhang found Han Juji's words both amusing and exasperating, giving his forehead a firm knock. "Oh, I see it now." Han Juji chuckled foolishly, having come to a realization. As for Xiaomai's marriage, that would be even easier to resolve. He turned to the sorrowful-faced Han Xiaomai and declared, "Arranged marriages are illegal. As long as you stand firm, no one can dictate your fate. Xiaomai, remember? You are neither a vassal nor a slave to your parents. The captain of your life must be yourself. Not even heaven can alter this truth. My life as captain must be myself. I am neither my father's vassal nor his slave. My life." Han Xiaomai repeated Zhang's words, her dim eyes finally igniting with determination at that moment. "If your father dares to pressure you, seek out the village secretary. He is a reasonable man. Never approach your team leader. Fan Debiao and his wife Su Honghua are not good people. If all else fails, go to the Women's Federation in the village. We live in a new society now, and violating a woman's will is a crime." Zhang thought fiercely, wishing to see Su Honghua, Su Tuozi, and Han Lu face dire consequences, along with that bald-headed fellow. Seeing hope rekindle in Han Xiaomai's eyes, Zhang affectionately ruffled her hair. This intimate gesture caused her ears to flush crimson. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her small heart racing. Sorry, Xiaomai. I didn't mean to." Zhang realized his mistake upon seeing Han Xiaomai's rosy cheeks. They were no longer children. Han Xiaomai had grown into a young woman, and his actions had indeed been abrupt. "And no, it's fine, second brother. I know you didn't mean it." Han Xiaomai chuckled softly, finding amusement in Zhang's flustered demeanor, momentarily forgetting her earlier sorrow. Chunxing, spring. To alleviate the awkwardness, Zhang quickly changed the subject, eager to call out Lin Chunxing to prevent any misunderstandings. "I'm here." As Zhang called for the third time, Lin Chunxing slowly emerged from behind the door, feeling rather embarrassed at that moment. In truth, she had not intended to eavesdrop. She had come out immediately after the three bald men left, but became so engrossed in listening to Han Juzi and his sister discuss their family matters that she completely forgot to make her entrance gracefully. "Chunxing, go back inside and fetch some money. Let Juzi take your mother for a checkup. We mustn't delay." Zhang exchanged glances with his wife, both unable to suppress their urge to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. One was inciting their son to confront his father, while the other was eavesdropping. Truly a comical scene. "Xiaomai, heed your second brother. You must persist. Marrying the wrong woman will lead to a lifetime of regret." Lin Chunxing empathized deeply with Han Xiaomai's plight, as she herself had been subjected to her parents swapping her for a bride price. What was called a bride price was, in essence, the selling of a daughter, merely rephrased. Fortunately, her own husband had returned to the right path. Otherwise, how much longer could she have endured? Were it not for her daughter, she would have long since lost hope. The past few years had been a relentless cycle of abuse and hardship. Without the care of her in-laws and the love for her daughter, she would have faltered long ago. Zhang Erhe's recent words left Lin Chunxing in contemplation. The captain of one's life can only be oneself. No one else can assume that role. How often had she truly guided her own fate? Her life had always flowed along with the currents of circumstance. Wait. Without a moment's hesitation, as soon as Zhang Erhe's words fell, Lin Chunxing had already entered the house to retrieve the money. Even if Zhang Erhe had not spoken, she would have found a way to assist. What a kind-hearted person she was, unable to simply watch Xiao Mai plunge into despair. When Lin Chunxing handed him the money, Zhang Erhe was both amused and exasperated. She had brought out a substantial sum, a thick stack. His wife was indeed sincere. While they were helping, how could she lay bare their entire savings? After presenting 100 yuan to the siblings, Zhang Erhe solemnly declared, "This is all I can do. Take this 100 yuan. As for how you use it, that's your decision, whether to fend off Xiao Mai's bride price or to treat your mother's ailments." Zhang Erhe felt compelled to press them further. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with a little more money, as it was merely a day's earnings. Life stretched ahead, and while this money might stave off today's bride price, what of tomorrow? The day after? He was not a savior. And even if they were childhood friends, it was unreasonable for him to perpetually provide support. One must aid in emergencies, but not in impoverishment. If the siblings did not strive for themselves, even divine intervention would be of no avail. Observing the resolute and composed steps of the siblings as they departed, Zhang Erhe and his wife exchanged relieved glances, realizing they had finally made their choice. Dinner was prepared by Lin Chunxing, featuring sliced pork belly stir-fried with cabbage. The cabbage was the very half that Zhang Erhe had seen upon waking. The glistening pork and cabbage looked utterly delectable. The staple was wide noodles hand-rolled by Lin Chunxing. Their snowy whiteness drenched in the savory cabbage and pork. Just the sight of it was enough to whet one's appetite. At least Zhang Erhe, Fan, and Xiangxiu were thoroughly enjoying their meal, savoring each mouthful of noodles accompanied by garlic, a feast they would not trade for even the favor of the divine. Just as the family was relishing their delightful repast, Zhang Erhe's mother, Hu Yulian, entered with the youngest son in tow. Observing the radiant excitement on his mother's face, Zhang Erhe felt somewhat perplexed. "What's the matter, mother? Why are you so joyous? Did you stumble upon some money outside? Oh, go on. Our Guai River is so impoverished that even the mice are starving. What money could I possibly find?" Hu Yulian playfully rapped Zhang Erhe on the head, her spirits high. "They're fighting. They're fighting. Who is fighting? Why are you so pleased about someone else's brawl?" Zhang Erhe was utterly speechless at his mother's exuberance. Chapter 62. The Outburst of Xiao Mai. Han Erliu, the Han family. You cannot imagine. TSK. At this point, she paused. Realizing that her own son had once been notorious in the village as a good-for-nothing, which might inadvertently cast aspersions on him. Thus, she hastily corrected her words. Then, seemingly recalling something humorous, Hu Yulian burst into laughter, slapping her thigh and guffawing heartily. In this era, rural entertainment was painfully scarce. There were neither televisions nor mobile phones. Few villagers could read, and as darkness descended, everyone would retreat to their beds to procreate, a primary reason for the numerous children in every household during this time. The tedium was overwhelming. Any minor incident in the village quickly became sensational news, compelling the entire populace to take to the streets. Of course, with only a few hundred residents in Guaizi River Village, 100 people filling the streets was not an exaggeration. Han Juzi truly did beat his father. Zhang Erhe and his wife exchanged glances, already having surmised the situation, and naturally, they were not particularly astonished. So you both are aware. Why didn't we see you two earlier? Hu Yulian felt a twinge of disappointment for not having uncovered the juicy gossip herself, as the excitement of the moment faded. I guessed it, Mother, hear us the story. Rarely was there such gossip to share, and Lin Chunxing enthusiastically recounted the afternoon's events, embellishing them with fervor. Upon hearing that her son had frightened off the bald man and tossed him out, Hu Yulian's face lit up with joy. She repeatedly exclaimed that it was well done, declaring that should he dare return, he would receive another thorough beating. Well done. If that scoundrel hadn't been so brazen, Chunxing wouldn't have had to endure years of suffering. Next time, let us make sure he gets a proper thrashing. To Hu Yulian, her son was undoubtedly in the right. Had it not been for that bald man's antics, he would never have turned into a good-for-nothing. As for her son beating the bald man, that was only justifiable. In those days, the ethos was that might made right, if one had the strength. One was in the right. Those who struck did not perceive themselves as committing a crime, while those who were struck accepted it as a matter of course. This was also why families desperately sought to have sons, for in an era lacking legal structure, numbers often translated to power. Previously, Hu Yulian lacked confidence in the village despite having 3 sons. The eldest was painfully meek, just like his father, incapable of standing up for himself. The youngest was still a student and was not yet dependable. The former second son had been utterly unreliable, even stealing from their own chickens, thus unworthy of trust. Fortunately, the second son had now changed his ways. He not only cared for his wife and children, but was also exceptionally filial. Moreover, he had become quite adept at making money, now even capable of dealing with ruffians like the bald man. As a result, Zhang Erhe's standing in Hu Yulian's eyes had significantly risen, nearly reaching the same level as the youngest son. Upon learning that Han Juzi had acted against his father at the instigation of the second son, Hu Yulian could hardly contain her laughter, repeatedly exclaiming that it was just what was needed. Haha, I suspect that from now on, Han Lu will think twice before laying a hand on his wife. Hu Yulian chuckled, explaining that as soon as Han Juzi and his siblings had departed their home, Han Lu had sought money from his wife, who was still lying in bed. However, the family's funds had long been squandered by him, leaving no resources to draw upon. In recent days, the women of the household had subsisted solely on wild vegetable porridge, with those foraged greens saved during summer and autumn labor. Otherwise, Han Xiaomai would not have appeared as emaciated as a sprout. With no money at hand, Han Lu resorted to dragging his wife from the bed to the floor, mercilessly striking her across the face with his open hands. Neighbors who attempted to intervene were met with harsh rebukes. Upon returning home, Han Juzi and his sister witnessed the scene of their mother being beaten. You should have seen it. Han Juzi, such an honest boy, wielding a crude stick. Hu Yulian exclaimed, gesturing to illustrate the thickness of an egg. He relentlessly aimed blows at his father's head, causing blood to flow profusely. If anyone was fierce, it was Xiaomai, who chased her father around the yard brandishing a kitchen knife. If Han Lu hadn't fled swiftly, he surely would have faced his daughter's wrath. Hu Yulian sighed, praising Xiaomai's audacity. What happened in the end? Zhang Erhe and Lin Chunxing inquired, curious about the resolution of the Han family's turmoil. Well, Han Lu ran away, of course. Did he truly want to be slain by his own daughter? Hu Yulian relished the thought, a mere girl daring to wield a knife. Xiaomai had even declared that her marriage was not to be dictated by anyone, warning that if anyone dared to coerce her, they should sleep with their eyes open. For she would not hesitate to retaliate. As they envisioned Xiaomai's resolute demeanor while uttering those words, Zhang Erhe and Lin Chunxing were filled with admiration, particularly Lin Chunxing, who reflected that she could never summon such determination as Xiaomai. Han Juzi proclaimed that if his father dared to step into their home again, he would break his legs, and he would take responsibility for caring for his mother. At last, Juzi's mother could anticipate a few peaceful days. She had endured enough hardship with a husband as troublesome as Han Lu. Zhang Erhe remarked on the marriage proposal that Su Honghua had suggested for Xiaomai, inciting Hu Yulian's ire as she unleashed a torrent of invectives. Su Honghua, that shameless woman, has never acted with decency. She recounted Su Honghua's numerous transgressions, including reporting her own father-in-law as a spy and accusing Yulian's mother of hoarding food from the team. Now, she sought to matchmake a young girl with her elderly bachelor cousin. It was no wonder that after Xiaomai spoke those words, Su Honghua's face had been so grim. She had meddled in this affair. Bah, a villainous scoundrel, utterly despicable. Hu Yulian fumed. Erhe, you have done well in this matter. Even if 100 yuan could be repaid, it is essential to lend it to Juzi's mother for her medical care. What is this? He was astonished, for his mother had always held money in high regard, yet now she spoke thus, arousing Zhang Erhe's curiosity. You see, Juzi's mother was once a savior to you and your brother. At that time, you were both young. Your brother was merely 6 or 7 years old, and you had only just begun to walk. At that time, your father and I were busy working at the team, leaving little time to watch over you two. Your brother, in a moment of recklessness, took you to play by the banks of the Erhe River, where you accidentally fell in. In his attempt to rescue you, he also plunged into the water. It was summertime, and the reeds had grown to an impressive height, with not a soul in sight. Just as it seemed you two would drown, it was fortuitously the mother of Juzi, on her way to gather pig grass, who came to your rescue. At that time, she was expecting Juzi, and had she not risked her own life to save you, there might not have been any lives left to save. Chapter 63, Zhang Xiaohai and Bai Xiaoxue. with a pregnant body of 8 months. She surprisingly managed to drag herself to rescue you two. At this point, Hu Yulian wiped the corners of her eyes, still haunted by the memory. Thinking back, she felt a chill in her heart. Mother. Why have I never heard you mention this before? Zhuzi's mother actually rescued her own brothers. Zhang had never heard anyone speak of it before. Alas, in the past, everyone was just a mess. What good would it do to talk about it? Furthermore, they never expected us to repay their kindness. So your father and I never brought it up. In truth, during that era in the countryside, most people's hearts were still quite genuine. If a child fell into the water and anyone saw it, they would undoubtedly lend a hand. Back then, they wanted to help but lacked the means. If there's a chance in the future, let us lend a hand to Zhuzi and his sister. Don't worry, mother. If I hadn't known, it would be one thing, but now that I do, I will certainly assist. Although in my past life, Zhang was not a wealthy man, merely a middle-class individual. This time, thanks to the advantage of being reborn, I will undoubtedly fare better than in my previous life. Helping them is certainly no trouble. Mother, we have some ready snacks and brown sugar at home. How about I go with Erhe to visit Aunt Lien? Since she saved our family's man. She is indeed our benefactor. It was one thing not to know before, but now that we do, we should naturally pay her a visit. We shall see about that later. Zhuzi and his sister borrowed an ox cart from the team and took their mother to the county hospital. Xiaomai mentioned her mother had been suffering from stomach pains for several days, but had endured it due to lack of funds. Alas, her mother, Xiaolian, is also a strong-willed person who never asks for help. That's perfect. We'll head to the county tomorrow and pay a visit. Mother, please bring the head flower cloth doll you sewed today. I'll take it to the county tomorrow to see if it sells. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhang had already set off with his family toward the county. The cart was hitched to a bicycle, replacing the role of oxen or horses. Naturally, it was Zhang who rode the bicycle, as he was the only one in the family capable of doing so. The cart was first loaded with 3 sacks of fish, followed by a layer of wheat straw. On top of the straw, quilts were laid, with Lin Chunxing, Fan, and Xiang Xiu nestled beneath. Moreover, there was the youngest, Zhang Xiaohai, who was sitting confidently on the cart's yoke, looking around, continuously muttering. Riding in a cart saves a lot more effort than using 2 legs. Zhang Xiaohai attended junior high school in their town, and previously, he and his father would walk there. Hu Yulian, fearing for their safety on the road, insisted that his father accompany them. Zhang Xiaohai had opposed this, feeling embarrassed to have his father escort him daily, but he could not resist his mother's deep maternal love and had to concede. Zhang Xiaohai had already resolved to rise an hour earlier in the future to hitch a ride with his older brother, which would save effort and enhance his stature. Of course, riding saves effort. Your older brother is nearly at his limit. To be frank, the idea of replacing oxen and horses with a bicycle was utterly dreadful. While it was fine when the cart was empty, loading it with around 300 pounds of fish and a few people made it a different story, requiring an immense amount of effort to pedal. Fortunately, after Zhang's rebirth, his physical constitution has inexplicably strengthened. Otherwise, he would truly struggle. Father, keep going. Pedal harder. Come on, second brother. The 2 little ones nestled beneath the quilt, their small heads peeking out. They gazed excitedly at the scenery along the way, oblivious to the chill of the morning breeze. Alas, you two are truly my dear daughters and sisters. Zhang lamented helplessly, eliciting chuckles from Zhang Dahai and Zhang Dashi, who accompanied him. Indeed, his father, Zhang Dashi, had come along as well. As he put it, he could not rely solely on his son. He was still capable of doing things himself. He intended to sell the bubble dragons he had crafted, and of course, the location was to be chosen by Erhe. When they passed by Xinglong Township Middle School, they let Zhang Xiaohai, the third brother, off. Zhang handed him $1 for breakfast. With over an hour until class began, the school gates remained closed. Nearby, a few well-off students were already enjoying their morning meals at the breakfast stalls. However, those who could afford breakfast were but a minority. Most students nibbled on cold steamed buns. There were also many who could not even afford a bun. Watching those classmates savor their breakfast filled their eyes with envy. The deep-fried dough sticks priced at 20 cents per pound and the meat buns at 30 cents each were beyond their means. Knowing that his second brother had money and that he could not refuse, Zhang decided to be generous. Originally, Zhang Xiaohai was among those who brought steamed buns. However, since he had money today, he naturally indulged a bit. He ordered 2 pounds of dough sticks, but did not eat them at the stall. Instead, he carried them to his group of friends. Several familiar classmates, seeing Zhang Xiaohai, were astonished not only that he arrived by bicycle but also that he bought 2 pounds of dough sticks. Shall I? Your family has struck it rich. You even have a bicycle. It's my second brother's. Indeed. And you bought dough sticks? Well, I've never had one. It's money from my second brother. As he witnessed the envy in his classmates' expressions, Zhang Xiaohai frequently clarified, I can't believe I don't have such a wealthy second brother. I genuinely envy you. Xiaohai, could you ask your second brother if he needs any more younger brothers? Yes. I thought I saw your second brother being so friendly. Could it be that I am your brother lost for many years? Amidst the playful banter, Zhang Xiaohai shared a few dough sticks with his familiar classmates. A couple of dough sticks would not satiate hunger, but it was enough to tease the taste buds. Among them, a petite girl received the most, with nearly half a pound in her hands. The others, being good friends, chose to overlook it, and no one spoke enviously of her. They both admired and pitied this girl. Her biological mother had passed away early, and her father remarried. There is an old saying, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Her stepmother was already domineering, and after giving birth to a son, she became even more tyrannical. Ultimately, she drove the girl out of the house to fend for herself. It was only after her grandparents could no longer bear to see her suffer that they brought her into their home to live together. When she expressed a desire to attend school, her father and stepmother showed no interest. It was her own determination that led her to pursue an education. In a bid to save money for tuition, I often subsist on a single meal each day, which is the dinner shared with my grandparents upon returning home. During the daytime, I endure hunger. The situation is manageable in autumn and summer, as the young girl can often forage for morsels in the wilderness near the school. However, winter presents a stark contrast, with barren mountains, desolate ground, stripped trees, and an equally stark atmosphere. It was during my quest for sustenance in the wild that I became acquainted with this female classmate. Young men of our age, at the threshold of their appetites, find mere 2 steamed buns for breakfast and lunch woefully insufficient. Chapter 64. The radiant Lin Chunxing. One must inquire, which rural boy's childhood did not involve frolicking in the fields of his fellow villagers. The newly formed ears of corn, bursting with vitality, were their cherished delight, while the plump peanuts held the promise of their eager anticipation. The red peaches and green apricots were the most sought-after treasures, and a barbecue of river shrimp and crabs became a lavish feast. After becoming acquainted with Bai Xiaxue, her graceful figure became a constant presence amidst a group of boys during their midday breaks. The circumstances of Bai Xiaxue's family were revealed by her male classmates from the same village. Consequently, the boys began to subtly bring along an extra couple of steamed buns to share with her. Naturally, they had a compelling justification for this gesture, claiming it was a reward for her assistance in their studies. Bai Xiaxue consistently ranked first in her class, with Zhang Zhao being the most frequent visitor seeking her tutoring. As the youngest in his family, he was the apple of his parents' eye, often receiving an additional couple of buns from Hu Yulian, who always found clever ways to procure them. However, Zhang Zhao's attentiveness was not devoid of a hint of admiration. After all, who among the youth is devoid of romantic inclinations? The road from the village to the township was arduous, being riddled with muddy potholes. Conversely, the path from Xinglong Township to the county was far superior. Although it was still unpaved, the county organized annual repairs, rendering it considerably more navigable. Upon arriving at the entrance of the garment factory, they found the hour still early, with few patrons present. The family decided to indulge in breakfast first. With each bite of the succulent meat buns, the golden, crispy fried dough sticks, and the delectable, fragrant fried cakes, accompanied by bowls of steaming porridge and spicy soup. They relished their meal to the fullest. While the enjoyment of the meal was undeniable, the shock at settling the bill nearly gave them palpitations. A staggering total of 498 yuan left Zhang with a look of disbelief. My goodness! 5 yuan. This isn't merely a meal. It's an extravagant expenditure. Zhang clutched his heart, his face a portrait of astonishment. Just admit it was delicious. Zhang chuckled at his father's reaction. Goodness, if a 5 yuan meal isn't tasty, then where's the justice in the world? 5 yuan. That could buy 3 kilograms of pork belly. He whispered this last remark discreetly into Zhang Erhe's ear. Dad, at 3 jiao per meat bun, you devoured 5 of them. Do you think that's reasonable? Zhang found himself at a loss for words regarding his father's quiet complaint. You thought it was too pricey at checkout, yet you didn't hesitate to indulge while eating. Indeed, it was a bit pricey, but it was simply too delicious to resist. Zhang awkwardly chuckled in response to his son's observation. The meat buns were delightful. Daddy, can I have them again tomorrow? The youngest, barely 3, had devoured a bun the size of her fist and finished a full bowl of porridge, astonishing Zhang. When the little one reached for a second bun, he hesitated, unwilling to let her indulge further. Having honed his skills from the previous day's market experience, Zhang felt confident today. Nevertheless, as they departed, he still carried over a kilogram of assorted fish to the garment factory's communication room. Please keep a close watch, old you, as there are benefits to be gained. This lad is quite likely the cousin of Director Ma, and naturally, old you readily agrees. Rest assured, while I cannot vouch for elsewhere, the people on this street will certainly give old you a bit of face. After departing from the clothing factory, Zhang led them directly to the county high school. The high school of that era was markedly different from what it would become in the future. There was no concept of closed management here. During break times, students enjoyed considerable freedom, and the school's oversight of its students was not particularly stringent, allowing casual entry and exit at the gates. Of course, this leniency applied solely to enrolled students. Outsiders faced strict regulations and would require an introduction letter from the village or township to gain entry. Adjacent to the county high school was South City Primary School, which spared Zhang's father and wife from the hassle of traveling between two locations. At Zhang Daxi's place, Zhang placed the bubble machines into the bicycle basket, leaving Xiangxiu to blow bubbles and attract young customers from the primary school. The bubbles floated through the air, quickly drawing in eager little buyers. Observing his father sell the first bubble machine, Zhang felt a sense of relief. The initial sale was always the hardest. Once it was made, subsequent sales would naturally follow, especially at a mere 10 cents each, affordable for city children. The colorful headbands and plush toys were arranged on the cart, with mattresses laid underneath. The vibrant headbands, combined with the charming plush toys, created a delightful spectacle. Zhang surveyed the entrance of the county high school and noted that his family seemed to be the sole vendors of accessories and toys, suggesting a promising venture. To entice customers, one must first showcase the product effectively. His wife and little Fan served as the perfect models, so he set about adorning his family. The fitted pink cotton jacket accentuated Lin Chunxing's alluring figure, while her small red leather shoes clicked charmingly against the ground, adding to her grace. Her long, waist-length braid was released and gathered behind her ears with a delicate green hairband. Years of braiding had given her hair a slight wave, which, rather than detracting from her beauty, lent it a delightful, wavy charm reminiscent of American beach waves. With a strand of hair gathered at the back, he secured it with a headband adorned with butterfly tassels, allowing the pink butterfly wings to dance freely among her locks, creating a naturally beautiful appearance. In a moment of reverie, Zhang fancied he saw the Hong Kong star, Zhou Weiman, though he recognized that Zhou's beauty was one of innocence. While his wife's allure radiated a mature and captivating elegance, he believed that even in comparison to Zhou Weiman, his wife was equally stunning. "Oh, Mama is so beautiful. Like a lovely princess," exclaimed little Fan, clapping her hands in delight at her newly adorned mother, loudly proclaiming that she wanted her father to make her a little princess as well. Naturally, his daughter's wish was Zhang's greatest command. He styled Fan's hair into two playful pigtails, complemented by a butterfly knot adorned with feathered tassels. A row of peacock feather-like hairpieces stood proudly at the back of her head, creating a whimsical image of a fairy princess from afar. Fan, entranced by her reflection in the mirror, continuously asked her parents if she was beautiful and if she resembled a little princess. The innate desire for beauty in women is timeless, and the joyful laughter of the three of them soon attracted a few female students nearby. "Wow, sister. You are exceptionally beautiful." A round-faced girl gazed at Lin Chunxing with eyes sparkling like stars, causing Lin Chunxing's face to flush crimson as she bashfully lowered her head. She truly felt at a loss for words when it came to socializing with others. "Indeed, sister, you are truly lovely. Are all these items for sale?" chimed in her companion, a delicate-looking girl, who further pointed at the headbands and dolls displayed on the cart, inquiring eagerly. Chapter 65, Lin Chunxing's talent regrettably. "I lack the skill of coordination. Just look at this hairpin I purchased. It seemed quite beautiful at the time, yet when I wear it, it never feels quite right." The round-faced girl pointed to the red plastic hairpin atop her head, expressing her frustration. In the 1980s, such plastic hairpins were regarded as high-end accessories, unlike decades later when plastic became synonymous with cheap goods. In that era, they were considered sophisticated and elegant. Lin Chunxing appeared to possess a remarkable talent for fashion coordination. The adornments she chose for herself and little Fan were a result of Zhang heeding her advice. Upon hearing the round-faced girl's words, Zhang promptly nudged his wife, urging her to assist the girl in selecting accessories. A person's aesthetic sensibilities can be innate, and Lin Chunxing was undoubtedly among the elite in this regard. After receiving Zhang Erhe's encouragement, she swiftly embraced her role. With her expert coordination, a mere few hairpieces elevated the round-faced girl's attractiveness from a modest 6 to an impressive 8. Staring at the 2 yuan in her hand, Lin Chunxing was astounded. She had sold 3 hairpieces for 2 yuan. How incredibly easy it was to earn money. Zhang Erhe nudged his wife again. Don't dawdle, they're all waiting. Oh. Lin Chunxing quickly immersed herself in the sea of students, contemplating which face shapes corresponded with particular accessories and how to match clothing with one's aura. While she couldn't articulate it perfectly, her selections were always remarkably apparent. Those unaware might have thought Lin Chunxing was a seasoned fashion expert. Such talent is not something one can merely learn. Lin Chunxing consistently found the most fitting options amid chaos, ensuring buyer satisfaction. At the very least, Zhang Erhe acknowledged that innate talent cannot be compensated for by hard work. His wife possessed this gift. It resembled the beauty bloggers of later generations, who consistently created unexpected combinations to delight their followers. Lin Chunxing harbored this potential. Zhang Erhe couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to be living in the 1980s. Had it been in the era of internet explosion, even 80 yuan would not have sufficed to find such a beautiful wife. It is often said that men are most charming when they work diligently. But Zhang Erhe believed that women, too, radiate allure when they are industrious. He was certainly captivated by the sight. Once all the accessories and dolls were sold, Lin Chunxing secretly counted her earnings, an astonishing 5 yuan. Her excitement rendered her face flush, and this amount did not even account for the few pieces adorning Fanfan's head. Even the hairpieces on Lin Chunxing's own head had been purchased, a testament to the popularity of these accessories. In the end, many students who had not made purchases urged her to bring more next time, as several of their classmates had missed out. I feel as though I'm dreaming. How is it that these students are so willing to spend on hairpins priced at 50 or 60 cents? No one even haggled. The money earned through her own efforts felt profoundly different. Lin Chunxing was utterly elated. In her heart, that 28 yuan felt heavier than the 500 yuan Erhe had given her. In any era, money from women and children is the easiest to earn. Is the desire for beauty inherent in a woman's nature? As he strolled, Zhang Erhe imparted to Lin Chunxing the consumer insights gleaned by future generations. Upon arriving at the entrance of the neighboring primary school, he found his father, Zhang Dashi, grinning widely. A glance into the bicycle basket revealed that the bubble dragons had indeed sold out. Upon noticing Erhe's approach, Zhang Dashi pulled his son aside and whispered, What are these bubble dragons? They've all been sold. Not a single one remains. Clutching a wad of cash tightly in his hand, Zhang Dashi proudly declared, 5 yuan and 40 cents. Children's money is so easily earned. Engaging in trade is far more rewarding than toiling in the fields. Throughout his life, Zhang Dashi had never earned 5 yuan in a single day, and this realization left him beaming with joy. In their village of Guizihe, most members relied solely on farming for their income. A strong laborer could earn a maximum of 10 points in a day's work, and at year's end, the grain allocated could only be exchanged for a meager 12 cents. When calculated, a full year of 360 workdays would yield a mere 43 yuan. And this was under optimal conditions. Women would earn even less, often failing to accumulate even a dime in a day. Having earned nearly 2 months' worth of income in a single day, it was no wonder that Zhang Dashi was unable to wipe the smile from his face. Quickly put that away. If you lose it, my mother will surely have it out with you. Zhang Erhe humorously reminded his father, who appeared quite anxious with his newfound wealth. That cannot happen. That cannot happen. Losing it would be disastrous. Zhang Dashi shook his head vigorously. As if to dispel his worries, he unfastened his military coat, then removed the cotton-padded jacket beneath, and finally, the tattered undershirt. Inside the undershirt was a pocket sewn from fabric scraps by Hu Yulian. With utmost seriousness, Zhang Dashi tucked the money inside, patting it to appreciate its weight before resecuring his layers of clothing. Now it surely cannot be lost. Observing his father's antics brought to Zhang Erhe's mind a humorous anecdote from his past life. At one point, his restaurant had failed, and in pursuit of a fresh start, he had ventured to Hailar to gather pine nuts. The work was perilous. Yet those willing to take risks and endure hardship could earn money quickly. During this time, he met a fellow entrepreneur who, like him, had faced business failure and sought quick riches. This friend hailed from northeast China, and it was from him that Zhang Erhe learned the art of trapping game and ice fishing. They earned tens of thousands of yuan, and when returning home, Zhang filled a sack with pine cones, claiming it was for kindling. He stuffed the money directly into the sack, placing it beneath his seat, and paid it no further attention. His friend, however, named Dia, was far less at ease. He sewed his money into his underwear, reasoning that no thief could possibly steal it from his person. 2 days and 3 nights on the train passed, and upon disembarking, Zhang suddenly noticed a tear in the back of Dia's pants. He promptly alerted his friend. Alarmed, Dia hastily unfastened his trousers to investigate, only to erupt in a furious tirade at the train station. "You thieving scoundrels. You even stole the underwear I had on. What kind of moral depravity is this?" Unbeknownst to him, a thief had taken advantage of his slumber, using a razor blade to slice open his pants and stealthily extract his money, leaving behind a crumpled newspaper in its place, to prevent him from sensing the money while handling it. This incident was even featured on the evening news back in the day, with the headline "The Disappearing Underwear," which became a topic of great interest among the public. Afterwards, Zhang inquired of Dia, "Did you feel nothing at all? After all, it was your underwear being worn on your body. How could you not notice someone snatching it away?" With a pained expression, Dia replied that he truly felt nothing at all. Throughout the night, he had checked his money 5 or 6 times, only to discover that during the moment of disembarking amidst the crowd, his underwear had been stealthily taken away. Chapter 66. The unfunny joke. Zhang recounted this incident as a joke to a few acquaintances, only to be met with a disdainful glance from his father. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe your father is ignorant?" he retorted. "Anyone who can board a train requires an introduction letter. What kind of thief possesses such a document?" Zhang was momentarily taken aback by his father's words. Indeed, to travel by train nowadays necessitates obtaining a travel certificate from the village or township. Without such documentation, even wealth cannot procure a ticket. "I merely heard it from a friend, treating it as a jest." Zhang chuckled awkwardly. His former companions had dwindled in contact, leading him astray once more. Thus, the jest fell flat, and he found himself reprimanded by his father. With a resigned sigh, Zhang departed. He secured the cart to his bicycle and returned to the entrance of the clothing factory with his companions. The fish had already been sold, and Zhang handed him the money while he rolled up the sack. "Brother, you and father head back first. I'll take Xing to the hospital to check on Aunt Lin." He handed 10 yuan to his elder brother and unfastened the folding bed, allowing them to transport it home. "Once home, just return it to the team. Do you need to remind me?" The eldest son pulled the cart while Zhang Dashi, reclining comfortably atop, waved his hand. "Don't return too late, lest your mother worry." They first visited a photography studio, conveniently located next to the department store. Zhang took 2 solo photographs of Xiao Fan and Xiangxiu each, along with several couple photos with Lin Chunxing. They also captured a few group pictures with Fan and Xiangxiu. In that era, photography was a significant affair. New clothes, shoes, and even makeup were essential. The 10 photos cost 8 yuan, causing Lin Chunxing to wince at the expense. 8 mao per photo, that's enough to buy half a gene of pork. As they prepared to leave, the studio staff inquired if they could have an extra copy to display as a sample. It was hardly surprising that the request was made, given how photogenic Zhang and his wife appeared. Lin Chunxing possessed a graceful figure and a mature, alluring beauty, rivaling even the stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Zhang, standing at over 1.8 meters, also stood out in a crowd, coupled with his fair complexion, reminiscent of an office clerk, and his youthful visage. It was understandable why the staff desired a sample of their photograph. "All right, but you cannot take advantage of us," Zhang countered. "How about you print 3 copies and let me keep 2? Though Zhang disagreed with the proposal, the studio's staff had no choice but to oblige. As photography studios were state-run institutions without concepts of portrait rights, they could use his image as they pleased. However, Zhang was determined to assert his rights, not for the sake of saving a few coins, but to avoid being taken advantage of. "Fine, I shall grant you an extra copy free of charge." After deliberation, the studio staff consented to Zhang Erhe's request, since it would not cost them anything, and recognizing that the couple was not dressed like ordinary people, they considered it a fortuitous connection. Acquiring a set of photographs without any cost undoubtedly brings joy, and Lin Chunxing is exceptionally pleased, having calculated a saving of 8 yuan. The visit to the county hospital to see Aunt Lin, the mother of Zhuzi, necessitates the purchase of some gifts. It is simply unreasonable to visit a patient empty-handed. Conveniently, a department store is adjacent, where additional money is spent on overpriced items. 2 cans of malted milk essence, a pound of brown sugar wrapped in craft paper adorned with a red slip, as well as 2 packs of sponge cakes and 2 packs of peach crisps, also sealed in red paper and tied with twine. Regrettably, being winter, fresh fruits are unavailable, leaving only canned yellow peaches as an option. Observing the eager expressions of Fan and Xiang Shou gazing longingly at the cans, an additional can is purchased and opened on the spot. Children, without the complexities of adult reasoning, simply express their desires. Naturally, Zhang is not reluctant to spend a little more, acquiring 2 soup spoons for the children to enjoy their treats. The current county hospital is modest in size. A row of 2-story red brick buildings serves as the outpatient department, showcasing a typical Soviet architectural style. Behind it lies a cluster of small bungalows, designated as the inpatient area. Decades later, the county hospital would boast towering buildings, rivaling even the city's tertiary hospitals. Upon inquiring at the nurse's station, Zhang learns the room number, the 4th room in the 3rd row. As Zhang enters with his wife and children, they find Han Juzi crouched on the ground, despairingly clutching his head and sighing. The girl, Xiaomai, appears far more composed, sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, continuously comforting her mother. Let us go home. We should go home. It's just a little stomachache. Why must they operate? Summer Lian, pale and clutching her abdomen, incessantly murmurs for Juzi to settle the bill and be discharged. I know my own body. It's merely a couple of days of discomfort. I can endure it. Those doctors are just deceiving us, trying to extract more money. Juzi, heed your mother. Upon entering, Zhang witnesses this scene. As Summer Lian recalls her manners and attempts to rise, she inadvertently stirs something, letting out a groan and collapsing back onto the bed. Sweat beads profusely on her face, rendering her complexion terrifyingly pale. Juzi, didn't tea you come yesterday? What ailment do you have? Why hasn't tea there been any relief? Unlike in later years, this era demands prior appointments for medical consultations. The hospital is not overwhelmed with patients, not because illness is absent, but due to the widespread poverty that prevents the populace from seeking medical attention. Small ailments are endured until they escalate, while serious conditions are often left untreated. A common plight of the time. They say it's appendicitis and that surgery is necessary. Han Juzi, in distress, clutches his head. Is it appendicitis? Yes, indeed. It is appendicitis. The doctor insists on surgery. What kind of inflammation could it be? They simply want us to spend more money. Aunt Summer Lian, suppressing her abdominal pain, trembles as she speaks. We are but simple farmers. There's no need for such delicacy. Just endure it for a couple of days. Why waste money? Aunt, we cannot dismiss it so lightly. Appendicitis may not be a grave illness, but even minor ailments can prove fatal. If funds are insufficient, we must find a way. We cannot afford to delay. Zhang turns to Juzi and inquires, is it a matter of insufficient funds? Yes. The doctor mentioned it would cost around 200 yuan. Juzi's countenance darkened, and his heart was laden with distress, feeling utterly inadequate as a son. He lamented that he could not even afford to pay for his ailing mother's medical expenses. How frustrating. Insufficient funds remained silent, offering no solace. Wait. I shall go settle the payment. Lin Chunxing urged. Zhang hurry along. We cannot afford any delays. Zhang first sought out the attending physician to inquire about Aunt Lian's condition. It was merely a minor surgical procedure. Once the payment was made, the operation could commence immediately. The doctor was forthright, providing Zhang with clear information without reservation. Chapter 67. Appendicitis all right, Xiaomai, help your mother get ready. The surgery will commence shortly. In truth, there was little preparation needed, merely a change of clothes to facilitate the procedure. With such an expense, when will I ever be able to repay you? How can I ever express my gratitude? As soon as returned, Aunt Xiaolian realized that the fees had been settled. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in her eyes. She was troubled by the thought of how she could ever repay such kindness. Especially given her own dire circumstances, when could she possibly return the money? Aunt, if you speak like that, it feels distant. After all, it was you who saved my brother and me when we were young. Quickly reassured her. Moreover, if it weighs heavily on your heart, once you recover, you could have Juzi and Xiaomai assist me for a few days. We could deduct it from their wages. Hearing this, Han Juzi suddenly knelt before him, causing to hastily pull him up. Juzi, what are you doing? Second brother, you saved my mother's life. My life from now on belongs to you. Han Juzi's face was awash with tears and snot. Get up. I am no maniac. Your life is of no use to me. Just take good care of Aunt once she's well. Chuckled, patting Juzi's shoulder and reminding him to look after his mother diligently. After offering his words of comfort, departed with his wife and child. Their presence made Juzi's family uneasy, so they exchanged a few words before stepping outside. To their surprise, as they reached the hospital entrance, they encountered Sister Ma. She was walking into the hospital with a man of similar age. Behind them, an elderly lady, around 60, cradled a 6 or 7-year-old boy. The old woman was soothing the child as they walked. "Sister Ma, what brings you here?" It was only natural to greet her. After all, she was a prominent figure from the garment factory street, and fostering good relations could only yield benefits. "I'm here for a follow-up with my child." "What about you?" One of the ladies from our village is undergoing surgery for appendicitis. We happened to pass by and thought we'd stop in to check." After exchanging a few pleasantries, it became clear that the 30-year-old man was Sister Ma's partner, Gao Chao, and the elderly woman was her mother. Upon learning that Erhe was the one who provided the badger oil for her daughter, Sister Ma's mother grasped Erhe's hand, expressing her profound gratitude. "Oh, thanks to your badger oil. Otherwise, if Yang Yang had ended up with a scar on his foot, I would have felt guilty for a lifetime." The elderly lady wiped her eyes, visibly shaken by the experience. She felt immense guilt for not caring for the child properly, believing she had let down her daughter and son-in-law. "Indeed, we owe it all to this young man." Gao Chao, Sister Ma's partner, also shook Erhe's hand vigorously, expressing his thanks. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was raised by his father-in-law's family, which fostered a deep emotional bond. Witnessing the elderly lady's remorse pained him, and he was relieved that the badger oil provided by Erhe had alleviated the risk of scarring for the child, thus easing his mother-in-law's heart. "Therefore, I am immensely grateful to Zhang Erhe for providing the badger oil." After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the two families, Zhang Erhe took his leave, saying, "Aunt, I won't delay you from checking on the children. We shall return home now and visit you when we have time." "Of course. Do come." The elderly lady, watching Zhang Erhe and his family depart, expressed her sentiments before her face clouded with curiosity. "Xianglan, do you not find this young man strikingly familiar? I feel as if I have encountered him somewhere, yet I cannot recall where." "Oh, that's my uncle. When I first met him, he startled me. This Erhe bears an uncanny resemblance to my uncle's youthful photographs." Indeed, that explains why he seemed so familiar." The elderly lady realized with a sudden clarity. "It is true, this young man indeed resembles my elder brother in his youth." Sister Ma then recounted to her husband the words Zhang Erhe had spoken to their factory's guard, mentioning that the young man claimed to be his cousin. She noted, "I saw the resemblance to my uncle, so I did not deny it. It seems he is a relative from your maternal side. Next time we meet, we should inquire further." Before heading home, they made a stop at the bank. Their county had only one agricultural bank, so that was where they had to deposit their money. Gazing at the deposit slip bearing her name, Lin Chunxing trembled with excitement. "Erhe, they say there's interest every year. Do you think that's true?" "Of course it's true. A state-owned bank of such stature could not deceive us over such modest sums." Zhang Erhe understood his wife's exhilaration. "If we save more money, we could eventually do nothing but enjoy the interest every day." Imagining such a life, Lin Chunxing could hardly contain her joy. "That sounds splendid. Let us work hard to earn money, and one day I'll deposit a few million for you to count every day at home." She chuckled at the thought of herself counting money, laughing foolishly. Then, shaking her head in amusement, she realized how fanciful her dreams were. "A few million? Goodness, that is an astronomical sum. I can hardly fathom it. Even a few thousand would make me laugh in my dreams." In this era, households with 10,000 yuan were exceedingly rare. Their entire county boasted only a handful. Zhang Erhe suspected that there were indeed some households with 10,000 yuan in their county, but the Chinese tend to keep their wealth concealed, adhering to the old adage that the one who stands out will be targeted first. The reasoning was well understood by the populace. For instance, the reason Su Honghua reported Zhang Erhe was rooted in jealousy. While everyone else remained in poverty, Zhang Erhe suddenly acquired wealth. What right did he have to that? The Zhang family, once among the most destitute, had transformed into an enviable entity, which felt profoundly unjust. There exists a rather unfortunate tendency among people. If they cannot achieve their own goals, they will ensure that others do not succeed either. If one must languish, let it be a collective failure. The notion of achieving success must be thwarted. On their return journey, Lin Chunxing held Fan Fan in the back seat, while Xiangxiu sat in the front, where Zhang Erhe had padded the seat with burlap to ease the discomfort. Passing by the Xinglong Township Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the family stopped for some shopping. Since everyone enjoys indulging in savory delights, Zhang decided to purchase some pig offal. He noticed the pig trotters and spent 2 yuan to acquire 4. In this day and age, pig offal does not include trotters. They must be purchased separately. Upon discovering the snack counter stocked with shrimp-flavored candy, he unhesitatingly bought a pound. Nowadays, there is no notion of toothache from consuming sweets. When guests arrive in the countryside, offering a bowl of sweet syrup is the finest form of hospitality. He also spent 1 yuan and 20 cents on a bundle of 12 bottles of orange-flavored soda, costing merely 10 cents per bottle, a favored beverage among women and children, whether in rural areas or urban settings. Fortunately, the fish he sold today brought in a good sum. Otherwise, he would have struggled to afford these treats. Chapter 68. Sharing risks. Zhang Erhe's daily extravagant purchases had rendered the sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative somewhat desensitized. They whispered among themselves, speculating on the source of his wealth and his incessant shopping. In truth, the cooperative was not as bustling as it once was previously. Everyone was impoverished and unable to afford much. Now, with the emergence of rural markets, people could buy whatever they needed, often engaging in barter, thus circumventing the exploitative practices of the cooperative and acquiring even more goods than before. Individuals like Zhang Erhe, who were once disregarded, now drew attention due to the cooperative's declining sales. The clerks had sales targets to meet. Failure to do so might not lead to dismissal, but would certainly mean a reduction in their bonuses. Brother, would you be interested in these little treasures? They would be perfect for the children, called out a female clerk as Zhang Erhe was about to leave, pointing to a cage on the counter. What are they? Zhang Erhe inquired, curious. For it was rare to find pets for sale nowadays. Few in the countryside kept cats or dogs, as most struggled to feed themselves, let alone care for animals. Lin Chunxing was equally intrigued and brought her children, Fan and Xiangxiu, closer to inspect. Wow, Daddy, look, it's a bunny. Such a cute little bunny, exclaimed the delighted Fan as he leaned forward eagerly to get a better view. The bamboo cage was small, containing 2 white rabbits with snow-white fur and ruby-red eyes. They were indeed charming, which explained Fan's excitement. Brother, these little rabbits are so well-behaved. I really like them. Xiaoxiu chimed in, reaching out to touch the soft fur, giggling with delight at its silkiness. These rabbits were purchased by our director for his son during a recent trip to the city, the female clerk explained. But children are fickle. He quickly lost interest after just a few days. The idea to sell the rabbits originated from the clerk herself. As the director's household was not flush with cash, he was certainly willing to recoup his investment. Such individuals who seek to curry favor with their superiors exist in every organization. Using public resources to enhance one's standing is hardly a cause for shame. Since his daughter and younger sister were enamored with the rabbits, Zhang Erhe felt no hesitation in parting with his money. He paid 5 yuan for the pair, feeling no remorse whatsoever. However, Lin Chunxing was taken aback by the ease with which money seemed to flow from their hands. After a busy day of sales, they returned home at around 1 in the afternoon. While Fan and Xiangxiu played with the rabbits, Zhang Erhe busied himself with the preparation of pig offal. Lin Chunxing initially intended to assist, but was promptly shooed away by Zhang Erhe. Go away. This is quite foul. Don't get your hands dirty. Despite being scolded, Lin Chunxing felt a warm glow within. It was a comforting change from the past when she bore the burdens of fetching water, doing laundry, and cooking all by herself. Now, Zhang Erhe took on all these responsibilities, even cooking, which was traditionally seen as a woman's duty. Wife, your current task is to enjoy delicious meals, sleep well, care for the children, and maintain good health. These are of utmost importance. Zhang Erhe, while washing pig entrails by the river, turned to his wife and said, Then I shall become a pig. His words warmed Lin Chunxing's heart. It felt wonderful to be cared for. If my wife were a pig, wouldn't that make all the women in the world even less than pigs? Zhang Erhe's remarks elicited continuous laughter from Lin Chunxing, who playfully scolded him for his sharp tongue. He certainly had a way of making her happy. The pig entrails were expertly stewed, and the pig trotters boiled to tenderness. When the rice was perfectly steamed, it sounded like a drum signaling a feast, prompting Xiangxiu to call for her elder brother and sister-in-law. Lin Chunxing visited her old home and invited her parents over. Unexpectedly, her younger brother Zhang Xiaohai, who should have been in class, also returned. Why aren't you in school? She asked. Hee. Our teacher got married today, so we had a half-day off. He even gave us wedding candies. Zhang Xiaohai replied with glee, opening his palm to reveal 2 fruit candies. The 2 little ones, Xiaofan and Xiangxiu, each received a candy, their faces lighting up with joy. In these times, everyone loved candy, without the complexities of later generations. No wonder my third son is so fortunate. He always seems to catch the right moments. Hu Yulian praised Zhang Xiaohai, asserting that her son would surely excel in his studies and attend university. With hearty bites of meat and generous servings of rice, the entire family expressed their satisfaction. The chilled orange-flavored soda was especially favored by the two little ones and the third brother, each downing cup after cup. Despite the sumptuous feast, Hu Yulian admonished in a teaching tone, in the future, when you cook, just eat at home. Otherwise, if you keep inviting us over, people will start to gossip. Indeed, we have separated after all. It's one thing for our parents, but for us to keep coming over will only give them something to laugh about. Elder sister-in-law Hu Chunhug echoed her mother-in-law's sentiments. Today marked one of the few joyous occasions for her in years, especially after receiving a payment of 10 yuan from the second family. 10 yuan for a day's work. If I add my husband's 10 yuan, that's 20 a day. If we work diligently until the end of the year, it could total nearly 1,000 yuan. Who would have dared to dream of such a sum? Not even in my wildest dreams. She mused. What a joke. Who's laughing at whom? I wonder. Those who have nothing to laugh about. I can't be bothered with them. With a sip of orange juice and a bite of pig entrails, Zhang felt utterly satisfied. A harmonious family was worth more than anything. Only estrangement would provide fodder for others' amusement. He paid no heed to his mother and sister-in-law's words. Even during his most reckless times, his family had quietly cared for his wife and children. When invited by his father and elder brother to drink, Zhang declined. He had sworn never to drink again, not wanting his wife and children to live in fear because of him. By the way, tomorrow, let's invite Aunt Ma to join in making headbands. And Aunt Xinhua. Let us call her too. Zhang shifted the subject, wanting to talk about the headbands instead. What? We shall stitch these fabric scraps ourselves. They will hardly last until the end of the year, so why should we share them with others? Although we possess a sack full of scraps, it is still insufficient for the three of us, Chunxing and her mother, until the year's end. This is what we call risk-sharing. Zhang patiently elucidated the necessity of this arrangement to his mother and the others. Mother, are you not concerned about the risks associated with such a small business? Fearing that others may report us? Let us involve the secretary's wife and the sister-in-law of the captain of the third team. Who would dare to gossip then? It would be even better to invite Aunt Chihua as sister-in-law. That would ensure no one would dare to speak ill of us. Chapter 69, Wages and Bonuses. The words of her second child illuminated Hu Yulian's eyes. Indeed, although the second child had recently begun to earn money, she felt a persistent unease within her heart. However, if they involved the village secretary, would they not fear the possibility of being reported? Perhaps they could also enlist the assistance of the accountant's wife, Aunt Ing. Hu Yulian quickly deduced that bringing the accountant's wife into their plans was prudent. Perhaps they could also invite the wife of team leader Su Honghua, to ensure that all prominent families in the village were implicated, thus diminishing the likelihood of being sabotaged from behind. But no, if they were to invite Aunt Ing, Su Honghua must be excluded. Zhang hastily recounted to the others the cautionary advice he had received from Ma Baoguo the previous day. He concluded with disdain. She is precisely who we must guard against. I suspect it was Fan de Biao who reported us. I cannot think of anyone else. Are you certain Su Honghua is the one behind this? Lin Chunxing queried, puzzled. Our family has never wronged her. Why would she engage in such malicious behavior? With Zhang's unwavering certainty, it seemed Su Honghua was indeed the culprit. Hu Yulian was quite inclined to believe her second child's conjecture. She recounted the incident from a decade ago when Su Honghua had falsely accused her father of being a spy. Yes, I remember how your grandfather was subjected to severe humiliation back then. It remains vivid in my mind. His face was smeared with soot, and he wore a ridiculously tall hat. Zhang Dashi reflected on those past events, still filled with regret. Your grandfather had a heavy stone hung around his neck, and that thin hemp rope nearly strangled him. At that time, Su Honghua was newly married and not yet very old, yet she was capable of such cruelty. It was said that during her youth, she had reported villagers from her hometown, causing one individual to hang themselves that very night, fearing repercussions for their family. Thus, they decided against involving Su Honghua. The family unanimously agreed to exclude her and her husband from their plans. With the secretary, the accountant, and the team leader's family already involved, their plot was substantial. If Fan de Biao attempted to make further reports, he would find that his grievances extended beyond their family. They need not take action themselves. The situation would resolve in their favor. Kiki. Zhang chuckled maliciously. The Zhang family were merely ordinary members of the collective. Offending Fan de Biao could be unwise. However, aligning themselves with the secretary, accountant, and team leader changed the game. Given their long-standing influence in the village, they possessed considerable leverage. This was the art of leveraging power. Significant figures relied on favorable circumstances, while individuals like Zhang must depend on advantageous alliances, particularly during these uncertain times of reform, where a small share of benefits could bind them with the village's notable figures. But how do we calculate the money? Lin Chunxing asked, flustered. We can't provide materials for free only to assist others in profiting. Based on the size and complexity, we could charge about 10 to 20 cents per item. That could work. Although we are supplying the materials, charging 10 to 20 cents per item adds up over a day. At least we would recoup our costs. Lin Chunxing calculated, considering if 4 individuals worked, each producing 10 pieces a day. At an average of 15 cents each, that would yield 6 yuan in income. Added to her own production, they could earn over 10 yuan in a day. Yes, that seems quite feasible. Hu Yulian and her sister-in-law, Hu Chino, agreed that charging 10 to 20 cents was indeed a commendable idea. No, you have misunderstood my intention. I meant to suggest giving them a small bonus of 1 or 2 dimes. Zhang Er's words left the 3 women, mother-in-law and daughters-in-law, momentarily speechless. Might that not be rather insufficient? Lin Chunxing hesitated, feeling that her husband's offer was rather meager. It should be noted that today, the average price for selling headbands was 7 dimes each, and offering only 1 or 2 dimes seemed rather harsh. The family looked at her with puzzled expressions, prompting Zhang to hastily explain. If we initially provide a substantial profit margin, they will surely believe that we are earning much more. What if they become dissatisfied later and wish to raise the price? We cannot afford to incur losses. Furthermore, this is not the only bonus. As we earn more by year-end, we can certainly distribute more generous rewards. Zhang recalled his early days in the workforce, where he had often fallen victim to such schemes. Employers would consistently find various excuses to withhold 100 or 200 dimes from your monthly pay, only to surprise you with a year-end bonus of 500 or even more. While you might perceive the employer as somewhat stringent, you would begrudgingly accept that they were fair, as they did not withhold your wages entirely. Even if your performance was lackluster throughout the year, you would still receive a bonus. In reality, these bonuses were merely a portion of your own earned wages, withheld throughout the year and then dispensed all at once. You would not only refrain from criticizing the employer's frugality, but would also express gratitude, praising their generosity and magnanimity. After Zhang elucidated this to his family, they gradually began to comprehend. Hu Yulian, in particular, affectionately ruffled Zhang hair, exclaiming, "How is it that your mind is so astute, capable of such intricate reasoning? I recall that during my pregnancy with you, I hardly consumed anything particularly nourishing." Zhang graciously accepted his mother's affectionate gesture, playfully responding, "This clever mind of mine, is it not a reflection of your own brilliance? You are quite the charmer." Hu Yulian found her son's flattery delightful, recognizing that without her diligent efforts, the Zhang family would scarcely thrive. As they prepared to leave, Zhang pondered for a considerable time before finally speaking. Why not have your third aunt contribute as well? It would certainly aid the household finances. What? The family of the third son? Zhang, are you out of your mind? Upon hearing her husband's words, Hu Yulian immediately erupted in indignation. Why is it that outsiders can contribute, yet our own family cannot? Despite feeling somewhat guilty, Zhang persevered in his argument. What's wrong? Are you aware of how poor the sewing skills are in the third son's household? Hu Yulian then recounted the illustrious history of her third sister-in-law, Lu Damei. In that era, what constituted a good wife in the rural context? Mastery in cooking, skill in needlework, and the ability to bear sons. Upon marrying, Lu Damei aspired to embody the image of a virtuous wife and mother. With her dowry, she crafted a pair of trousers for her husband. However, the moment he donned the trousers, they tore open a half-foot-long seam. The trousers your aunt made for your uncle had stitches so long. Hu Yulian struggled to contain her laughter while demonstrating with exaggerated gestures. Each stitch was as long as this. Oh my goodness. Haha. Your third uncle was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to step outside for 3 days. The thought of the red underpants that Lao San had exposed nearly made Hu Yulian laugh to the point of breathlessness. Enough. These are merely the younger generation. What nonsense. Reflecting on that moment, Zhang felt quite embarrassed as well. When have I ever spoken nonsense? If you don't believe me, invite Lao San's family to inquire whether I've spoken falsely. Hu Yulian stated this with great conviction, leaving Zhang to silently acquiesce. Chapter 70. Tracking Wang Qiuxing the following day unfolded in a familiar manner. After entrusting the stall to his elder brother, Zhang rode his bicycle through the county town, purposefully seeking out properties suitable for business. This year, The southern Guangxing issued its first individual business licenses, with Changsha set to commence the same in December. Although the implementation of favorable policies in their province would inevitably lag behind, Zhang recalled that in his previous life, the first batch of individual entrepreneurs emerged at the dawn of the following year. To seize the momentum of reform, it was imperative to be among the pioneers to obtain an individual business license. Relying solely on a street stall would never yield significant success. Engaging in a capital-less venture like selling fish might provide quick profits initially, but it was not a sustainable strategy. Ideally, he sought a storefront with a courtyard that would accommodate both business and living quarters. Purchasing such a property would be ideal, yet renting could also suffice. As he meandered past the courtyard of the fourth brother who sold him his bicycle, the fourth brother's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhang. "Ah, little brother, you've come. How is the bicycle treating you?" "Quite well. It's remarkably effortless to pedal," Zhang replied, as he had matters to attend to. He thought it prudent to inquire if the fourth brother could gather some information on potential properties. After all, being a local, he would undoubtedly have access to information that would elude an outsider like Zhang. "Can you help me with something?" he asked. "Of course, tell me what you need, and I'll assist as best I can." The fourth brother was eager to help, provided the requests were reasonable. However, he was careful not to commit entirely. Zhang explained his desire to either rent or purchase a property in the county town. He concluded, ideally, the storefront should be spacious, and having a backyard would be even better. "All right, I'll look into it for you. I happen to have a few friends in this line of work. For instance, that young man, Xiangzi, specializes in brokering such deals and is akin to the earliest form of a real estate agent. Oh, by the way, if you follow this alley to the end, you'll reach Leiguanjia Street, which is lined with government housing. There is considerable wealth there. You might want to explore it yourself." The fourth brother gestured down the alley, providing Zhang with valuable information. "Really?" Zhang exclaimed, his interest piqued. The presence of affluent individuals boded well for potential earnings. After all, what profit could one expect amidst a sea of struggling souls? Expressing his gratitude to the fourth brother, Zhang prepared to investigate the area, knowing that having a target would facilitate further inquiries. As he departed, he turned back and said, "Fourth brother, could you also keep an eye out for a bicycle similar to mine in the next couple of days?" "Absolutely. I can procure one just like yours by tomorrow. Don't forget to come by for it." The fourth brother's excitement was palpable. Just 2 days prior, he had sold a bicycle and was now actively processing orders. It seems our old fourth is destined for prosperity. The bald fourth brother pondered whether he should consider a more prominent storefront to expand his business. But a sigh escaped him as he reflected on his savings. Wang Qiuxing? Indeed, as Zhang reached the alley's entrance, he spotted the notorious Wang Qiuxing, who was currently lugging a burlap sack and stealthily knocking on the door of a small courtyard. The individuals within cautiously opened the door just a crack, allowing Wang Qiuxing to enter. At the end, one of them even leaned out to glance around, as if meeting with an underground organization unmistakably indicative of nefarious deeds. That scoundrel Wang Qiuxing had been sought after by Zhang for several days, ever since that incident on the back mountain when Zhang had pummeled him. He had not been seen in the village. Zhang could not forget the look of utter despair on his wife's face at that time. How could he possibly let Wang Qiuxing off the hook? Yet, since that day, this rascal had vanished, leaving Zhang at a loss. To his astonishment, Wang Qiuxing had actually ventured into the county town. Having crossed paths, he could not simply let him go. Finding a secluded alley, he locked his bicycle. In this day and age, there were those audacious enough to steal or abduct children, as many lacked household registration. However, the theft of bicycles, being valuable items, was quite rare since the front handlebars bore steel stamps and codes, making them easily traceable if stolen. Of course, by 1985, the situation had drastically changed. Thieves proliferated, and in the blink of an eye, a bicycle could vanish the moment one turned away. He cautiously approached the small courtyard, pressing his ear against the wall to eavesdrop. Suddenly, a chill swept across his face, and he looked up in disbelief. Snow was falling. How unfortunate! As he watched the snowflakes blanket the ground in mere moments, Zhang could not help but curse inwardly. Why did it have to snow just then, when he had his ear pressed to the wall? How irritating! The walls of the 1980s were thick and soundproof. Had Zhang listened carefully, he might have overheard something. But now, the only sounds were the relentless patter of snow falling around him. Even if he focused intently, it would be futile. Damn it, he thought. This was it. Wang Qiuxing was undoubtedly up to no good. His furtive demeanor and the bulging sack he carried were clear indicators. This opportunity could not be missed. Once gone, who knew when he might encounter him again? The only solace was that the courtyard's wall was made of old Soviet bricks, with a narrow gap between them. Zhang deftly scaled the wall, a skill he had acquired in his previous life to rescue his daughter. Those families involved in child trafficking were extremely averse to strangers approaching. Discerning whether a child belonged to them was nearly impossible, especially in the remote rural areas of that time, where familial power was deeply entrenched. Angering them could cost one's life. During that period, Zhang traveled across the country, always seeking out families known to buy and raise girls. For this, he had endured countless beatings. Eventually, he resolved to spend money to learn martial arts, reducing the frequency of his encounters with violence. At the very least, he became much swifter in his escapes, and he learned how to scale walls and enter courtyards to secretly observe abducted children. Inside the main room of the small courtyard, 3 individuals were speaking in hushed tones, one of whom was none other than the trafficker Zhang Chunxing. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man had a menacing appearance, with a thick, dark beard and a deep scar running across his left cheek. The woman, with her heavily painted eyebrows and bright red lips, possessed high cheekbones and wore a haughty expression. At this moment, Zhang Chunxing opened the burlap sack he had carried, revealing a plump little head peering out. The small child looked up in sheer terror at the 3 individuals before him. Scarface, this is the 5th one. Shouldn't that be enough for this month? Zhang Chunxing remarked, patting the child's cheek with a semblance of pride, his expression reeking of flattery. Indeed, Brother Xingxi, you have worked hard. There are still 8 more in the cellar. With this one added, we can prepare for shipment once the branches are properly processed in the coming days. The man referred to as Scarface, sporting a scruffy beard, gazed at Zhang Chunxing with a smile. He initially intended to appear more amiable, yet the scar etched across his face rendered him even more intimidating. Chapter 71. The ruthless trafficker. Regrettably, 2 small branches were poorly pruned. It seems unlikely they will take root. The spiteful woman, meticulously tending to her nails, blew away the fragments from her fingertips. Is it inflamed? Zhang Chunxing hesitated, gazing blankly before suggesting, perhaps we could apply some medicine. It might just survive. Bang! Scarred brother angrily slammed his teacup onto the table, his countenance darkening as he retorted. Have you lost your mind, or been kicked by a mule? I just praised you, and now you're muddled. Zhang Chunxing, startled by the expression on Scarred brother's face, realized his blunder and quickly apologized, assuring him he would be more cautious in the future. Observing Scarred brother's expression shift from stormy to sunny, he exhaled in relief. Yet, internally, he felt a bitter pang. Scarred brother was quite generous when it came to sharing profits, but his temper was dreadfully volatile, turning on a dime. At times, Zhang Chunxing feared provoking him, worrying he might find himself ensnared in trouble. Chunxing, do not blame Scarred brother for his harshness. Our work is fraught with peril, and we cannot afford the slightest mistake. 2 small saplings are inconsequential. If they wither, we can simply replant. But we must not allow minor losses to overshadow the greater picture. Noticing Zhang Chunxing's pallor, the spiteful woman hastily intervened. How about Sister May accompanies you tonight to help ease your nerves? Kiki. With a faint bashfulness, she chuckled. Such jesting from Sister May was ill-advised, as Scarred brother's woman. Zhang Chunxing dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Startled by her words, he quickly clarified his stance, eager to avoid incurring Scarred brother's wrath, for he knew not when his life might be in jeopardy. Indeed, in this land, who does not toil? If my brother desires it, I have no objections. Scarred brother's frown faded as he began to jest with Zhang Chunxing. Rest assured, I will heed your words, Scarred brother. I shall not be muddled henceforth. Yes, trust in me, my brother. As long as you commit wholeheartedly to our cause, Scarred brother will not treat you unjustly. By the way, bring those saplings from the cellar up here. We shall prune them all together today. In a few days, they may take root, and we can have them transported. Scarred brother, I assure you, I will remain vigilant while working. Truth be told, while Zhang Chunxing had a penchant for mischief, he was remarkably timid. He had never engaged in pruning the branches. That task was solely undertaken by Scarred brother and Sister May. His role was merely to lend a hand, albeit with eyes tightly shut. By the way, brother, when you leave tonight, take those 2 worthless saplings with you. Let us discard them at the city's outskirts, where the unmarked graves lie. Understood, Sister May. Hee. The wild dogs will scavenge through the night. By morning, no one will suspect a thing. In this era, nearly every village and town had its share of unmarked graves, filled with abandoned children, those deemed undesirable, infants drowned or succumbed to various ailments. Due to the traditions passed down through generations, children who passed away before reaching adulthood could not be interred in ancestral graves, as it would bring misfortune to the family and disrupt the feng shui of the burial site. This was a primary reason for the proliferation of unmarked graves across the nation, and frankly, the old generation's preference for sons over daughters led to the demise of countless girls. Whenever Zhang contemplated this, his heart trembled with profound sorrow. However, what enraged him even more now was the topic of conversation among the three individuals in the room. In his previous life, he had exerted immense effort to rescue Fan Fan from the streets of Guangxing. He had to navigate through a web of scoundrels for a considerable time, and he had managed to decipher some of their cryptic language. The little tree spoken of by the trio referred to children under the age of 5. The so-called pruning of branches meant transforming these otherwise healthy children into disabled individuals. The horrific acts of gouging out eyes, cutting tongues, and severing hands and feet were merely the beginning. There were even more heinous acts, such as scalding with boiling water and burning with hot oil. The objective was to inflict as much suffering as possible to evoke pity from onlookers, thereby extorting greater sums of money. Why not practice on this little tree first? One of them suggested ominously. The courtyard where the three congregated was quite spacious, with incense platforms flanking the entrance, typically used for offering sacrifices during the new year. Unlike the wooden structures common in the south, northern homes were generally constructed from blue stone or blue bricks. On either side stood 2 pomegranate trees, a staple in nearly every northern courtyard, perhaps symbolizing the wish for numerous offspring and blessings. Zhang crouched between the incense platform and the pomegranate trees, his thick military coat covered in snowflakes. If not for the movement of his eyes, even someone emerging from within would likely remain oblivious to his presence. Inside, a stove provided warmth while heavy snow fell outside. The cold wind had formed a delicate layer of frost on the doors and windows, resembling frosted glass. The illumination from a light bulb inside made the room quite bright, allowing Zhang to observe the activities of those inside, while remaining concealed from their view. Listening to the words of the trio, his heart quaked with fury, his gums bled from the pressure of his clenched teeth, and he could vividly taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. The stench of blood overwhelmed him, driving him to the brink of madness. He was certain that the death of his wife in his previous life and the subsequent mutilation and sale of his daughter Fan Fan to Guangxing were orchestrated by these three beasts. In his past existence, Zhang had wondered why Lin Chunxing, even in her derangement, would venture to the county town when her family resided just a mere 4 kilometers away in the neighboring village. Even in a state of mental collapse, she should have returned to her family. Now, Zhang was convinced that without the influence and assistance of someone from their village, Lin Chunxing, in her weakened state, could never have walked from Gizi village to the county town. And it was this despicable Wang Qiuxing who had led her astray. He was absolutely certain that this vile creature had caused his family's ruin in his previous life. And it was this scoundrel who had rendered Fan Fan incapacitated and in a state of confusion. Eliminate him. Destroy this wretched beast. At that moment, it felt as though the spirit of Tang Sung resided in Zhang's mind, incessantly urging him to eliminate Wang Qiuxing. Ideally, Zhang's best course of action would have been to discreetly call the police, summoning them to apprehend the three within. However, the subsequent actions of the trio forced him to abandon this prudent plan. Inside, Scarred Brother, with his unkempt beard, violently yanked a child from the burlap sack. The sudden jolt terrified the little one, who wanted to scream but found his mouth sealed with tape, resulting in only faint whimpers escaping through his nostrils. "Brother, shall it be you or me?" Scarred Brother said, pulling the child's slender arm and placing it on a wooden stump that rose to knee height. He turned to Wang Qiuxing, whose face had turned pale. "I will do it," Wang Qiuxing stammered, swallowing hard as he gazed at the child's delicate arm. Trembling, he grasped the nearby cleaver. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, Scar Brother, should it be at the wrist or the elbow?" "Certainly at the wrist," Scarred Brother replied. "Chop at an angle, and it's best to leave 2 fingers intact. It will make transporting the wooden cart easier, and we can charge a higher price." Chapter 72. Sister May's Collision Ball. Chi-Chi's wrist. Repeating the phrase incessantly, he caught a glimpse of Scar Brother's disdainful gaze. Wang Qiuxing gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, shut his eyes, and raised the cleaver, ready to bring it down. Wait a moment. Scar Brother, who had been looking down on Wang Qiuxing, was taken aback to see him attempt to strike with his eyes closed. He quickly intervened. How could he be so reckless? "My hand is perilously close to that child's wrist, and this fool dares to close his eyes." Scar Brother was unhesitating when it came to severing others' limbs. If he accidentally harmed the child, it would be a grave injustice. Let me handle this. He snatched the cleaver away and instructed Wang Chunxing to hold the child's fingers. Having amputated dozens of hands and feet in a year, he was naturally composed and exceptionally skilled. Seeing Scar Brother take action, Sister May let out a sigh of relief. She trusted Scar Brother's technique. It was not only swift and precise but also minimized blood loss. The survival rate of the seedlings afterward would be significantly higher than if she had done it herself. Turning to the bed, she retrieved fine hemp rope and gauze. Along with Yunnan Baiyao, the areas where limbs were severed needed to be immediately tied off with the hemp rope. Otherwise, excessive blood loss could be fatal. It wasn't that she cared for the children, but she didn't want to waste resources. Planting too many saplings in one location at the same time always carried risks. As the cleaver was raised high, poised to strike the child's wrist, a sudden crash echoed as a large blue brick shattered the lattice window, hurtling towards Scar Brother. Who dared? The three of them were engaged in a perilous business, and being discovered could cost them their lives. The sound of shattering glass was accompanied by Scar Brother's furious roar, startling both Wang Chunxing, who was gripping the child's hand, and Sister May. They stared in astonishment as the door was kicked open, and a figure lunged towards Scar Brother with incredible speed, causing both Wang Chunxing and Sister May to scream in fright. Unlike them, Scar Brother felt a wave of relief. Although he was uncertain how this person had discovered their secret, the fact that he hadn't run off to report them to the authorities was the best possible outcome. There was no fear in him. He was prepared to deal with anyone who dared to intervene. Having engaged in such deadly business before, he was not intimidated by the prospect of taking a life. Die. Scar Brother, watching the figure charge at him, thrust his knife without hesitation. With a satisfying thrust, the blade penetrated the figure's body, causing Scar Brother's expression to shift to one of delight. Yet, the sensation that followed filled his face with terror. He had been deceived. A seasoned killer should know that the feeling of stabbing someone differs from other actions. As a veteran of violence, Scar Brother immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, the knife had already been thrust, and the force had been expended. There was no opportunity to strike again. In fact, when Wang Chunxing had raised the knife earlier, Zhang had already been poised to act. He could easily imagine the terror etched on the child's face at that moment, remembering the harrowing sight of his own daughter when he had just found her in his past life. Zhang could not bear to abandon the child to such a fate. If he reported to the authorities, he would be safe from danger. But could the child endure the wait for their arrival? The answer was evidently no. By the time he returned with the police, the child's limbs could very well be beyond saving. How could Zhang possibly bear to witness this child enduring the torment experienced by his own daughter in a past life? Thus, he resolutely took action. The first brick was aimed to interrupt Scar Brother's downward strike. Following that, after kicking the door open, Zhang charged in, donning his military coat. In an effort to create a diversion, he propped the coat open with stalks of millet, making it appear more lifelike. His choice and strategy proved to be astute, as he felt a surge of relief upon seeing the blade protruding through the military coat. However, despite his relief, Zhang did not dare to delay. He swiftly entered, wielding a hefty brick, and smashed it into Scar Brother's face. From the earlier conversation, Zhang had discerned that the greatest threat among the trio was the heavily bearded Scar Brother. Indeed, witnessing the blood spurt from Scar Brother's face as he collapsed into unconsciousness, Wang Chunxing let out a terrified scream and bolted for the door, utterly paralyzed by fear, devoid of any inclination to resist. Damn it, Wang Chunxing, do we three fear just him alone? Let us confront him together, or we shall all perish, Sister May exclaimed, observing Scar Brother's fallen state and Wang Chunxing's retreat. It must be said, the thin-lipped woman spoke with remarkable clarity and speed. Yet, no sooner had she uttered her words than Zhang delivered a swift kick, sending her crashing against the back wall. Whereupon she too succumbed to unconsciousness with a soft gasp. Truth be told, Zhang had to concede that this woman's ample bosom was quite impressive, possessing an extraordinary elasticity. Watching Sister May bounce off the ground after her fall, Zhang felt both anxious and amused. Had it not been for her remarkable bounce, she would not have soared so high from his kick, only to fall and lose consciousness as a result. Wang Chunxing, who had nearly reached the door, upon hearing Sister May's words, turned back and re-entered. He had merely been momentarily dazed by fear. He knew full well that even if he fled now, he would ultimately be captured again. It was better to take a chance while they were outnumbered. However, he had forgotten that the strongest among them had already succumbed to sleep. Upon re-entering, he was met with the sight of Sister May lying on the ground, still bouncing slightly. Wang Qiuxing's return aligned perfectly with Zhang Erhe's intentions. Otherwise, had he escaped, Zhang Er would have been left to ponder whether to pursue him. Not pursuing would lead to regret if that scoundrel managed to flee. Conversely, pursuing would also pose a dilemma should he chase after, and the other two awaken and flee. He would still be left unsatisfied. At this moment, Wang Qiuxing's return was fortuitous, and with a swift kick, Zhang Er aimed directly at his groin. The sound of cracking eggs resonated, crisp and resounding, even through his cotton pants. Zhang Er could hardly gauge the extent of his physical prowess. He felt as if he were in the prime of his life across 2 lifetimes. Besides Scar brother and sister Mei, he now also felt the impact of Wang Qiuxing. The excruciating pain in his groin caused Wang Qiuxing to leap 3 feet into the air, collapsing to the ground and clutching his groin while wailing incessantly. Witnessing the scoundrel still possessing the energy to lament, Zhang Er, already irked, delivered another fierce kick to his groin. At this moment, Wang Qiuxing lay completely subdued on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, froth bubbling at the corners of his mouth. How despicable! You wretched beast! Even death would not suffice to quench my wrath. Zhang Er spat contemptuously at Wang Qiuxing. Not only was Wang Qiuxing not in any danger of dying, but even if he were, Zhang Er held no fear. A model youth, valiantly rescuing abducted children. If he were to inadvertently kill a trafficker, who would dare to question him? Moreover, the heinous and brutal acts of these 3 individuals were beyond reproach. Just moments ago, Zhang Er had heard that there were still several children trapped in the cellar outside. Chapter 73, Insomnia. Zhang Er initially contemplated delivering another kick, but was abruptly startled by the silhouette of a figure projected against the wall before him. The figure was trembling as it rose, wielding a long, narrow object aimed at him. Good grief! Zhang Er gasped in shock, instinctively leaning back. A flash of a blade barely grazed his fur coat, sending a chill piercing through his chest, followed by a faint sting. In a moment of panic, he leveraged his backward momentum to deliver a precise kick to his assailant's chin. The force was so tremendous that the individual was propelled half a foot into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. This time, he truly succumbed to slumber, and he slept soundly. Observing the bearded man, now once again ensconced in deep sleep, Zhang Er's heart raced as he glanced at his chest. A knife wound, barely breaking the skin, was oozing beads of blood. Good heavens! You wretched soul, your insomnia is quite severe. At that moment, Zhang Er's heart pounded relentlessly. Filled with immeasurable dread, he had come perilously close to being eviscerated. A chill swept over him. His hands and feet were icy. Tremors coursed through his body. And although he had emerged victorious, the lurking peril was beyond the comprehension of outsiders. After this encounter with the bearded man, Zhang Er recognized the necessity of utmost caution. Who could predict when they might awaken? He needed to secure them more tightly. Despite the presence of a stove in the room, the thrill had dissipated, leaving him feeling cold all over. He hastily donned the military coat he had picked up from the floor, feeling somewhat better. The coat bore a transparent gash, for fingers wide, causing Zhang Er's heart to tremble with fear. Fortunately, he had thrown the coat to distract the bearded man. Otherwise, that wound would have been on his own abdomen. Observing a pile of hemp ropes in the corner, he strode over, and as he passed by Mei Jia, he noticed her eyelids twitching slightly. What the hell? She was pretending to be a dead pig. A chill ran down his spine, and he was grateful for his keen eyesight. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by this wretched woman. If she had struck unexpectedly, it could have led to disaster. Moving stealthily toward the corner, he took her by surprise and delivered 2 solid kicks to her head. These blows finally cured her of her insomnia. In seeing her legs go rigid, Zhang Er finally felt a weight lift from his heart. However, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, those who engage in life and death trades are not to be trifled with. The hemp ropes in the corner bore numerous bloodstains, likely from binding abducted children. Just gazing at that pile of ropes left him wondering how many children had suffered. He bound the 3 individuals securely with the hemp ropes, ensuring their hands and feet were tightly restrained. Then, using a roll of tape he found, he sealed their mouths, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The small child lay on the ground, limbs and neck twitching, his face awash with tears and mucus, sobbing pitifully. Zhang Er hastily freed the child from his bindings and tore off the tape from his mouth. The child let out a loud wail, overwhelming Zhang Er with distress. He quickly soothed him, saying, There, be good, little one. Don't cry, don't cry. Behold, Uncle has vanquished these 3 villains. Shall we seek out the police officer to apprehend them? After much coaxing and cajoling, the little one finally ceased his tears. Zhang Er let out a sigh of relief. Soothing a child was far more exhausting than grappling with those three rascals. This little child, no more than 3 years old, was as adorable as a finely carved jade figurine, nestling comfortably in Zhang Erhe's embrace. Noticing that the child was not adequately dressed, he found a cotton coat from the bed to wrap around him. With the child secured, he made his way to the police station to file a report. Before departing, Zhang Erhe locked the main door, ensuring that no one would intrude and disrupt their plans. In his previous life, after the disappearance of his wife and child, Zhang Erhe had visited the county police station several times to inquire about the situation, thus he was familiar with its location. Indeed, his bicycle remained where he had left it, yet he chose not to ride it. In just half an hour, the accumulated snow had melted to ankle deep. Given the thickness of the snow, carrying a child was simply unsafe. The police station was quite close, so he wrapped the child in his military coat, finding that walking would be faster than cycling in such weather. Upon arriving at the police station, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Gao Chao, the husband of Sister Ma. Zhang Erhe recalled that Sister Ma had mentioned yesterday that her partner worked at the police station. It appeared that Gao Chao was preparing to head out, though it was unclear what kind of emergency he was responding to on such a snowy day. Brother Ma. Zhang Erhe hurried forward to call out to Gao Chao, who had paused in his steps. Who are you? The snowflakes fell like goose feathers, obscuring his vision, and with the child nestled in his arms, it was easy to mistake Zhang Erhe for someone portly. It was only when Zhang Erhe approached that Gao Chao recognized him. You were that Erhe? Huh. What brings you out on such a snowy day? I must say, your relation to my wife is indeed accurate. Gao Chao chuckled, explaining the connection. Sister Ma's great-grandmother hailed from Xinglong Township, but due to familial discord, she had left and only returned a few times. After the demise of Sister Ma's great-grandmother, contact had ceased. Brother-in-law, let us discuss this later. I need to report a case. Unexpectedly, Gao Chao, who appeared refined and eloquent, had much to say. However, since he had acknowledged their kinship, Zhang Erhe quickly engaged him as a relative. What? Reporting a case? Come, let us go inside. It is cold outside. Upon hearing that Zhang Erhe was there to file a report, Gao Chao immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Wait. Zhang Erhe halted Gao Chao's movements and briefly recounted the recent events. This notion had suddenly popped into Zhang Erhe's mind. He felt that part of the credit should be shared. Since Gao Chao recognized their familial ties, it was fair to bestow some of the credit upon him. To be honest, such accolades were of little use to Zhang Erhe at present, as he was merely an ordinary rural member of society. Even if he received them, the most he could expect was a commendation letter reading, Comrade Zhang Erhe, single-handedly bravely confronting 3 criminals and rescuing an abducted child, is a truly commendable individual. And then what? Nothing more. As an average member, he could neither be promoted nor receive a salary increase. Hence, attributing such accolades to him would be a waste. It would be more prudent to share the benefits. Although the other party claims to be a distant relative through marriage, the connection has already taken several convoluted turns. In the event of a genuine issue, one might reasonably question whether they would offer assistance. However, with this merit shared, their relationship would undoubtedly strengthen. In the future, should any matters arise, it would be expected that they would not suffer a loss. Upon hearing Zhang Erhe's words, Gao Chao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Collaborating with the public to apprehend 3 heinous human traffickers is an extraordinary achievement, one that could be prominently featured on his resume. Chapter 74, Profit Sharing to Speak Candidly. Gao Chao was moved. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been indifferent, confident in his own abilities and achievements, and would never stoop to usurp another's credit for personal advancement. However, the situation had changed. The deputy director responsible for criminal investigations at the county bureau was hospitalized and unable to oversee operations. This created an opportunity for those with ulterior motives, as the higher-ups intended to promote one among the several team leaders. Among those with potential and capability, Gao Chao found himself in contention. Typically, a county-level police bureau director holds a position equivalent to a deputy division chief. Although Yang County is classified as impoverished, it has a substantial population, thus the director of the Yang County Public Security Bureau holds a deputy division chief rank. The deputy director overseeing the criminal investigation team is at the division chief level, while Gao Chao, as the captain of the criminal investigation team, holds a deputy division level position. There exists an unwritten rule within their ranks. If one does not achieve a division chief rank before the age of 35 at the county level, such a fate is likely to persist throughout one's career. Moreover, failing to attain a division chief rank before the age of 40 diminishes one's prospects considerably. At 32 years of age, Gao Chao possesses ample qualifications for his role as captain, yet his two colleagues in the competition share similar qualifications, with no one holding a clear advantage. Just moments ago, Zhang mentioned that several children were still trapped in the cellar. Additionally, there were buyers expected to arrive for the goods. If he could personally partake in the resolution of such a significant case, it would undoubtedly enhance his record for promotion, serving as a pivotal leverage in his career. Expressing his gratitude, Gao Chao patted Zhang on the shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance. As they retraced their steps to the courtyard, Zhang elaborated on the situation to ensure they would not falter should their superiors inquire later. Upon entering the room, the three individuals remained in a state of unconsciousness. Gao Chao checked their breathing. They were all alive, albeit barely. Good people do not live long. While the wicked thrive for a millennium, Zhang cursed inwardly. He then proceeded to the courtyard and opened the cellar door. The moment he did so, a foul stench, mingled with the scent of blood, assaulted his senses. The cellar, shallow at most 2 meters deep, revealed several terrified children gazing at them anxiously. Upon counting, he discovered a total of 8 children. 6 appeared physically intact, but were extremely emaciated, their hands and feet bound, their mouths sealed with tape. A pile of wheat straw served as their makeshift warmth, with the little ones huddled within it, trembling uncontrollably. The other 2 children were far less fortunate. One had suffered the amputation of both feet, the color of the wounds indicating severe inflammation. Drops of yellow pus oozed slowly from the injuries, while the child lay with tightly shut eyes, shaking all over. The other child fared even worse, having lost both hands and feet. The pallor of their cheeks was a ghastly gray, and the chest showed no signs of rising and falling, leading Zhang to grimly conclude that the prognosis was bleak. 3 beasts. Gao Chao was equally shaken by the horrific scene before him. Who among fathers could remain unmoved upon witnessing such atrocities? How could they bring themselves to inflict such harm on innocent children? Zhang voice trembled with emotion, as the scars of his daughter's past were once again laid bare. How could he not feel profound sorrow? How could his heart not shatter? Gao Chao gently touched the lifeless child. His voice choked as he shook his head. She has passed away. Her body is cold and stiff. Perhaps it is for the best, in death. She shall suffer no more. After closing the child's eyes, Zhang murmured, I hope you find a kind family in your next life. He left the deceased child in the cellar while he and Gao Chao moved the other children to the living room. The cellar was chillingly cold, while the living room at least had a stove for warmth. Suddenly, Wang Qiuxing awoke, gazing at Gao Chao, who was clad in a police uniform. The sight nearly caused him to faint, and the presence of the small children made him acutely aware that their plight had been exposed. You scoundrel! Zhang seethed with fury upon seeing him, delivering a swift kick to his backside. With a sudden motion, he tore the tape from Wang Qiuxing's mouth, only to discover that it had yanked away some of his beard. Brother! It's me, Wang Qiuxing. We are from the same village. Please let me go this once. I will be eternally grateful. Although his face throbbed painfully from the tearing, Wang Qiuxing endured and pleaded for mercy. Truth be told, he had initially failed to recognize his assailant, but now that he knew it was a fellow villager, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Despite their past grievances, this was his last chance. He could not afford to surrender it. You are from this village? Gao Chao looked at Zhang in astonishment. Yes, I was led in by this brute. Without Wang Qiuxing, Zhang would never have found these human traffickers, though he had been reborn. Such a gift was not a panacea. Ignorance remained ignorance. Rebirth could not change that. Brother, please ask the police to let me go. I beg you. If I am imprisoned, I will surely perish. Seeing the familiarity between Zhang and the police officer, Wang Qiuxing realized that their relationship was amicable. If they were to intervene, perhaps his life could be spared. Let you go? Huh? Zhang laughed bitterly at Wang Qiuxing's words. Did you spare those children? When they begged for mercy, did you show them any compassion? With a cold sneer, he struck Wang Qiuxing twice across the face. He had no desire to engage in further conversation, tearing off another strip of tape to seal his mouth. The enmity of 2 lifetimes made Zhang wish he could rid himself of Wang Qiuxing 10 times over. There was no way he would let him go. Brother-in-law, take this child and call for reinforcements. If we do not act swiftly, this child may not survive. All right, you keep watch over them. I will return shortly. Once Gao Chao departed, Zhang scanned the room, discovering several boxes of egg cakes. He distributed them among the children, who devoured them ravenously, clearly having gone days without adequate sustenance. Within 5 minutes, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. A large contingent of officers burst in. led by a middle-aged man of about 60 with Gao Chao by his side. At that moment, Gao Chao was urgently briefing the man on the situation at hand. The arrival of so many police vehicles drew the attention of curious onlookers from the nearby streets. In this era, instances of genuine intrigue are astonishingly scarce. Suddenly, with the arrival of numerous police officers, one cannot help but suspect that a significant event has transpired, even amidst a heavy snowfall. The insatiable curiosity of the populace remains undeterred as they stretch their necks to peer inside. I had foreseen that Mei Zi would eventually encounter trouble. Each day, it is either this man or that man visiting her. See, my predictions have come to fruition. A woman with crimson lips exclaims with delight. It is said that Mei Zi is quite the temptress, changing partners several times within a month. What do you think? Is it true? A balding, greasy man stands on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse into Mei Zi's courtyard. But alas, his height proves insufficient, leaving him with nothing to see. Chapter 75. The youthful zeal of young men. Have you seen it? Or have you also been in their bed? A burly man remarked, disdainfully gnawing on his wife's tongue, seemingly unfazed by his own vulgarity. I would have liked to, but alas, that young lady does not seem to fancy me. The balding, greasy man wiped the frost clinging to his nose, enviously observing the officers streaming in. The commotion outside did not hinder the proceedings within the courtyard. Gao Chao was animatedly gesturing and recounting the events to Director Liao. Director Liao, I was too impulsive and nearly caused trouble for Captain Gao. Zhang confessed, visibly embarrassed. According to Zhang, he had spotted Wang Qiuxing carrying a suspicious bag, with sounds emanating from within. He intended to report it, but encountered Gao Chao on the way. To avoid wasting police resources, they decided to enter the courtyard together, only to discover 3 human traffickers. Captain Gao intended to summon reinforcements from the bureau, but Zhang could not restrain himself and charged in. By the time Captain Gao reacted, the traffickers had already been subdued. I was too hasty. Please reprimand me. Zhang dejected demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Director Liao. It is commendable for young men to possess zeal and a sense of justice. How could I criticize that? It should be encouraged. Director Liao exclaimed, patting Zhang on the shoulder, his heart soaring with delight. He had just compared the photograph in his hand, realizing that this was not a mere child trafficking case. That bearded man was likely a wanted criminal involved in a major case in the capital. If confirmed, it would be a notable highlight in his career. The specifics of the events were trivial. What mattered was the outcome. Even if there were minor complications, they were inconsequential to a director like him. Gao, you have made a significant contribution this time. Is this the person? Suppressing his excitement, Director Liao handed the photograph to Gao Chao. This is in the capital. As the captain of the county's criminal police, how could Gao Chao not possess images of various wanted criminals? Upon returning to the police station, he had already compared the photograph. However, this credit must be shared. The director's keen insight in identifying the suspect's true identity was a stroke of brilliance, and thus, a portion of the credit belonged to Director Liao. Gao, if this case is resolved, your responsibilities will undoubtedly increase. Be prepared for that. Thank you for your guidance, Director. The prospect of promotion filled Gao Chao with exuberance, and he turned to Zhang with a grateful glance. The case had become exceedingly clear. There were witnesses, material evidence, tools of the crime, and illicit funds. Once the identity of the bearded man was confirmed, the case would be swiftly closed. As the police escorted the suspects outside, the onlookers erupted in fervor. Look, I wasn't mistaken. This Mei Zi is indeed up to no good, with 2 men. Oh dear. It truly is scandalous in broad daylight. No wonder they were apprehended. Yet, what about those young children? No one had mentioned Mei Zi having children. With Gao Chao's first-hand experience, there was little left for Zhang to do. He merely took a brief statement before allowing him to leave. As he was about to depart, Director Liao solemnly declared that he would certainly commend Zhang and his village, encouraging him to continue his efforts and contribute even more to the people. Riding his bicycle, Zhang felt an immense sense of joy today. This trip to the county not only resolved the confusions of his 2 lifetimes, but also avenged his wife and children from his past life. The outcome was indeed gratifying, and Zhang felt very content. Upon returning to the entrance of the garment factory while humming a tune, Zhang was startled by the sight of his elder brother. Zhangde. The snow-covered street was devoid of any other figures, save for his brother, who was foolishly stamping his feet around their fish stall to keep warm. Brother, why don't you go to the reception room to escape the snow? Zhang looked at him with a bemused expression, finding his brother's stubbornness rather alarming. Well, We don't know them, so how can we trouble them? Zhang Dai felt somewhat embarrassed under his younger brother's gaze. Oh dear. You truly are a good big brother. Come on, let us pack up and head home. What? Not selling anymore. We still have quite a bit left. Zhang Dai hesitated as he glanced at the remaining fish. There were still nearly 100 pounds left, worth several dozen yuan. Brother, there isn't soul on the street. Who can we sell to? Seeing his elder brother's reluctant expression, Zhang Erhe could only smile wryly. After informing old Yu in the reception room, he placed the fish behind the building. In such frigid weather, the fish would remain fresh. He took 2 fish for old Yu, planned to bring 2 home for himself, and urged his brother to take 2 as well. After some thought, he decided to also bring 2 for his father, mother, and grandparents. After all, the fish were caught by him, incurring no expense. Enjoying fish soup on a snowy day would surely warm his family's hearts. Just as he was about to leave, old Yu suddenly appeared, pointing at 2 burlap sacks by the wall. Kid, do you want some fabric scraps? Here, I'm too lazy to throw them away. You can take them. Thank you, Uncle Yu. What you deem as trash is a treasure for us farmers. He replied jokingly. Those scraps were indeed valuable. Transformed into hair accessories or dolls, they would be incredibly popular. How could Zhang Erhe possibly turn them down? All right, if you want them, I'll keep them for you. Don't say your Uncle Yu is stingy. Holding the 2 fish he had acquired for free, old Yu felt quite pleased. The snow continued to fall heavily, and within mere hours, it had accumulated to the height of his calves. Unfortunately, there was no telephone, or else Zhang Erhe would have certainly called Lin Chunxing to inform her that he found a hotel and would not be returning home. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Without a village recommendation, even a wealthy family would not permit one to stay in their guest house, regardless of how much money one offered. The brothers traversed over 20 miles, taking 3 hours to reach home. Winter nights arrive early, and with the heavy snowfall, it was already dark by the time they arrived. Upon opening the door, Zhang Erhe was taken aback by the bustling crowd inside. The modest room was packed to the brim with women. His mother, Lin Chunxing, along with Xiang Xiu, Fan, Aunt Qinghua, the village secretary's wife, Aunt Ma, and the wife of team leader Su, Yingling, filled the space, making it nearly impossible to move. With no other option, Zhang Erhe had no choice but to leave his bicycle in the courtyard and enter on foot. Erhe, you're back. In this heavy snow, you must have suffered. One by one, the newcomers greeted Zhang Erhe as he stepped inside. In the past, such attention would have been unimaginable for a lowly figure like him. No one would have bothered to acknowledge him. However, the situation had changed. Erhe's wife, Chunxing, had informed him that the small items they collected could be redeemed for a sum ranging from 15 to 20 cents, depending on their complexity. The crucial aspect was that they provided the materials, requiring no investment from them. They could earn money simply by sitting at home. Chapter 76. The Creation of Humanity by While one day, while sitting at home mending clothes, one could earn money effortlessly. How delightful that would be. Yet, it was exactly this fortunate opportunity that was bestowed upon them by Erhe. Chunxing was indeed blessed. Men like Erhe, who cherished their wives so dearly, were a rarity. Ling, covering her mouth with a giggle, praised Lin Chunxing, saying, I have always mentioned that despite Chunxing's current hardships, she will soon enjoy abundant blessings. Hearing this, Zhang Erhe could not help but chuckle, recalling that Auntie Ling had not always been so complimentary. She had often remarked that although Lin Chunxing was pleasing to the eye, she seemed devoid of fortune, especially since she had given birth to a daughter. Indeed, old Ma had proclaimed that Erhe would be the pride of their village in the future. With a smirk and a thumbs-up gesture, Aunt Ma even praised Hu Yulian. She, like Chunxing, will soon be waiting to enjoy her good fortune. A joyful occasion deserves collective celebration. Everyone delights in kind words, especially when they emanate from notable figures within the village. Zhang Erhe observed his mother and Lin Chunxing relishing the moment. Naturally, when people speak well of you, there must be an ulterior motive. Earning around 30 yuan a month from mending clothes would make anyone envious. Consider Lu Damei and Erhe's third aunt, who had yet to receive any work. How could this be? It was a matter of maintaining one's dignity. In the past, who could claim to have an income during the frigid winter months? Aside from the village secretary, Ma Baoguo, who received a monthly stipend of 26 yuan, the rest could only stare in dismay. Especially when these aunts departed, they beheld Zhang Erhe's bicycle laden with 2 full sacks of fabric scraps. Their spirits lifted. Initially, they had worried about the meager fabric in the house, fearing that a few of them could hardly stretch the work for long. However, with those 2 sacks of fabric as a cushion, at least for the period leading up to the new year, they need not fret about a lack of work. Though there were many people, they departed completely. Even his mother, Hu Yulian, pulled Zhang Xiangxiu along, stating that they should not always intrude upon Erhe and Chunxing. Giggling, "This fish is delightful. It's perfect for supplementing the third child's diet. School fees are quite taxing," holding 2 carp in her hands. Hu Yulian felt a mix of joy and indignation. She claimed it was for the grandparents, yet ultimately, it ended up in the mouths of the third couple. What a waste indeed. Zhang Xiangxiu had no desire to return to the old homestead for a meal. The better portions were reserved for her third brother, leaving her with only scraps. Alas, her mother's authority still loomed large, and Zhang Xiangxiu dared not provoke her. The evening meal was prepared by Lin Chunxing, featuring carp, flatbreads, and spicy river shrimp. Zhang Erhe was roused by the enticing aroma of the food. Having only consumed a few fried dough sticks that morning in the county town, he was now famished after a day filled with brawling and climbing snow mounds. "Wife, is dinner ready? Why did you not call me?" Stretching lazily, he realized he had napped for barely half an hour, yet the fatigue had dissipated. However, when he awaited a response from his wife and heard nothing, he felt a sudden pang of concern. Lowering his gaze, a sense of dread washed over him. He had been so engrossed in slumber that he had completely forgotten about the cuts on his military coat. "What have you been up to today?" Lin Chunxing exclaimed, her eyes reddening as she glanced at the gash on the military coat. "Oh, it's nothing. Really, just slipped on the thick snow, that's all." Zhang Erhe replied nonchalantly. "Don't deceive me, I'm not that foolish. This is clearly a knife wound." Lin Chunxing choked back her emotions as she traced the cut on the coat. She could distinguish between a scratch from a branch and a knife wound. "And what about that long cut on your chest?" she continued, rising to lift Zhang Erhe's woolen coat and gently probing the knife-marked injury. Tears of concern streamed down her cheeks. Alas, even if Zhang Erhe kept silent, this matter could not remain hidden for long. It chiefly involved Wang Qiuxing, a resident of Guizai village, who had committed a crime. The police would certainly come for an investigation. I suspect both of his brothers would be summoned for questioning. And even the village secretary, Ma Baogua, would have to go, as it involved a loss of life, a grave matter in any era, with no other recourse. Zhang Erhe recounted today's events to Lin Chunxing in full detail. "Ah," Lin Chunxing gasped, covering her mouth in shock upon hearing that Erhe's military coat had been pierced by a knife. Her fear escalated when she learned that Zhang Erhe had nearly been disemboweled, and she desperately examined his clothing for the severity of his injuries. Especially after hearing about the plight of those children, Lin Chunxing wept uncontrollably, lamenting, "How can these people be so ruthless? How could they harm such innocent children? Is there not a shred of humanity left? Humanity? Those wretches have long had their hearts devoured by dogs. There is no humanity remaining." Zhang Erhe seethed, recalling the children's tragic plight. "Tell me, can we stand idly by in the face of such atrocities? But this is too dangerous. What if something were to happen to you? How would we survive?" Lin Chunxing trembled, her hand brushing against the wound on her husband's chest. "Do not worry. I assure you, this is the last time I will take such risks. I will not let you and our child live in fear." Zhang Erhe rose to wipe her tears with a towel, hastening to comfort her. "I do not intend to obstruct you, but please, in the future, consider the repercussions for us." "Fine, I will. Now let us eat. Your husband is nearly starving." Today, Zhang Erhe truly was famished. Devouring nearly half a large pot of carp and pancake alongside spicy stir-fried river shrimp. As they lay down after their meal, Lin Chunxing suddenly recalled something and sat up, her face etched with worry. "Erhe, do you think Wang Qiuxing's brothers might come seeking trouble at our home?" "Uft, come looking for trouble? They should thank their lucky stars I'm not after them." Zhang Erhe reassured her, pulling her back under the covers. "What Wang Qiuxing did is something even beasts would shy away from. What right do his brothers have to confront me? Rest assured, even if they do come, I could easily handle them." All right. Why dwell on such thoughts? Let us focus on something more practical." Noticing his wife's lingering worries, Zhang Erhe quickly changed the subject. "What sort of practicality? In while creating humanity. Our mothers are going mad with longing for a grandchild. Hurry up, let's work a few extra shifts tonight." "Oh dear. Has Fan fallen asleep? Why the rush?" Lin Chunxing noticed that ever since Erhe's temperament changed, there seems to be no end to their encounters. Whenever there is a moment of leisure, they indulge once more. Each time leaves her feeling utterly exhausted, making it impossible for her to rise from bed every morning. "Oh dear. Be gentle. Be gentle." The creaking sound soon echoed throughout the small room. The warmth of the blankets made the heavy snow outside pause for a brief moment. Chapter 77. Clearing the snow, the relentless snowfall over the past 2 days had afforded Zhang the chance to replenish his much-needed rest. Since his rebirth, he had been ceaselessly occupied, and even his youthful vigor had its limits. During this time, his elder brother had paid him a visit, inquiring when he would be able to go fishing. Losing 10 yuan a day was no small matter, which naturally made Zhang anxious. Brother, with such heavy snow, the ice holes will be concealed before we can break them open. How can we catch any fish? Observing the disappointment in his brother's eyes, Zhang felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. In our village, no one ventures out in such weather, and those in the city also relish their warm beds. Upon hearing his younger brother's assertion that fishing was impossible, Zhang Dage's spirits drooped. Just as he was about to head home, Zhang added, "Take care of your health these next few days, and when the weather improves, work hard to earn a good sum before the new year." As Zhang Dage departed the courtyard, Zhang inadvertently glanced at their own rooftop. The thick layer of snow sent a shiver down his spine. After 2 days of continuous snowfall, not only was the ground blanketed in a thick layer, but the roof too bore a considerable accumulation, at least 1.5 feet thick. The heavy snow weighed down upon the gray earthen house, creating a picturesque scene. Yet it concealed a grave danger. In the rural counties of that era, most houses were constructed of adobe. The roofs typically consisted of a layer of beams, followed by sorghum stalks, a layer of yellow clay, and finally topped with wheat straw. This already precarious construction became increasingly unstable under the pressure of the snow, causing Zhang to feel a surge of anxiety. He called out to his elder brother, who had not wandered far, urging him to return home and clear the snow from their rooftop. It was a sudden realization. In his previous life, while seeking retribution from Lin Chunxing, he had overheard villagers mention a significant snowfall that had collapsed several houses in their county. It was said that the collapse had tragically claimed the lives of several individuals. The village secretary, Ma Baogua, had lost his position over the incident, and even a deputy township head had faced repercussions. Though his family had been spared from such calamity in his past life, who could predict how events might unfold after his rebirth? Better safe than sorry, after all. Clear the snow from the roof? Zhang Dage's response reflected disbelief. To him, his younger brother's suggestion seemed foolish. Wasn't it normal for roofs to be covered in snow during such weather? If one were to clear the snow, would it not simply fall again? It seemed a futile endeavor. Nonetheless, Zhang disregarded his brother's skepticism and insisted that Lin Chunxing and Fan dress warmly and promptly join him outside. Lin Chunxing, ever obedient to her husband, dressed herself and Fan snugly and stepped into the yard without hesitation after hearing Zhang's explanation. Seeing his younger brother resolutely preparing to clear the snow with a rake affixed to a wooden stick, Zhang Dage offered to assist, only to be declined by Zhang. "Brother, what are you still doing here? Hurry back and clear the snow. Remember to inform our parents. Oh, and let the elders at the old house know as well. They must clear the snow promptly." Although Zhang held little affection for the occupants of the old homestead, they were still family. Since he was aware of the potential danger, it would be remiss not to alert them. As Zhang watched his elder brother walk away, he shook his head, uncertain whether his words had resonated with him. He resolved that after he finished clearing the snow from his own roof, he would visit his parents and elder brother. This was a pressing matter that could not be delayed. The thick snow accumulated on the roof tumbled into the courtyard, producing a series of thudding sounds. Once it hit the ground, it enveloped the entire yard in a cloud of snowflakes. The swirling snow prompted little Fan to giggle uncontrollably, shouting, "Daddy! Daddy! Over there! Over there!" The commotion in Zhang's courtyard soon caught the attention of several neighbors, with Aunt Chihuahua being the first to come and investigate. What is Erhe up to? Is he full of energy with no place to expend it? Save that vigor for the evening with Chunxing. Over the past few days, Aunt Chihuahua had been particularly content. Despite the heavy snowfall, it had not hindered her income. Even Uncle Wu had been speaking to his wife with a newfound gentleness. Alas, there was little that could be done. Circumstances were indeed stronger than individuals. While her own family enjoyed a steady influx of money, this big man found himself cooped up all day, unable to assert himself. Recently, several aunts had been bringing finished hair ornaments to his home. Zhang paid them in cash, real silver and gold, without a hint of hesitation. The money in their hands brought great joy to the aunts, whose smiles widened in appreciation. They praised and his wife for their kindness, unlike others who hoarded their gains without regard for others. Zhang knew they were referring to the couple, Fan de Biao and his wife, yet he merely smiled and remained silent. "Aunt Xinhua, you should let Uncle Wu clear your roof too. The snow is quite thick. It might collapse the house." Aunt Chihuahua hesitated as she glanced at her own roof. It had snowed for many years, yet she had never seen a house cave in. She thought Zhang Erhe was being overly anxious. Before Aunt Chiwa could voice her thoughts, Su Honghua, who had come to enjoy the spectacle, sneered with derision. Humph, your family. Zhang Erhe eats well and dresses warmly. With energy to spare, naturally, you can afford to indulge in such frivolous tasks. Su Honghua's words were indeed persuasive. Many members of the community were barely scraping by, hardly able to say they were full. At this time, with no work points to earn, everyone was huddled at home. Energy was to be conserved and meals minimized. Indeed, with empty bellies, who has the strength for such futile endeavors? Yes. Although the crowd was not particularly fond of Su Honghua, her words struck a chord. Every year it snows. Have you seen any houses collapse under the weight? I suspect she harbors no good intentions, wishing for everyone to go hungry. Su Honghua, seeing people agree with her, became even more emboldened. Continuing to mock Zhang Erhe's intentions. Yes, yes, yes. The chorus of agreement left Zhang Erhe speechless. Witnessing so many support Su Honghua, Aunt Chiwa felt displeased. Initially, she had hesitated over whether to clear her roof, but now the decision was clear. Why would Erhe deceive her? He had shared the work that earned him money with his own family. Though Su Honghua ridiculed him, she could not simply stand by. She would act to support him. Jianshu, what are you staring at? Quickly clear the snow. There exists no animosity between Erhe and us. Why would he deceive us? The words of his wife momentarily stunned Wang Jianshu. Indeed, what purpose would Erhe have in deceiving himself? Furthermore, the property in question belongs to his own household. Even if one were to disregard Erhe, he would incur no loss. How foolish one must be. It is truly absurd. The house belongs to them. Whether it is cleared or not bears no relation to Erhe. Such nonsense. Aunt Chiwa's remarks caused those fence-sitters to waver once more. Indeed, the house is theirs. Although Su Honghua speaks eloquently, her family possesses a solid dwelling, thus they harbor no fear. Unlike them, these individuals reside in adobe houses. Should disaster strike, where would their entire family seek refuge? With the bitter cold of winter upon us, if the house were to collapse, would it not lead to dire consequences? Indeed, they echoed. Xinhua makes a valid point. As heads of households, it is imperative to return and clear things up. Chapter 78. Clearing the snow to dear relatives. Although it has snowed in previous years, who has ever witnessed such a heavy snowfall as this? Listening to Aunt Xinhua, who seems to command some respect, Zhang Erhe hastily stoked the fire. No, I am 70 this year, and I have never seen anything like it, spoke Wang Jianshu, his uncle Wang Jiozhang. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Jiozhang shook his head affirmatively, declaring, indeed, there has never been such snow. Did you hear that? Uncle Jio has said he has never seen such a heavy snowfall. Everyone hurried home to clear the snow from their roofs. After all, it was merely a matter of exerting a little effort in their own households. Aunt Qinghua shot a disapproving glance at Su Honghua, triumphantly exclaiming. Some took her words to heart and returned to remove the snow, while others remained skeptical, believing Zhang Erhe was merely overstating the situation to amuse everyone. Su Honghua regarded those departing with disdain, thinking they were gullible and lacked discernment, deserving to be easily swayed. As for those who remained, she nodded repeatedly, convinced that they would become her loyal supporters, and she could surely persuade her man to look after them more closely in the future. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from behind. Both those who had just left and those still present paused, their expressions frozen in surprise as they turned to the source of the sound. It was an abandoned, dilapidated house, once belonging to the village's old recluse, which had stood vacant since his passing. No one had anticipated that it would collapse today, and with such abruptness and completeness. This house, having been neglected for years, was bound to fall, snow or no snow. The unexpected collapse startled Su Honghua, who had intended to deliver a few scornful remarks about Zhang Erhe. She quickly attempted to explain, indeed, who doesn't maintain their house annually? Those who had initially been observing the ruined house began to waver. After hearing Su Honghua's words, their hesitation deepened. Huh, Zhang Erhe, you. Su Honghua, sensing the shift in sentiment, felt emboldened to sway the crowd further. Zhang Erhe, infuriated, shouted, Su Honghua, do you understand the implications of your words? If anyone's house collapses and someone is harmed, you will be held entirely responsible. Zhang Erhe's proclamation pierced Su Honghua's heart like a sharp thorn, particularly upon hearing that she would bear full responsibility. A rare sense of guilt washed over her. You. Don't intimidate me. I'm not the village cadre. Why should I be responsible? It's not my fault if someone suffers misfortune. While Su Honghua's argument held some merit, As she was indeed not a village cadre and thus not liable, those who had been hesitant now found themselves emboldened to act. They realized that Su Honghua was the one with ulterior motives. Her own house, a half-barrel structure, had a roof of blue tiles, rendering it impervious to the weight of the snow. Yet, the roof of her home was made of straw, akin to the old recluse's house, though it was repaired annually. Such repairs merely replaced the straw, while the beams and rafters within were ancient relics. Who would dare gamble with the safety of their family? The so-called half-barrel house consisted of a lower half built from stone, with the upper half constructed from blue bricks. This house boasts numerous advantages, as its lower half is constructed from stone, rendering it impervious to the ravages of rain and flooding, while the upper half, made of green bricks, ensures warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Despite its merits, the cost of such a residence is substantial. It requires at least 300 to 500 yuan to secure. In Quzi village, only the village secretary and the family of Fan Debiao have managed to reside in such a dwelling. The secretary can afford the half-caste home thanks to a monthly stipend of 26 yuan from his service during the Korean War, along with additional support from his son's military service, making his ability to construct such a home unsurprising. The circumstances surrounding Fan Debiao's house are more intriguing, as he claims assistance from several brothers and a brother-in-law. However, those familiar with Fan Debiao's character are not easily convinced. Despite the boldness suggested by his name, he is anything but. In reality, he is quite astute, adept at transforming the collective resources of the team into personal gain while leaving no room for criticism from fellow members. Oh, why are you leaving? Surely you haven't been swayed by Zhang tall tales? Regardless of how fervently Su Honghua pleaded, those who were initially hesitant hurried back home to clear the snow. Damn it, your house may withstand the weight, but ours cannot compare. They whispered discontent, attributing the situation to the cunning nature of the couple, realizing their dubiousness at last. People talk of half-caste homes, but those of us living in mud brick houses cannot compare. They departed, their murmurs barely audible yet enough for Su Honghua to catch wind of their words. Enraged, she ground her teeth, turned on her heel, and stormed off. Su Honghua, tell your husband to inform the members of Team 1 to clear their rooftops quickly. Should anything happen, he will bear the responsibility. As she walked away, Zhang took it upon himself to warn her, but his good intentions were destined to be dismissed. From a distance, Su Honghua's voice echoed with disdain. Why do you meddle? Mind your own business. Zhang, why do you concern yourself with Fan Debiao? Indeed, this couple is not easy to deal with. Who knows how they might turn against you? Zhang was not worried about Fan Debiao facing any consequences. Having experienced Rebirth, he was acutely aware that heavy snow could collapse roofs, endangering lives, and thus he could not stand idly by. This is a fundamental aspect of humanity, unrelated to any other considerations. Xing, please check our old home to see if our parents have cleared the snow. I will visit Uncle Baoguo's house. We need to have him announce it over the loudspeaker. After clearing his own rooftop, Zhang intended to remind the village secretary and asked his wife to check on their old residence before departing. Really, you are quite serious. Uncle Wang Jianshu, noticing Zhang urgency, quickly inquired, Uncle, do I appear to be joking? Zhang response elicited a bitter smile. Knowing a tragedy was imminent yet failing to act would not be in his nature. Uncle, you must trust me. Quickly have Uncle Jinsung gather people to check on each household. If something were to happen, it would lead to considerable trouble. Is that true? At this moment, Wang Jianshu became serious. His elder brother was the backbone of the entire Wang family. The family's standing in the village was entirely reliant on him, and there could be no room for error. Uncle, given our relationship, I cannot betray you under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Zhang words provided Wang Jianshu with a sense of reassurance. Uncle, please hurry to my Uncle Jiansung's house and have a word. I must visit Secretary Ma Baogua. With that, Zhang rushed towards Secretary Ma Baogua's residence. Although he was aware that houses in the village were on the brink of collapse and that lives could be at stake, the precise timing of such disasters eluded him. What? Uncle Baogua has gone to the county? Yes, he received a call from the county yesterday and left early this morning. Chapter 79, Clearing the Snow 3. She went yesterday. It seems to be related to Wang Qiuxing's matter. Zhang thought it was reasonable. With a human trafficker emerging from our village, Ma Baogua, the village secretary, would undoubtedly be summoned to understand the situation. Zhang estimated that it wouldn't be long before Wang Qiuxing's two brothers would also be called in for questioning. This is part of the investigation process. Every step is indispensable. After relaying the incident of the old stubborn man's house collapse to Aunt Ma, Zhang said, Aunt, Our village has quite a few impoverished households, including several recipients of the 5 guarantees. Everyone knows the state of their homes. If anything were to happen, Uncle Baoguo would surely be implicated. Oh dear, what should we do? Upon hearing Zhang Er's words, Aunt Ma grew anxious. Their family's current good fortune was entirely reliant on her husband. If he were to be implicated, it would all be ruined. Moreover, her eldest son was reportedly up for promotion in the army, and he was currently under review. If old Ma were to be dismissed, her son would undoubtedly face repercussions. Why the hurry? My dad is called by the county, even if something happened in the village. It can't all fall on him. Before Zhang Er could propose a solution, Ma Baoguo's daughter, Ma Lin, emerged from the side room holding a book. She adjusted her glasses and flashed a smile at Zhang, greeting him. Oh, the young lady is here. Skipping school, are we? Seeing Ma Lin, Zhang Er couldn't help but smile. In her childhood, she had a rather spoiled temperament, insisting that her playmates address her as young lady simply because her father was the village secretary. Others were intimidated by her. But Zhang Er, being wild-spirited, never indulged her. When pushed to the limit, he often resorted to secretly beating her up without her father Ma Baoguo's knowledge. Hearing her childhood nickname, Ma Lin's cheeks flushed. She shot him a glare and said, "Urge, you're truly incorrigible. That was just childish banter. Why do you keep bringing it up? I never mentioned how you secretly beat me to Dad and my brother. Otherwise, my brother would have surely flattened you. Ha ha. Just a joke. Just a joke. Don't take it to heart." As Zhang Er laughed heartily at the revelation of his childhood mischief, he was surprised that Ma Lin still remembered it. Oh dear. Watching her daughter and Zhang Er banter endlessly, Aunt Ma grew increasingly anxious and quickly interrupted them. Oh dear, this is urgent. Why are you two still joking around? We need to think of a solution. Ma Lin was embarrassed by her mother's remark about flirting, her face turning crimson. As a young woman, what would people think if word got out that she was flirting with a married man? Rolling her eyes at the grinning Zhang Er, she retorted, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Er understood that Aunt Ma was flustered and had misspoken in her panic, fearing that Ma Lin might become offended. He quickly suppressed his laughter to ease the tension. "All right, Mom, don't worry. I'll go find my third uncle and have him announce over the loudspeaker. Anyone who doesn't clear the snow will only receive lean meat when it comes time for meat distribution at the end of the year. Now that's the spirit." Witnessing Ma Lin handle the situation with such decisiveness left Zhang Er compelled to give her a thumbs up. Hee hee. The young lady truly earns her title. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but blush and chuckle softly. "You little rascal, since you have a solution, hurry up. Look at me. I'm in quite a sweat." Watching her daughter enjoy a lively conversation with Zhang Er, Aunt Ma impatiently urged her to find Lao San. Ma Lin's approach was quite effective, and Zhang Er chose not to interject further. Ordinarily, this matter didn't concern him. As an ordinary member, speaking too much would only provoke annoyance. Hello. Hello. Attention, everyone. Oh, this snow, is exceptionally heavy." Before reaching home, they could already hear Accountant Ma blaring through the loudspeaker. Every time Zhang Er listened to Accountant Ma, he found himself in fits of laughter. In just a couple of sentences, he would drone on with this, that, for ages. Zhang Er, along with his wife and children, had nearly cleared the roof of his parents' old house, yet Accountant Ma still hadn't gotten to the point. The more he listened, the more he wanted to laugh, chuckling continuously as he shoveled the snow. What's got you in such high spirits?" At that moment, his elder brother and sister-in-law arrived to help clear the snow. Curious about Erhe's delight, they inquired. Holding back his laughter, Zhang Er pointed in the direction of the loudspeaker, chuckling, for just a couple of sentences. Uncle Ma San has been shouting for several minutes, and he hasn't even reached the crux of the matter. Hee hee. Accountant Ma can be rather long-winded. After understanding what made laugh, Zhang Dai joined in the merriment. A lazy donkey gets stuck in its own muck, just like a mother pig grunting at the trough. Sister-in-law Hu Chuanhua's words were quite vivid, albeit a bit coarse. While they were still joking, suddenly the loudspeaker switched to a woman's voice. Zhang Er recognized it as Ma Lin speaking. She must have been annoyed by her uncle's rambling and seized the microphone. "Hello, dear villagers, I am Ma Lin, the daughter of Secretary Ma Baoguo. Due to this year's heavy snowfall, there have been incidents of house collapses and casualties in the neighboring county. Anyone who fails to clear the snow will receive only lean meat at the year-end pork distribution." In just a few sentences, Lin clearly laid out the situation and illustrated the severity of the matter. The combination of coercion and persuasion was executed flawlessly by the young girl. Oh dear. The daughter of the Ma family is remarkable. No wonder she is a university student. Her speech is logical and well-founded. Hu Yulian listened to Lin Lin's announcement with envy, then glanced at Lao San. Xiao he must study hard. Look at Lin Lin. Her university level is truly exceptional. Just as they finished clearing the old house, they saw team leader Wang Jinsen enter with a few young men. Come on. Let us take a walk around the village and see who hasn't cleared their snow. Wang Jinsen stated his purpose directly. What? Uncle Jinsen, isn't it inappropriate for me to go? I'm just an ordinary member. Zhang was reluctant. He had already given his reminders. He didn't want to get involved in these matters, as it often resulted in unappreciated efforts. Ordinary member, my foot. Have you forgotten? You're still a militia member of our village. Hurry up. Upon hearing Wang Jinsen's remark, Zhang suddenly recalled that he was indeed a militia member in the village. However, over the years, he had merely been coasting along, neglecting any participation in militia training, to the extent that he had forgotten about his militia affiliation. Along the way, Wang Jinsen mentioned that it was Ma Linlin who, feeling concerned, specifically sought him out. The situation between Team 3 and Team 2 seemed manageable. Yet there was apprehension regarding the members of Team 1, who were known to be quite difficult. Indeed, Ma Bao served as both the captain of Team 2 and the village secretary, ensuring that the members of Team 2 would likely heed his advice. The presence of Wang Jinsen as the captain of Team 3 also contributed to a favorable dynamic, as the land had yet to be allocated to individual households. His position as captain still held some influence. Chapter 80. Clearing snow. For at present, these captains still wield a degree of influence over the ordinary members, their words resonating with some authority. However, this dynamic is bound to shift next year. Once the land is allocated to households, each individual will tend to their own affairs. As long as they fulfill their grain and tax obligations, the former captains will essentially become inconspicuous. By then, the true figures of authority in the village will be reduced to three: the village head, the party secretary, and the women's director. Both the party secretary and village head of Gizi village are represented by Ma Baogua, but it is anticipated that this arrangement will falter after the land distribution, as rural governance will advocate for a separation of political and administrative duties. The party secretary will oversee party members, while the village head will manage the populace's daily affairs. Wang Jinsen enlisted the help of the militia members, not so much to bolster his presence, but rather to secure free labor. A loudspeaker announced the need for everyone to clear the snow from their rooftops. Despite any reluctance they might feel, most would heed the call, as a few kilograms of lean meat distributed at year's end could prove quite fortuitous. Each year, the village collects the withheld grain and sells it at the township grain depot, subsequently using the proceeds to procure some unplanned pork from the county meat processing plant through connections. This task has been traditionally handled by Ma Baogua, a veteran who is rumored to have ties with the higher-ups at the meat factory, which is a significant reason for his esteemed standing in the village. After all, if one aspired to the position of village head, they must be able to secure more unplanned pork than Ma Baogua. Otherwise, they might as well retreat to obscurity. Thus, Ma Linlin's discussions about meat distribution carry considerable weight. After all, the villagers depend on this modest supply of meat throughout the year. If it were entirely lean meat, they would surely face the ire of their spouses. Only a few immobile elderly beneficiaries receive particular attention from the militia members, such as Zhang's granduncle, Zhang Shitong, who is without kin. Clearing snow for these solitary seniors may not be laborious, but the effort left several militia members panting. I see now, Uncle Jinsen. You are not merely gathering militia, you are clearly recruiting laborers. Zhang's teasing elicited laughter from the group. In the entire Gizi village, only 2 households were uncooperative in the snow-clearing endeavor, even showing signs of resistance. One such household belonged to the San Chang brothers, Wang Choshan, Wang Chunxing, and Wang Xiaji. Orphaned at a young age, the eldest brothers had delayed their marriages due to a lack of family assets. Initially, they hoped to save and provide for a family. But with their youngest brother's reputation as a ne'er-do-well tarnishing their name, no family would dare marry their daughters into such disgrace. Consequently, the 3 brothers, now nearing 40, had completely relinquished their aspirations, spending their days idling at work and dining carelessly. At this moment, the 2 brothers stood resolutely at their doorstep, confronting Wang Jinsen and his group. No matter how much Wang Jinsen pleaded, they remained unmoved. Why are you 2 so obstinately contrary? Clearing the snow is ultimately for your benefit. Wang Jinsen fumed, his face darkened with frustration as he faced these 2 impenetrable sentinels. He maintained a cordial relationship with Secretary Ma Baohua, who had even sent his daughter to extend an invitation to him. The situation was not proceeding smoothly, leaving Wang Jiansen feeling quite embarrassed. I will take care of it. Observing the grim expression on Wang Jiansen's face, Zhang could no longer contain himself. Wang Qiushan was no good, and neither were his brothers, especially since the three brothers bore a certain resemblance. Zhang couldn't help but think of Wang Qiushan as a brute. Clear enough. Zhang showed no kindness to the two, directly pointing at their noses and reprimanding them. Who do you think you are? I have a preference for lean meat, and I. The eldest, Lin Chunxing, looked on with smug satisfaction, knowing they were powerless against him. In the distance, Su Honghua observed Wang Jiansen and Zhang in their predicament, covering her mouth as she giggled incessantly. You dare speak to me like that? Have you been given face? Zhang felt irritated upon seeing the two, and when he noticed Wang Chunxing daring to retort, he could no longer hold back. Bang! Bang! He lifted his legs and delivered 2 kicks, sending the two flying into the courtyard. Watching them clutch their stomachs and cough, Zhang was still unsatisfied, ready to enter and deliver a few more kicks, when he was stopped by Wang Jiansen. Forget it, Such reckless individuals are not worth it. Fine. Zhang reconsidered, recalling that upon his return in the previous life, he had seen those two lying at the village entrance, basking in the sun and picking lice. It was likely that the collapsed house was not theirs. Zhang, you dare to hit me? I will not let this go. Naturally, the two brothers were unwilling to back down after being beaten by Zhang. They struggled to rise, intent on confronting him. However, Zhang shot them a glare and sneered, saying, It's not that I look down on you. I could deal with both of you using just one hand. Do you believe me? You. The brothers were left speechless by Zhang words. There was no denying that Zhang, standing over 6 feet tall, carried a significant presence. As an old saying goes, a tall figure standing at the entrance is impressive, if not useful. The brothers Wang Chunxing did not even reach 5 feet 5 inches. Zhang's claim of being able to handle them with one hand was no idle boast. We will report you to the commune. Unable to win in a physical confrontation, they naturally considered taking the bureaucratic route. Unfortunately, a single remark from Wang Jiansen deflated their resolve. Go ahead, hinder the village militia from investigating hazards, and let us see whether they apprehend you or someone else. You insufferable ingrates. Wang Jiansen's words left them stunned and at a loss for words. With the matter concerning the brothers settled, a more pressing issue loomed. Yang Shimin squatted at the entrance of his home, neither obstructing Zhang and the others as they cleared the snow, nor offering any assistance, remaining silent. Shimin, hurry and let your wife and nieces come out, this house. Zhang glanced at Yang Shimin's dwelling, unsure of what to say. If the homes of other impoverished families were merely drafty, Yang Shimin's abode was a veritable sieve. Not only were the doors and windows dilapidated and riddled with holes, but the walls were also cracked from top to bottom. Yang Shimin remained silent at the door, and the inside was eerily quiet. Only the occasional weak cough could be heard, signaling that there were indeed people inside. Shimin, please let your wife and nieces out. The condition of the house is truly dire. We cannot let them suffocate inside. Watching the precarious beams above him and hearing the occasional creaking sound, Zhang felt a surge of trepidation. He was almost certain now that the family who perished in his previous life was none other than the Yang family. They had met a tragic end. Living was nothing short of torment. He extended a cigarette to Yang Shimin, who, with trembling hands, struck match after match without success. It was Zhang who took the match and lit it for him. With a series of sharp puffs, Yang Shimin inhaled deeply, as if the nicotine offered him a fleeting sense of courage. He lifted his gaze to meet Wang Jiansen and Zhang's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he stammered with a choked voice, I can no longer endure this life. I can no longer endure it. Captain, truly, I can no longer endure it. Chapter 81. The home of Yang Shimin, how foolish. After the new year, the fields will be allocated to each household. Bright days are just around the corner. Why speak such disheartening words? Wang Jiansen remarked, his brow furrowed in displeasure. After the new year? Yang Shimin let out a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse and laced with sorrow. We've gone 2 days without food. How can this be? The grain was distributed only recently. How could you possibly run out so soon? The others exchanged incredulous glances. Even Zhang, notorious for his recklessness, managed to keep a few pounds of cornmeal at home. Yang Shimin had not been known to gamble. How could he have squandered all his provisions in such a short span? Not to blame you, but Shimin, you are a father of 3. How can you not have a plan? Wang Jinson's words had scarcely left his lips when a frail voice, accompanied by a cough, drifted from within the house. Uncle Jinson, do not blame Shimin. It is my fault. He sold all the grain to pay for my treatment. The weak female voice lamented. I told him not to worry about me, but in trying to save me, he has left our family with no means to survive. Woe is us. Young Shimin's eyes welled with tears, his voice trembling as he replied, How can I blame you? When I married you, I vowed to protect you for life. It is my inadequacy that has brought suffering upon you. As he spoke, this sturdy man could not help but cover his face and weep. The couple, one inside the house and the other outside, brought the onlookers in the courtyard to a standstill, unsure of what to say. Should they commend their deep affection for one another or chastise their reckless disregard for their family's future? Even in your impulsiveness, you ought to have reserved some grain for the family. How can you leave no safety net? Indeed, you could have asked your team leader or the secretary for assistance. There must be some grain that can be spared. Upon hearing this, Yang Shimin bitterly mocked himself. I did ask. Team leader Fan said there will be changes in the village next year, and they haven't yet figured out how to lend any grain. He told me to wait. How on earth is Fan Debiao fit to be a leader if he intends to drive people to despair? Wang Jinson muttered through clenched teeth. Though Yang Shimin's family background was less than favorable, such treatment was still unjust. Yang Shimin was among the first batch of educated youth sent to the countryside. His parents had perished during the movement, leaving him, a high school student unaccustomed to hard labor, to navigate a harsh existence. It was only thanks to his encounter with Yu Xiaoli, his current wife, that he found solace. With her fair complexion and graceful demeanor, Yu Xiaoli captured his heart effortlessly. Her parents were equally fond of Yang Shimin, appreciating his education and good looks, especially since he was the only suitor their daughter had shown interest in. Yang Shimin, lacking familial ties and emotional support, naturally fell deeply for Yu Xiaoli, who ardently pursued him. After marriage, the couple was inseparable, with Yu Xiaoli caring for her husband as if he were her own flesh and blood. Fearing that a city boy might struggle with farm work, she insisted they refrain from labor and let her parents handle the chores. Even after bearing 3 granddaughters, her affection for her son-in-law remained unwavering. Life could have continued in such tranquility, but alas, fortune is often fickle. After the autumn harvest last year, the elderly couple ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, only to tragically fall off a cliff. Upon receiving the devastating news, Yu Xiaoli, overwhelmed with grief, fell ill shortly after the hasty funeral arrangements for her parents. The hapless Yang Shimin, who had never managed a household, found himself utterly at a loss. Each day passed in a haze, and his work was performed in a daze. His meager earnings reflected this disarray, resulting in scant rations. Moreover, with Yu Xiaoli's deteriorating health, the family's situation grew increasingly dire. Devoted to his wife, Yang Shimin sold not only their grain but also the last of their cotton clothing to fund her treatment. Single garments? Zhang Erhe stared in astonishment at the layers of thin clothing Yang Shimin wore, realizing they were merely various single pieces layered upon one another. What about your wife and daughter? Zhang Erhe could hardly fathom that Yang Shimin had descended to such a state. It was a source of profound shame for Yang Shimin. A grown man unable to provide for his own family, causing him to bow his head in humiliation. Sighing in empathy, Wang Jiansen could only express his helplessness. Turning his gaze to the crowd outside, he sought the team leader, Fan Debiao, but to no avail. Su Honghua, where is your husband? The members of your team are on the brink of starvation. What excuse does Fan Debiao have for hiding? Although he could not locate Fan Debiao, he did spot Su Honghua, casually munching seeds while observing the commotion. What is all the shouting about? My husband went to the town this morning. Su Honghua was unafraid of Wang Jiansen, undeterred by his numerous connections. If the members are starving, they should seek the secretary, not my husband. She spat out the shell of a seed. Besides, last year, Yang Shimin's family borrowed grain from our team and hasn't he repaid it. My husband has shouldered the responsibility. Her words, though harsh, bore a semblance of truth. It is often said that debt should be settled promptly. With Yang Shimin's family yet to repay last year's loan, it was reasonable for the team to refuse further assistance. Udifu, Udelu. Is there no one in your family to take charge? Wang Jinsen found himself at a loss against Su Honghua's sharp tongue and decided to turn to Yu Xiaoli's family instead. Although referred to as a family, it comprised merely 3 households, Yu Xiaoli's father and his 2 brothers, with Yu Xiaoli being the sole descendant of her father's line, while the other branch had 2 male cousins. Unfortunately, these cousins were quintessential henpecked husbands, lacking any authority in their households. As expected, before the brothers could speak, their wives chimed in first. Captain Wang, our household is governed by us sisters, so you need not bother with them. Interestingly, these brothers had married a pair of sisters. The sisters, having no brothers in their family, had faced bullying in their youth. Eventually, they decided to marry the two brothers to avoid further mistreatment. Sure enough, upon marrying, the sisters collaborated to tightly manage the household. Their remarks elicited laughter from the crowd, leaving you defu and you delu with faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, though it may be unseemly. These two gentlemen undoubtedly feel a sense of relief in their hearts. Do you see? It is not that our fraternal bonds lack strength, but rather that we cannot assume the role of the household's matriarch. We cannot be blamed for this. Captain Wang, which family possesses surplus grain to lend? We, too, are a large family, often struggling to make ends meet. We cannot rescue our cousin's family at the expense of our own. If you doubt what my sister has said, you are welcome to visit our home. As long as there is enough food reserved for our family's sustenance, you may take whatever you wish. Chapter 82. Yang Shimi and Uncle Jian, what are you arguing about with them? Zhang interrupted Wang Jiansen, who was still trying to debate. Among the three production teams in Gizi village, only Team 1 was disunited. Why did Fan Debiao dare to exploit both overtly and covertly? It was precisely because he capitalized on the discord among Team 1's members. Every household had its own agenda, which provided Fan Debiao with opportunities to divide and conquer. I will think of a solution for the cotton clothes, but the issues of grain and housing must be resolved by the village. Observing the crowd gathered at the entrance of Team 1, Zhang felt a chill in his heart. Given the current situation, it seemed impossible to rely on them for self-rescue. As he witnessed Yang Shimin's home precariously on the brink of collapse, now was not the time for hesitation. Although this matter did not directly concern Zhang, offering a warning was the extent of his benevolence. He could not simply stand by and watch a family starve. The village could not afford to let anyone perish, which was why Fan Debiao had ulterior motives. Otherwise, had he reported the situation to Ma Baohua, it would not have escalated to such dire circumstances. Fan Debiao had conditions for granting the grain loan to Yang Shimin's family. He would allow the team to allocate the grain, but half of it would have to go to him. Otherwise, he would refuse to report it. This was later revealed by Yang Shimin when he was drunk, sharing it with Zhang. In this era, grain was indeed scarce, but with some effort, the village could still manage to find a bit. However, this required someone to take responsibility. The most challenging issue was, without a doubt, the cotton clothes. Unlike decades later when every household possessed several cotton garments and down jackets, which could be given away without a second thought, the situation was starkly different at this time. In this age of material scarcity and hardship, ordinary families could barely make ends meet. For most, owning a cotton coat was a luxury. The creation of such garments demanded substantial financial resources, and materials like cotton were exceedingly precious. Thus, each family member typically possessed only one cotton coat, and acquiring it took years of saving. However, Zhang was an exception. He purchased new cotton coats for his parents, wife, and children all at once, a rare occurrence for that time. In contrast, other families struggled to have even a single complete cotton coat. They were forced to wear tattered clothing to endure the bitter cold of winter, leading to a life of extreme hardship. Take Yang Shimin's family, for instance. They did not have a single coat among them. Apart from Yang Shimin, the rest of the family huddled under blankets. In Wang Jiansen's view, the most difficult issue was one that Zhang had taken upon himself. He naturally had to resolve the problems of grain and housing. As for the cotton coats, Zhang had sent his younger brother to fetch them, and Lin Chunxing had no objections. Those who had weathered the storm often wished to shield others when the rain fell, especially after learning that Yang Shimin's family had gone without food for 2 days. He thoughtfully prepared a thermos of ginger soup with brown sugar, asking his younger brother to deliver it. Zhang mother had a few complaints, saying, "This second son of mine is truly something. Why should an ordinary member be so concerned? Mother, I believe Yang Shimin's family is indeed pitiful. My second brother said that if we can help, we should lend a hand." Regarding the words of my mother, although he does not agree, he would not dare to refute them. All day long it's your second brother, your second brother. In your eyes, it's all about your second brother. Are we to disregard what our mother says? Besides, his family is pitiable, whose family isn't. There are many in our village who cannot afford cotton clothes. Whom are we to help? I remember the days when your father and I, upon hearing his mother reminisce, Zhang Xiaohua felt a shiver down his spine. Knowing that if he didn't flee now, he would endure a verbal onslaught, he hastily concocted an excuse to sneak away with the cotton coat. This little rascal grows increasingly distant from me. Observing Zhang Xiaohua dart away like a rabbit, Hu Yulian muttered her dissatisfaction. Upon receiving the cotton clothing, Zhang promptly asked young Shimin to deliver it inside for the family to wear. Shimin, quickly let your wife and daughters put it on. This house is in dire straits. He cut off young Shimin's expressions of gratitude, for this was not the time for such pleasantries. Any discussions could wait for later. Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back. Seeing that the third brother also intended to assist inside, Zhang swiftly pulled him back. The ladies are changing clothes in there. What business does a young man have poking around? What's wrong, second brother? I just wanted to help. Zhang Xiaohua, still not grasping the situation, looked at his elder brother with confusion. What do you mean, what's wrong? It's all women in there. What do you need to go in for? Aren't you afraid of being called a scoundrel? Zhang delivered a playful tap to Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, his tone exasperated. Zhang admonition left the third brother blushing, unable to articulate a response. Perhaps your third brother is eager to meet his future mother-in-law. A fellow militiaman jested. Leaning closer to Zhang young men will often indulge in harmless banter, but witnessing the third brother's bashful demeanor brought a spark of understanding to Zhang mind. He recalled that in his past life, the third brother was already over 50 and had never married or fathered children, although the reasons remained unclear. He resolved that in this lifetime, he would not allow his brother to remain a lifelong bachelor. Young Shimin's eldest daughter, whom Zhang had encountered during the summer, was only 16 yet stood at a height comparable to his wife, Lin Chunxing, around 1.60 meters. Standing together, they seemed well matched. Go on. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang admonished. The third brother might be indifferent, but the young lady could not withstand such idle chatter. Henceforth, they must refrain from such remarks. Zhang handed the young man a cigarette and playfully punched him. One sweet date, and then a slap. The young man took no offense. Instead, he grinned as he savored the aroma of the cigarette before lighting it. Zhang was taken aback by Yang Shimin's daughter. He had only seen her during the summer when she was no taller than Chunxing. Yet now, standing before him, she appeared nearly of equal height. Shimin, is this your eldest daughter? Zhang asked in disbelief. Yes. Xu Weiyan has no idea what has happened to her. She has grown so much in just the past 6 months. Yang Shimin beamed with pride, for his 3 daughters were indeed his greatest treasures. This is also his only remaining source of pride. Therefore, dear Shimin, one must not lose hope, not for any other reason, but for the sake of the children. We must persevere. Yang Shueyun gazed at Zhang who was engaged in animated conversation with her father, her eyes brimming with gratitude, when she heard praises directed towards her. The young girl, though still tender in years, bashfully fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her modesty evident. Chapter 83. The educated youth settlement. As the young family had just departed, the house behind them seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The dust that billowed up mingled with snowflakes, filling the courtyard with a swirling haze, as if it had been bombed by enemy forces. After everyone retreated, coughing, Yang Shimin and his wife Yushali slumped to the ground, weeping uncontrollably at the sight of their ruined home. Though the house had been dilapidated, it had at least provided shelter for their family. Now, they were truly homeless. No wonder the couple was so heartbroken. Come on, brother Shimin, sister-in-law, is already weak. You must stay strong for the family. Zhang kept comforting them. A house can be rebuilt, money can be earned again. But if people are gone, then it's truly over. That's right. Speaks wisely. As the old saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. We'll get through this. Wang Jiansen patted Yang Shimin's shoulder reassuringly. Uncle Jiansen, I staring at the collapsed house. Yang Shimin was overwhelmed with sorrow, yet also filled with relief. At least his family had escaped unharmed. Otherwise, they might have been buried inside. Enough. No need for thanks. Zhang stopped the couple's expressions of gratitude and turned to Wang Jiansen. Uncle Jiansen, I might be able to manage the winter coats. But the house and food, that's up to the village to decide. Zhang was just an ordinary commune member, though he held the nominal title of a militia member. Those roles had long lost their former significance. Arranging winter coats was already pushing the limits. Who in Guizi village had spare coats lying around, let alone 5 at once? Resentment toward the wealthy wasn't exclusive to later generations, it was just as prevalent now. Zhang had bought new coats for his family and donated the old ones. That was one thing. But if he also solved the food problem, he'd truly be making himself a target. I understand. Wang Jiansen pondered for a moment before suddenly brightening. He slapped his thigh in excitement. That's it. The educated youth settlement. The educated youth settlement. Wang Jiansen's suggestion brought a surge of hope to Zhang as well. Uncle Jiansen, that's a brilliant idea. though brother Shimin settled in Guizi. He is still technically an educated youth. With no house to live in, it's only reasonable to temporarily use the settlement as quarters. Back when educated youths were sent to the countryside for re-education, every township that received them built a settlement. Guizi village, with its mountains and river, had one too. The settlement's houses were constructed with support from the township's educated youth office, but the land belonged to the village. Once the youths were allowed to return to the cities, the settlement was left vacant. Though the houses were decent, disputes over ownership left them unused. The township ignored them. And while some villagers wanted them, there were only 2 units, hardly enough to distribute fairly. So they remained empty. Zhang remembered that in his past life, when he returned, the settlement had been given to 3 bachelors. When the homes of 2 elderly single men collapsed, the village repaired the settlement for them. By then, they were classified as 5 guarantees households. The village had no choice but to take care of them. The villagers rummaged through the ruins of Yang Shimin's home, salvaging whatever intact household items they could find. In rural areas during those times, nothing was considered waste. Even half a broken bowl shard was kept for mashing potatoes while cooking. 2 tattered quilts shedding cotton wadding, 3 chip bowls, an iron pot and a wooden spoon were all that remained of this family's possessions. There was also an earthenware jar formerly used to store grain, now unfortunately smashed by a fallen roof beam. Zhang examined where the bed had been. No mattress existed, just a layer of wheat straw underneath. It was hard to imagine how the family had survived half the winter like this. Several militiamen helped transport these meager belongings to the former educated youth settlement. Though uninhabited for years, the structure still stood, though some areas were severely damp upon opening the door. Zhang surmised there must be leaks in the roof, but it would suffice temporarily until snowmelt allowed proper repairs. Overwhelmed by the assistance, the Yang family felt deeply grateful yet embarrassed by their inability to offer even grain to express thanks. Fortunately, Lin Chunxing had sent ginger soup with ample brown sugar via her 3rd son. The militiamen took turns drinking from shared bowls, exclaiming the sweetened brew made their efforts worthwhile. The Zhang brothers abstained, not from lack of thirst or cold, but due to fastidiousness about sharing utensils. After warming themselves, the group tidied the dwelling, particularly spreading fresh wheat straw for bedding, a common rural practice where wealthier households stuffed straw into thick mattress covers, while poorer ones like the Yangs simply layered it directly. This stone-rolled straw provided remarkable softness and insulation when piled thickly. Without assistance, the frail Yang family would likely have collapsed before finishing. As work neared completion, Hu Yulian and Lin Chunxing surprisingly arrived carrying a pot of cooked corn porridge and some chipped tableware. Zhang recognized the pot from his old home and the spare bowls from his family's unused set, unexpected evidence of his mother's generosity. Yu Xiaoli, already lying down, struggled to rise upon seeing the food, but was gently restrained by quick-handed Hu Yulian. Rest now. Shimin, serve your wife and children some porridge to warm their stomachs. From the moment the corn porridge entered, the younger Yang children's eyes remained fixed on the pot, only the eldest daughter Yang Shueyun maintaining some composure. After 2 days of water-filled deception of empty stomachs, the family devoured the scalding food without hesitation, with bellies temporarily filled. Yang Shimin attempted to kneel with his daughters in gratitude, only to be stopped by Zhang. Enough, Shimin. Now that you'll be neighbors with Erhe. Mutual support is only natural. Hu Yulian waved off the excessive thanks. Indeed. Residing at the educated youth point would make them neighbors, the Zhang household being at the western edge of Guizi village, with the youth settlement another few dozen meters westward, nearly at the mountain's base. This is also a shared characteristic of the educated youth sites. They are both reliant on the countryside and maintain a certain distance from the villagers. It can be considered a product of a unique era. In the eyes of Hu Yulian, since they are neighbors, it is only natural to lend a helping hand in times of difficulty. Otherwise, how could she have come to assist Lin Chunxing in her initial endeavors? If not for their neighborly bond. This notion embodies the essence of the saying that a close neighbor is worth more than a distant relative. Chapter 84. Illness. At this moment, Wang Jiansen returned from the village committee with a supply of grain, accompanied by the militia. Observing the 2 young men effortlessly carrying the sacks, Zhang surmised that the quantity was not substantial. This is 100 pounds of grain. I have truly humbled myself. With the secretary absent, this is all we can muster for now. If we ration it carefully, it should last until the end of the year. After that, you will have to devise your own means. Indeed, Wang Jiansen's words corroborated his thoughts. Nevertheless, 100 pounds of grain was not insignificant, with prudent consumption. It could indeed suffice until year's end. Wang Jinsen pointed at the grain sacks and said to Yang Shimin, "Let us agree that this grain cannot be sold again. We must not repeat foolish actions." Yang Shimin hesitated, pondering whether he could merely watch Xiaoli suffer without affording her treatment. He questioned his own resolve. "Rest assured, Uncle Jinsen, this time we absolutely cannot sell the grain. If my parents truly wish to take me away, then so be it." Observing her partner's momentary indecision, Wang Jinsen's expression darkened. Yu Xiaoli, summoning her strength, assured him. With Yu Xiaoli's promise, Wang Jinsen's demeanor improved slightly. After all, it would be unthinkable to borrow grain only to sell it for medical expenses. The village could not stand by and allow its members to starve. Continual borrowing was not a viable option. Zhang noticed that after consuming the porridge, Yu Xiaoli's complexion brightened considerably. He could not help but feel a stirring of empathy. Once she has eaten, her spirit appears to be revived. She does not seem afflicted by any grave illness. How could this ailment persist for an entire year? What, pray tell, is the nature of Sister Li's affliction? This has dragged on for a year without improvement. Others shared the curiosity. Such conditions typically either heal or deteriorate. It was perplexing that she remained in such a state of malaise, under the scrutiny of so many. Yang Shimin and his wife felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if harboring a secret. If there were indeed concerns, it would be best left unspoken. Noting their discomfort, Zhang refrained from pressing further. His curiosity was merely fleeting, not intended to cause distress. In truth, there was little that was unspeakable, just a matter of sensitivity. "If you wish to hear, I shall share the story." With a wry smile, Yang Shimin began to recount the circumstances. It turned out that after Yu Xiaoli's parents passed away last year, her health rapidly declined due to overwhelming grief. Yang Shimin took her to the hospital, where the doctor attributed her condition to excessive sorrow, suggesting that rest would restore her health. However, upon returning home, nearly a month passed without improvement. Instead, her mental state grew increasingly disoriented. One night, while rising to relieve herself, she astonishingly beheld her parents sitting at the door. Overcome with joy, Yu Xiaoli implored them as to why they had abandoned her. Her parents reassured her, saying they could never bear to leave, they would always remain at home. The following day, Yu Xiaoli's disorientation intensified, and at times, she could even perceive her parents during the day. She called out to them, but they merely gazed at her silently, offering no reply. Initially, Yang Shimin found it difficult to believe such supernatural occurrences, yet as he witnessed his wife's gradual decline, his heart ached for her. Unable to bear it any longer, he sought the help of a shaman. At this point, Yang Shimin cast an awkward glance at the attentive crowd. After enduring such calamity, Yang Shimin seemed to realize the absurdity of his situation. What? He initially visited a hospital, but afterward, it was merely a fortune teller who attended to him? Zhang could scarcely believe his ears. Indeed, Yang Shimin was aware of his folly, lowering his head in embarrassment as he gazed at his shoelaces. "Goodness, brother, you were still a high school student. How could you be so gullible?" The others exchanged incredulous glances, bemused by the couple's bewilderment. Both had received an education, yet they allowed a fortune teller to deceive them for an entire year, nearly leading to their ruin. How could you both have come to believe in such superstitions? Truly, it was astounding. Wang Jinsen was rendered speechless by their foolishness. Yang Shimin had completed high school, and Yu Xiaoli had even progressed to middle school. Yet they were completely ensnared by a fortune teller's tricks. It was no wonder Yang Shimin remarked that this matter was taboo. We now live in an era that seeks to dispel such superstitions. If this were to be reported, the couple could find themselves subjected to labor reform. "Brother, if you trust me, I shall take your wife's pulse." In a past effort to care for his daughter, Zhang had self-studied traditional Chinese medicine for a while. Unfortunately, apart from learning a bit about pulse diagnosis, he had not mastered the more complex aspects of the medical field. He had learned to feel pulses merely to monitor his daughter's health while she slept. The depth of traditional Chinese medicine is vast, and its profound knowledge is beyond the grasp of a novice like him. When did you learn medicine?" Hu Yulian looked at Zhang, incredulous. She knew her son well and was baffled as to when he had acquired such skills. "Mother, this isn't really medicine. It's just a simple pulse check to gauge her condition," Zhang hastily clarified, lest others misunderstand. "There shouldn't be any issues, right?" Lin Chunxing expressed her concerns, worried that any misstep could lead to responsibility. "Not at all, just a simple pulse check, without needles or medicine. What could possibly go wrong?" Yang Shimin and his wife exhibited a degree of faith in Zhang, clearing the bedside for him to proceed. "You may proceed confidently. If anything goes awry, it is not your fault. We can hardly be in a worse situation." With 3 fingers poised, Zhang delicately sensed Yu Xiaoli's faint pulse. A smile of relief emerging on his face as he began to chuckle softly. What is your assessment of your sister-in-law? Young Shimin, observing Zhang demeanor, grew increasingly anxious and asked with trepidation. She is hungry. Zhang replied nonchalantly. What? Hungry? His words left everyone present, including young Shimin and his mother, utterly stunned. They gaped at Zhang, their expressions a portrait of disbelief, as if they had just heard the most astounding revelation in the world. To put it succinctly, it was severe malnutrition that had rendered her body weak. As for the claims of seeing her parents, that was even simpler. She had succumbed to a hysterical state due to hunger. Zhang shook his head in exasperation, finding such superstitions both laughable and lamentable. Zhang was truly amused by the ignorance of the two individuals. After the passing of Yu Xiaoli's parents, she must have been consumed by grief, leaving her unable to eat or drink. In these times, when people struggle to find sufficient sustenance, having little nourishment in her belly, it would be remarkable if she did not faint from hunger after a few more days. Did that so-called fortune teller advise you to eat less and rest more? Zhang looked at Yu Xiaoli and suddenly seemed to recall something, prompting him to inquire. Indeed, that fortune teller claimed that my parents' spirits had not departed and instructed me to eat only 1 meal a day, dedicating the other 2 meals to honor my parents. Yu Xiaoli replied with a look of deep grievance. Chapter 85. The commune officials arrived. Zhang wasn't trying to show off, but rather to confirm his suspicions. Yu Xiaoli's words only solidified his conjecture. Brother Shimin, think about it. Forget that Sister Xiaoli is already weak. Even a healthy person couldn't survive on half a bowl of watery porridge every day. Looking at their family's situation, Zhang doubted they even had half a bowl of porridge to spare. At best, it was probably cornmeal boiled with wild vegetables, so thin it barely counted as food. Watching his own wife finish a bowl of corn mush, her spirits noticeably better than before, Yang Shimin was filled with both shame and dread. If not for Zhang insight, if not for Wang Jinson's help in borrowing grain, what would have become of his family? The mere thought chilled him. Are you sure about this? Don't let it go wrong. Lin Chunxing admired her husband but couldn't help worrying. If the illness worsened because of delay, their family would bear the responsibility. Almost certain. Of course, Brother Shimin, when you have the money, it'd be best to take Sister Xiaoli to the county hospital for a proper checkup. After all, they're the professionals. Zhang naturally left room for doubt. He simply didn't want this couple to be fooled by charlatans again, even if a hospital diagnosis later differed from his words. Exposing the fraud-tricks and preventing young Shimin from being swindled would leave no fault at his door. Just then, his elder brother Zhang came rushing over. What's the matter, Day? Are you being chased by dogs, or is there treasure to snatch? Why the panic? Old Madam Hu Yulian's words made the breathless Zhang pause. Seeing so many people around, he hesitated. But considering the urgency, he had no choice. Pulling Zhang aside, he whispered a few words into his ear. Zhang's heart sank like a stone. Good heavens! At a time like this, would I lie to you? You'd better run. Run? Where to? Already, they could see the group emerging from their courtyard, heading straight for the educated youth outpost without turning. What is going on? Hu Yulian had also spotted the approaching figures, and her world seemed to crumble. Having lived through the entire era of upheaval, Hu Yulian knew that with every policy shift, some prospered while others suffered. The sight of commune officials made her legs tremble. Lin Chunxing was equally terrified. Her legs weakened, her vision darkened. Had Zhang not steadied her in time, she would have collapsed to the ground. What do we do? Whimpering, the timid Lin Chunxing clung to Zhang's arm, shaking uncontrollably. Mother, Chunxing, don't be afraid. It's not as bad as you think. Seeing their terror, Zhang hurried to reassure them. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you need the stolen goods. To catch adultery, you need the pair. Unless they were caught red-handed transporting fish, there was still room to maneuver. Zhang had left no evidence for them to seize. What charge could they possibly use to arrest him? Theft. Very well, to accuse someone of theft, you must first identify the victim. Without a victim, it's nothing but a false accusation, claiming speculative trading. Yet without catching me in the act, this charge cannot be pinned on me, at least not conclusively, even if caught transporting fish. Zhang wouldn't fear it. So-called speculative trading involves buying low and selling high for profit, which indeed falls under that category. However, Zhang merely fishes from the river and sells his catch in town. Though somewhat improper, it's merely taking advantage of public resources, not illegal. At most, it's opportunistic. A side hustle during agricultural downtime. something even the commune encourages. The only downside, if this method becomes widely known, Zhang can no longer monopolize the profits. So, elder brother, hurry to the county garment factory. Have old you contact the accountant, sister Ma, and ask her to relay the situation to brother-in-law Gao. Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? Would he even intervene? Zhang De was baffled. Since when did they have a brother-in-law? Just go. I'll explain later. Trust me, if the message reaches him, my predicament will be trivial. Zhang was confident that once Gao Chao understood, he'd lend a hand. After all, he'd just presented Gao Chao with a generous gift, and this was a minor favor requiring only a word. There was no reason for refusal. In truth, sending his brother to Gao Chao was a precaution, a safeguard against underhanded tactics. Legally, Zhang had nothing to fear. He'd broken no laws. But he dreaded the possibility of backroom dealings, of punishment without due process. Moments earlier, he'd recognized the man leading the group, Fan Debiao, the No. 1 team leader from their village. The familiarity between Fan and the leader suggested a close relationship. What Zhang feared was collusion, secret brutality. In these times, once dragged into the commune's reform through labor team, whether guilty or not, one would first endure torment. As long as no one died and no complaints were filed, the county typically turned a blind eye. Zhang De, following his brother's instructions, skirted past the group and rushed toward town. He was simple, not stupid. If his brother was so certain, there must be a way. After calming their mother and wife, urging them to stay inside the educated youth outpost, Zhang strode out to meet the men head-on. He couldn't afford to show weakness. As the saying goes, when paths cross, the bold prevail. Without solid evidence, fear and retreat would only embolden the opposition. Like a driver pulled over, hesitation invites scrutiny, while confidence may earn a quick dismissal. That SM. Fan de Biao's bravado faltered as Zhang approached, composed. He planned a righteous tirade, but guilt stifled him. Instead, he merely pointed Zhang out to the leader. You're Zhang? The leader gazed at Zhang's calm demeanor, feeling an overwhelming curiosity. Typically, one would expect that upon seeing such a multitude approaching, a person would be overwhelmed with fear and panic, utterly at a loss. Yet, here stood this young man, utterly unperturbed. I am here. Do you have business with me? Zhang displayed an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Oh, quite composed, are we? Since we have come to seek you. There is indeed a matter at hand. I simply did not anticipate that you would not flee. Chapter 86, reported Zhang's calm demeanor left this individual feeling rather disheartened. He had anticipated that with so many of them arriving in haste, any timid person would have long since fled. Once this young man took to his heels, the situation would become much more manageable. They could forego any investigation or evidence collection. They could fabricate whatever charges they desired. Why should I flee when I have committed no crime? Zhang was well aware of this person's thoughts. When he first arrived in Guangqing, he had witnessed similar tactics employed by the local authorities. During nighttime patrols, they would loudly reprimand solitary individuals, startling them. If the person, feeling guilty, chose to run, a few would pursue and deliver a thorough beating, establishing their dominance. Ultimately, once they apprehended someone, whether innocent or not was entirely at their discretion, they would eventually contrive a fault to ensure compliance. Humph. Young man, there is no need for pretenses. Since we have come for you, rest assured we possess evidence. Find him. The individual, now somewhat furious and embarrassed, gestured for his companions to seize Zhang. Naturally, Zhang would not allow them to succeed. He stepped back to evade their grasp, fully aware of their intentions. Hold on. On what grounds do you intend to apprehend me? Even if a villager has erred. Have you notified the village? The secretary is absent, and it seems Fan de Biao is aligned with your faction. At this moment, Wang Jiansun felt compelled to intervene. If he permitted them to arrest someone under his very nose without seeking clarification, how could he expect the villagers to respect him thereafter? Certainly. The village will be informed shortly. The individual retorted, his countenance darkening. Chi Dayo, the local militia company commander. Of course, I am familiar with you. But you cannot come into the village unprovoked to detain someone without providing a rationale. Wang Jiansun recognized this man, Chi Dayo, the brother-in-law of Deputy Township Head Huang Weishi. Chi Dayo, bolstered by his sister's marriage to Huang Weishi, had long been accustomed to behaving tyrannically within the township. A reason? There is indeed a reason. Someone has reported that Zhang from your village has engaged in unscrupulous dealings, and we intend to take him back for clarification. Chi Dayo acknowledged that his approach was improper. He refrained from stating that they would arrest him, instead claiming they would take him for questioning. reported me? Who lodged the complaint? Whoever accuses must provide evidence. If you wish to apprehend me, present the proof. Observing that they did not act immediately, Zhang felt emboldened to inquire further. Evidence, of course, will be available once we reach the township. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, Qi Dao found it increasingly difficult to forcefully detain Zhang, fearing negative repercussions. As long as he could take Zhang away, he would devise methods to elicit a confession later. Commander Qi, first. You are merely the commander of a militia company and do not possess the authority to detain individuals at will. Second, you have failed to notify the village and seek permission, which constitutes a procedural violation. Third, even if you possess evidence, you must present a warrant from the township. Zhang coldly enumerated the infractions committed by his adversary. Zhang is certainly not one of those timid villagers who can be easily manipulated. Without evidence, without proper procedures, and lacking an arrest warrant, what authority do you, the militia captain, truly possess? I would rather deem you a bandit leader. Under the intense interrogation from Zhang Qi Dao was rendered speechless. After all, Zhang was merely stating facts that Qi Dao couldn't refute. Earlier today, Fan Debiao from Guizihe village approached him, revealing an opportunity for personal gain. Fan Debiao mentioned that Zhang had recently come into considerable wealth. Not only was his family adorned in new clothes and shoes, but their household was also thriving abundantly, enjoying meat with every meal. Even a bicycle, which Qi Dao himself could not procure, had found its way to Zhang. While Qi Dao felt a pang of envy, the mere possession of such things was not sufficient to entice him into taking risks. What truly piqued his interest was Fan Debiao's revelation that just days prior, Zhang was infamous in their village for being an ne'er-do-well. The sudden influx of wealth was perplexing, and Qi Dao found it hard to believe that Zhang had engaged in no illicit activities. This was an opportunity for a substantial gain. It is worth noting that since the beginning of spring this year, the local authorities had become increasingly lenient regarding villagers engaging in side businesses. A directive had been issued from the county, advising township officials not to hinder villagers pursuing secondary income, adopting a stance of neither encouragement nor prohibition. Although this policy was not explicitly stated, it was indeed being implemented at the grassroots level. For ordinary villagers, especially those with aspirations, this was undoubtedly a positive development. Now, venturing into the market or conducting small trades in the county no longer required such trepidation. Zhang's audacity to sell fish in the county was a testament to this tacit approval. Had the situation been as it was in previous years, the 20-mile journey from Guizihe to the county would have meant encountering numerous militia checkpoints, with no proof from the village resulting in confiscation and expulsion. Should the inspectors be in a foul mood, it was not uncommon for someone to end up in a labor camp for 10 days to a month. Such lucrative opportunities were not lost on Qi Dao, the militia captain. In previous years, his household had enjoyed a bountiful diet of poultry and fish. Unfortunately, times had changed. The advent of this leniency had robbed them of their usual means of extortion, leading to a drastic decline in their living conditions. Upon hearing Fan Debiao's account of Zhang's situation, Qi Dao immediately recognized an opportunity. Capturing a figure like Zhang, even if he were ultimately proven innocent, would necessitate a financial outlay to ensure his release. Moreover, the so-called evidence you possess, Captain Qi, cannot merely be the unsubstantiated claims of an informant. Observing Qi Dao's face redden with frustration, unable to counter the accusations, Zhang felt increasingly confident. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang was determined to bide his time. As long as he could delay until the situation diffused, he would remain unscathed. Should his fish-selling endeavors be revealed, it would merely signify the loss of one income avenue. Even if this path were lost, Zhang was confident in finding even more lucrative opportunities. As a reincarnated individual, failing to possess such acumen would be a disservice to the very essence of being reborn. Zhang's words struck a chord with Qi Dao, leaving his countenance even more dismal. Enough. It is futile to be obstinate here. You should accompany Captain Qi to the village for an investigation. After all, the innocent will naturally clear their names. Observing Qi Dao caught off guard by Zhang's inquiry, Fan Debiao quickly interjected, feigning concern for Zhang's well-being. Fan Debiao, what kind of scoundrel are you? Do you truly believe I am unaware that it was you who reported me? Given Fan Debiao's lack of integrity, Zhang felt no obligation to show him any leniency and retorted vehemently. Chapter 87. The informant You. How dare you insult me? Zhang's torrent of abuse left Fan Debiao's face flushed crimson. He hadn't expected that his mere interjection would provoke such a scathing verbal assault from Zhang. I wasn't insulting a person. I was insulting a beast. Zhang sneered, relishing Fan Debiao's furious reaction as he continued to taunt him. Zhang, enough of your sharp tongue. Fine, it was me who reported you. As the captain of Guizi village, it's my duty to root out troublemakers like you. With the pretense shattered, Fan Debiao dropped all pretenses and admitted it outright. Fan Debiao's furious confession sent murmurs rippling through the gathered villagers, though none dared speak too loudly. Hushed whispers spread like wildfire. Damn. So it really was Fan Debiao who reported him. What a despicable move. Yeah, even if he knew something, he should have settled it within the village. Why drag the township into it? He's just shaming our village. TCH, that's just how the Fan family operates, a family tradition. You could say, remember old landlord Yu Jiuchong? The one who got executed right after liberation? Yu Difu's grandfather? Exactly. If Fan Debiao's father hadn't falsely accused him of oppressing the people, he wouldn't have been lined up for execution. Damn. So that's the backstory? No wonder Fan Debiao's always had it out for the Yu family. Zhang, don't even try to deny it. Admit it. You've been involved in shady dealings and petty theft. Where else would you get new clothes and shoes? How else could you afford meat every meal? Though the villagers' murmurs were subdued, Fan Debiao still caught wind of them. But with so many people talking, even someone as domineering as him wouldn't dare lash out at the entire crowd. So he redirected his fury toward Zhang. After all, he seemed like the easier target for now. Besides, with the deputy township head's brother-in-law backing him, Fan Debiao felt all the more emboldened. Zhang, however, remained unfazed by Fan Debiao's accusations. He had expected concrete evidence, but it turned out to be nothing more than petty jealousy. You're the captain? Captain of what, chickens? Your duty is to your own Team 1 members. Since when do you have any authority over Team 2? Zhang's retort drew nods of agreement from the surrounding villagers of Teams 2 and 3. He's got a point. Sure, Fan Debiao's a captain, but he's only in charge of Team 1. Meddling in Team 2's affairs? That's overstepping his bounds. A point? More like a damn good point. Su Yinling, thoroughly displeased with Fan Debiao's report, had been enjoying herself these past few days. Before, her husband, though he never hit her, would often scold her harshly as the captain of Team 3. But lately, not a single reprimand. Sewing hair accessories for Zhang. She could earn a couple of yuan a day if she worked diligently. Over the past 2 days, she'd already made 8 yuan, bringing money home every day. Her husband, Wang Jiansen, had been nothing but smiles, not a single harsh word spoken. In fact, she'd been considering whether to take more fabric scraps today. Perhaps even sharing some with her daughter, so she could earn a little extra for the household. Su Yinling's eldest daughter was married into the neighboring Wudaling village. Though their household could put food on the table, spare cash was scarce. To make matters worse, her daughter had borne 2 girls in succession. While her mother-in-law refrained from outright abuse out of deference to Wang Jiansen's standing, constant nitpicking and fault-finding were inevitable. Su Yinling often thought that if her daughter could earn even a modest income, her position in the marital home would be more secure. Thus, Fan Debiao's denunciation of Zhang filled Su Yinling with profound dissatisfaction. Indeed, one might say outright loathing. She was far from alone in this sentiment. Aunt Qinghua, for instance, shared this view, as did Lian, the wife of the village accountant. Even Aunt Ma from the Ma Baohua household felt similarly, particularly since Fan Debiao had bypassed her husband to make his report, a maneuver that had left Ma Baohua outmaneuvered. Of course, while some resented Fan Debiao's actions, others secretly rejoiced, feeling a sense of vindication. Take Zhang third aunt, for example. The sight of Zhang surrounded by the village militia filled her with immense satisfaction. Serves him right, she thought, flashing his ill-gotten gains around. Now he's reaping what he sowed. Having had stolen goods recovered from her possession and spent a night in fearful anticipation, only to be excluded from the hair accessory distribution, Lu Damei nursed a deep grudge. The sight of her sister-in-law and Lin Chunxing sitting despondently at the educated youth outpost only heightened her malicious glee. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Damei. She pulled Zhang Igua aside and whispered excitedly into his ear. Though tempted, Zhang Igua hesitated at his wife's suggestion, uneasy about what it entailed. Don't be so thick-headed, she hissed. Better our family benefit than strangers. After a furtive glance around to ensure no one was watching, she hurriedly dragged him away. Fan Debiao. Zhang confronted the red-faced man. By your logic, our family buying new clothes and shoes makes us speculators? Eating chicken and meat means we're thieves? Humph. However you spin it, your money is dirty, Fan Debiao retorted. What sort of man you were before, did you think the village forgot? Though lacking concrete proof. In these times where legitimate income avenues were scarce, he refused to believe Zhang had come by his wealth honestly. Old Fan speaks sense. Chi Dao chimed in approvingly. Zhang Erhe, if you claim you're no speculator, you'd better explain where this money came from. Fail to clarify, and it proves you're guilty. For Zhang Erhe to clear his name, he would have to reveal his income source, precisely what Chi Dao wanted. Once the method was known, he was confident he could seize the opportunity for himself. If a ne'er-do-well like Zhang Erhe could profit so handsomely, imagine what he could achieve. This thought was far from unique. The once chattering crowd fell silent, ears pricked, anxious to miss not a single word. Their thoughts mirrored those of Chi Dao. If Zhang Erhe could earn money, surely they could too once they learned his methods. Observing the reactions of Chi Dao and the villagers, Zhang Erhe felt both amused and exasperated. He understood the villagers' desperation, for poverty had long tormented them all. Naturally, they would seize any opportunity to discover new avenues of income. But as for scoundrels like Fan Debiao and Chi Dao who sought to exploit him, not a chance. I'm not your father, he thought bitterly. I owe you no obligation to reveal how to make money. Chapter 88, The Law of the King. I am the law. Zhang Erhe's words took the attentive members of the group by surprise, causing an eruption of laughter. Haha, this lad is quite the trickster. Chi Dao's face has turned ashen. They felt he deserved it. After all, he had found a rare opportunity, so why should he share it with others? Indeed, in these times, earning money is a daunting task. If it were me, I would keep it to myself. Zhang Erhe and the surrounding members' remarks infuriated Chi Dao to an extraordinary degree. Ever since he became the militia captain, especially after his sister married the deputy township head, Huang Weisher, he had been accustomed to lavish feasts and warm receptions wherever he went. He had never endured such humiliation, especially not of this wretched kind. If word got out, how could he possibly maintain his standing in Xinglong Township? Zhang Erhe, your failure to disclose the source of your money implies speculation and profiteering. I have the authority to detain you. Chi Dao, consumed by rage, resolved to drag Zhang Erhe to the township and find a way to eliminate him. Observing Chi Dao's furious and reddened countenance, Zhang Erhe remained unfazed. Chi Dao, you are merely a militia captain. What authority do you possess to apprehend me? Unperturbed by Chi Dao's threats, Zhang Erhe felt even more buoyant upon noticing several bicycles approaching in the distance. The scornful glances from Zhang Erhe drove Chi Dao to the brink of madness. Zhang Erhe, do not jest with me. Today, you must accompany me to the township. He bellowed to the onlookers, let me make it clear. Anyone who dares to obstruct me today is my enemy. With fiery eyes, he addressed the crowd. I am Chi Dao, the militia captain. My brother-in-law, Huang Weisher, is the deputy township head and the director of the Revolutionary Committee. Today, Zhang Erhe is mine to capture. Anyone who dares to intervene is opposing me and my brother-in-law. His declaration plunged the crowd into silence. The deputy township head, despite his subordinate status, held significant authority, especially in a remote place like Gizi village. In such impoverished circumstances, even a mere township clerk was a figure of importance, deserving of respect and deference to avoid incurring displeasure. Even Wang Jiansen, the team leader, changed his demeanor upon hearing Chi Dao's words. While he could speak boldly when his own safety was not at stake, the deputy township head and Revolutionary Committee director was not someone he dared to provoke. Chi Dao, without evidence or proper procedure, how can you dare to detain someone? Have you no respect for the law? Initially calm, Zhang Erhe's expression shifted to one of indignation and fear. In the distance, several individuals on bicycles approached, parting the crowd as they advanced. Zhang Erhe recognized Gao Chao and his elder brother, Zhang Dai, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Noticing Gao Chao's respectful demeanor towards one of them, he discerned that this person was not to be underestimated. In the midst of the commotion, a balding middle-aged man, whose forehead gleamed like a polished surface, found himself drenched in sweat akin to a cascading waterfall after hearing the arrogant remarks of Chi Dao. A sly grin spread across his face as he gazed at the crowd, now silenced by his words, and then turned to observe Zhang Erhe, whose countenance was etched with panic. Chi Dao reveled in his triumph, proclaiming, "The law of the land in Xinglong Township is dictated by my voice." Huang Weisher, who had just squeezed into the throng, nearly collapsed upon hearing his brother-in-law's words. The intensity of Chi Dao's subsequent declaration ignited a fierce desire within him to silence Chi permanently. "You dare speak of the law, Zhang Erhe? Find him. I shall witness your demise." Despite his frenzied outcry, the militia accompanying him wore peculiar expressions, torn between action and restraint. Chi Dao's frustration mounted. These men, who typically followed him for sustenance, had the audacity to falter at such a critical moment. "Did you not hear my command? I said to bind Zhang Erhe." If you refuse, return home and let my brother-in-law dismiss you." The militia, usually assertive, hesitated at the sight of the trembling Huang township chief behind Chi Dayo. Just as Chi Dayo prepared to unleash another tirade, a familiar voice interrupted him, causing him to turn in surprise and delight. "Ah, brother-in-law, what brings you here? Are you here to support me?" Upon spotting Huang Weisher, Chi Dayo's spirits soared. These men, who had long paid him lip service, would soon face the consequences of their defiance once his brother-in-law intervened. Yet, Chi Dayo found himself puzzled. His brother-in-law, typically so meticulous about his appearance, looked disheveled and was visibly trembling. Was he unwell? It seemed that his sister's whispers had indeed borne fruit, as Huang Weisher, despite his discomfort, had come to bolster Chi Dayo's resolve. "Brother-in-law, I caught a turtle yesterday. Let me have my sister." Silence. Huang Weisher, disregarding his own dignity, delivered a sharp slap to Chi Dayo's incessant chatter. "Ah!" Chi Dayo stood in shock, clutching his face, incredulous that his brother-in-law, Huang Weisher, had struck him. Among the siblings, he shared the closest bond with his second sister, and consequently, Huang Weisher had always doted on him after her marriage. "Brother-in-law, how could you hit me?" "My sister," but before he could finish, another slap interrupted him. "Did you not hear me telling you to be quiet?" Huang Weisher, on the verge of tears, could scarcely believe the foolishness before him. "Do you not see the people accompanying me?" A deep voice resonated from behind Huang Weisher, causing him to nearly lose his balance. As he instinctively began to address this authoritative figure, he was cut off by a deliberate cough, jolting him into awareness. "Leader, please allow me to speak." Huang Weisher, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, struggled to articulate his thoughts, but his words emerged as a disjointed jumble. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. "Enough. You shall address this matter in the county tomorrow." The deep, authoritative voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Huang Weisher, paralyzed with fear, dared not utter another word. He merely lowered his gaze, his body trembling slightly. He was acutely aware that his brother-in-law had landed himself in grave trouble, and now Huang Weisher felt a profound sense of dread towards Chi Dayo. "Mayor Huang, take your men and depart. Your presence is no longer required here." At that moment, Gao Chao, maintaining a stoic expression, approached and urged him to hasten his departure with his brother-in-law. Chapter 89. The distinguished figure observing Huang Weisher, who turned back thrice, Gao Chao silently shook his head. A man who is arrogant is bound to encounter misfortune. A tempestuous sky inevitably brings rain. The initial brash demeanor of Chi Dayo indicated that he had often relied on Huang Weisher's influence. Today, however, having provoked Zhang Erhe, he and his uncle were destined for misfortune. After dismissing Huang Weisher's uncle and the local militia, Gao Chao regarded the authoritative middle-aged man at the forefront. The dignified man nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Gao Chao's handling of the situation. "Ah, let us announce the commendations for the village members. For every punishment, there must be a reward. We cannot dampen the spirits of those who have contributed." The dignified man quietly instructed a bespectacled individual resembling a secretary. Seizing the moment while the secretary rummaged through his bag for documents, the middle-aged man beckoned Zhang Erhe forward for a conversation. Zhang Erhe was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, hastening towards the middle-aged man with a demeanor of utmost respect. Gao Chao, standing behind the dignified figure, fervently gestured to Zhang Erhe, indicating that he should tread carefully in addressing this important personage. Yet, it was unnecessary for Gao Chao to signal. Zhang Erhe was already aware that the individual before him was not ordinary. After all, one who could command the deference of several police officers must hold significant standing. "You are Zhang Erhe, are you not?" The middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50, exuded authority, yet his tone when speaking to Zhang Erhe was remarkably gentle. "Yes, I am Zhang Erhe." Since the man had not introduced himself, Zhang Erhe wisely refrained from inquiring further. If the man wished to share his identity, he would undoubtedly do so. "Ah, a young man who is neither hasty nor anxious, possessing both courage and wisdom. Indeed, very commendable." The middle-aged man's warm words conveyed a palpable appreciation for Zhang Erhe, leaving him somewhat astonished. "By the way, you are married now, correct?" "Uncle, indeed I am. My child is nearly 3 years old." As thoughts of Fan filled his mind, a smile brightened Zhang Erhe's eyes. He hesitated to address the man, but after tentatively calling him uncle and receiving no objection, he continued in that manner. "Excellent. How delightful. If you have the time, do bring your child along with Xiao Gao to my home for a visit. It would be splendid for our children, who are of similar ages, to play together." The middle-aged man merely smiled at Zhang Erhe's address, not opposing it. "Ah, I will have to trouble Gao Ge then." "Not at all. Not at all." Gao Chao, filled with excitement at the prospect of being invited to the distinguished man's home, could hardly contain his joy. This invitation to bring his child suggested that he might be regarded as a confidant. If he performed well and his son befriended the man's child, his future could be exceedingly bright. Meanwhile, the villagers of Guozi were utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What is happening? Were they not supposed to take Zhang Erhe away for re-education? Why has the tide changed so abruptly? In their eyes, the once formidable Huang Xiangzhang was swiftly dismissed by the middle-aged man with a mere word, lacking even the courage to linger, leaving with his normally overbearing uncle in a state of disarray. Even the most naive villagers understood that this middle-aged man commanded a stature far exceeding that of the township head. Now, this enigmatic and influential figure was conversing amiably with Zhang Erhe, appearing quite intimate with him. No wonder Zhang Erhe had prospered so, knowing such a prominent personage. Even the crumbs from their table would amount to a fortune. Ah, if only I could be acquainted with someone of such stature, I too could thrive. This was Lin Chunxing, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. You? Don't kid yourself. Not even the smoke from your ancestors' graves could rise that high. TCH. I don't see any auspicious smoke. Just 3 bachelors in your family, all with their fates burned to a crisp. You. The remark struck a nerve, and Lin Chunxing nearly flared up, until he saw who had spoken. Immediately, he deflated. Wang Jianlin, the 4th son of the Wang family. With numerous brothers and the eldest serving as the production team leader, he was not someone a lone bachelor like Lin Chunxing could afford to provoke. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Erhe, the middle-aged man glanced at Secretary Shi, who was organizing documents beside him, and gave a slight nod. Only then did Secretary Shi pretend to have just located the materials, swiftly retrieving a letter and handing it to Ma Baoguo, who had returned with them. Such procedural formalities were second nature to him. Those within the system understood best proper protocol was paramount. To disregard procedure was to defy order. And those who flouted rules were doomed to stagnate. Secretary Shi's actions evidently pleased the middle-aged man. Though unspoken, a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. Ahem. Then I shall not decline. Accepting the letter, Ma Baoguo cleared his throat, waiting for the middle-aged man's subtle nod before breaking the seal and scanning its contents. The letter brought Ma Baoguo a wave of relief, followed by a surge of smug satisfaction. It seemed his decision to suppress Fan Debiao's complaint had been the right one. Everyone quiet, please. Listen carefully. This letter, as you can see, is a commendation for a comrade of our Guizi village. Allow me to read it aloud. Commendation notice to Comrade Zhang Erhe of Guizi village, Xinglong Township, Yong County, for his active participation in cracking a major interprovincial case involving the trafficking of women and children, and for his invaluable cooperation with public security officers in apprehending the criminals. 300 words omitted. Comrade Zhang Erhe is a man of integrity, a valuable contributor to society, and a courageous young man willing to shoulder responsibility. Following deliberation by the county committee, the following rewards are hereby bestowed upon Comrade Zhang Erhe: 1 Forever brand bicycle, 1 sewing machine, 1 17-inch peony television set, a cash reward of 200 yuan. May Comrade Zhang Erhe continue to strive for excellence and achieve further merits. Issued by Yong County Committee, January, date 1981. Comrade Zhang Erhe has brought honor to our Guizi village. Let us give him a round of applause. After handing the commendation letter and vouchers to Zhang Erhe, Ma Baoguo led the applause. The middle-aged man joined in with a few perfunctory claps. With such a figure setting the example, how could the villagers not follow suit? Soon, the entire educated youth outpost echoed with thunderous applause. The middle-aged man departed, but not before urging Zhang Erhe to visit his home with Xiao Gao and the child whenever he found the time. A few accompanying police officers also departed, for their primary purpose was to ensure the safety of the middle-aged individual. However, Gao Chao remained behind. As the middle-aged man remarked, the youth share common interests. It's good for them to bond. Once the middle-aged man left, the members below erupted in excitement, their eyes ablaze as they gazed at the commendation letter in Zhang Erhe's hand, particularly fixated on the accompanying tickets. Chapter 90, Letter of Commendation. Goodness. How fortunate Zhang Erhe is to possess a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a television. Why do I lack such luck? Yu Fu's eyes sparkled with envy, his words dripping with jealousy. It's just you. Humph. Wang Jianlin regarded Yu Fu with disdain. Although he envied Zhang Erhe for these rewards, he felt no jealousy. After all, They were earned through hard work and perseverance. What about me? Just lucky, that's all. Though somewhat intimidated, Yu stubbornly retorted. What's the matter? Haven't you heard? Zhang Erhe single-handedly confronted 3 armed thugs. Can you do that? Wang Jinlin's scorn deepened. Don't even mention 3. 1 would be enough to scare you into submission. That's not certain. Wasn't he one of the thugs a woman? I can't be outmatched by a mere woman. It was merely a verbal spar. And you felt no fear. Fu's household, and you, a man, are saying you can beat a woman. Wang Jinlin called out to you Fu's wife, Fan Yufan. Why don't you 2 practice right here? Go away. What nonsense is this? Fan Yufan, feeling teased, wore a displeased expression. She turned to glare at her husband. You Fu, and hissed, you're embarrassing yourself. I'll deal with you at home. You Fu, who had been arguing with Wang Jinlin, was taken aback by his wife's words. His bravado faded, and he hung his head, sighing dejectedly. Yu Fu's demeanor elicited laughter from those around. Everyone egged him on, eager to see how Fan Yufan would respond. Though the villagers were lively, the envy in their gazes was unmistakable. A bicycle. The village of Guaiha had only one. Awarded to Secretary Ma Baogua for his military service. Yet Zhang Erhe already owned a bicycle and was given another. How could this not spark jealousy? As for sewing machines, they were even rarer. Their village had none. A few existed in the nearby town, and those who had seen them claimed that the garments produced were exquisitely crafted, with fine, even stitches, simply splendid. And then there was the television. No need to elaborate. It was said that there were only 2 in Xinglong Township, one owned by the township government and the other by the township head. Zhang Erhe had attained a status akin to that of the township head, remarkable indeed. In other, slightly better off townships, these 3 items, while scarce, were not as rare as in Xinglong Township. The reality was that Xinglong Township was impoverished. In a poverty-stricken county, the plight of the township was no laughing matter. Over 95% of the population had never seen a great unity note. 99% were unfamiliar with the concept of a savings book. It was evident they were truly destitute. Many envied these possessions, and numerous villagers coveted the 200 yuan reward Zhang Erhe received, particularly the several unmarried men from Guaiha village, their eyes glimmering with envy. Good heavens! 200 yuan! Lin Chunxing gazed at the stack of great unity notes in Zhang Erhe's hands, wishing he could snatch it away. If we brothers had that 200 yuan, each could marry a wife without a hitch. Indeed, it has come to my attention that Zhang Erhe, that scoundrel, only offered an 80 yuan bride price to marry Lin Chunxing. If we were to present 100, wouldn't we be able to wed someone even more handsome? Lin Chunxing, with her ample figure, would surely bear us several robust offspring. A few desperate bachelors, gathered together, exchanged crude banter, prompting some nearby villagers to frown and scold them. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you see the man beside her? He is from the county police, with handcuffs hanging from his waist. Be careful, or you'll find yourselves handcuffed and sent to a labor camp. Upon receiving the reprimand, Wang Xiaoji felt indignant and wanted to retort. However, a glance at Gao Chao and especially at the gleaming handcuffs at his waist made him hastily fall silent. He grabbed his brother Wang Chunxing and turned to leave. The 2 brothers found a secluded spot and plopped down onto the ground, indifferent to the snow that might seep into their trousers. With a heavy sigh, they lamented, "Oh, when will the 3rd brother return? Let him die wherever he pleases." Wang Xiaoji grumbled, recalling the 3rd brother's words that had led them astray, causing them to squander the 28 yuan they had saved over the years. Perhaps in a couple of years, one of them might have enough to marry. While it was unlikely they could attract a big girl, there was still hope for the widows. Sigh. The 3rd brother had mentioned he found a lucrative opportunity recently, claiming that once they earned a fortune, each of them would have a wife. Despite the reasoning in the 2nd brother's words, Wang Chunxing remained filled with hope. What if? Each of them with a wife? You dream on. That scoundrel would marry 3 himself, and wouldn't he think to share one with us? The more they spoke, the angrier Wang Xiaoji became. He stood up, brushing off his trousers, and stormed off, leaving even his elder brother behind. To hell with it. If it weren't for his elder brother persuading him, he wouldn't have lent that sturdy bundle to the 3rd brother. Now he even harbored resentment towards Wang Chunxing. 2nd brother, didn't you say there was a television? Hurry and bring it home to watch. At this moment, the 3rd brother, Zhang Ziyak, was most excited, leaning towards Zhang Erhe and eagerly scrutinizing the ticket in his hand. I want to see too. I want to see. Zhang Xiangxiu, uncertain when she had arrived, pushed through the crowd, panting as she tugged at Zhang Erhe's coat, clamoring to see the television. What is this? Gao Chao glanced at the 3rd brother and Xiangxiu, hesitating for a moment. Oh, My little brother and little sister, he exclaimed. Zayok, Xiangxiu quickly call him brother-in-law. Since they acknowledged him as family, Zhang Erhe naturally welcomed them warmly. Allowing Xiangxiu to call him brother-in-law was in the same vein, for with a county policeman as their relative, he believed that neither the third brother nor Xiangxiu would face hardship. Brother-in-law, sister, brother-in-law. The way the third brother, Zhang Zayok, affectionately called him brother-in-law made Zhang Erhe feel closer than when he called him second brother. Xiangxiu's call felt a bit more forced, as she was merely a 6 or 7-year-old girl, and shyness was only to be expected. All right. Gao Chao was delighted to have gained a little brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Both he and his wife were only children, having envied those with siblings since childhood. They never anticipated they would now have their own. However, I won't let you both call me for nothing. Here, one for each. Having newly acquired a little sister-in-law and brother-in-law, Gao Chao naturally felt compelled to make a gesture. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his briefcase and extracted 2 elegant fountain pens, presenting them to Lao San and Xiangxiu. For those engaged in criminal investigation, such as the police, it is essential to have notebooks and pens at hand. While these pens may not be of the highest quality, they serve as delightful gifts for children. These are from my brother-in-law, and from now on, we are no longer strangers. Zhang Erhe chuckled as he encouraged the two to accept the pens. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. The atmosphere was lively as they conversed, eliciting a sense of envy from Ma Baohua. Wow, Zhang Erhe now has relatives in the county bureau. This could lead to remarkable opportunities in the future. Chapter 91. Capable relatives. Among those who envied Zhang Erhe's fortunate circumstances, there were naturally those who harbored feelings of resentment and fear. For instance, the couple Fan de Biao found themselves in a state of agitation, their discomfort palpable. Just that morning, they had reported Zhang Erhe, only to discover that he was well acquainted with influential figures in the county, engaging in amiable conversation, even instilling fear in the likes of Mayor Huang Weishi. To make matters worse, the police from the county bureau were now addressing Zhang Erhe as a brother. They had surely offended him gravely, and the future held little promise for them. At that moment, the color of their faces fluctuated between shades of green and red, reminiscent of a dye house in full operation. However, Zhang Erhe cast a fleeting glance at them before losing interest entirely. Such petty and despicable behavior would surely present ample opportunities for retribution in the future. At present, Zhang Erhe had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, comforting his mother and wife. It was likely that the two of them were thoroughly bewildered by the twists and turns of recent events, oscillating between fear and surprise. Uncle Baohua, please keep my brother-in-law company while I check on my mother and wife. They must be quite frightened. Go on. Your sister-in-law must be terribly worried. Seizing the chance to converse with the police from the county bureau was an opportunity Ma Baohua could hardly refuse. Moreover, judging by the esteemed figure's demeanor towards Gao Chao, promotion seemed imminent. Previously, there had been no opportunities available. Now that they had arisen, it was essential to seize them. At just over 50, there was still a chance for further advancement. As Zhang Erhe entered the dilapidated commune courtyard with his younger brother Xiangxiu, he found his mother, Hu Yulian, sitting on a few broken stones, appearing utterly lost in thought. Her disoriented expression indicated that she had been quite shaken. Beside her, Lin Chunxing was both comforting her mother-in-law and trembling with fear herself. Mother, it's all right now. No need to worry. Truly, there is nothing to fear anymore. They want to arrest you. Upon seeing her second son before her, Hu Yulian slowly regained her composure. Arrest me for what? I have done nothing illegal. It was that scoundrel Fan de Biao who conspired with outsiders against me. Zhang Erhe quickly recounted the sequence of events to his mother. Well, as long as you've clarified everything. I was terrified just a moment ago. Mother, you have no idea. My second brother is now a hero. The county even sent people to commend him. Zhang Xiaohua embellished the tale with enthusiasm, concluding with a triumphant remark. Let us see who dares to provoke our family in the future. All right, this little matter is hardly enough for you to boast about. Zhang Erhe chuckled, playfully tapping his younger brother's head, reminding him to maintain a low profile, for humility was the true path to success. Humph, as if I need your advice. The younger brother dodged the playful slap and began to massage their mother's back with an air of flattery. By the way, what was up with that police officer who didn't leave? Do you know him? Hu Yulian, having calmed down somewhat, inquired curiously about Gao Chao, who was chatting with the secretary. Oh, that's my cousin-in-law. Cousin-in-law? Since when do we have a cousin-in-law? I was unaware. My aunt's mother married into the family. Zhang Erhe patiently explained the connection to his mother. Oh my, really? That is wonderful. It all stems from our side of the family, doesn't it? Zhang Er's aunt's mother is indeed my aunt. Although Hu Yulian had never met this cheap aunt, it did not hinder her sense of pride. At that moment, Zhang Dashi cautiously slipped in, having been there all along. Yet, upon seeing Qi Dayo accompanied by a crowd, he had been so frightened that he dared not approach. Zhang Dashi. Hu Yulian's furious roar nearly sent the anxious old man running away. Just when my son was in danger, you were nowhere to be found. Now that he is safe, you choose to show yourself. A barrage of questions from Hu Yulian left Zhang Dashi utterly speechless. Enough, mother. You know my father's temperament is not new to you. Observing his mother growing increasingly agitated, Zhang quickly intervened to alleviate the tension for his father. His father. Zhang Dashi was inherently timid, and thus Zhang had no intention of reproaching him. This time, I shall spare you. But do you dare to repeat this in the future? I wouldn't dare. Zhang Dashi mumbled, his head hung low. Who will take charge of this household from now on? It seems I have never truly been in charge. The words of his wife piqued Zhang Dashi's curiosity. When has his voice ever held sway in this home? In this household, who shall have the final say? Mother, hasn't it always been you who calls the shots? The banter between the elder parents elicited laughter from Zhang and his brothers. Xiangxiu and Chunxing stifled their giggles behind their hands. Seeing that her two children bore no grudge against their father, Hu Yulian finally breathed a sigh of relief. During the earlier peril, she had feared that her elder son might harbor resentment toward his father for not being present, which prompted her to speak in jest. Now, witnessing her son's truly unperturbed, she felt a genuine sense of relief. The saying goes, a kind father breeds a filial son. If a father neglects his child's welfare, he should not be surprised by a lack of filial piety in return. By the way, brother, why didn't you come forward when I introduced our cousin-in-law earlier? Zhang inquired curiously, having intended to introduce them together, only to find his brother had vanished in the blink of an eye. I thought you were all right. So I came over to check on mother. Zhang Daha scratched his head in embarrassment. All right then, let us do a proper introduction later. We can have lunch together. Amidst the profuse gratitude of Yang Shimin and Yu Xiaoli, the Zhang family exited the youth commune's courtyard. As they passed by the couple, Fan Debiao and his wife, Zhang let out a heavy snort. The pair nearly collapsed in fear. What do you intend to do? Fan Debiao, taken aback by Zhang seemingly amused yet menacing gaze, hastily retreated a few steps, eyeing him warily. What do I intend to do? That is a question I should be asking you. Fan Debiao, what are your intentions? Initially, Zhang had thought Fan Debiao to be a formidable opponent. But upon observing his evasive demeanor, he could not help but scoff. Have I done anything to offend you? Why do you persist in making my life miserable? Zhang intended to pat Fan Debiao on the shoulder, but seeing him flinch as if avoiding a venomous snake only struck him as amusing. Fan Debiao now regretted his decision to provoke Zhang. In the past, he was a reckless individual. Even without backing from Zhang, he should not have been provoked. Moreover, it is highly improbable that one could amass such wealth in a matter of days without some connections. He cursed himself for being so easily swayed by his wife's whispers. At this thought, Fan Debiao shot a resentful glare at Su Honghua. It was entirely her fault for harboring such jealousy, and now they had landed themselves in a grave predicament. Stammering, Fan Debiao attempted to utter a few conciliatory words. But as he contemplated the severity of having offended Zhang, he realized that even an apology would likely be futile. Chapter 92. The Unexpected Encounter. Enough. Dealing with someone of your caliber hardly tarnishes my reputation. You should be more concerned about the hair atop your own head. Heh. Indeed. Zhang believed that engaging in a serious confrontation with such a worthless individual might lead to a loss of face for himself. What does that imply? From Zhang words, it seems he would not pursue any trouble with me. Fan Debiao found it hard to believe, after all. If someone were to treat him in such a manner, he would certainly not let it slide. However, Zhang subsequent remark left Fan Debiao perplexed. He touched his own hair, finding it no different from anyone else's. Heh. It's nothing significant. I'm merely curious as to why the snow on others' heads is white, while yours emits a green glow. Heh. After delivering this peculiar jest, he paid no further heed to Fan Debiao and strode ahead. A green glow? What does that mean? Zhang words struck Fan Debiao as rather off-putting, yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Su Honghua, upon hearing Zhang's statement, felt a jolt in her heart. There seemed to be a hidden meaning. Could it be that Zhang was aware of something regarding her and the bald man? Are you concealing something from me? Su Honghua's anxious expression was noticed by Fan Debiao, who darkened his countenance and questioned his wife. My dear husband, What could I possibly hide from you? Don't jump to conclusions. I sense that Zhang Erhe harbors ill intentions. Fan Debiao's grim demeanor startled Su Honghua, who had her own guilty conscience. You damn it, let us return home. I have an inkling that this matter is far from simple. Su Honghua's evasive gaze only deepened Fan Debiao's suspicions, prompting him to seize her by the collar and head homeward. Until he unraveled the truth, he could not rest easy. Especially after offending Zhang Erhe, the two issues felt distinctly different. When Gao Chao approached, Zhang Erhe offered a brief introduction, marking their acquaintance. Come on, let us head home. It's not every day that my brother-in-law visits. Let him get acquainted with my abode. Uncle Ma Bao will be coming over for lunch as well. Let us enjoy a meal together. Zhang Erhe even extended an invitation to Ma Baogua, acknowledging the kindness he had previously shown. Even if you hadn't invited me, I would have come to your home anyway. Gao Chao was unreserved, draping an arm around Zhang Erhe's shoulders as they proceeded along the path he indicated. Very well. Since has graciously invited me, I shall shamelessly accept the offer. After all, you have struck it rich today. If I don't treat you to a meal, you might become overly excited and faint. Naturally, he accepted Zhang Erhe's invitation, as it presented a splendid opportunity to cultivate connections within the county. With Ma Baowen now motivated to improve himself, he could not afford to miss this chance. Ma Jiban's words were indeed sensible. In ancient times, when a scholar achieved success, they would often receive a couple of slaps to bring them back to reality. It was essential to treat him to a meal to alleviate the shock. Amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of Zhang Erhe's modest courtyard. However, the scene within the yard left them utterly astonished. There stood Zhang Erhe's third uncle and aunt, busily hauling various items out of the house. Even the bicycle was not spared. On the handlebars hung two thermoses, one on the left and one on the right, while a bag of recently unsealed rice was strapped to the rear seat. Uncle San and Aunt San, I remarked. How could you two leave so swiftly? It seems you have come to my home to collect the spoils. In truth, when Uncle San and Aunt San departed, Zhang Erhe had witnessed the entire scene. He was puzzled, as he braced for misfortune, yet the couple did not linger to witness the spectacle. It appeared that Uncle San and Aunt San had devised quite the clever scheme. Lu Damei and Hu Yulian, observing their little brother-in-law and his wife in such a manner, felt a surge of anger rising within them. Just as Lu Damei was about to confront Lu Damei, Zhang Erhe intervened with a raised hand. Today's affair was not merely about confronting Lu Damei. If they did not impart a profound lesson to the couple, they would never amend their ways. Uncle San and Aunt San, your audacity surpasses even that of the Japanese invaders rummaging through our village. Upon entering the house, Zhang Erhe found it indeed as he suspected. The newly purchased pot was gone, leaving only a blackened stove gaping wide. The new bowls and chopsticks had vanished as well, leaving the earthen platform where the bowls once rested utterly bare. The bedding had been neatly packed, suggesting that had Zhang Erhe and the others not arrived, it would soon have been transported from the old homestead. Opening the earthen jar, he discovered that all the rice and flour had been depleted. Peering outside, he confirmed that everything had been packed and was resting beside the bicycle. There was no need to mention the cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea he had just acquired, all of which were bundled together. You misunderstand, Aunt San exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, as the package she held fell to the ground with a thud. Oil bottles, salt canisters, vinegar jars, and cloves of garlic lay scattered. Soy sauce spilled across the floor, half a bag of MSG had been emptied, and spices were strewn about in disarray. Gazing at the chaotic scene, Zhang Erhe felt his eyelids twitch with rage. Were it not for the fact that these were his own beloved uncle and aunt, he would have been tempted to leap up and deliver a resounding slap. Enough. Aunt San, this is hardly your first offense. We all know what happened. Zhang Erhe's words effectively silenced Lu Damei's forthcoming excuses. Do not claim that I was not caught. Even if I were, did you two ever consider how Chunxing and her mother would survive with your plundering ways? Zhang Erhe's remarks chilled Lu Damei and her husband to the core. When they first entered, it was as if Zhu Beiji had stumbled into the peaches of Immortality Garden. They admired this and that, convinced that everything should belong to them. And they had not given a moment's thought to how Lin Chunxing and her mother would manage in the future. No. Let me explain. No, listen to my defense. Enough. You two need not provide any explanations. Rather, you should explain yourselves to the police. Conveniently, Officer Gao has yet to depart. Zhang Erhe pointed towards Gao Chao behind him. The couple's true nature had already been discreetly conveyed to Gao Chao by the elder brother, who insisted that today must see a thorough reckoning for Uncle San and Aunt San. Officer Gao, what do you think? Comrade I deeply empathize with your plight. However, the severity of the punishment will depend on the value of the stolen goods. How about this? Ascertain what is missing and provide a tally before we proceed. Since the brothers intend to address their grievances, Gao Chao naturally will not dampen their spirits, merely adopting a sullen demeanor in compliance. Zhang ostentatiously counted the lost items and summoned Lin Chunxing to assist in the tally. Goodness, he truly reported Uncle San and Aunt San. Lin Chunxing silently surveyed the house to discern what was missing while quietly inquiring of her husband. Being inherently kind-hearted, she always believed that family disputes should not escalate too severely. I have an idea. You should first see what is lacking. Oh. Erhe, the bank book is gone. The bank book is gone. Initially harboring good intentions, Lin Chunxing, upon noticing the void where the bank book once rested on the bedside, could no longer contain her panic. Chapter 93. Erhe's home was burgled. The savings book is gone. Haha, not good at all. While Lin Chunxing was in a state of great anxiety, Zhang, on the other hand, was rather pleased. The loss of the savings book was a blessing in disguise. The items in the courtyard alone might not have been enough to intimidate his uncle and aunt. Now, with a savings book containing 500 yuan. The weight of the matter was substantial. In this era, a savings book was markedly different from those of the digital age. It was merely a piece of sturdy cardboard inscribed with the account holder's name and the deposited amount, both handwritten. Moreover, during this time, there were no passwords associated with the savings book. Anyone possessing it could withdraw the funds. Thus, the savings book was essentially equivalent to cash for his uncle and aunt. Possessing a savings book with 500 yuan was tantamount to stealing cash. If one were to pursue the matter seriously, this alone would be enough to land the couple in trouble. Adding to this, the value of the household items in the courtyard would certainly amount to around 700 or 800 yuan. The empty, desolate house required no further inspection, as it had clearly been stripped clean. Comrade have you thoroughly checked everything? Gao Chao inquired with a serious expression as Zhang emerged. Alas, Zhang feigned a sigh and grimaced. It's spotless. Aside from the wall plaster that hasn't been removed, everything else has been taken. Uncle and aunt, you two are rather ruthless, aren't you? To be honest, if his uncle and aunt had merely pilfered some food and drink, a few bottles of liquor, or a few pounds of meat, Zhang would have turned a blind eye. But now, Zhang had come to understand what it truly meant to scrape the bottom of the barrel. If only his house had wheels. His uncle and aunt would have likely carted it away. 800 yuan, Gao Chao exclaimed, astounded by the amount Zhang had reported. He had heard from his wife that Zhang was selling fish at the garment factory's entrance. But how had he amassed such a substantial sum in just a few days? As for the legitimacy of Zhang's earnings, did Gao Chao really need to worry about that? The influential figure who had invited Zhang to his home must have conducted a thorough investigation. Therefore, he had no reason to fret about whether Zhang had engaged in any unlawful activities or whether he would be implicated. At that moment, Gao Chao was simply amazed by Zhang's knack for making money. If Gao Chao was astonished, one could only imagine the shock experienced by the unprepared couple. Hu Yulian and her husband. Hu Yulian clutched her chest and patted it a few times to regain her composure, repeatedly muttering, "How much money is this? My heavens! How much money is this?" Her elder brother, Zhang, was not surprised, after all. He was well aware of how much his brother had made over the past couple of days. Naturally, he felt no jealousy over his brother's wealth. Instead, he was genuinely pleased for him. After all, the second brother had earned money without forgetting about his elder brother. A daily wage of 10 yuan. Who would dare to believe that? Even city workers didn't earn that much. You two have some nerve, hundreds of yuan. That's enough peanuts to last for several meals. Gao Chao reprimanded sternly, "Stop hiding it. Just show the money." At that moment, Lu Damei and her husband were rendered speechless, trembling like two quails that had spotted a hawk. Observing them, Zhang could only shake his head and sigh. Given their audacity, it is truly baffling that they dared to emulate others in thievery. What were they thinking? "Have you taken it?" I inquired. "I have not even laid eyes on it. Where could I possibly have obtained it?" Zhang was on the brink of tears, preoccupied with the various cigarettes, alcohol, confections, tea, fish, and meat that greeted him upon entry. Where, pray tell, could one find any trace of money? "Comrade officer, I may have taken a few items, but I assure you, I did not take any money." Gao Chao glanced disdainfully at the scattered belongings on the floor, curling his lip in disdain. Is this merely a trifle? This constitutes the entirety of the old fellow's possessions. As for Zhang, his distant uncle, he held him in utter contempt. When his own nephew found himself in trouble, it was one thing not to lend a helping hand. It was quite another to seize the opportunity to rob him in his time of need. How could anyone stoop so low? I didn't take anything either. Lu Damei stammered, her gaze flickering nervously, unable to meet Gao Chao's penetrating eyes. Gao Chao, a professional in criminal investigation, could discern a lie with a mere glance. It was evident she was not being truthful. Gao, it's not cash, it's a savings book. Zhang quickly interjected. A savings book is still money. Hand it over quickly, or shall I search you myself? Gao Chao's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lu Damei. Let me make it clear. There is a significant difference between voluntarily handing it over and me searching you. Lu Damei, being Zhang's aunt by marriage, was technically his elder. It appeared Zhang had no genuine intention of detaining her. After all, if he were to search her, the subsequent encounter would be exceedingly awkward. Moreover, as a female, it would reflect poorly on him as a male officer. If she could be persuaded to surrender the item voluntarily, it would alleviate much of the trouble. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Damei reluctantly unfastened her cotton pants and rummaged for what felt like an eternity before finally producing the savings book with a reluctant expression. As she fumbled with her waistband, Zhang Dashi averted his gaze. The sight of his sister-in-law disrobing before his elder brother, regardless of the circumstances, would surely provide ample fodder for ridicule. The manner in which Lu Damei retrieved the savings book left Zhang feeling utterly uncomfortable. When Gao Chao requested to inspect it, he declined to take it. Zhang vowed to himself that he would never touch that savings book. It was simply too repugnant. Officer Gao? Perhaps you should inspect it yourself. The account holder is Lin Chunxing, with a total of 500 yuan. Zhang forced a smile as he urged Gao Chao to examine it. Get lost. This boy is truly incorrigible. Gao Chao shot Zhang an irritated glare. If you find it distasteful, I certainly do not. Stop wasting time and take a look. Don't make a mistake. Sigh. Who would not feel revulsion retrieving something from that location? Observing his wife, Lin Chunxing blushed crimson with embarrassment. It was clear she had no intention of accepting the savings book. Alas, such distasteful tasks must be undertaken by oneself. However, Zhang did not directly grasp it. Instead, he retrieved a letter of commendation, extending the enclosed receipt to his wife. He then used the envelope to accept the savings book, confirming with relief that it indeed belonged to him. It's ours, 500 yuan. Look, her name is right here. Holding his nose, he displayed it to Gao Chao, whose barely concealed amusement at Zhang's predicament was almost audible. There is no way around it. Anyone who encounters such peculiar elders can only consider themselves unfortunate. Stuffing the stolen bank book into her trousers, it's remarkable that she even remembered to do so. Officer Gao, you see that we have both surrendered the items. May we take our leave now? Alas, Lu Damei gazed at the scattered belongings, her heart aching with distress. This is the second time. We have gained nothing of value, yet have attracted a host of troubles. This is simply not worth the effort, having to toil away for half a day. Leave? Where can we possibly go? Gao Chao was nearly amused by these two legal novices. Do you think this is a game? This is a crime. Do you understand? Chapter 94. To endure the consequences or not. Was it not said that if we surrender our possessions, we would be free to leave? Lu Damei and Zhang Igua exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Gao Chao's words. Who told you that relinquishing your belongings would absolve you of wrongdoing? Gao Chao forcefully struck the bicycle path seat before him, his voice sharp and commanding. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This constitutes theft, a violation of the law. The stern reprimand left the pair at a loss. Violating the law incurs consequences, and given the substantial amount involved, it could very well lead to severe repercussions. Do you understand? Gao Chao's expression grew increasingly severe, instilling fear in Zhang Igua and his wife, whose tears mingled with sweat. In truth, Gao Chao was not merely attempting to intimidate them. It was the 1980s, and the purchasing power of money was considerably potent. During an era when the average wage for industrial workers hovered around 30 yuan, it would take over 2 years of relentless saving for a worker to accumulate 800 yuan without subsistence. To illustrate, back then, Zhang spent only 80 yuan as a bride price for Lin Chunxing, despite her parents demanding an exorbitant sum. In most rural families during that time, a wedding could be arranged for a mere 10 to 8 yuan, and sometimes even a sack of millet sufficed for a bride. Thus, when Gao Chao spoke of the vast sum involved in the theft, it was no jest, although it might not result in capital punishment. Following legal proceedings could indeed lead to a significant prison sentence. Brother, sister-in-law, The mention of incarceration sent Zhang Aigua and his wife into genuine panic, their eyes wide with fear as they turned to their elder siblings, hoping for mercy. "Huh," Hu Yulian spat contemptuously, casting a fierce glare at the couple. She was too consumed with resentment towards them to plead on their behalf. Upon glancing into the second room earlier, she had seen the place stripped bare, cleaner than if the enemy had invaded. Thankfully, Erhe had escaped unscathed. Had he been sent to a labor camp, the third couple would have left their household in ruins. How would her daughter-in-law and granddaughter survive? This was a ploy to drive Erhe's family to desperation. Not even a mother or father could intercede in such a scenario. Silence enveloped the room, and Zhang Dashi, feeling the weight of guilt for not standing up for his son, dared not speak. The bond with his brother paled in comparison to the profound connection he shared with his son, who would provide for him in his old age, while a brother would not. Thus, Zhang Dashi merely cast a sidelong glance and lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Zhang Er was quite pleased with his parents' reaction, as they had not blindly forgiven his third uncle and aunt. Chunxing, please spare your third uncle and aunt this time. I am your flesh and blood." The words from his third uncle and aunt elicited an eye roll from Zhang Er. Where was their concern for family when they sought to exploit him? Lin Chunxing, observing the couple's pitiful state, felt a pang of sympathy. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Er discreetly squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain silent. This time, Zhang Er was determined to subdue the two individuals. Otherwise, the future would be long and fraught with annoyance. Who could tolerate such constant irritation? Who among you will wear the handcuffs first? Since Erhe was unwilling to let the matter rest, Gao Chao naturally intended to perform his role to the fullest. He swiftly removed the handcuffs from his waist, the metallic clinking echoing ominously. Upon seeing the glinting cuffs, Zhang Aigua and his wife realized he was serious. The flicker of hope they had vanished immediately. "No, please. I won't dare again. Spare me," they pleaded, collapsing into a snowdrift, their eyes wide with terror at the sight of the shining handcuffs. "What is happening? Why are you two sitting in the snow?" Just as Zhang Er was contemplating how to resolve the situation and prevent his third uncle and aunt from causing further trouble, he heard the voices of his grandparents at the doorstep. "Father, mother, please ask my elder brother and sister-in-law to plead for me. Spare me. I don't want to be shot or locked up." Seeing his parents arrive, Zhang Aigua's eyes lit up with hope. He stood, eager to run to them for help. But then he caught sight of the gleaming cuffs in Gao Chao's hand. His heart sank, and he hesitated, slowly crouching back down. Yet his cries grew increasingly desperate. "Father, mother, please ask my brother and sister-in-law to intercede for me. I cannot endure being locked up or shot. Father, mother, please help think of a way for my wife and me. We cannot be without you." Ludamii, in tears and snot, pleaded with the elderly couple, urging them to find a way to rescue them. The elderly couple had intended to rest at home, but it was their second son, Zhang Er's uncle, who had summoned them, informing them that Erhe had narrowly avoided a mishap and requested their presence. Otherwise, they would not have come to Zhang Erhe's home. "What exactly happened?" "You, the eldest son, explain." In truth, the elder Zhang Shitong could surmise the situation upon seeing the disarray in the courtyard and the couple sitting in the snow. He wanted his eldest daughter-in-law to recount the tale to buy some time for strategizing how to resolve the matter, since their younger son had suffered such injustice. Hu Yulian would not speak kindly of her brother-in-law, Zhang Aigua, but instead recounted the entire incident truthfully, without exaggeration or nonsense. "What nonsense is this?" Upon hearing his daughter-in-law's account, Zhang Shitong scolded with a furrowed brow. His words brought a sigh of relief to Hu Yulian, who had feared he would blindly favor her brother-in-law. To her surprise, however, he displayed unexpected clarity today. Yet, his subsequent remarks left everyone in the courtyard dumbfounded. "This is utter nonsense. Erhe, you cannot speak so carelessly. When did your third uncle and aunt steal from you?" As Zhang Shitong continued, clarity washed over him, and he began piecing the entire affair together. "Your third uncle and aunt were merely looking out for you, thinking to secure the items to prevent your grandchildren from lacking provisions in the future. Indeed, Erhe, you must not wrongfully accuse your third uncle and aunt. They only have your best interests at heart." At this moment, the old lady also grasped the situation and seamlessly continued the conversation initiated by the old man. Yes. Indeed, this is precisely how I perceive it." The words of the elderly couple seemed to open a window of enlightenment for Zhang Aigua and his spouse, instantly revitalizing them. The old man's thought process left everyone astonished. Zhang Er could not help but admire the wisdom of his grandparents. It is often said that with age comes wisdom. Indeed, the old man, at the age of 80, has not lived in vain. for he understands how to navigate complexities with finesse.